While this young man was watching idle Hirasaka Renji explain how to become a legendary hunter like him, suddenly a shimmering 5-star bronze gate appeared next to Subaru. He was stunned, about to reach out and open it when his close younger brother, Tega, only 13 years old, barged over, shoved him hard, and stepped inside. Just like that, Subaru's first shot at changing his life was snatched away. From then on, his life changed drastically. The younger brother who rushed through that gate became the youngest gold hunter in Japan. His fame skyrocketed, covered in scars, and decked out with gold and silver. Meanwhile, Subaru started living like a bug at school. He was bullied relentlessly by his brother and his gang, beaten down to the point his pants were torn. At home, he lived in a storage shed that was like a bug's nest, hot in summer, freezing in winter, abused by his parents and Tega, forced to work nonstop from dawn till dusk. Sometimes, Tega treated him like a pet, sending him off in one direction with no chance to go the other way. Like that one late night, when he was sent to buy water, Subaru wanted to resist, but could not even muster the strength. So he just took the money Tega threw at him and went walking down the street. Feeling defeated, thinking about his life and the scornful look from his brother, he felt utterly hopeless, thinking about growing old and weak. Still forced to kneel with outstretched hands holding the money Tega gave him to work for him, Subaru suddenly wished he could just die and be done with it. Just as he wished to ascend, he ran into 3 of Tega's thugs fresh from some shady business, faces scarred and ugly, making them even more dangerous. And just in time, they found Subaru. Luck was on his side for once. Subaru was cowardly but not stupid. He knew he was about to get beaten again, so he dragged himself and tried to run. But how could his weak body match theirs? They chased him down, pulling his pants off and slashing his arm badly. They toyed with him like he was some kind of animal. Earlier, he wanted to die. But when death was near, he clung desperately to life. They beat him until he collapsed, bleeding everywhere. Subaru cried in despair, but they showed no mercy, beating him mercilessly. He thought he was done for, just as one of them prepared to finish him off with a deadly move. Suddenly a door appeared, and the thugs froze on the spot. The door before Subaru was a 5-star bronze gate, but strangely it cracked and shifted to silver. Then did not stop there, it changed again to gold. Then something unprecedented happened. The door kept shifting until it became a rainbow gate. Subaru stared at it in disbelief. The radiant sun of truth shone through his heart. This time, no one would steal what was his. He dragged himself, struggling step by step, into the gate. Those 2 gold hunters would not let him do that easily. They unleashed their skills to stop him, cutting off one of Subaru's legs. But Subaru, the reincarnation of Levi Ackerman, was not about to give up. Motivated tenfold, he pushed himself into the gate, determined to claim everything. The rainbow gate closed behind him. Subaru collapsed on the floor as a monster slowly appeared. Grinning slyly, the rainbow challenge had begun. Subaru lay face down, clueless about anything sky, moon, wind, or clouds. The monster approached, stabbed a finger through Subaru's head, and a flash of electricity crackled. The system notification began updating. Body upgrade. Nearsightedness removed. His shriveled legs regrew, and his heart and lungs restored to normal. Subaru's eyes snapped open. He suddenly sat up, and when he saw the monster, he jumped back in shock. The monster turned its back and sat on a chair, while Subaru was still dazed. Feeling like this was some cruel joke, where was he, and who was he? After a while of system updates, he finally realized he was inside the rainbow gate, and the monster lounging with its feet up was the gate's master. Subaru trembled. Recalling his idle trial story, he had to fight a golden knight and defeat him with a sword to gain power. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat. He had to fight that monster. The monster, resting its chin on its hand, seemed impatient. It sighed and called Subaru over, scratching its head as it asked if his body had fully recovered or if he was still weak. Subaru, sweating nervously as he was singled out, assured himself he was fine. The slow learner had not finished updating yet. Little did he know he was actually talking to that monster. When I asked the suspect, the monster waved its hand, calling me over quickly, saying to follow the proper testing procedure. If you can land a hit on me, I will give you power. Subaru was at a loss for words, asking who the monster was. The monster looked confused. Like, what the hell? What kind of nonsense is this? Subaru hurried to explain that there are 3 types of gates: gold, silver, and bronze. But he had never seen or heard of a rainbow gate before. The monster brother acted clumsy like cream, then turned serious and said he did not give a damn, before slapping a massive burst of power through Subaru's body. The rainbow gate appeared again. Subaru did not dare move a muscle, clutching his head in fear. How could he even lift a finger against this monster? The monster lost patience, pounding his fist on the chair and snapping, telling Subaru to get his ass up and fight already. I want to finish this debt quickly and go home to sleep. Damn it. What a waste of time, Subaru got scolded right in the face. Trembling as he replied that he wanted to stand up too, but his legs were shaking uncontrollably. He just could not get up. Help me. The monster brother looked like he was hearing a joke, holding his face in helplessness. Damn. How did this loser get chosen? Some kind of main character aura, or what? The monster had no other choice. Waved his hand a few times. And instantly weapons rained down from the sky around Subaru. The main guy thought he was about to die, screaming like he was in labor, like fat dropped right into his mouth. The monster pointed at the weapons and told him if he was too scared to fight, he could use those. If you still can't do it, find another door. Go straight and you will have to go home. Subaru thought hard, choosing between fighting this monster or returning to his old life. After a moment of daze, he dragged his leg toward the door. The monster brother stroked his chain. Really? Then added some more insults to Subaru's fragile pride. Isn't it because you want power that you opened the door? You are no better than a disgusting bug. The monster's mocking words echoed in the main guy's ears, especially calling him a bug. He thought back to before. So many people called him a bug, trampled him underfoot. Living worse than livestock, the monster looked like he had no intention of turning back. Sighed deeply and said, "Fine. Whatever. I am going home to sleep if you keep living like this. Spending your whole life crawling on your hands and knees. Then take responsibility for your own choices." Tears streamed down Subaru's face as he vaguely saw his 70-year-old self reflected in the door. He gritted his teeth and slammed on the door. This surprised the monster brother, who squinted to see what the kid was trying to do. Subaru went crazy, pounding the door nonstop, shouting curses. "What the hell is this? What kind of crap is this? You animals just keep bragging about yourselves." The monster brother got excited, seeing progress. "Looks like I am about to get some sleep." Subaru clenched his fists and shouted curses. "You think having power means you can do whatever the hell you want, calling others bugs? You dogs." The monster got more and more interested, expertly adding fuel to the fire, mocking Subaru loudly. "Of course you can. Idiot." The tension peaked as Subaru shouted out all his frustrations. "You guys hurt me too, treating me like garbage. Why are you all such bastards?" The monster laughed louder and louder, having found Subaru's sore spot and kept poking it. Calling him a bug again and again made Subaru even angrier. Subaru yelled, "Shut up. I do not want to hear it." Feeling pumped, his courage multiplied 10 billion times under the monster's expectant gaze. Subaru lunged forward without hesitation and punched the monster right in the face. After the punch, he realized he could do it. The monster brother stood up satisfied, patted Subaru on the shoulder, clapped, and cheered. "Awesome. Good. That was amazing. You can do it if you put your heart into it. I felt the intense hatred in your punch. I am not wrong at all. You are approved." Suddenly, the monster bit down hard on Subaru's shoulder, shocking him. A surge of power hit, and Subaru screamed in pain, thinking the monster was trying to kill him. But this time Subaru was different. He did not just wait to die. He immediately regained his spirit and bit down hard on the monster's shoulder. The monster brother laughed joyfully. "Interesting. I will give you a few more privileges." The rainbow power surged even stronger than before, to the point Subaru could not even bite anymore. He stiffened and collapsed there. The test was now confirmed. Subaru's current body configuration was now that of a hunter. The monster smiled proudly at its creation, saying its name was Vanquish before bidding farewell, hoping to meet him again. Vanquish gradually disappeared, genuinely happy this time. The protagonist, Ariak Subaru, had become a hunter, currently rank 1, inheriting the power of Vanquish, the ancestor of the demon lineage. Subaru slowly came to a series of skill updates appearing before his eyes. Level 1 Blood Mold Technique, plus an added Rainbow Technique. Additional skills appeared. Blood Thief, those who hate the radiance, and those under the sun is shadow. Subaru's eyes sparkled. He was still dazed, mumbling to himself. Then a bunch of notifications switched to a message that the portal was closing. Subaru froze when he read he had to exit the door within 30 seconds. What the hell? The ground was collapsing, and he could not even move. He watched the door slowly vanish as he fell freely downward. Outside the door, the two thugs saw the shattered rainbow portal and guessed that the damn bug Subaru had failed. Just as they were about to leave, the debris of the gate behind them started to stir. The protagonist Subaru suddenly appeared, looking cool and handsome as hell. The two guys were shocked and gritted their teeth in frustration. That bug actually became a hunter. The two shouted at Subaru, asking if he had become a god lord already. Subaru was stunned, not yet fully recovered, vaguely remembering he had gained power from Vanquish. Before Subaru could say anything, the two swung their swords at him, but he was no longer a useless bug. It was like someone possessed him. He easily dodged the attacks. He hurriedly raised his hand, telling them to wait, but one of them shamelessly yelled, accusing him of stealing their door. Subaru was confused. That door belonged to him. The guy swung his sword again to attack, but his attacks looked slow as a crawling turtle to Subaru, who easily dodged the sword strikes. Now Subaru could see through all the sword movements. No matter how many swings, he dodged them all. The other thug was wide-eyed. The first guy got angrier as his attacks kept missing and kept swinging harder. Subaru seized the chance, grabbed the sword-wielding hand, and told him to stop. The guy was shocked his hand was caught, but when he saw Subaru's legs trembling like jelly, his confidence shot up to full. He sneered with a mocking glare, threatened Subaru, who was scared stiff and flinched, letting go and apologizing, taking advantage. The guy punched Subaru's ribs, then raised his fist to hit his face, insulting him as a cheap loser. Saying he could never compare to him, Subaru took a few hits, expecting it to hurt badly, but surprisingly it did not hurt as much as he thought. A stats panel appeared before him, a system guide showing the hoppy bar representing life. When it hit 0, he would lose his powers, so he had to avoid taking hits as much as possible. Subaru suddenly realized this was the God Lord's vision. The earlier punches did not hurt because he had truly become a God Lord. The guy gritted his teeth in frustration, seeing his hits did not faze Subaru. The other tried to stop him, but he ignored it. Not wanting to be humiliated again by that loser from earlier, he lost his temper, started using the red rose technique, charging his fist and throwing it at Subaru. Subaru got hit. Blood started dripping from his hand and face. He panicked, feeling like he was about to die. Subaru looked at his stats bar, alarmed he would lost too much blood. One more hit and he would be done for. The guy was stunned. Damn. His red rose technique could destroy a whole car. Yet Subaru only got slightly hurt. Unbelievable. The other thug kept advising him to turn back. Subaru's door was clearly stronger than the golden one, but the guy did not listen. Subaru was only rank 1 now. This was the perfect time to take him out. If Subaru leveled up, they would not even have a 0.1% chance to win. They had to kill him now. Subaru did not know what the two were whispering about. He looked around, trying to find a chance to escape, but before he could run, a bunch of glowing wires wrapped around him. This was the signature wire skill of the other guy. After some discussion, the two decided to team up. Subaru was blinded and could not move, and the guy with the sword attacked him again. Subaru was completely confused. He did not know how to use his skill. He had to do something. Just as he closed his eyes, expecting to be stabbed, some force activated his skill. A bunch of red glass shards shot out from his body, stabbing the other guy, who bled and fell down. The one who activated the skill was Vanquish. He had just used the blood control skill and saw himself as a responsible godmaster. He even had to guide his specialist. Despite his rude mouth, Vanquish still taught Subaru how to use the skill. The blood control skill lets the user manipulate blood for 10 seconds. Just now, the blood turned into a sword. That is all the explanation. The rest is up to the main character's imagination. After 10 seconds, the sword turned back into blood. Vanquish reminded Subaru to ignite his guiding flame, then disappeared, not giving Subaru time to be stunned. The other guy, though seriously wounded, still tried to attack with his sword. Subaru dodged and backed up. Surprised by how stubborn this guy was, he could still fight. The guy was bleeding and kept cursing Subaru, telling him to go die, calling him a murderer who killed his friend. The more he cursed, the more vicious he got, telling Subaru he should be died sooner because no one would care or feel loss if he did. Subaru was used to these insults by now. He quietly thought about Vanquish's words. He had to ignite the guiding flame. This time, he would not silently take the curses. Subaru emitted a rainbow glow, determined to start attacking. With just one punch, Subaru easily broke the guy's sword, then punched him straight in the face, sending him flying 8 meters, slamming into the wall and soaring into the sky. The other guy, seeing his friend tossed around like trash, panicked, watching Subaru charging fiercely at him. He used his wire skill to escape with the other guy. Subaru could not believe his eyes. The guy actually ran away. The guy ran like crazy, afraid of being chased from behind. He could not believe what he was seeing. That punch was insanely strong. What the hell was that? That was just one punch. That useless bastard Subaru must be gotten his power from some monster. Subaru dropped to his knees, raising his hand in joy. He had won his first victory ever. He looked back at the mess in the alley, including Kunasaki's body split in two. What was he supposed to do with all this? The next morning, the police discovered Kunasaki's body, split in half like that. It definitely was not done by a person. They suspected it might be the underground world's monsters. Just then, Subaru's idol, Harasaka Renji, arrived. He said he had scouted the area and found no signs of underground monsters. They tracked down Kunasaki Sudaro's Godmaster registration. Harasaka Renji guessed the culprit was at least as strong as a silver Godmaster, possibly 2 Godmasters working together. Harasaka Renji felt a strange jealousy, not from himself, but from his Godmaster, Lewis. Harasaka Renji handed the card back to the police officer. Now was not the time for Godmasters to fight each other. Their duty was to destroy as many gates as possible. Hirasaka Renji looked up at the sky, where a clock was counting down, signaling something bad was about to happen. Early morning. Subaru still had not come home. Tega, his close younger brother who minds his own business, barged into his room looking for him, annoyed that Subaru had not even read his messages. Tega opened his phone and suddenly saw news updated 2 hours ago: one Godmaster was assassinated by another. Scrolling down, Tega recognized someone he knew. That guy was one of the 3 who bullied Subaru. Tega suddenly had a bad feeling. He thought back to when a golden gate appeared before Subaru. If he had not stepped in, Subaru's life might be completely different now. Tega clenched his teeth angrily. No way. He raised his fist and smashed Subaru's door. Had that guy really become a Godmaster? At the headquarters of the Japanese Godmaster Federation, where awakened Godmasters are organized to control gates, Subaru parked his bike and looked around. The place was intimidating. Everyone here was a Godmaster. He went to the reception to register. He wanted to become a Godmaster. In Japan, entering a gate without membership is illegal. So to get stronger, you have to become a member. The case was not classified as murder. Investigating the death of a Godmaster is the responsibility of other Godmasters. A strong opponent, most likely a golden Godmaster, will appear. If that guy is Tega, you are as good as dead. You have to destroy as many gates as possible. That is the only way to level up and prepare yourself. The guide started explaining the rules at length, but Subaru was not paying much attention. You did your homework at the internet cafe. There are 3 things you have to remember. First, if you want to break a gate, you have to level up. Second, the more stars a gate has, the harder it is to handle. Third, after breaking a gate, you can exchange stars for money. Subaru suddenly remembered that he dropped the star named Sawatari yesterday, and asked the guide if it could be exchanged for money. His pockets were completely empty now. He felt guilty but did not know what else to do. The guide was cheerful at first, but quickly turned grim. Scrutinizing the star closely and demanding to know whose it was, Subaru turned pale with fear, stammering an excuse. Right after he became a Godmaster yesterday, a spirit gate appeared before him, and after destroying it, he received this. The guide explained that anyone who is not a member caught breaking into a gate faces a 5-year prison sentence, or a fine up to 1 million yen. Hearing about the prison sentence terrified Subaru. He was reckless before but did not realize the punishment was this severe. His mind went blank. What was he supposed to do now? Meanwhile, Subaru's punk cousin swaggered down the street, heading to the police station to ask about the Godmaster assassination from yesterday. Back with Subaru, he finally managed to exchange stars for money. Usually, non-members breaking gates face heavy penalties, but in this case, the guide turned a blind eye and helped him, so he got off scot-free. After successfully exchanging the stars, he was shocked by the amount of money he received. He never expected a Godmaster to get so much. 1 star equals 1 million yen, and 5 stars are over 100 million. It felt like a dream to him. Subaru risked his life to get it. Now he had to find a gate first. But his eyes landed on a barbershop and a clothing store. Looking at his tattered clothes, Subaru decided to freshen himself up first. The old saying is true: you can buy money with money. And with cash, people look at Subaru differently right away. He was no longer the pathetic nerd from before. Subaru carried bag after bag and sat down at a cafe waiting for his drink. Subaru had never felt like this before. It was amazing. He bought his own clothes and got a haircut by himself. It was the first time he would ever done these things. The first time he would sat in a cafe. Subaru sipped his coffee. It was a caramel macchiato. It had been so long since he last had something sweet. Suddenly, Subaru felt emotional. Tears welled up as he thought about his past life, living like a nobody. Now he was different. For the first time in his life, he was enjoying freedom. Subaru gripped his cup tightly. He vowed that after finishing his drink, he would go find a gate, and after breaking it, he would come back here for more. Now he was a Godmaster, no longer a nobody like before. Before he could warm up, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. The punk Tega had found him. He smashed the cafe window, grabbed Subaru by the collar, and threw him outside hard. Subaru was not ready and started bleeding. As he realized he was about to crash into a mother and child, he quickly used a skill to hold himself back from flying further. Subaru shouted at the mother and child to run away fast. He was badly hurt from just one hit and cursed himself 10,000 times. His blood kept flowing. It was terrible. The punk Tega advanced with murderous intent, amazed that Subaru had become a Godmaster. Gritting his teeth to stop the bleeding, Subaru was not going to give up fighting a golden Godmaster, even if he was only level 1. Their fight blocked traffic on the street, especially since the opponent was golden Godmaster Tega, who did not care about anything else. Subaru asked how the punk found him, but Tega sneered, ignored the question, and punched him in the face, telling him to use his brain. Subaru barely dodged the punch and stepped back several paces. He should not have turned on his phone to check the transferred money. There was Gupes on it. Tega thought that was child's play and laughed. He used his golden arm skill, the right arm covered in shining golden armor. Even if Subaru was dumb, he would realize the battle had already begun. He closed his eyes, sensing vanquish inside, which gave him one more clue about the blood control technique. It is a skill that turns SP into blood that you can freely control. But if you overuse it, your HP bar will run out quickly. Subaru, you do not need to win today. You just need to survive. That is the only thing on your mind right now. Subaru's current strength and Tega's are 22 levels apart. Fighting head-on is like a rock smashing a bug. Tega used his golden impact skill to launch an explosion at Subaru. But he used blood to form a rope to the sky. Trying to escape, Tega was not stupid either. He immediately realized Subaru was copying his disciple's technique and reacted fast. Tega grabbed a rock, flew up, and punched down at Subaru from above. But this time Subaru was quick, dodging with a flick of his hand, causing Tega's punch to slam into the ground. Subaru let out a breath. He almost died. This guy's way too strong. One hit and you are done for. Tega was still analyzing Subaru's skills. From his initial assessment, Subaru could shoot blood ropes from his hands, then move freely and grab objects. Honestly, it was pretty useless. Tega charged at Subaru again, determined to kill him. Subaru stayed calm, using his HP to create a smoke screen around himself, taking the chance. He sneaked behind Tega and threw a punch to knock down Sawatari, aiming to hit Tega. But it barely affected him. Instead, Subaru's hand started bleeding, and pain shot through him. Tega took the opportunity to swipe his hand back at Subaru, spraying his blood everywhere. Subaru's pee kept dropping as he bled nonstop. Tega smirked coldly. He was about to grab Subaru's head to finish him off, when suddenly sharp spikes shot up from the ground toward Tega. Subaru was not giving up yet. He threw the blood that had just sprayed at Tega. He turned it into bones and blood blocks to attack Tega, using every ounce of strength to create the strongest blood mass possible. But none of it worked on Tega. Subaru froze, falling into despair. Speed, strength, defense. Tega was on a whole different level in every way. Tega crushed the blood mass Subaru made and stepped closer. Subaru stood there stunned. Even when he became a god at the brink of death, no matter how many skills he used, he still could not beat Tega. Subaru looked at Tega's hand, grabbing his face. Tega could not let Subaru live any longer. If Subaru leveled up, it would be a huge problem. He had to kill him now before he could prove anything. Subaru watched the fist coming at him. Tega punched hard, sending Subaru flying. But surprisingly, Subaru blocked it. He used almost all his SP to create something soft and sticky to absorb Tega's punch. Like an airbag dispersing the impact, the sticky substance clung tightly to Tega's hand and spread out. Tega struggled but could not break free. Subaru imagined it like an unbreakable rubber patch. Subaru saw his MP dropping fast. This was the crucial moment. He raised his hand and summoned more blood orbs. The blood control lasted 10 seconds. Even if he ran out of MEP, he had to stop Tega. The blood orb stuck to Tega, immobilizing him. Tega was pissed but helpless, just standing there like a madman. While Tega was distracted, Subaru took the chance to escape. His goal was survival. The 10 seconds ended. Blood control wore off, and the blood returned to normal. Tega tried to chase, but Subaru created a smoke screen, confusing his sense of direction. Tega gritted his teeth. Furious, he pushed his power to the limit. Subaru had played him like a fool. Just as he was about to chase again, he was suddenly stopped. The group arriving was Harasaka Renji, along with Yudu and Shikishima. Tega realized he had gone too far. But there was no way he would give up now. He had to chase Subaru. Before he could brag, Shik appeared behind him. Tega broke out in a cold sweat. No way. All the golden gods were gathered here. Harasaka Renji pressed his sword to Tega's neck, forcing him to back down. Tega gritted his teeth. He could not keep acting tough anymore. Meanwhile, after Subaru escaped, he ran like crazy and stopped on the rooftop of a building. He would successfully gotten away. Subaru gritted his teeth. He could not afford to mess with that guy again. If he got caught, he was done for. Subaru looked down at his torn clothes. He would just bought them, and the rest of his clothes were still at the cafe. Subaru sat on the rooftop. Shopping was fun. You made up your mind. To regain your freedom, you have to fight. You do not want to go back to that miserable life anymore. You are going to get stronger. At some gate, a girl was arguing with a group of people. She pointed at the gate, firmly insisting she had reserved it first, saying it had to be booked online. The group did not bother reasoning. They did not care about reservations. How could a weak girl stop them? It was best for her to just obediently give up the gate. The girl was not one to back down either. She looked extremely confident, clasping her hands together, ready to fight. She was Amamiza Suzaka, the god master of Amamiza. The front shoes were already torn to shreds, and the back ones had been beaten up badly by the group. Even they doubted life itself, so weak yet still acting tough. It was a miracle she was still alive. Amamiza Saka was only level 8 but had to face a level 13 team. Of course, she could not win. The others did not hold back, mocking her, saying she was too young to even fight them. Amamiza Suzaka was frustrated but could not say anything. Their skills countered hers, so she could not do a thing. They used their numbers to bully her, telling her to just give up the gate. They said someone as unskilled as her should not even exist in this world. Hearing those harsh words shook Amamisa Sasaka. In the past, she had been forced out of a team for having no talent at all. That is why she would never give up against these people. She refused to admit defeat. The golden rice guy clicked his tongue. Smirking, he raised his hand to end the fight, and Amamisa Sasaka thought she was done for. Just then, Subaru appeared out of nowhere. He politely asked the group if they were deciding who was the best fit to enter the middle gate. All eyes turned to Subaru. He nervously raised his hand to volunteer, asking if he could join. The group was irritated, all asking the same question. Who the hell was this guy? The golden rice guy sneered, getting right up in Subaru's face and demanding to know where he came from. He grabbed Subaru's collar to drag him away, but Subaru quickly used a breath technique that knocked the guy flat on his face. Subaru said, "I do not have much time. I have to get stronger no matter what." The others were stunned. They snapped at Subaru, asking what level he was. He said he was only level 1. They did not believe him, thinking he was lying. They guessed maybe he had some long-range skill to attack from afar. If he really was level 1, they could just crush him with their level advantage. Immediately, they all charged at him, but Subaru's super shout technique easily made them hit the ground. After facing a scooter rider, these guys seemed even slower than snails to him. It did not take long for him to take down the whole group. The golden rice guy who was knocked out first woke up. He stood in a corner and used a special skill, pulling out a gun and firing continuously at Subaru. They thought they could take him down, but no. Subaru's blood control skill deflected all the shots. He did not even move a step. He punched the guy in the face again, breaking his glasses and bloodied cheek, knocking him out cold. Amamiya Saka stood nearby, mouth agape. In her eye, Subaru ended them all with just one move. What kind of monster was he? If he was really level 1, his skill rank must be insanely high. Amamiya Sasaka guessed Subaru's rank might be the Golden God Master. Meanwhile, Subaru stripped the defeated group's clothes and put them on himself. His own clothes were all torn. After fixing himself up, he approached the gate, with Amamiya Sasaka watching in shock. Subaru smiled lightly, bowed his head as if to say it was just a question, then walked through the gate. Sasaka sensed something was off, but by the time she realized it, it was too late. Subaru had already taken her gate. Subaru stepped inside the gate. In front of him appeared the stats board for the Karakan volcano level. Difficulty 2 stars. Subaru let out a sigh. Looking around, the inside of the gate looked like this. Even though it was a dangerous place full of monsters, the scenery was really beautiful. While admiring the view, suddenly the door behind him slammed open, hitting him on the head. Subaru winced and looked at the person who just barged in Amamiya Sasaka with a confused expression. What the heck? Amamiya Sasaka casually stepped in and locked the gate. A notification popped up. Gate locked. The Godmaster cannot leave this level before defeating the boss. Amamiya Sasaka grinned mischievously. Now, even if those weirdos wake up, they won't be able to get in anymore. Subaru still did not understand what was going on. Didn't you already officially claim Geta? Where did this girl even come from? Amamiya Sasaka denied it, saying she had originally reserved this gate for her. But those others out there tried to snatch it away. The gates found are registered on a website, and the deity can assign the right to break the gate there. Subaru exclaimed, suddenly realizing the problem. He could not break the gate all by himself. He quickly apologized to Amamiya Sasaka. He explained that this was his first time entering the gate, and asked her to let him accompany her. He had to level up no matter what. Seeing his desperate attitude, Amamiya Sasaka believed he was really a level 1 and agreed to let him come along. She also understood the feeling of wanting to get stronger at any cost, so Subaru went with Sasaka, but on the condition that when they exchanged stars, she would take 70% and he would get 30%. Subaru did not think twice and accepted. When it came time for introductions, Amamiya Sasaka told him her name. Subaru was about to say his name, but suddenly remembered he was a criminal accused of assassinating the deity. Flustered, he blurted out the name Vanquish. Just as they were about to set off, a rock suddenly flew from behind Amamiya Sasaka. Subaru hurriedly warned her and tried to use a special skill to help, but Sasaka spun around and easily smashed the rock to pieces. While the two were not paying attention, a group of goblins and a bow appeared. Amamiya Sasaka got fired up and volunteered to take them on, saying that she clenched her fists and charged at the little goblins. To help a client defeat underworld monsters, you need to boost physical strength, reflexes beyond biological limit, and above all, have special skills. Subaru stood aside watching Sasaka skillfully use her special moves to take down the little goblins, his mouth hanging open in admiration. In no time, the goblins were all defeated. Subaru looked full of awe, taking them out with just one punch. That was insanely strong. Meanwhile, after defeating the goblins, Amamiya Sasaka's confidence multiplied. Her skill was to stun opponents and punch them. Long-range attacks counter her skill, but in close combat, she was unbeatable. Suddenly, a A bigger group of goblins appeared. Sasaka's stun skill only lasted 3 seconds after hitting the target. In other words, she had to finish off or escape from the enemy within 3 seconds or else. You know what happens. Amamiya Sasaka was desperate, surrounded by goblins, and had no choice but to call out for Subaru to save her. Subaru stood frozen, listening to her plea but said, "Leave it to me," without moving an inch. It took Subaru a moment to understand Sasaka's situation. He realized her skill had a time limit like blood control. Sasaka was too far away and surrounded by goblins, so he could not send his blood blades flying. He had to try something new. Subaru used blood control, shooting blood strands at the goblins, tightening them around their necks. He tensed his abs and pulled hard. To Sasaka's surprise, she grabbed the strands and yanked them back forcefully, causing the goblins to fall limp on the ground. A light surrounded Subaru as the system signaled a level up. He jumped 4 levels at once. His blood control skill reached level 2, extending its duration to 15 seconds and boosting its power. Subaru looked himself over. His wounds from the gang attack had healed. His strength increased, and his APM fully restored. This was what leveling up felt like. Awesome. Amamiya Saka arrived, surprised to see the monsters around her all knocked out. She could not believe Subaru had taken them all down alone. What kind of monsters were these? Subaru's eyes sparkled as he praised her skill, saying it was amazing. Amamiya Sasaka was confused. She thought she was the one who should say that. Subaru was puzzled and said her skill was to stun opponents without exception. Sasaka added it only worked on enemies 3 levels lower. If higher, the stun lasted less than 3 seconds. Subaru explained. Does not that mean she would be unbeatable if she used the skill every 3 seconds in a solo fight? Amamiya Sasaka froze for a moment, then realized something incredible. As if she would just absorbed some ultimate knowledge. Subaru pointed to the few monsters still standing on the cliff. Sasaka, feeling encouraged, told him to stay put and rush toward the cliff edge. Sasaka applied Subaru's theory perfectly. Punch first, stun, wait 3 seconds, then punch again. Sure enough, the monster could not react. Sasaka kept punching like that and finally succeeded in taking it down. She looked visibly happy, her eyes sparkling brightly. Hearing this, she immediately felt motivated and urged the monsters to keep attacking. Subaru stood aside watching, also feeling happy. Sasaka seemed to be doing fine now, but he had to handle something else. Amamiya Sasaka was joyfully fighting when suddenly a boss alert popped up. She quickly called Subaru, only to see him facing 2 bosses level 17 and level 12. Subaru showed no fear. He told Sasaka to finish the rest while he took care of this part. Both sides charged fiercely, fighting from the ground to the air. The level 12 wolf swiped at Subaru, who skillfully blocked its attacks one after another. The remaining level 17 dwarf demon boss sat on the wolf's back, took the chance to raise its bow, and activated a level 2/6 arrow skill. A volley of blue arrows shot toward Subaru, scattering in multiple directions. Subaru quickly activated his suction shield to protect his body. The arrows hit the shield, causing it to explode with a pop. Subaru dropped freely to the ground. These two were too strong. If the suction shield had not been level 2, he would be done for. So this is a boss. The skill is just overwhelming. Sasaka stood outside worried. The fight was getting intense, and she could not jump in to help. Her skills were useless against such a high-level enemy, so she had to clear the smaller monsters first. Meanwhile, Subaru used the suction skill again, gathering a bunch of throwing knives and hurling them at the 2 bosses. But it had no effect. The wolf easily countered his skill and leapt up, while the dwarf demon kept shooting arrows at him. Subaru had no choice but to defend against the rain of arrows. Subaru defended and attacked at the same time, but it did not make a dent. The giant wolf dodged skillfully, and the dwarf leader attacked from afar with well-practiced shooting skills. He could not find a weakness, not even trap them with his blood ropes. Before he could think further, the dwarf boss activated another skill, shooting level 3 arrows that pierced Subaru's shield and pierced his shoulder, gritting his teeth in pain. Subaru realized the boss had a second skill. His blood shield could not block it. The boss read the situation perfectly. This was not an ordinary enemy. The earlier arrow rain was just a bait. He would fallen into a trap. Subaru clutched his arm and dropped to his knees as the dwarf prepared to shoot another arrow at him. Just as the arrow was about to be released, Amamiya Sasaka suddenly rushed in and punched the wolf in the face, throwing the dwarf off balance. Subaru gawked as the wolf got dizzy. Wasn't that skill supposed to only work on enemies within 3 levels? The wolf collapsed. Subaru looked back and saw all the enemies on the path defeated. Amamiya Sasaka had reached level 9. Sasaka timed a second punch perfectly, making the wolf even more dizzy. Seeing the situation was bad, the dwarf demon separated from the wolf and flew up into the air. Sasaka broke into a sweat, letting that one go. Subaru slowly stood up and turned his blood into rubber, wrapping it tightly around the wolf's head. Then he charged forward, turning his blood into a strong pulling rope, successfully knocking down the wolf and reaching level 6. His body and hep fully recovered. Subaru started thinking about landing a strong close-range hit. He remembered Tega's skill, the big golden fist. Subaru copied the idea, turning his blood into a fist. Smashing through the dwarf's level 3 arrows and defeating it, Subaru successfully leveled up to 9. His suction skill also upgraded to level 3, extending its duration to 20 seconds. Karakan Volcano Dungeon. 2-star difficulty completed. Arik Subaru jumped to level 9, with significant attribute boosts. Outside, the group waiting earlier was still there. The guy Subaru stole the shirt from kept mumbling curses, stomping his feet from the cold, promising to get revenge on whoever took his shirt. The gold-hungry guy did not care at all. What interested him was the gate-breaking stats and the completion time displayed on the gate. Others looked at it and broke into a cold sweat. It usually took about 2 hours to clear a 2-star gate, but those two did it in just 15 minutes. Unbelievable. Just then, Subaru and Suzuka stepped out of the gate. As soon as they appeared, the group questioned them, still not believing they could break the gate so quickly. At that moment, the notification popped up again, confirming the Karakan volcano was cleared. The remaining time would be added to the clock. Immediately, the extra time was added to the huge clock above, so massive it could be seen from anywhere in the world. Life would end when the timer counted down to 0. The only way to stop it was to break gates and add leftover time back to the clock. Subaru realized this was exactly why the God Lord had to keep fighting nonstop. The orange-haired guy gawked in disbelief. The other two actually did it. A 2-star gate should be guarded by a level 10 God Lord or higher. Yet they destroyed the gate with just 2 people. One level 1 and one level 8. Lost in thought, Subaru suddenly got so close he startled him. He apologized for tearing his shirt and promised to make it up to him. The orange-haired guy turned pale looking at Subaru, but he quickly waved it off, telling him no need to pay him back, just keep the shirt. Suddenly, the yellow-haired guy appeared out of nowhere and grabbed his teammate, asking if the orange-haired guy really planned to tear Subaru apart. The orange-haired guy quickly denied it, saying he was just joking. Don't pay attention to it. Then he changed the subject, telling everyone to get out of here. The group from before lined up, bowed to Subaru respectfully, and left. Subaru was still confused, wondering how their attitude changed faster than an ex-lover's. The door behind them suddenly shattered. 2 stars clattered down. Suzuka picked one up and said, "Let us go cash this in." Subaru, feeling uneasy, wanted to say something. They went into a cafe, and he wanted to receive the money under Suzuka's name. She looked puzzled, asking how the money would be split 7 parts. 3 parts and what would happen to Subaru's share. Unlike Suzuka, Subaru did not care much about money. He just stared blankly at his coffee. He was so moved he almost cried. After breaking the gate, he finally returned to this cafe. Thank God. Seeing Subaru ignoring her words, Suzuka snapped, asking what he planned to do with the money. Subaru mumbled that he would share it with her later. Suddenly, Suzuka asked a sharp question that made Subaru spit out his coffee. Vanquish is not your real name, is it? Judging by Subaru's reaction, she was sure she guessed right. He was using a fake name. He did not want anyone to know he broke the gate. Even though he was only level 1, his power was terrifying. Subaru could not defend himself against Suzuka's words, but she was not accusing him either. After sharing her own story of fighting alongside him, she said she knew he was a good person, that he saved her life and more, and she wanted to keep breaking gates with him from now on. She wanted to be his teammate. After talking for a while, Suzuka felt a bit shy. She was willing to help him, even if she was not sure she could. Subaru's eyes widened. No one had ever called him teammate before. Hearing it for the first time made him suddenly happy. It felt like warm water flowing through him. He gripped his cup tightly and thanked Suzuka from the bottom of his heart. She had helped him a lot, and if she really wanted to be his teammate, he would be thrilled. Subaru decided to tell Suzuka everything: his real name, his past, and everything that happened to him in the last 2 days. After hearing him out, Suzuka felt a headache coming on. Who would have thought his situation was even more messed up than she imagined? The gate, the accusations of assassination. She could not believe Subaru was Ariak Tega's brother. And worse, that bastard had stolen his gate and became the Golden God Lord. What a jerk. Unforgivable. The angrier she got, the more determined she became. She asked Subaru if he wanted to get strong enough to beat that bastard Tega. Subaru scratched his head, saying his life was on the line, so he just wanted to get stronger. Suzuka shared her own story. Her family had 3 daughters, all clients, with her sister's gates being silver, and only hers was bronze. Their team started with the 3 of them, but she got kicked out for being a burden. That is why her goal was to get stronger and prove herself to them. Blushing shyly, this was the first time she would opened up to anyone. She felt her goal was similar to Subaru's, so she wanted them to get stronger together. Suzuka smiled brightly and reached out her hand, wanting to be his teammate and promising never to betray or abandon him. Subaru was stunned. No one had ever said anything like that to him before. He grabbed Suzuka's hand and agreed, and so, The two became teammates from that moment on at the God Lord Federation headquarters. On the top floor of the political conference room, 5 golden God Lords sat together discussing. Now that they had subdued Arika Tiger, they were the only golden God Lords able to act. The other God Lords did not seem to care much. 6 of them was fine. Without that bastard tiger, everything would be okay. After all, everyone hated that guy's arrogant attitude. The other commanders seemed to agree. But the problem now is that except for the 4-star gate, only the Golden Commander can break the 5-star gate. And they do not have enough people to handle such tough gates. Harasaka Renji suggested increasing the troops until the Tiger Enforcement Order is lifted. He also planned to call the Silver Commanders to join the 5-star campaign. Commander Shikishima Ryuani said that is impossible silver rank. Really? Commander Aduri Yuzi stroked his chin thoughtfully, saying 10 people above level 30 might still manage. Right now, there are 7 5-star gates that need to be broken quickly. For the 4-star gate campaign in Meguro City, they decided to assign it to Julietta's team, with an average level of 31. This team is led by Hoa Kong's son, Hijaki Julietta, level 38. After setting the double gate, Subaru and Suzaka passed by Julietta's team. No wonder they are the strongest silver rank team. Their numbers really give them an edge. But whatever that team does not concern them. Subaru and Sasuke eagerly set off to break another 2-star gate in Meguro City, a gate called the Soldier Armor Field. They entered the gate and were greeted by a very long staircase leading downward. They slowly descended. Subaru asked Suzaka if she knew what was inside the gate. Suzaka explained that they can come and go freely as long as the gate is not locked from the inside. So the commander in charge of scouting would bring back information like this endless spiral staircase they are walking down. Subaru realized this. Suzaka looked at the long, narrow stairs and thought this would be the perfect place for her skills to shine. Suzaka told Subaru to try locking the gate himself. Then the mission would start, and enemies would appear. Subaru obeyed and locked the gate. The system announced the mission start, and Suzaka got pumped to keep fighting as loud noises began echoing from below. Suddenly, Subaru felt something off. He got chills and craned his neck to look down the stairs to see what it was. A line of skull-headed soldiers was marching up one after another. Seeing the number, even Suzaka felt uneasy. Was not this a bit too many? One skull soldier attacked while she was listening to someone swing a sword, but luckily Subaru reacted just in time, using blood control. He blocked the blow for her. Suzaka countered with a punch to the skull soldier's face, who then shattered and passed on. But they could not let their guard down yet. Another group was coming. These ones must be level 10 or higher. They had to clear them all to get out. The two coordinated their actions. Subaru defended while Suzaka attacked. This narrow terrain was Suzaka's advantage. But there were just too many enemies. Plus, the angry vibe Subaru felt downstairs earlier was even worse than the last boss soldier they faced. The skull soldiers kept falling, but Suzaka's endurance had limits. She was starting to breathe heavily. Seeing the situation, Subaru told her they should take turns fighting to avoid exhausting themselves too much. Suzaka looked at Subaru confused. It should be the other way around. Since leveling up inside the gate fully restores HP and MEP, the best way is to give it your all until you level up. So Suzaka's current state was completely healthy. With 10,000 HP ready to keep fighting, Subaru also got motivated. Following Suzaka's command to fight with all her might, he used blood control, transforming into a blood tide that froze the entire group of skull soldiers. Suzaka laughed watching the skull soldiers thrash in the blood. Her ultimate skill was still VIP Pro as always. Subaru panted and told Suzaka to act quickly. This would not last long. Suzaka's eyes sparkled as she jumped up and stomped on the skull soldiers' heads, using her fastest speed to take down as many as possible, successfully leveling up to 15. She left the rest for Subaru, who understood and used his ultimate skill to crush the frozen skull soldiers, sending them off to their demise. He also leveled up to 16. Suzaka had nothing more to say. Subaru performed exactly as she expected. Even the enemies were scared. Suddenly, a skull soldier that was not fully down sneaked up behind Suzaka to attack, but that skull soldier was immediately taken down by Subaru's blood arrow. He reminded her not to be careless, and Suzaka could only silently feel sorry. The deeper they went, the more monsters they defeated. But Subaru's bad feeling did not go away. The pressure from below kept growing stronger and stronger. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, Subaru had reached level 19 and Suzaka level 20. Finally, they faced the big boss. The boss was a skull wearing a long dress and a crown. Queen Judith, level 29. Her skull eyes glowing red as she attacked. One time its joy burst caused the ground and rocks around to feel like they were about to collapse. Subaru used blood control to protect both of them. You would say this boss fights from a distance, with a kind of void energy. Like Suzaka said, they really do not stand a chance against it. Subaru muttered that he was still wondering if that lingering, stubborn feeling and the initial dizziness really came from this boss. The boss unleashed another joy burst, scattering the 5 elements everywhere. Subaru and Suzaka dodged, and Suzaka was afraid she might soil her pants. She turned to ask Subaru what they should do, since even when they tried to get close, They could not stay long. Subaru silently guessed that the boss's skill seemed to use MP to unleash joy bursts. But maybe when its MP runs out, it would stop like his blood does. If so, this skill counters Suzaku's skill. Since her instantaneous space would lose effect when the level gap is too big, it's best to use blood control to both attack and defend. But if Suzaku would not gain any experience from this boss, he was very happy when Suzaku said she would be his friend, and they would never abandon each other. Subaru loudly called out to Suzaku, telling her he would block its attacks, and she should keep hitting it until she was satisfied. Suzaku did not understand what he planned but agreed anyway. Subaru used blood control at 100% intensity. The monster seemed to realize what he was up to and swung its whip at the blood he just created. The blood splattered onto the monster, restricting its movement. Subaru told Suzaku to act quickly. She obeyed and rushed forward, punching the monster's face repeatedly. If she wanted experience points, her HP had to drop at least 20%. The defense and healing-focused deity must have worked really hard to get stronger. Subaru glanced at the countdown timer. He reminded Suzaku there were 5 seconds left before blood control would wear off. Suzaku understood and pulled back. Just then, the monster broke free and started swinging its whip to attack her again. She was protected inside Subaru's blood control, returning to full health. As they prepared to attack again, suddenly the monster's voice echoed, angrily questioning Subaru where he got that power. He was stunned, unsure if he would misheard the monster just spoke, confirming Subaru's suspicion. The skull muttered that no one could grant power to a mere mortal. Subaru quickly figured out the skull was talking about Vanquish. He shouted at the skull to calm down and take it easy if it wanted to talk, but the skull did not listen. It went berserk, tearing its cloak and starting to transform. This was a boss's ultimate skill. Using all its to shift into a different form, the skull activated its ultimate skill. Subaru wrapped both of them in blood control. But the skull kept shooting whips during the transformation, causing his blood shield to boil and evaporate. If he did not keep replenishing blood, he would soon be defeated. Watching his MP slowly drain, he did not know what to do. At this rate, his MP would run out, and Suzaku was right behind him. Subaru gritted his teeth, switching blood control into a blood shield and pushing forward. The skull tried to attack him but was too slow. Subaru extended the blood shield into a spear, stabbing through the skull's body and decapitating it. The skull gradually faded away. Still unable to believe it had been defeated, Subaru had successfully defeated the boss and leveled up to 20. Although he beat it, he was not satisfied. The boss seemed to know about Vanquish, but he only barely managed to finish it off. He started wondering if the master of the door might be monsters from the underworld. Suzaku saw Subaru succeed and jumped up happily. At the last moment, she decided to hide behind him and also leveled up to 21. Subaru was glad to see Suzaku level up too. He thought they could say they would achieve their goal of getting stronger. And if they met the boss again, next time he would ask about it. Suzaku exclaimed that even though they defeated the boss, they still had not received a notification that the gate was open. Subaru panicked, asking if that meant they could not get out, and Suzaku was at a loss. She would never seen this happen before. Suddenly, a rainbow gate appeared behind Subaru. He turned around in shock, and Suzaku's mouth dropped open. It was the first time she would seen a rainbow gate. Suzaku happily said it was Subaru's second gate. Subaru found it strange. Was not it weird to have so many gates appear? Suzaku, on the other hand, did not see it as a bad thing. Each gate had different conditions. She heard you could get new ultimate skills after completing the challenges. Subaru rubbed his hand. What is the condition? Is it because you have reached level 20? Suzaku excitedly added. I heard the current strongest Golden Lord, Harasaka Renji, has already opened 7 gates. Subaru's eyes lit up at that number, showing they were doing really well. At this rate, they would become the strongest duo on Earth. Subaru looked at his hand. He could go this far using only blood control. If he could gain another skill as strong as this, he could rival a Golden Lord. Suzaku urged Subaru to hurry up. Startled, he snapped back to attention, seeing Saka's sparkling, hopeful eyes. He suddenly felt warm inside. Subaru turned and twisted the door handle. The moment the door opened, it sliced off his left hand and slashed a long cut across Suzaku's body. Subaru watched his severed arm fall and saw Suzaku's eyes losing focus. She struggled to apologize before collapsing, ignoring his bleeding arm. Subaru rushed to Suzaku, but after a few steps, he stumbled and fell. Spotting the sword wielder standing at the rainbow gate, the guy grinned wickedly, clearly not caring that he would just cut someone. Subaru was stunned. Sekio. This feeling was exactly like the overwhelming terror he would felt at the start. Panicked, Subaru reached Suzaku and cradled her with his remaining arm. He called her name repeatedly, but she did not respond. Both of them kept bleeding heavily. The demon standing at the rainbow gate casually apologized, saying weak bugs like her do not deserve to live if they can take one hit. Hearing his friend insulted, Subaru's face darkened. He stood up from the ground and as the rainbow aura swirled around him, the demon's interest was piqued. Subaru was furious, not caring about his bleeding arm. The demon's excitement peaked as well. He introduced himself as one of Vanquish's subordinates, the Demon Emperor, and said he would be Subaru's challenger. Subaru stepped through the rainbow gate, facing the Demon Emperor, who was indeed Vanquish's subordinate. Subaru closed his eyes and looked inside himself at Vanquish. He shouted, demanding to know why Vanquish's subordinate attacked him. What the hell was going on? Subaru was furious, but Vanquish remained silent. The Demon Emperor chuckled and said the Vanquish inside Subaru was not real. It was just a guide for using blood control. For questions about blood control, it would not say a word more. The Demon Emperor licked his lips, focused only on the fight. Politely, he asked. The condition to pass this trial was to wound him. He wanted to see how strong Subaru had become. Without waiting for him to finish, Subaru charged at the Demon Emperor, but the demon easily blocked Subaru's attack with his sword. He clicked his tongue, mocking Subaru's impatience. At least listen to what he has to say. The Demon Emperor slid his sword along, saying if Subaru passed the challenge, he would receive one of Vanquish's treasures, the divine sword he was holding. But Subaru was not listening. He was bloodthirsty and angry. Hearing the demon talk only made him more fired up. He just wanted to tear that demon apart. Subaru activated blood control. Several tendrils sprouted from his back, stabbing toward the demon. But the demon just jumped up and dodged easily. The demon praised Subaru's blood control, but said he was still too slow to catch him. Just as he finished, another group of tendrils rushed at the demon. He dodged again and laughed. Realizing Subaru had learned the boss's blood whip technique, he had been watching Subaru fight Vanquish for a while, and saw that Subaru could turn his enemy's fighting style into his own. Subaru grew more frustrated that he could not hit the demon. He shouted for him to stop running and fight, saying he did not have time to waste. Suzaku was still waiting. The Demon Emperor laughed heartily. Joking aside, Subaru was fuming. The demon started fighting seriously, easily slicing through all of Subaru's blood whips. Subaru froze. He did not understand how the demon could wound him. Subaru touched the cut on his face. The strike had the power of the divine sword. The Demon Emperor raised his sword proudly. Vanquish had upgraded this weapon. It was the ultimate blood sword that could pierce heaven itself. With it, Subaru's shield was as thin as paper. The Demon Emperor was standing there hopping around, when suddenly the ground shook. He sensed some fun was about to happen and got really excited. Another bunch of bloody whips shot up from the ground. The demon spun around and dodged them, letting out a grunt. This is really interesting. Subaru cracked his whip from underfoot, and the demon chuckled mischievously. He was so thrilled he burst out laughing and coughing up blood. This kid can come up with all kinds of attack moves. He might just become an outstanding warrior. The Demon Emperor kept bombarding Subaru's thorny trap. Subaru gritted his teeth. Could not believe it. He was dodging every single attack. The Demon Emperor stood right in front of Subaru. He was surprised too. He did not expect Subaru to be this skilled. Before Subaru could react, the demon punched him in the stomach, making him cry out in pain and cough up blood. The demon tossed his sword into the air, then used the momentum to punch Subaru again, almost knocking him out cold. The demon clasped his hands and shoved Subaru, sending him tumbling 26 feet away. Just then, the divine axe fell, and the demon caught it perfectly and sneered contemptuously. You think you are stronger now, so you look down on me. You are just a little frog peeing in the pond. My challenge is not a joke. The demon looked at Subaru lying motionless in the sand and urged him. If he did not get up and attack again, he would not be able to defeat him. Before he could finish, the demon healed himself. Meanwhile, Subaru stood up despite the bleeding and activated his blood armor again. Subaru ignored every word from the Demon Emperor. Sasuke's life was in danger now. He could not afford to mess around anymore. Subaru activated his blood armor once more, this time transforming it into a blood shield that covered his entire body. Subaru followed Vanquish's advice. He had to fan the flames back to life. Subaru charged at the Demon Emperor, but he dodged easily again. Not wasting a single attack, Subaru shot blood spears from behind his back, but the demon dodged with a quick step. Subaru saw his chance and lunged forward. He was not going to let this beast escape. The Demon Emperor laughed and raised his fist to counter Subaru's strike. This time, Subaru blocked his punch. The Demon Emperor was pleased. Step back. But let us see if you can handle this hit from me. Saying that, the demon swung his sword down just as Subaru threw a punch. The divine axe sliced through Subaru's arm, cutting it in half, but Subaru's arm quickly reattached in the blink of an eye, and he punched the demon right in the face. The demon turned and chopped off Subaru's other arm, but Subaru reattached it instantly and punched him again. The demon kept slashing, severing Subaru's limbs, but Subaru quickly reconnected them and fought back. The demon squinted and realized the problem. No matter how many times he cut Subaru apart, Subaru kept healing himself with his own blood. At this rate, when his mana ran out, his body would fall apart and ascend. The demon recalled his conversation with Vanquish. Vanquish praised Subaru as an interesting kid, while in pain from gaining power and biting back at him. Vanquish promised the demon would like Subaru back then. He did not believe it, but now he does. The demon emperor laughed wildly. He was starting to get to Subaru, but hurting him with such a weak attack was not enough. Demon was laughing loudly when he noticed Subaru tensing up. Subaru's aura flared, swirling around him. What the hell are you barking about? Subaru grabbed his arm and transformed it again, turning his left arm into a bloody spear. The demon emperor was the one who underestimated him. The demon was pierced through the body, bleeding blue blood. Subaru went crazy, relentlessly stabbing him. Get lost, you damn bastard. The demon was cut in half, his upper and lower bodies falling apart in different directions. He let out a scream. Is this for real? Instead of just wounding him, Subaru wanted to kill him outright. You want to jump off a cliff? Ah. You dog. Subaru was not in the mood to listen to his nonsense anymore. He urged him to hurry up and transform. The demon was getting impatient and losing his patience. Subaru knew very well that if the demon did not die, the gate would not open. He had to get Sasaka to the hospital as soon as possible. The demon emperor sighed deeply. Time outside was frozen while inside the gate. He asked Subaru what he planned to do to survive. Subaru had used his ultimate skill to heal his wounds. When his mana ran out, his body would fall apart and ascend. Subaru still did not care about himself. He could not think of any other way to defeat the demon lord. Although it was his challenge, Sasaka got involved, so at least before dying, he had to get her to the hospital. Subaru kept urging the demon lord to hurry up and die. Even though time outside had stopped, his EP kept dropping. The demon lord felt uneasy. Sasaka this. Sasaka that. Little bro got a crush. Subaru's tears streamed down his face. It was not love. He promised her they would never abandon each other. She was his first real friend. The demon lord froze, recalling when it was on the brink of death. Vanquish had saved it, swearing on Macedon's honor never to betray or abandon it. The demon lord emperor retracted its snake-like form, feeling a bit too soft. It pointed to the swirling sword over there and said to apologize. It would give Subaru the divine carving sword and its skill as a leveling up reward. Subaru was confused. He was going to die anyway. So why give him anything? The demon lord slowly vanished, assuring Subaru he would not die. The rainbow gate was inside the portal, so when Subaru leveled up, all wounds would heal. After defeating the demon lord emperor, Subaru jumped straight to level 26, receiving the divine carving sword and the seismic skill, and his blood control reached level 6. Subaru suddenly remembered something and loudly asked the demon lord if all the gate masters were monsters from the underworld. The demon lord confirmed they were all the same, and Vanquish was one of them. Seeing his time was short, the demon lord raised a hand to point and told Subaru that if one day his friend died, he should use blood stealing to save them. Before vanishing, the demon lord was very satisfied that Subaru's spirit was just like Vanquish's. The system announced the mission was over and told players to leave the gate. Subaru hurriedly carried Sasaka out of the gate, ignoring the mission or the clock, and spent the whole morning calling 911 at another gate, Moby Dick's Hediot. Julietta's team led by Hijaki Julietta was getting beaten badly. Julietta stood frozen facing the huge whale. The whale shot out water jets, knocking Julietta's team members into the sky. This whale was not even the boss. Subordinate begged Julietta for orders on how to defeat the boss, since they could not leave until most of the gate masters died. Julietta frowned and asked how many people were left, but the subordinate did not understand the question. Suddenly, Julietta turned to the subordinate with a stern look and asked how many more people had to die before they could escape. The subordinate was shocked. He never expected Julietta to abandon the team to run away, especially since Julietta had accepted the mission. Before the subordinate could finish speaking, Julietta stabbed him through the head with a sword. His expression changed. His life was far more important than those useless subordinates. Worthless pests did not deserve to live. Suddenly, a red system alert sounded. The majority of gate masters had died, and the gate would open immediately. Julietta laughed loudly, kicked the subordinate's body aside, just as other subordinates rushed over. They had also received the alert. If the gate opened now, the monsters inside would flood out. But Julietta did not care. He angrily asked why they crawled out here and ordered them to go back and stop the monsters. The subordinates, scared by the yelling, did not know how to stop the monster. Julietta did not care and turned to leave. The subordinates realized their captain's rotten ways, but as gate masters, they could not let the monster harm civilians. So they kept fighting. Outside the main gate, Julietta pushed the gate open to escape. Just as he stepped out, before he could celebrate, he got a notification that no one inside the gate survived, and the monsters would soon break out. Julietta's eyes widened. It had not even been a minute when a powerful force hit from inside the gate, knocking him back 26 feet. He fell hard, and tears and snot streaming, clutching his turtle-shaped hand, cursing his useless subordinates who could not hold out even a minute. The giant whale slipped out from the gate, Julieta got a notification that the monsters would target the gate masters inside. He screamed for help and started running for his life. On the other side, the rescue team arrived at Subaru's location. Treating Suzaka, Subaru stood nearby, heart burning with worry, silently praying Monko would be safe. Suddenly, a red notification popped up. Mission failed. The 5-star gate, Moby Dick's Hediot, has been abandoned. Time remaining, 5,837 hours. Penalty. The remaining time will be deducted from the big clock. Immediately, the time on the giant clock was cut by 240 days, leaving only 49 days. Subaru froze, not knowing who caused this. Suddenly, Julieta came running at full speed. Subaru recognized him as part of Julieta's team. He shouted, demanding the ambulance be handed over to him. Subaru did not understand what the guy was saying. Julieta grabbed Subaru's shirt, shouting that the whale was chasing him. He told Subaru to hold the monster back as long as possible so he could escape by ambulance. Then Julieta went to the medical staff, demanding the ambulance. The medics were confused. They had to prioritize the injured first, but Julieta did not care. He dragged the medic driver up, insisting his life was more important. That injured girl. Screw her. She is just a minor god. The real priority is him, the silver god. Julieta kept pushing, grabbing the medic's shirt tightly. Subaru frowned and grabbed Julieta's shoulder, telling him to wait. Julieta snapped, asking what the hell Subaru wanted. The whale had completely escaped the gate and was flying toward the city center. The God Federation started issuing warnings. An underground world monster had appeared in Meguro City. Danger level 5 stars. The initial warning was assigned to Meguro, Setagaya, and Shinagawa cities, ordering all residents in those areas to evacuate immediately to safety. Subaru turned to the medics and told them to go ahead. He entrusted Suzaka to their care. Seeing the tense situation, the medics did not hesitate and quickly loaded people into the ambulance and left. Julieta got angry seeing his rescuers just leave like that. What the hell are you doing? I am gonna kill you. Before he could finish, Subaru activated his skill, grabbed Julieta's shoulder, and said, "You wanna die? Come at me if you dare." Julieta knew he was doomed. A while later, Julieta was beaten to a pulp, hung upside down from a tree branch by Subaru. He struggled but could not break free. Now Julieta treated Subaru like a father, obediently answering all questions. He revealed the whale was targeting him, and that monsters were going after gods, who had been inside the gate. After witnessing Subaru's power, Julieta was terrified. Subaru defeated him without breaking a sweat. Julieta had never met anyone like him before. Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. That was good. As long as Julieta lived, the whale would not harm anyone else. Subaru would not let it chase Suzaka. He had to defeat it here and now. Subaru clenched his fist, controlling his blood magic to strike Julieta's face lightly. He asked what skills the whale had. Julieta honestly explained. The whale could create water jets and was super fast and strong, so they had no choice but to give up. Just then, the whale blew out a bunch of water bubbles. Julieta was scared stiff as columns of water shot toward him. Subaru did not move a step. He activated blood control, forming a rhododendron flower to block all the incoming water jets. The water evaporated instantly. Julieta was amazed. He could not believe Subaru blocked that attack. That strike could easily pierce any silver god's shield. Subaru crouched to gain momentum, glad the whale was floating in the air, allowing him to fight at full strength. Subaru surrounded himself with blood armor, launched straight up, and attacked the whale from above with a blood fist. But the attack had no effect. The whale just grew bigger. It noticed a new attacker, opened its mouth wide, and let out a deafening roar that shattered the glass of nearby skyscrapers. Subaru gritted his teeth. So this is the 5-star monster. The rank difference made his attacks ineffective. He decided to try out his new toy. He summoned the blood god's sword. At that moment, the whale opened its mouth wide, and a bunch of eyes floated out. It then launched a volley of missiles at Subaru. Subaru wielded the blood god's sword, using a third of his MP, slicing through all the missiles the whale fired. Julieta could not believe his eyes. The whale was actually pushed back. Subaru then read the blood god's sword's manual. It consumes the user's MP to slash. The more MP spent, the more slashes and higher the effectiveness. Subaru debated whether to use less MP. He still was not sure how much to spend. Of course, the previous attack was not enough to take down the whale. It came back even more aggressive, gathering a huge water sphere in its mouth, preparing to spit again. Subaru could tell from the bones how strong that hit was. You have to stop it from firing. Subaru gripped his sword, deciding to use another third of his MP to launch the next attack. The whale shattered into many pieces from the hit, and the large water mass fell, turning into heavy rain. After the bubbles cleared, a rainbow appeared. The system announced the whale was defeated, and Subaru was soaked like a drowned rat. Julieta watched the whole fight in full ed. Stunned. Could not believe this guy took down the whale with just one strike. Do not even say. He is the Golden God Lord. Subaru checked his stats again. Just as he thought. Defeating the boss outside the gate did not level him up. But thankfully it did not cause much damage. Subaru clenched his fists. He had to get to Suzaka right away. Subaru created a blood shield under his feet and took off flying. Unaware that an old man holding a camera had recorded everything he just did, the old man was just as shocked and immediately posted the video on the Bluebird app, promising to cause a social media storm. At Senagawa Hospital, Suzaka was in critical condition. When Subaru arrived, Suzaka had already been taken to the morgue. He lifted the cloth and saw her lying still. Falling into despair, he collapsed to the floor and started blaming himself. Everything was his fault. Suzaka got caught up in this because of him. Subaru got angry thinking about that rotten corpse. But then remembered what the dead guy said before dying. If your friend ever ascends, just use blood steel. Subaru snapped out of it, opened his skill menu, and scrolled through, activating the skill currently unlocked. Resurrect a close God Lord friend by turning them into a relative. Effective for 1 hour after death. The current target, Amamiya Suzaka, had 17 seconds left before the time ran out. Subaru straightened up. That meant Suzaka could come back to life. But the countdown kept ticking down. With 15 seconds left, Subaru did not hesitate and adjusted the blood steel skill, silently hoping it would activate in time. A red aura enveloped Suzaka as the seconds ticked away. When the last second ended, the red aura around Suzaka vanished. Subaru turned pale just as 2 others suddenly rushed in, shouting and calling out to Suzaka. They were Suzaka's 2 older sisters, faces covered in dirt. Pushing Subaru aside to get close to their sister, the eldest sister exclaimed this was why she told Suzaka not to be a god lord anymore. The second sister could not stop crying. Unable to believe their sister was dead, Subaru was speechless. Only then did the eldest sister notice him and ask who he was. Subaru hesitated, heart-aching thinking of Suzaka. Tears streaming down his face as he said he was Suzaka's friend. The eldest sister immediately flew into a rage and attacked Subaru. He did not resist. Through tears, she accused him of dragging Suzaka into dangerous missions. They never wanted to abandon Suzaka. They were just waiting until they were strong enough to come back and protect her. They were almost there. But someone like Subaru showed up and took their sister's life away. The eldest sister was about to land another blow on Suzaka when a sudden noise behind them caught their attention. Suzaka's cold corpse suddenly rose into the air, a red mark appearing on the back of her neck. Suzaka gradually transformed into a different form and landed on the ground, leaving everyone stunned. Suzaka looked at her furious older sisters and told them to take their dirty hands off Subaru. Then she lunged to attack the eldest sister, who froze, confused. Luckily, Subaru quickly blocked Suzaka's strike without him. The eldest sister would have been done for. Subaru blocked Suzaka's attack. Trembling how was she this strong, Suzaka immediately released her grip, knelt down, and apologized to Subaru. The 2 sisters watched this. Feeling uneasy, Subaru turned pale, terrified what the hell was going on. He asked Suzaka if she really was her. Suzaka confirmed she had been resurrected as a relative thanks to Subaru's special skill. She had no memories of before but would obey Subaru absolutely. Subaru stood frozen in fear. Suzaka's 2 sisters darkened their faces and refused to accept it, activating their own special skills. They called Subaru a sick bastard and demanded to know what he had done to their sister. Subaru broke out in a cold sweat, confused and unsure what to do. Suzaka then added, asking if he really was that sick bastard. Subaru shook his head and sat down. Of course not. Suzaka is now Subaru's subordinate. She draws her sword, ready to attack the 2 older sisters. Subaru hurriedly stops her, shouting loudly, with no other choice. He uses his special skill to pin Suzaka's 2 older sisters against the wall, then drags Suzaka running out fast. Subaru runs while muttering, that rotten guy. What kind of skill is that? That is not even Suzaka anymore. Suzaka, dragged away and confused, wonders if Subaru is not planning to take out those 2 just now. Subaru ignores Suzaka's question. Now he does not know what to do next. He has to ask Suzaka about that strange relative involved in the blood theft. When they reach the main hall, Subaru deals with the situation after seeing himself exposed on the big screen. His face turns pale. He never expected someone to record his fight with that whale. While stunned, someone suddenly approaches, telling Subaru he is about to become a celeb. The 2 who arrive are Shikishima Ryu and Udu Ryusi, ranked 2nd and 3rd among the Golden Divine Lords. Shikishima grits his teeth in frustration. I already knew that Tega has an older brother. Subaru gets even more nervous seeing them arrive. It seems there is not just these 2 but someone else too. The important person always shows up last, and that is Hirasaka Renji, the leader among the Golden Divine Lords. Hirasaka Renji politely tells Subaru he is suspected of damaging commercial property in Shinagawa City and attempting to assassinate a Divine Lord who is his classmate. They invite him to come along for further discussion. Subaru obviously knows this guy. He is the idol from his childhood, the strongest Divine Lord in Japan. He never imagined he would get to meet him like this. Subaru tenses up, ready to protect Sasaka behind him. Harasaka smiles and explains that Subaru's issues have already been handled. Subaru and Sasaka are invited into a car with the 3 others. He tells them everything that happened to him over the past 2 days. He recounts all he knows but still can't figure out why he is no longer under suspicion. Shikishima tosses a tablet to Subaru, asking if he knows how many surveillance cameras there are in Tokyo. First, the vandalism around the shopping area was recorded from start to finish. Subaru was the victim targeted by the troublemakers. Next was the attempted assassination of Kunisaki. The door that could make him a divine lord appeared, and Kunisaki's twins and 2 others at the scene testified for him. Subaru never expected those 2 bullies to vouch for him. Obviously, he is no longer a suspect. Moreover, news that Subaru defeated a 5-star monster without causing casualties has spread everywhere, making him a hero now. The word hero feels so foreign to Subaru. He never thought he would become one. After hearing Subaru's story, Shikishima realizes a lot, and the mystery about the troublemakers is solved. Arikitai only has one special skill, the Golden Arm. A divine lord stealing a door from another divine lord, regardless of rank, means the second door will never appear. That is how they know Subaru. This is probably why the troublemakers keep him close to steal again if another door appears. Subaru finally understands everything. No wonder the troublemakers want to let him go. They want to do exactly that. The Golden Divine Lords take Subaru down to the basement under the 6th floor of the main building, that is the solitary prison for Divine Lord dissenters. When Arikitai the troublemaker sees them, his eyes blaze with anger. He calls Subaru with a tone full of mockery. Since he is locked up with a Golden Divine Lord at seal, he can't do anything. Shikishima kicks the prison door hard. He has hated this jerk for a long time, and after hearing Subaru's story, he will keep investigating based on his testimony. The troublemaker goes crazy, banging on the prison door, non-stop asking about Subaru's parents. He swears he will tear apart low-life scum like Subaru and claims all of Subaru's doors belong to him. Subaru feels slapped in the face by the troublemaker's insults, but does not react at all. Even though Sasaka beside him is furious, Subaru remains calm as still water, which he finds strange himself, though standing before a hateful, aggressive troublemaker. His heart does not stir at all. The troublemaker gets even angrier seeing Subaru's lack of reaction. How dare a lowlife like Subaru look at him like that? He can accept it. Subaru does not want to hear the troublemaker's nonsense anymore. He turns and walks away, leaving the troublemaker shouting behind him nonstop. Udu watched Subaru leave and asked if it was really okay for him to just walk away like that. Hirasaka Chiyu stared at the tablet. He was also planning to give Subaru some privileges. They needed him to get stronger since there was news that a 6-star gate had appeared. Subaru brought 2 stars to the front desk to exchange for money. The guide confirmed Subaru exchanged them for 300,000 yen. Plus he was given an extra 20 million yen for defeating the 5-star monster. Goosebumps ran down Subaru's skin as the receptionist handed him a black card. Subaru was granted additional privileges from the Federation. When he showed this black card, places like hotels and convenience stores under the Federation could be used for free. Subaru still did not understand what was going on when the people behind him started gossiping. They admired Subaru for single-handedly defeating a blue whale and immediately getting special privileges. Subaru was a bit skeptical about his newfound fame. The guide was the one telling everyone about him now. Subaru had gotten stronger. Power, money, and fame all were in his hands now. The guide then asked what Subaru wanted to do from now on. In basement number 6, the chicken-handed guy was still going crazy, unable to calm down, constantly asking about everyone's parents. The elevator door opened again, and someone came down. She swung out golden chains that immobilized the chicken-handed guy, who collapsed to the ground. The newcomer was the 4th Golden Lord, Kinokawa Sakura, the same receptionist from earlier. Her real name and face were a secret. She worked as a receptionist by her own choice. The chicken-handed guy was nearly breaking a sweat. Kinokawa squeezed the chain tighter, preventing him from saying anything more. The chicken-handed guy now realized a bitter truth. Subaru had become overwhelmingly strong, having passed through 2 gates, and with that indifferent attitude. He did not even acknowledge the chicken-handed guy, which was like an insult to him, something he could not accept. The chicken-handed guy gritted his teeth and started shaking the world, thinking it had abandoned him. He wished everyone would just die. His hatred for the world summoned a dark gate. Kinokawa was shocked to see the dark gate appear, and sharply demanded to know what the chicken-handed guy had done. Only then did the chicken-handed guy notice the gate behind him, which emitted countless resentful groans. Striking a nerve with him, the gate attacked him, pulling him inside with an arm that promised to wipe out everyone. Numerous arms emerged from the gate, grabbing the chicken-handed guy, trying to drag him in. Kinokawa, of course, would not let that happen. She activated her golden chains to hold him, but the chains were broken instantly by the gate's dark energy. The energy attacked Kinokawa, gradually corroding her limbs. The chicken-handed guy was thrilled to see her easily defeated. What kind of monstrous power was this? The gate hit the chicken-handed guy's weak spot, promising him this power as he slowly sank into the gate. Subaru and Sasaka were training on a rooftop. Seeing his owner looking down, Sasaka asked if something was bothering him. Subaru rested his hands on his chin, thinking back to Kinokawa's question. Money, power, and fame all were in his hands now. What did he want to do next? Subaru suddenly sat up, glanced at Sasaka beside him, and asked what he should call her now. Calling her Sasaka felt a bit strange. Sasaka told him to just call her Saya. Subaru then asked if there was a way for her to become the old Sasaka again. Seeing Subaru so troubled, Saya immediately understood. The body she was using belonged to someone important to him. Saya asked if she could see the stats of Subaru's bloodthirsty skill. Since their souls were connected, she could see the stats. Saya looked at the stats and pointed to the unopened level 35. She guessed the third gate would appear when he acquired a new skill. If there was a way to bring the real Sasaka back, it would be best to ask the people on the other side of the gate. Subaru understood too. It was best to meet Vanquish, the one who gave him the skill, to ask. Subaru regained his spirit and stood up. For now, he had to focus on leveling up. He was currently level 26 and needed to hunt more monsters. Subaru used a skill to exchange for a new jacket. Now he had to find the new gate. He had to meet Vanquish as soon as possible. The two arrived at a gate on a street, and the shop owner thanked him before closing up. The gate appeared naturally in front of the shop. Since then, the owner's business had declined, and he could not believe that the famous savior Subaru had come here. Subaru shyly scratched his head, opened the door, and turned back to ask Saya if he wanted to come in. Saya explained that he is a relative of Subaru's, so as long as Subaru is alive, he will serve him. Saya showed Subaru the stats sheet. Subaru gasped, surprised that Saya could also use blood control, and wondered why his own EP was 0. Saya explained that relatives live off their master's MP, and can also use the master's MP to activate special moves. Subaru realized that Saya was now twice as strong as Tega and 20 times stronger than Sasaka. The two started walking through the gate, a 3-star gate called the Underworld Mountain. Right after entering, Saya suggested borrowing Subaru's Semp, wanting to test her power and let her do whatever she wanted. Saya activated blood control, upgraded her blood ring, and a huge circle appeared in midair. Saya seemed like a different person. Fierce and wild in the front, ferocious and ruthless in the back, unleashing all her strength on the demons. Subaru admired her, saying she was pretty impressive. Saya retracted the blood ring, noting that this technique was useless against high-level opponents, so it was only moderately effective. The small shrimp demons were all wiped out, and the boss appeared. This time Subaru volunteered to fight, summoning a god to quickly finish off the boss. After completing the mission, they stepped out of the gate. It took exactly 10 minutes. The old man who saw them enter and leave was surprised so fast. After clearing the 3-star gate, Subaru leveled up to 28. Just as he expected, the 3-star gate was not too hard, and he was ready to tackle the 4-star gate next. While still dazed, Subaru heard someone calling. He turned to see Shikishima from the Golden God Lord's group sitting and waiting for him. Shikishima praised him, saying breaking the 3-star gate in 10 minutes was impressive. Subaru asked why he was here. Shikishima sat down in front of him and scolded him for not checking the announcements. Shikishima gave him bad news. The chicken hand had escaped. It happened late last night and has not made the news yet. But one of the Golden God Lords was crushed. Subaru panicked. No way. Who got hurt? Shikishima said it was the anonymous 4th Golden God Lord, the one who used the golden chains to suppress the chicken hand. Shikishima kindly gave him more info. The real name of number 4 is Kinokawa Sakura, someone Subaru had already met. Only now did Subaru realize the pink-haired girl, always sitting at the reception desk, was Golden God Lord number 4. Currently unconscious. Cameras, surveillance, and prison data were all destroyed, so there is no evidence. Based on danger level, Golden God Lords form teams of 2 or more to break gates. Subaru pointed to himself, meaning he was now a Golden God Lord too. Shikishima crossed his legs, saying Subaru's Rainbow Gate was even stronger than the Golden Gate. He told him to pick any gate he wanted to break and team up with him for a while. Subaru obediently agreed. Shikishima volunteered to team up with him, telling him not to disappoint him because the chicken hand's first target would definitely be Subaru. Just mentioning that guy made Shikishima furious, crushing the bottle in his hand. The two arrived at the 4-star gate called the Saw Pit. Shikishima Ryu was the 2nd strongest Golden God Lord after Harasaka Renji. Even though enemies got 10 times stronger with each star increase, it was still easy for him. Subaru smiled awkwardly, unsure if he was really needed. Theoretically, Shikishima could shoot invisible bullets from his fingertip, but it did not seem that invisible. His 50th special move, Lu Hoyan, unleashed devastating attacks that turned the sky blue. After clearing this gate, they moved on to another. Shikishima took out several monsters with one strike. Subaru knew none of the monsters here were weak anymore. The monster defeated announcements kept sounding off. Annoying Shikishima. Golden God Lords had to follow certain rules in the real world outside the gates. They were strictly forbidden from using any special moves, except the first one, because the others caused massive damage. After finishing off the small monsters, Shikishima led the group confidently to kill the boss. All Golden God Lords in Japan, once recognized as masters of the Golden Gate, were titled the Seven Knights. Shikishima's power came from a tech soldier. Shikishima told Subaru to get ready to pick the next gate. He planned to break 3 more gates before the day ended. With a sigh, Shikishima cleared the big boss of a 4-star gate. The 3 of them got back into the car and headed to the next location. Shikishima grumbled. 52 minutes. Not bad. Subaru thought he was stronger, like the true Golden Lords on a whole different level. Shikishima wiped out the 4-star boss in an instant. That is what they call outing. Shikishima told him he would handle the next one himself. They arrived at another 4-star gate, the glass waterfall. This gate had a special terrain. Shikishima walked on, annoyed, warning Subaru to be careful. In this stage, even low-level lords could not move. Only the boss could navigate this special terrain. Just as he finished speaking, a cat jumped out from the glass shards. Subaru was ready. Alert. The cat ambushed from above, leaping straight at Subaru's head. But he quickly summoned his divine chisel and sliced off one of the cat's legs. Shikishima perked up. That was the sword from the video. Turns out it could cut the 4-star boss. The kid's got some skills. Subaru was struggling after just one hit, blood all over his face. Looking pale. This boss was even stronger than Thema. Maybe many times stronger. Without the divine chisel, he would be done for. Subaru was about to strike again when he noticed the cat's severed leg slowly regenerating, growing a new one. Subaru sniffed. What the hell? It is regenerating. The cat swung its leg at Subaru again, but this time he jumped to dodge. Subaru quickly assessed the situation. The divine chisel no longer worked. He was burning too much mep with no effect on this boss. Seiya saw things going south and wanted to help, but Tsukishima stopped him. He sat there, chin in hand, watching the drama unfold. Seiya glanced at him sideways, asking if he planned to abandon Subaru. Tsukishima clicked his tongue. I am not crawling on all fours here. I will step in when the kid's about to lose. Tsukishima felt lucky Subaru was facing a side boss, even though the Rainbow Gate was stronger than the Golden one. But if a lord just relied on stats, it would be pointless. He needed to see Subaru's real potential. Meanwhile, Subaru was cornered. This terrain countered his blood control. There was nothing to latch onto with his ropes. Using mist would not work either. The constant strong wind from the waterfall would blow it away. Traps were useless. The enemy was too big, and targeting it would drain too much mep. Subaru jumped, trying to blind the cat with blood control, but the cat perfectly countered. It targeted so precisely it did not rely on sight. The cat knocked Subaru flying, and he crashed to the ground. Tsukishima started getting annoyed. What the hell is this? Things are not looking good. This kid's too green. First time facing a weird boss like this. This is what happens. Guess I expected too much. Kara still trusted its owner. She told Tsukishima not to underestimate Subaru. He would found a way to fight back. On the other side, the battle shifted. Subaru hooked a rope onto the cat. If he could not use terrain, he would go straight for the cat. This cat had no joints or senses. It was like a blue slime in cat form. Attacks without the divine chisel should affect it. Subaru used the Thema skill he would been given the other day, a secret move. A deadly punch that could destroy targets from within. Subaru applied his knowledge in practice, combining a swipe with the deadly punch to attack the cat. The cat was damaged from the inside. Subaru wrapped it with blood threads, using the force of a destructive spring to smash its face. If it could regenerate, he would done it himself before. Subaru seriously looked cool, using Ep to regenerate. Sorry, but I am not letting you do that. I will keep crushing you. Shikishima was surprised. The kid figured out the enemy's traits in a short time. And more than that, he combined the first and second secret skills. He would heard Subaru could control blood, but this Eric Subaru had an even more unique attack style. Shikishima exclaimed, "This kid's crazy." Seiya was extremely proud. Subaru and the glass cat exchanged hundreds of deadly blows, both getting exhausted. Shikishima stood below, calling up, promising Subaru sushi if he defeated the cat. Seiya scoffed, thinking his master would not be so easily swayed by food, but the truth proved otherwise. Hearing about the food fired Subaru up. He bounced forward like a spring, making the cat yawl. Subaru successfully broke the 4-star gate, leveling up to 31, with accompanying skills improving too. Shikishima took Subaru out for sushi as promised, telling him, "How long are you going to keep staring? Eat up." Subaru's eyes lit up as he stared at the sushi on the tray, not wanting to eat it yet, wanting to look a little longer. Subaru was so moved that tears and snot streamed down his face. It was the first time in his life he had ever seen sushi, and he was truly happy. Seiya, who was wrestling with the cat nearby, also sighed. Thinking Subaru must have had a really tough time before, Shikishima suddenly felt a headache coming on. Watching Seiya's sharp glare. Thinking, this is a high-class bar. You know, who would have thought that these two would tame a crystal spirit after defeating it, after beating the boss? You can get rewards. Like Hirosaka's earrings and that punk's leather jacket. Subaru's red sword is kind of like that too. Subaru. Craving food. Suddenly remembered and looked toward the cat stretching and yawning. Wondering what use it had, Shikishima suggested he name it. It is rare to get an underworld monster as a pet, and Subaru was hesitant inside. He asked to name the cat Sushi, and the cat looked just as clueless. Its crystal spirit name suddenly turned into Crystal Sushi. Shikishima urged him to eat quickly. Sushi tastes best fresh, not just staring at it forever. Just as Subaru was about to take his first bite of sushi, the ground shook violently. Shikishima got annoyed. What the hell now? Sure enough, something was wrong. A monster escaped from the gate. Subaru jumped up, ready to fight, and Shikishima adjusted his outfit. That is why I told you to eat faster. The monster this time was a hawk, carrying a girl flying in the sky. Just as it was showing off, Shikishima and Seiya shot its wings with golden guns and blood rings, breaking both wings. Subaru suddenly jumped on the bird's head and stabbed through it with blood control. The bird, still struggling to breathe, let go of the girl hostage, who fell freely below. Subaru caught her with blood control. The girl's eyes sparkled as she looked at her rescuer. Subaru landed gently and asked if she was hurt. She said she was fine and kept thanking him. Just then, someone Subaru knew ran over. It was Saotari, the guy who used to bully him. Subaru was scared to see him, even more surprised. The girl Subaru just saved was Saotari's little sister. Seeing the two seem familiar, she asked if her brother knew Subaru. Shikishima also recognized Saotari and called out, "That is the kid we interrogated the other day. I know Saotari's one of Subaru's bullies." "Why are not you thanking Subaru?" Saotari, feeling poked, was about to say why thank a stinky bug, but quickly corrected himself, no longer calling Subaru a bug. Saotari's sister, on the other hand, smiled happily and thanked Subaru, while Saotari got defensive, telling his sister she did not have to thank that guy. His sister snapped back, "You should thank him for saving you. What is so embarrassing about that?" Saotari was speechless, then turned to threaten Subaru, saying if Subaru wanted revenge, he would post a video of him peeing online. But Subaru did not react. He smiled calmly, making Saotari's words fall flat. Saotari grabbed his collar, blaming him, wishing his door was stronger. Instead of arguing, Subaru thanked Saotari for proving he was not the culprit and walked past him. Subaru eagerly urged Shikishima to go back and finish the sushi, and the three of them left together. Saotari's sister noticed her brother acting strange and grabbed his shirt, asking what was wrong. Saotari hung his head in shame, blaming himself for being pathetic. When the three returned to the sushi place, they saw a closed sign because of the monster's appearance. Subaru's spirits sank, and Shikishima quickly promised to bring him back next time. The next day, Saotari sat dazed in class, watching old videos of him bullying Subaru. Then without hesitation, deleted them all. His blue-haired friend curiously asked if he would deleted the bullying videos of Subaru from before. Saotari thought about it and agreed if Subaru came back for revenge, it would be scary. Saotari frowned and muttered it was not that. The blue-haired friend asked why. Saotari looked out the window and suddenly saw something shocking, pulling his friend to look too. At that moment, Subaru got a call from Shikishima. When he answered, he heard that the punk was at his school, and they had to go immediately. Saotari was happily teasing a message from his sister, promising to make a cake, when his blue-haired friend pulled him to look out the window. When he peeked out, he saw a familiar face. Ariax. Immediately, a series of dark gates appeared beside them. Tega announced to all the divine lords in the school that the dark gates would grant them new powers, strong enough to rival the golden divine lords. He urged everyone to enter the gate quickly. They would receive new powers and join his team. On Subaru's side, Shikishima irritably held up a photo of Tega's father. He had just received a notification from the school 3 minutes ago. The photo was secondary. The main issue was that this jerk dared to mess with his hairstyle. Subaru asked what the black gate behind Tega was. Shikishima was tall and knew it was deadly serious, but he had a bad feeling about it. They had to get there as fast as possible. At the school, Saotari and his friend stood watching the dark gate. Right after the announcement, they still did not fully trust it. If they went through that gate, would they really join Tega's army? Saotari stayed silent until suddenly Tega appeared behind him, asking what he was waiting for. The others also freaked out at Tega's sudden appearance. Tega started lecturing again, blaming their weakness on themselves. Didn't they think it was unfair that there was a gap between divine lords even though they all passed the same trials? Hadn't they ever wondered why it was not them when they saw the golden divine lords being loved by everyone? Tega urged them to step into the gate quickly to show the golden divine lords what a real festival looked like. Saotari froze, recalling his past when he was little. He and his little sister were abandoned by their parents in a room full of traps. The two siblings relied on each other to survive. He did not want his sister to cry, so he did everything to find food, enduring every fight and beating at the trap-filled wasteland to bring food back for her. In the freezing winter, Sawatari walked alone in the snow. His eyes stopped on a house where a family of 3 was celebrating their child's birthday. The mother saw Sawatari and openly showed contempt. Feeling disgusted, she quickly pulled the curtains to block him from looking inside. Sawatari sighed in despair, exhausted and collapsing. If he died, what would happen to Kana? Why was it that just as he fell, the bronze gate appeared before his eyes? Sawatari asked confusedly why Tega did that. Tega, also a golden divine lord, openly admitted he stole that gate. Subaru was the chosen one. The gates choose those with pure souls. There was no way his soul was weaker than Subaru's. And that was not all. That bastard got the rainbow gate. No way. That Subaru had to stay beneath him his whole life. That is why he would overturn this world with the dark gate that chose him. Tega asked if Sawatari wanted revenge on Subaru. He urged him to come with him to crush Subaru completely. Sawatari thought silently that if he refused, Tega would definitely kill him on the spot. He thought of his sister's message and told himself he was not done yet. He turned to his friend and said, "Let us go in together," suddenly feeling his pocket vibrate. Sawatari pulled out his phone to check the message. It was a reply from his sister to his earlier message. Sawatari read it and froze. His sister thought he was a good person. He remembered when he got the bronze gate. At that time, he thought he could finally give his sister something to eat. Sawatari started walking proudly through the school. He had to show everyone not to underestimate him. After hearing that Tega had come to school, he realized he could not be the boss of the school anymore. But at the same time, he heard that Tega's older brother was in their class, but was just an ordinary person. Sawatari began bullying Subaru. He painfully denied being a good person. Because he was weak. He did terrible things to those weaker than him. Sawatari felt pathetic. Even though Kana was a good girl, she had such a terrible older brother like him. Sawatari turned to his friend and told him to make dinner for his sister tonight. The blue-haired friend did not understand what he meant but agreed. He opened his eyes wide, looking at Sawatari. Sawatari used a special technique toward Tega, then turned to the blue-haired friend and asked him to apologize to Subaru on his behalf. Tega looked like he was watching something extremely funny. Sawatari told the blue-haired friend to hurry up and go. The blue-haired friend quickly grabbed his bag and rushed out of the classroom, repeatedly reminding Sawatari not to die on him. Tega, bored, asked why Sawatari did not follow him. Yesterday, Subaru saved Sawatari's little sister. But instead of being grateful, he thanked him. He hated how pathetic he was. But at the same time, he thought no matter how many terrible things happen in the world from now on, as long as Subaru is around, everything will be okay. Tega scratched his head and jumped down from the windowsill. He did not really get it. It was so embarrassing that Sawatari wanted to be friends with the guy he used to bully. Sawatari did not care how shameful he was. But he was sure Subaru had such a big heart that he did not mind it at all. Sawatari smiled with satisfaction. Arik Tega. Truly pathetic. Sure enough, after hearing those words, Tega lunged forward and grabbed Sawatari's head. In his last moments, Sawatari thought of his little sister and felt proud that he made her smile. That was the only good thing he ever did. Subaru rushed in, bursting through the window into the classroom to attack Tega. He froze, seeing Sawatari lying in a pool of blood. Subaru went crazy and punched Tega, sending him crashing through the wall and out. Tega used his golden arm to block the blow. He smirked, mocking, "That fight with you came way too fast." Subaru pinned Tega down, glaring as he demanded to know why Tega sent Sawatari to his death. He thought about little Kana, not caring about Sawatari. But no matter what kind of person he was, someone was still waiting for him. Tega was fired up and shouted with excitement, ready to unleash all his power and wipe Subaru out himself. Tega used his golden arm to block Subaru's strike. Subaru's armor shattered under Tega's blow, and Tega's golden arm was not doing much better. It started cracking too. Tega stepped forward slowly, planning to use another move. It was a bit early, but he wanted to finish Subaru off as fast as possible. Just as he was about to strike, a bullet from Shikishima whizzed past his face, stopping him in his tracks. Shikishima and 2 other Golden Divine Masters had arrived, blood boiling in his head. Shikishima challenged Tega to fight if he was so good. Tega smirked, recalling the past with the ult. This was the second time these Golden Divine Masters had trapped him like this. He burst out laughing at the ridiculous faces of the Divine Masters. Tega laughed harshly, sure that taking down the 4th Golden Divine Master woman had broken the fragile hearts of the others. Shikishima was even angrier than before, and the other 2 were no better. Harasaka moved like lightning, slashing off Tega's golden arm. Tega had not even stopped smiling before pain hit him hard, blood spraying everywhere. But he did not care. He turned to mock Harasaka. That is the first time I have ever seen that confused look on your face. Harasaka's face darkened. He thought of Kinokawa. And it seemed he was so angry even he was surprised. Harasaka was full of fierce energy. Subaru could not read any of his moves, he was like a flash of light. This was the true power of Japan's top golden divine master. Harasaka turned to ask Subaru if he was hurt. Subaru said he was fine. Little Tega ignored Harasaka completely. Long's pride was wounded. He focused his power, creating a giant arm from his shattered one and attacked Harasaka. Harasaka's sword shattered to pieces. At the same time, the third golden divine master activated his second ultimate skill, isolating Tega inside a golden wall. Golden divine masters were strictly forbidden from using any ultimate skills outside the gate, especially the first one. Udo knew this but was ready to accept the punishment. Shikishima raised his gun and told Subaru to get away from Tega. He and C simultaneously activated their golden divine master ultimate skills gunfire and blood rings attacking Tega. But the bullets vanished into thin air, and the blood rings were crushed instantly. The golden wall Udo created also shattered. Tega swaggered out. Surprise, even a 5-star monster could not break Udo's golden wall. So that thing had defeated the fourth golden divine master. Kinokawa. Harasaka landed beside Udo. He said the blood and smoke from Tega were not just for offense or defense. Surely his skill had a special effect. But if they could not figure out what it was, they were doomed. Udo's face darkened. He asked Harasaka for permission to use other ultimate skills, saying things would only get worse if they kept going like this. Harasaka raised his hand to stop him, saying if he allowed it, countless civilians would get caught in the crossfire, and Tega definitely wanted that to happen. Shikishima also felt a headache coming on. If there was no other way, he would break the rules. But first, there was nothing he could do. Seeing the special effect in Tega's skill, his bullets vanished like they were burned up, and Seiya and Udo's ultimate skills were crushed. According to those quacks, Kinokawa's limbs would shatter in an instant. Shikishima seemed to have figured something out, his pupils dilating wide. Tega on the other side went even more berserk, spewing out a cloud of black smoke. It was determined to go down in human history as the one who spread the most fear. Its original plan was to hang all the golden gods up for the world to admire, and then tear every last one of them apart. Suddenly, Subaru lunged forward, catching everyone off guard. He had realized Tega's secret technique. It could control time. Time sped up around anything it touched. Shikishima shouted for him not to enter that smoke village, but Subaru charged straight in anyway. Tega was extremely pleased, ready for battle. It was sure that as soon as Subaru stepped in, he would be done for in a flash. Bugs like him were only good for that. They exchanged blows. A loud explosion rang out. Shikishima tensed up, worried for Subaru. But Subaru was fine. He punched Tega right in the face, shattering it. To use blood control, the user must convert into blood to manipulate it. Right now, Subaru was constantly renewing his blood flow, making Tega's technique useless against him. Tega froze, clutching his nose as blood poured out. He could not believe he would have been hurt by a punch like that. Subaru had reached a new level. The times he feared Tega were over, and now he was ready to show Tega what full power looked like. Subaru's entire body was wrapped in a new, insanely cool armor. Blood control version 2. Immortal. Tega went berserk, summoning a bunch of other shadow doors, surrounding the Golden Gods Council. The doors emitted a black smoke village that could crush anything it touched. It was the first time they would seen a skill that could summon those doors. Tega laughed like a madman. Since he could not beat Subaru, he would try another tactic. If Subaru alone could block the smoke village, it was useless. He would turn the others into dust first. Subaru looked at Seiya, then thought of Suzaka falling before him. He closed his eyes, then opened them, radiating a powerful rainbow aura. Subaru stared at Tega like he was looking at death itself. You better not lay a finger on my friend right in front of me, you bastard. Deep in Subaru's heart, a fire of rage flared up. He activated the technique under the Radiant Light skill, one of the 3 strongest skills Vanquish gave him, boosting all abilities by 30% when the user is angry. In their first fight, this move did not work due to the level gap, but now Subaru had grown stronger, and the skill took effect. They charged and punched fiercely. Tega was on the back foot, getting hit repeatedly and forced to raise his arms in defense. Tega was panting hard, his arm broken, writhing in pain. Unable to land a single hit, Subaru wrapped a blood whip tightly around Tega's arm. Tega struggled, constantly emitting black aura. Tega could not believe it, even in another life, that this weaker Subaru could be above him. Subaru stomped on his head, then landed an uppercut that sent him flying. After getting Blood Armor version 2, Subaru's skills skyrocketed. He used skill ranking to enhance his nervous system. That way, his tentacles moved more naturally than when he controlled them with his fingers. Tega got pummeled by the tentacles, falling to the ground like a sack of potatoes. A groan came from the shadow doors. The owner of the doors using blood control was not Karen or Judith. Out of all the people, it was Vanquish. The current Tega still had a chance to win. Shikishima realized things were bad. He shouted at Subaru to stop fighting and capture Tega. They still had a lot to extract from him. Subaru snapped back to reality. No longer clueless about the black smoke over there, Shikishima told C to use blood control like Subaru to cut through the smoke. They successfully escaped the shadow door's encirclement. Shikishima analyzed everything in an instant. To make the black smoke vanish, they needed to trigger a reaction like a chemical one. Once the molecules of mist and smoke reacted, both would evaporate completely. The shadow door on the other side chuckled. An eye peeking out from the gate. The shadow door's target was to destroy the giant clock hanging in the sky. Shikishima asked how to break it. The gate chuckled, refusing to say. If Tega were just a bit smarter, this would be easier. The shadow door brought a prophecy. Harasaka Renji, Shikishima Ryu, and Udo Ryusai, all three would be defeated by Tega in the near future. I do not know what the future holds. But right now Tega is unconscious and completely out of it. Shikishima is still cocky, acting like he is not scared at all. Subaru thinks that prophecy is bullshit because he won let it happen. The dark door giggles, moving closer to Subaru to get a better look. It knows he is the embodiment of vanquish. Something special and hard to deal with. Subaru asks the dark door who it is, and it replies that it is Kokodaji, the dark emperor of the underworld. Kokoji's ambition is to change the world, so it decides to destroy the current world, including its inhabitants. Subaru can't listen any longer. Kokoji's words are as noisy as barking dogs. He raises his hand to attack the door, but it suddenly disappears. All the black smoke flies toward Tega, enveloping him. Subaru finally realizes he has been tricked. He fell for it. The other Golden Lords quickly fire at Tega, but it is too late. Both Kokojiji and Tega have escaped without a trace. C sneers. Can't he believe the three Golden Lords let them get away? Shikishima snaps, yelling that he can move only because he is being restrained. He has been watching the two enemies, who appeared on the rooftop during Subaru and Tega's fight. Those two came through the dark door. He senses their power even surpasses Tega's. After Kokoji helped Tega escape, it kept tormenting the kid. Kokoji whispers in Tega's ear, calling him pathetic, weak, dumb, and ugly. It knows Tega's deepest wishes to be stronger, smarter, and more handsome. Kokoji both mocks and comforts Tega, tearing down his pride, then promising to grant him power and reshape him as he wishes. Kokoji holds Tega in its grasp, then drifts off to meet new subordinates. They are all here for one goal, to get stronger. Kokoji laughs harshly, stretching out an arm, promising to transform them all to a whole new level by destroying everything. Sawatari died. His funeral was quiet. His sister was like a lifeless shell, just standing there holding his photo tight. Shima delivered Sawatari's final apologies to Subaru. He could not hold back tears as he comforted Sawatari's sister, Kana, tears streaming down his face. Since Tega appeared, no new dark doors have opened. But now, only 5 Golden Lords remain at school, and a few people have gone missing in the city suspected of joining the enemy. Subaru's plan is to keep getting stronger and ask about Sasaka during the next inspection. He is also preparing to break through the gate again. Shikishima takes a sip of water, teasing Subaru about that kiss. Subaru boldly declares he will get stronger and protect them all. Subaru blushes awkwardly. Shikishima, looking fond, tells him he will enter the gate with Harasaka tomorrow. The next day, in Asakusa, Taito City, Tokyo, Harasaka, bright and cheerful, is already waiting for Subaru. Since Shikishima and Subaru fight differently, he has nothing to teach him. From what he has seen, Subaru's close combat skills are solid, but his swordsmanship is still lacking. So he asked Harasaka to train him. Subaru is thrilled. He can't believe he will get to break through the gate with Japan's strongest client. He is sure he will learn a lot. Subaru tries to compliment Harasaka's hairstyle today, but Harasaka just says he just rolled out of bed, making Subaru feel super embarrassed. After walking a while, they reach a gate and run into another team, a platinum team from the cheerful Yamada Club. They claim they have already claimed this gate. Harasaka checks the numbers, smiles brightly, and says he is at the wrong gate. His gate is in Narima City. Subaru groans. Narima. That is an hour away by train. An hour and a half later, they arrive in Narima City, ready to conquer the 4-star gate in the mysterious forest. Harasaka smiles warmly, giving Subaru some solid advice. Do not let your guard down. The star rating on the gate is just an estimate of difficulty. This advice would be really helpful if Harasaka had not just slipped into a swamp while saying it. Subaru panics, unsure whether to help him or let him get out on his own. Harasaka sank deep into the mud, waiting for a while, but there was no sign of movement. Earlier, Shikishima had warned Subaru 100 times to be extremely cautious of Harasaka. He looks smart and like the kind of guy who can do everything, but aside from strength, he can't do a damn thing. Subaru thought life was ridiculous. His lifelong idol turned out to be like this. Subaru was about to use blood control to pull Harasaka up when suddenly an Iron Ant appeared and Hirasaka peeked out from the mud. He used his giant sword technique to take down the iron ant in one blow, sighed in relief, thinking, "Thank God. I thought I was about to meet my ancestors." Hirasaka Renji is the strongest golden lord in Japan. He is famous for his good looks and decent behavior. And anyone who has known him long would agree with Subaru that it is a relief Hirasaka became a golden lord. Growing up, Hirasaka had no special abilities. His parents initially expected him to be a smart kid. But even though he did not meet their expectations, instead of disappointment, they continued to shower him with endless love and care. One day in 4th grade, Hirasaka protected a classmate from being bullied. That friend cried and thanked him. Hirasaka felt happy too. But the next day he became the target of that same bullying group. Instead of worrying about the bully's care, he was even more shocked to find out the friend he protected was one of them. People often betray because they are weak. From that day on, Hirasaka decided never to betray anyone, believing he could be a true friend. After walking a bit, Hirasaka sank into the mud again, and Subaru had to use blood control to pull him up. Hirasaka laughed, saying the opponent's eyesight was so sharp that he thought it was better to use himself as bait to take it down. Subaru pulled Hirasaka up, but a giant monster was following right behind. Subaru gradually started to understand Hirasaka. He always made sure he was the first to fight the enemy to protect his teammates. He might seem full of weaknesses, but that is not true. It is not because he is distracted. He's actually very agile and open-minded. Subaru handed him a towel to wipe off. The towel was in the bag Shikishima had forced him to carry, which also contained water and some other essentials to survive with Hirasaka. Shikishima was selflessly sharing his worn-out mat among Hirasaka's friends, and Shikishima struggled the most with him. He was probably drowning in work right now. That is exactly right. Shikishima was juggling a million tasks, grumbling, "That damn Hirasaka can't do a damn thing. Kinokawa. Get better quickly and come back to help lighten his workload." The Golden Lords are very close, especially Hirasaka, Shikishima, and Kinokawa. They have been members since the Golden Lords Guild was founded, and have been together for 8 years. There is only one thing weighing on Hirasaka's mind: Tega, the one who seriously injured Kinokawa. He is determined not to go easy on him. He told Subaru up front that even if Subaru and Tega were brothers, he would still choose to defeat Tega. Subaru grew serious, thinking about Saotari and little Kana. He had his own reasons to beat Tega, and no matter what, he was always ready. They went deeper inside and stopped. Standing on a cliff, Hirasaka used his secondary skill, Hawk's Eye, to spot the boss 20 kilometers away at the 6 of the clock direction. The boss of this map is an 81-level gunwood spirit, a giant tree with eyes growing on its trunk. When it senses someone approaching, it grows defensive thorns. Hirasaka summoned a giant mirror to block the gunwood spirit's attack. His sword shattered, and the attack's shockwave devastated the surrounding land. Luckily, Subaru quickly used blood control to pull Hirasaka up into the air, dodging the blow. Hirasaka kept explaining, saying the difficulty rating at the gate was just an estimate. Subaru scowled, thinking, what kind of nonsense is that? This tree's attacks are as strong, even stronger than Shikishima's. This boss is on a whole different level from the 4-star ones. Hirasaka raised his golden sword. The soldiers at this gate were equivalent to 4 stars. But it seemed only this boss was a low-level 5-star. Hirasaka remained calm, complaining, this must be what it is like to constantly fight unknown enemies. Hirasaka even commented on Subaru's flying skills. Surprised that he could fly so high, Subaru was tense. If Hirasaka had not blocked that attack with his sword, Subaru would have been fatally hit. Now his MP was almost gone, and he was about to run out of energy to keep flying. Hirasaka swung his sword in the blink of an eye, and the gun spirit was split in 2 by the strike. This is his 6th ultimate skill, the 7 sword paths. He can send 7 slashes of his sword to any target within range. It is likely that after using this skill, he will lose the sword blade, and although it consumes a lot of MP, if used well, victory is almost guaranteed. Subaru's head was spinning. Before he could react, the boss was already defeated, and the two of them walked out of the gate. It was already late afternoon. They said their goodbyes and prepared to leave. Hirasaka told Subaru not to tell Shikishima about today, but it was too late. Subaru had already sent him the full report. Shikishima looked like he was coming to collect a debt as he dragged Hirasaka into the lobby. In his final moments, Hirasaka always promised to meet Subaru again tomorrow. He would be waiting at the gate next year. Subaru went home, took a shower, then lay on his bed deep in thought, remembering the boss spirit from today. Subaru closed his eyes and imagined Hirasaka's fighting style. He knew he needed to adapt it into his own way. Over at Kokugaji's side, they were gathering troops. So far, 20 people had died or been seriously injured. They kept splitting their forces to recruit more manpower. The Grex graveyard maintenance team moved into the Julieta residential graveyard, but none of them agreed. They were determined to fight to the end. But Kokugaji's group did not give up. They continued to expand their hunt. Shikishima was annoyed as he took a call from that idiot Hijaki's kid. That guy should have been locked up until his punishment was decided. And the suspicion that he killed a teammate had not been cleared up yet. Hijaki chuckled reassuringly. He was the one who got attacked, there was no other way. The attacker, identified as Kishikawa Suichi by the spirit recognition system, was clearly linked to the Shadow faction. Hijaki sensed something unusual in that guy's insect control skills. Shikishima looked at the info on the computer screen. The skills were completely different from the originally registered ones. Just as he thought, the Shadow Gate could grant new abilities to users. Many people were attacked last night, but Hijaki's kid was the only one who fought back. Shikishima warned Hijaki to be careful, saying this would not end anytime soon. Tong obediently answered the phone, but as soon as it rang, his face darkened with annoyance. Those glasses-wearing guys were a pain. Elsewhere, the Shadow faction members contacted each other to report the situation. The guy called Golden Rice said everything was still going well on his side. They had defeated the 6-member Rex team but lost to Julieta. The other side replied that they had wiped out the Platinum team. Both sides discussed moving forward. Next, they planned to kill the Golden Spirits in Marunouchi, Chiyoda City, Tokyo. In front of the new Marunouchi building, Harasaka and Subaru met the survey team before breaking through the 5-star gate. The survey unit was an intelligence division established by Shikishima for those with movement and analysis skills. Their job was to provide information about the gate and increase the survival rate of the spirit owners assigned to that gate. The head of the survey unit was Kosaka Masago. She was married, which was why she had stepped back from the front lines to join the survey unit. Her husband and child lived in Meguro City, where Subaru had defeated the whale spirit, so she was extremely grateful to him. Kosaka held up an iPad to show everyone documents about the gate. This gate was called the Thunderstorm Gate. It was small, consisting of just 2 locations, a garden and a palace, with 2 thrones on the top floor of the palace and a boss inside. It could be that one or both of the thrones were bosses. Subaru felt a bit uneasy. He had formed a team before in a 2-star gate and faced 2 bosses, but he could not believe he was facing them again in a 5-star gate. Hirasaka waved to get his attention, smiled brightly, asked if he was okay, and then led the way inside. Subaru felt calmer. Although it was a bit different from what he imagined, Hirasaka was still amazing. As soon as the 2 of them stepped inside, the gate closed, and immediately the Shadow faction members arrived, injuring one of Kosaka's subordinates. The Shadow faction members were the Bronze Spirit owners, who were sycophantic to the Shadow Gate. They were extremely arrogant. Kosaka recognized the arrivals from the list Shikishima had given her. She could not let them do whatever they wanted, so Kosaka fought back. But she could not match them, and was quickly defeated by one of the Shadow faction members. That guy took out his phone to report the situation. Hirasaka and Subaru had entered the 5-star gate. Proceed to open the Shadow Gate in 10 minutes. The message recipient is Tega. This time, his appearance has reached a whole new level. His messy hair has turned into long, flowing locks, and his face looks much more handsome and human-like. Inside the Thunderstorm Gate, the scene is very poetic and peaceful, with palaces, lakes, and greenery. If only I could come here to relax instead of sitting at home, rushing deadlines pushed by the boss. That would be great. Hirasaka raised his guard. He smiled, asking Seiya to lock the door. Once the gate was locked, the process of breaking through began. Suddenly, the wind picked up, dark clouds rolled in, thunder roared, and the palace before them lit up. This gate flips faster than an ex-lover. The enemy will reveal themselves quickly once the gate is locked. Both of them could sense the boss presence on the mini-map, but what they felt went beyond their expectations. They quickly realized the 2 bosses they were about to face were definitely top tier next year. They were Storm Denta, level 89, and Thunder Killam, level 93. The 2 bosses also sensed Subaru and Hirasaka's presence. They could feel familiar faces. One was a prestigious golden knight, and the other was a ruthless assassin they never wanted to meet, the hateful Thema. Killam and Denta exchanged chuckles, sharing a bad plan. This Thema is still weak. They wondered how long he could hold out. After a moment, a group of knights appeared before Hirasaka and Subaru. Although they were just soldiers, each one was stronger than a level 60 whale. Subaru immediately ordered Seiya not to hesitate to use all his skills. He could handle it, no matter what. She had to protect Suzuka's body. Seiya began using blood control to transform into a deadly force form. Seeing the soldiers charging, Subaru instantly got serious. If he had not gone all out from the start, he would not have won. Subaru immediately switched his blood control to an immortal blood armor form. Hirasaka snapped his fingers, and a giant gun blade pierced through the soldiers. However, more than half were still alive. Their speed was faster than he expected. A soldier tried to attack Hirasaka but was blocked by Subaru, who kicked the soldier in the head. But this soldier was not easy to deal with. He grabbed Subaru's leg, knocking him down, then threw a punch that made Subaru spit blood. No joke, the soldier alone was on par with Suzy and Carrion. The soldier attacked fiercely. Subaru tightened his abs, braced himself, and kicked him. He was not here to block Hirasaka's way. He was here to fight alongside him. Subaru used blood control to blind the soldier and crushed him. The system announced the successful defeat of a level 54 Thunderstorm Knight. Subaru was already drained after taking down just one. He was panning, not gaining a single level, and had wasted too much energy just to defeat one of them. 4 more surrounded him. Subaru summoned the divine chisel. He could not slash normally because it used too much mep, so he had no choice but to strike directly. The soldiers raised their hands to use the diamond sword skill. Unbelievable, these guys had become real threats, even using weapon skills. That is what a 5-star rank looks like. Despite the fight, Subaru's eyes stayed determined. He exchanged a glance with Hirasaka, telling him not to worry, this was nothing. Last night, Subaru thought all night and realized that no matter how much he admired Hirasaka, he could never be like him. When Shikishima asked Hirasaka to train him, he did not mean just leveling up, but learning how to fight, always ready for battle, staying calm, and feeling like he would never lose. Subaru closed his eyes. He wanted to get stronger, no matter how hard or humiliating it was. He had been waiting for this fight. Subaru radiated a stronger rainbow aura than before. He wiped his sweat and jumped into the fierce battle. This was what made him stronger. Subaru used the divine chisel to block a soldier's sword. Another soldier tried to strike from behind, but Subaru gritted his teeth and endured the pain. He did not stop. He kept pushing forward, using blood control to grab a soldier's arm and slice him to pieces. Subaru leveled up from 31 to 32. His health and mep recovered. He kept fighting, using the divine chisel to take down 2 more soldiers at once, successfully reaching level 33. Subaru's fighting spirit blazed as he continued the battle. Hirasaka stood on the other side without intervening. He remembered Shikishima's advice. When entering the next level gate, do not help Subaru or try to teach him anything, let him struggle on his own until the very end. In the near future, Subaru will stand alongside them. All you need is experience. So a fierce battle might just push you to the edge. Shikishima figured that someone like Hirasaka could not really teach others anything. He just told Hirasaka to show off all his cool moves for the juniors. Hirasaka gave a dry laugh, easily swinging his sword to cut down 2 soldiers rushing at him. He wondered if Subaru could become the hope to light up their dark, hopeless future. 8 years have passed since the first gate appeared. Despair began to settle in the hearts of the strongest commanders. The strongest gate back then was 3-star, but 3 years later, a 4-star gate appeared. Then 3 years after that, a 5-star gate showed up. Each additional star made the difficulty increase tenfold. Hirasaka once talked with Shikishima about this. If the difficulty updates every 3 years, that means next year a 6-star gate will appear, and 4 years later, a 7-star gate. Going back 2 years ago, the golden commanders could not get 10 times stronger. When the 6-star gate appears, all the golden commanders will have no choice but to work together to overcome it. If this keeps up, commanders who can keep up will be left behind, and both the number and difficulty of the gates will keep rising. This is a really tough problem. Who could possibly handle a gate 10 times stronger than the 5-star one? If the 6-star gate is 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate, that means if they fail to break it, the clock will shatter immediately. They also can ignore the lower level gates. But the number of commanders is always insufficient. Does that mean humanity can only accept defeat? No matter how many times Hirasaka tries to find a solution, one problem after another keeps popping up. He fears the day he loses the true friends he finally got to meet. In a moment of despair, they suddenly got a call from Kanekawa while she was with Yudo interrogating suspects in the commander's murder case. She received news that a structural gate had appeared. Hirasaka silently watched Subaru fight seriously against the soldiers. He realized Subaru could only use swordsmanship to directly battle the enemies. Meanwhile, Subaru gradually took down the soldiers bit by bit. He slowly realized he just needed to focus on the mirror blade right when the divine strike hit the enemies. This way, he could defeat enemies with high defense while reducing the meep needed. Hirasaka nodded in approval. Subaru was not learning from what he was taught. He was learning from his battle experience. After clearing the soldiers around him, Subaru looked over at C, who was using a mass destruction skill to fight the soldiers. This is a simple command level ultimate skill that triggers blood cells from a large mass of blood to explode. Her command level is touch and explode. However, at C's current level, no matter what she does, the attacks are not very effective. But it is still enough, even if just a little. C will reduce the number of enemies around Subaru and Hirasaka, prioritizing protecting Suzaka's body. C dodged as much as she could but ran into another soldier. As it raised its sword to strike, Subaru arrived just in time. Using a divine strike to chop the soldier down, Subaru was so moved he almost cried, thanking C for staying safe. C blushed, feeling her heart pounding like crazy, and the two of them split up to finish off the remaining soldiers. Subaru ran to Hirasaka to tell him that he felt leveling up here was pretty hard. Only then did Hirasaka take notice. He thought it was because his level was too high, But if Subaru felt the same, it probably meant this was a special stage. These soldiers are no different from puppets created by the boss's ultimate skill. That is definitely why they get so few experience points. That means there were only 2 bosses sitting on the throne from the start. Subaru was stunned. No way. He could still level up, so he was fine. But Hirasaka would get weaker the longer he fought. Hirasaka raised his sword to strike another soldier. He said it was not totally pointless. Killing these soldiers would reduce the boss' MP, but surely the enemies would not just stand by. What they want to do is still a mystery. Killam and Delso realized that Hirasaka and Subaru had figured out their trick. They laughed gleefully, finally eager to fight. The moment he saw the enemy, in a split second of hesitation, Hirasaka wondered if he should bend the sword's path right now. Bending the sword's path costs 80% of the user's max mana, allowing an instant strike on the enemy and causing them to bleed out. But is that enough to take down these 2 in front of me? Hirasaka made up his mind. Whether he got it or not, this was his only chance to use it. He decided to use his 6th ultimate skill. But just as he was about to strike, the rain suddenly stopped, and the sky cleared up again. 2 bosses appeared behind Hirasaka out of nowhere. Warning him not to try any tricks, they were bored and just wanted a fair fight. The 2 bosses introduced themselves. The blonde one was Dentabao, and the green-haired one was Killam Thunder. They wanted a fair battle. These 2 bosses were like the ones at the gate of the dead soldiers. Subaru had passed. Most bosses were mindless like wild animals. They killed anything invading their territory. But clearly, these 2 could control the weather and act strategically on the spot. This fight was intense. Hirasaka tried talking to the 2 bosses, who politely took some time to listen. Hirasaka clenched his fists tight. He had billions of questions for them. What exactly were those gates and doors? And why did their monsters come to this world? Dente and Killam asked if the kid Lewis had told him about them. Hirasaka was startled. Lewis was the owner of the golden gate he possessed. These 2 bosses knew about Lewis. Do not tell me they were the entities closest to the central manifestation. The 2 bosses were easier to talk to than expected. After all, they would been trapped here too long and would tell everything they knew. Subaru was stunned. Was revealing earthly secrets really this easy? Damn. Hirasaka quickly pulled out his phone and asked permission to record. He was not confident in his memory. Killam happily agreed, then coughed and said basically the gate was. But at the crucial part, the audio cut off. This was a security issue, so no more details could be revealed. Hirasaka did not give up. He pulled out paper and pen, pressed them to the 2 bosses, begging them to write it down if he returned empty-handed. Shikishima would tear him apart with his gaze. This time Killam refused. It had waited long enough and told them if they could defeat them, they would get closer to the answers they sought. Killam and Dena took battle stances, itching to fight. Everyone thought these bosses would be tough, but they ended up playing rock, paper, scissors. After a few rounds, Denda won and got to pick his opponent without hesitation. He chose Hirasaka and immediately charged to attack. Both sides exchanged fierce, continuous blows. Denta was ecstatic he would got a good one. Hirasaka switched to serious mode. Denta was stronger than any opponent he would ever faced. Meanwhile, Subaru was barely standing from the pressure of Denta and Hirasaka's attacks, when Killam suddenly appeared beside him with a grim expression. Subaru jumped back in surprise. Killam looked sad but did not explain why it had to fight the host of this damn ghost horse. Subaru politely apologized. Killam chuckled and said it was not his fault. For some reason, Subaru felt very comfortable. Being able to talk normally with Killam without any discomfort made him feel no pressure at all. Even though they were enemies, Killam said it would try to have fun with Subaru, to see how many times it had to smash him before he gave up. Killam kicked Subaru, sending him flying from the palace entrance all the way to the gate. Subaru thought when someone steps on a bug on the road, they do not even bother using force because they are so weak. Killam was disappointed it had only kicked once, and Subaru could not dodge. It did not know exactly whose host he was, but he was too weak. Subaru was burned to ashes, lying in a pile of Denzi Lulu on the ground. Hirasaka was panicked and worried about Subaru. He lost focus during the zealot phase and got hit by Dente, losing an eye. Killam picked up Subaru's divine carving and examined it. The sword was not scratched at all by its thunder strike. This was probably why it sensed the imbalance in Subaru's power during the first half of the fight. Killam felt the weight of the sword and began to suspect whether Subaru was the host of the immortal god Vanquish. Seiya, tears streaming, stood behind Killam. Killam kindly warned Seiya not to do anything reckless. Interfering in its one-on-one fight would be a guaranteed loss. Seiya gritted her teeth, repeatedly calling Subaru's name and begging him to wake up soon. Killam stood with his arms crossed, feeling really sorry. But if your leg's blown off, you can just stand up on faith and hope. That is exactly right. The black pile of ashes that was Subaru slowly got up, using blood control to piece his body back together. Subaru told Seiya to get out of the way and not to interfere. Earlier, Subaru used a defensive move he would use before to dodge the black smoke from the scooter guy, creating a thick layer of semi-solid blood around his body. Even though he lost both an arm and a leg, Somehow he survived. With the little blood and marrow left. Kill him is definitely the strongest opponent he has ever faced. And he can't even guess how different their physiques are. But if he survives this, he will definitely get stronger fast. Kill him clicked his tongue, noticing Subaru had wrapped his limbs in blood. But he did not like it was just too disgusting. And the guy just kept fighting without dying. On the other side, Denta threw a flurry of punches. Laughing maniacally. He really felt exhilarated. Even though Harasaka lost an eye, his right eye was still keeping up, even sharper than before. Harasaka swung his sword to cut off one of Denta's arms. But Denta did not back down. He laughed with delight and kicked Harasaka backward. Harasaka held his sword firmly. He needed to thank Denta for what he said. Not everyone is strong at first. When he was still a rookie, he would have been in danger many times like this. This time was no different. If he could beat Denta, he would be even stronger. Hirasaka used his fifth special move. A radiant aura flared, boosting all abilities and the move's effects by 130%. But it also drained extra mep from him. Denta got serious too and charged forward again. Hirasaka parried with his sword. Elsewhere, Killam chased Subaru, making him run with his pants down. Killam kept striking him with lightning, moving at 100 km/h on a wire about a third the speed of light. Dodging that was not easy. Subaru had to predict the lightning's trajectory, keep moving constantly, and never stop. Because if he got hit, he would turn to dust. Killam calmly stood with arms crossed, controlling the lightning to chase Subaru. Things were getting worse. If this kept up, all the soldiers would be wiped out. With Subaru's current PME, one hit from the lightning would kill him instantly, though it was nearly impossible. Subaru still had to try to defeat the soldiers to level up. He flew past a soldier and sliced off his head, successfully leveled up to 34. Stats increased. A PMEP recovered, and his lost body parts would fully regenerate. Killam noticed but did not even bother. He just raised a hand slightly to block Subaru's attack and countered. Subaru was disabled again. Killam covered his ear, knowing it was hopeless. So why did he keep fighting like a stubborn fool? Subaru used blood control again, shooting spikes at Killam. But Killam did not even dodge. Dunny kick arms or legs. Now Killam knew why Subaru was chosen as the host of that cursed immortal. He hated losing. He desperately clawed at life. And because of that, Subaru always did pointless things. Killam lightly kicked, shattering the flying spikes like mush. Subaru raised his hand to brace against Killam's kick. If this kept up, before he could even aim at Killam, he would be crushed by Killam's strength. Killam kindly advised. Subaru's tricks were nothing compared to his overwhelming power. And if he planned to fight them, with his current strength, he was not strong enough. While Killam was not paying attention, Subaru's cat Suzy had been guarding the magic staff all along. Killam struck Suzy dead with lightning. Subaru tried to rush to save her, but suddenly a system notification popped up. Suzy the glass cat was using map to revive. Subaru suddenly remembered. Suzy could regenerate herself, understood his strategy, and was trying to help. Suzy threw the magic staff back to Subaru, who caught it successfully. Before he could even celebrate for 3 seconds, Killam closed in. This time Subaru was not caught off guard like before. Behind Suzy, she grew huge and swiped her claws at Killam. Killam turned and stomped, shattering Suzy into pieces. While Killam turned to attack Suzy, Subaru was ready and dove underground with the magic staff to kill soldiers. He was about to use all his MP right now. The soldiers were wiped out. Subaru successfully leveled up to 35, and his leg grew back. Killam dove down and attacked from behind, stabbing his hand through Subaru's back. No joke. Killam was pissed. He is furious at Subaru's actions. He threw away Suzy's sacrifice chance to grab it and ran off to heal. Why cling so desperately to life? Didn't you come here to beat it? If that is the case, you won't stand a chance even in your next life. Subaru's vision blurred. He had no strength left to fight back. He remembered all the times people humiliated him, called him a bug, useless, a failure. But there were also people like Suzaka and Kinokawa who wanted to get stronger with him, who wanted to know what he wanted to do. Subaru really wanted to see Suzaka again, even if just for a short time. The adventures they shared were joyful. Subaru shed tears, even if it was the last time. Even if Suzaka did not want to forgive him, he just wanted to see her again to say thanks and apologize for dragging her into this. If she was willing to forgive him, he wanted them to get stronger together once more. Subaru was in a bad mood. Killam did not understand what he was rambling about. Subaru had leveled up to 35 and won the door. The third door appeared, cutting Killam's hand off. Out of the door stepped the cool, handsome version of Vanquish, speaking in a tone that deserved a smack. "Hey little bro, I have been watching you from the other side. Hurting my host is a serious offense." Subaru collapsed on the ground, half-conscious, watching Vanquish appear. Vanquish used his blood control skill to shoot a blood beam, lifting Subaru onto his shoulder and stepping through the gate. Before leaving, he warmly promised Killam they would meet again. Subaru would come back stronger and better. Killam could not just stand there. He would never forget the day Vanquish killed him in Denta. Now the mortal enemy stood before him. There was no way he would just watch. Killam flew into the gate after Vanquish and Subaru in a rage. Inside was a sea of thick smoke. On the other side, Vanquish was healing Subaru's battered body. Every time this kid showed up, he was barely hanging on. Subaru's mind was still foggy. He could not believe Vanquish was standing in front of him. After a while, the healing was done. Killam suddenly shot a lightning bolt. He was furious. Vanquish shooed Killam away, telling him to mind his own business and get lost. Killam screamed that Vanquish was the one who interfered in his duel with Subaru. After he finished with Subaru, he promised to take Vanquish down next. Vanquish sighed, telling him not to impose warrior duel rules on the king, breaking into the human world and forcing him into a duel. Pathetic. No some shame. Vanquish thought to himself, Killam wants to beat both him and Subaru. Suddenly, he had a brilliant idea and touched Subaru. Entering Subaru's body, he would borrow it for a few minutes to show him how he uses blood control. Vanquish gradually merged with Subaru. The kid's body was solid. Level 35 was enough to beat someone drained of power and sealed in the gate like Killam. This was more than enough. Killam's blood boiled. He could not stand the humiliation. If only he could return to the underworld. He would not be such a loser now. Before he could finish, Vanquish inside Subaru slapped him hard. There is no such thing as a bad face. Only people who do not know how to use it. Vanquish inside Subaru had leveled up his look, making the lady swoon super cool. Killam reattached his head. Vanquish focused power in his hand and shot it back at Killam, sending him flying 26 feet. Killam gritted his teeth in pain. Vanquish locked eyes on him and used the blood curse fusion skill. Killam's body twisted and contorted, shriveled up into a ball. Killam still tried to fight back, kicking Vanquish, who tilted his head like a deer to dodge. Killam escaped from the ball. Vanquish slapped his thigh. Impressed, they exchanged blows again. Killam attacked, but Vanquish blocked everything and even punched a hole in Killam's body. Subaru inside watched the whole fight, amazed at how strong Vanquish really was. Vanquish would rise again, that is obvious. Don't judge people by their looks. Pee on yourself and then check your reflection. You are wearing glasses and a ratty shirt. Pathetic. Subaru had nothing left to say. He wondered why Killam was so strong yet still took damage. He would fought enemies who could regenerate but never suffered serious injuries until they ran out of energy. Vanquish excitedly explained that it is because of the original curse. He has got it in his blood. The curse can deeply wound an opponent's soul. This special skill works on enemies that can regenerate and on spirits without a fixed form, some kind of consciousness. Just like those villains. Killam clenched his fists tightly and shouted, "Don't underestimate me, you damn fool." Subaru was puzzled. Why did Killam hate Vanquish so much? The story was that back in the underworld, Vanquish killed Killam and trapped him in a gate. On the other side, Killam got serious, putting all his strength into his punches as he charged, and Vanquish raised his hand to strike back. Killam's body showed patches of color fading. He was not willing to accept defeat. If only he had his full power, things would not have ended like this. Kind Vanquish advised that this would not have happened if Killam had killed Subaru earlier. Whether it was a one-on-one fight or a duel, it all came down to when Vanquish's door was opened. Killam was definitely defeated, and it was a clear victory for Subaru, who had pushed himself beyond his limits. Killam screamed, "Don't mess with me," as he gradually started to vanish. Vanquish seriously advised Killam to get serious. System notification. Boss defeated. Killam slowly disappeared. He could not regenerate anymore, and could not keep his soulless form. Killam kept asking about Vanquish's parents. Subaru was stunned. Vanquish defeated Killam way too easily. He was really strong. Subaru had never paid attention to underworld creatures before. But what exactly was Vanquish? The system just showed a boss defeated notification. But another popped up. The boss has resurrected. Subaru panicked and looked at Vanquish, who remained calm as ever. It was just a remnant now. Killam was resurrected by the Storm Perosia skill, which can revive the user with 5% max AP before death. Usable once every 240 seconds. Killam tried to charge again, but was knocked down by Vanquish's pointed finger. He struggled to break free but could not. Killam's soul was at a high level, allowing him to activate resurrection. But the side effect was losing consciousness. Subaru worried that while Vanquish could easily defeat Killam, he himself would have to risk everything to beat that last 5%. Suddenly Subaru remembered if Killam had this resurrection skill, maybe Hirasaka's opponent had it too. Vanquish suddenly recalled he had escaped Subaru's body. He was still confused about how to handle this challenge. But luckily, help fell from the sky. He pointed at Killam's 5% and told Subaru to defeat him. Subaru was about to resist, but Vanquish seriously warned him, "If you can defeat Killam, I won't need you anymore. And if anything happens to you, I will leave you to die." Vanquish told him to reignite his fighting spirit, But Subaru had no reason to hate kill him. But vanquish did not mean that he meant anyone with a goal always secretly hates their own weakness. Maybe that is why Subaru was always treated like dirt by those around him. So deep down, Subaru always accepted that he was worthless, and that is why he did not hesitate to risk his life for others. He blamed himself for being too weak to protect them. But Subaru was wrong. He should not blame himself for being weak. Instead, he should hate his weakness. Because that hatred won't trap him in the past. It will come out to push him forward and let him move beyond his past. That is the real power for Subaru to move on. After listening to Vanquish's encouragement, Subaru's eyes welled up with tears as he gripped his sword tightly and stepped forward. Vanquish watched him like a proud father, encouraging him to be strong, saying that one day, he would love himself and truly be happy. Subaru and Killam's 5% fought fiercely, giving it their all. Over at Hirasaka's side, things were just as intense. Both sides exchanged blows evenly. Even Denta did not expect Hirasaka to use all his strength to dominate. Hirasaka used his second skill, Lightning Chain, stunning Denta with one hand and pulling him closer, while gripping his sword tightly. He silently calculated that the aura consumed a lot of MEP. He only had about 48 seconds left before running out. The enemy's SP was estimated around 300,000 to 400,000. Hirasaka decided to use his seventh skill. After copying the Demon Slayer E-Rex move, the Flying Slash, Denta was sliced into shards. He could not believe it. The slash suddenly pierced through his body. Denta fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He realized Hirasaka's attack accuracy had skyrocketed. So this was not a power technique, but a skillful one. Hirasaka swung a few more times, quickly chaining other skills, crushing the monster with double-headed slashes and a devastating storm. After these continuous strikes, Denta's regeneration could not keep up, and he gradually dissolved. Hirasaka's seventh skill lets the user adopt techniques from famous warriors trained by the Golden Knight leader, Lewis. The boss defeated notification popped up. Hirasaka collapsed, nearly out of HP. His crushed eye was starting to hurt. He wondered if it would heal at the next level up. He looked toward the Rainbow Gate, wondering about Subaru and the others. Suddenly, the gate shattered, and a boss revived alert appeared. Dento at 5% stood towering over him, charging straight at him. Hirasaka struggled to get up when a rainbow water mark appeared in the air. Subaru burst out, smashing Denta 5% with a full power punch. This time, the boss was completely defeated. Subaru successfully leveled up to 45. The two finished the storm gate early. Hirasaka leveled up to 85. His eye healed, and he thanked Subaru for saving his life. Hirasaka found it strange that Subaru did not level up. The gate's rule was if total damage dealt to the boss was less than 20%. No experience points were awarded. Subaru only managed to defeat 5%, so it was not enough. Hirasaka was delirious. It was the first time he would heard about that mechanism, even after being a god master for 8 years. Shikishima had explained it to him 10 times, but he would forgotten it all. Subaru called Sia and Suzy to head back. The two stepped out the gate, where someone was already waiting. Yudu and Japan's top Hitler, Hizizaki Renji, the younger brother of the scout chief Koshaka. They came and cleaned up the dirty-mouthed guys from the night team earlier. This guy is a tree. Used to be a god master. Yudu got an anonymous tip and rushed here immediately, caught off guard by that brainless guy's attack. He was captured by him. They brought the night team in for questioning. Then Yudu turned to Subaru and asked what was wrong with him. Hirasaka replied like he was about to die. Yudu carried the staff like it was a sack of sand, told Subaru to fill out the detailed report and get some rest. Hirasaka thought he told me to get ready to leave, but then Yudu pulled him back to meet Shikishima. Subaru said goodbye to the two, telling Seiya he would found a way to see Sayaka again. The two went up to a rooftop, pulled out the instruction board to read. Subaru's blood-stealing skill leveled up. Now it can exchange the original soul with the soul granted by the bond skill. The bond can be activated anytime, but if the body is too damaged, the skill can't be used until it recovers. That means Sayaka's soul is still inside Seiya's current body. This body is badly injured, but it is healing bit by bit over time. The soul can be exchanged once the body recovers. Subaru was thrilled. After all, Sayaka's return was just a matter of time, and he jumped up with joy. Sorry, theme of the beast. You were right from the start. I doubted you. My bad. But wait, where does Seiya's soul come from? Seiya excitedly asked what the reward for breaking the 5-star gate was. Subaru pulled 2 items from his pocket. The Thunder Earring, which can add weak thunder to any attack, and the Storm Earring, which can add weak wind effects to any action. He handed both to Seiya. After that fight, he realized the truth. There would be times he could not use his power to protect Seiya. He would get stronger quickly. And when that time came, he wanted Seiya to use these 2 earrings to protect herself. Seiya shyly took the earrings, blushing as she thanked him. Subaru told her to try wearing them right away. Seiya happily put them on, her face turning bright red, her embarrassment soaring through the roof. Subaru was stunned, not understanding why Seiya suddenly flew so high. Suzy sighed in exasperation, gave Subaru a light smack on the face, then jumped down at Subaru and Tega's house. Subaru's biological father and Tega's stepfather. Ariak Ryoi leisurely sipped his drink, wondering where his dumb son Subaru had gotten off to. Just then, Ariak Kiko, Tega's biological mother, told him not to stand by the window like that. The neighbors might see. She focused on her iPad screen, calling to order 2 necklaces. Numbers 4 and 51. Subaru's father was about to pour himself another drink. Surprised that Subaru had become a divine lord and a savior at that, he was full of self-admiration, convinced his bloodline was exceptional. If things kept going like this, his life would be smoother than ever. He just needed to invest more money into this house. Before he could finish, the front door burst open, and the handsome version of Tega stepped in. With this look, his dad did not recognize him and asked who he was and why he had the key. Tega did not even glance at him. He reached out and strangled his dad. Tega's mom told someone in the house to bring her more champagne. The manager had left for the day. Before she finished speaking, Tega placed a glass of wine on the table for her. She squinted for a moment, then recognized her son, said a quick welcome back, and went back to scrolling on her phone. Tega smiled with satisfaction, surprised that his mom could still recognize him despite his appearance. Tega's mom did not take her eyes off her phone. Of course, she gave a half-hearted compliment about the makeup on Tega's face, saying it looked great. Tega was about to explain when his mom cut him off, pointing at the necklace on the screen. Apparently, she already had the necklace. She really wanted 20 million for 5 pieces. A real bargain. Tega sneered, radiating dark energy. That was just like his mom, no matter how much her son changed. She never cared about that worthless trash. She was glad he had come. But really, he should not have been born. As darkness slowly engulfed Tega's mom, she turned to stone and ascended. Tega dropped the champagne glass he was holding to the ground. This world and he were equally worthless, so they might as well be buried together. The next morning, the news reported that around 7 p.m. last night, a building collapse accident occurred in Shinagawa City. 2 deaths were confirmed, believed to be Eric Ryo and Eric Kiko, a couple living in the collapsed building, both severely injured. Subaru saw the news and stiffened. Subaru returned to the rundown house, where Yudo and Harasaka were also present. According to Yudo's assessment, the injuries resembled those of King Okawa. There was no doubt Tega was the culprit. But what shocked him was that the bastard had killed his own parents. Shikishima saw Subaru silent and said, "You do not have to force yourself to come with us for the investigation." Subaru stared at the wreckage. He had nothing to be sad about. No matter how many times he tried to recall memories with his dad, there was nothing worth remembering. And that is why he was sad. Subaru sat down, looking at the nameplate of the ex-house, wondering what that worthless trash Tega was thinking, and where he was now, at that moment. Tega stood before the Federal Divine Master headquarters, swaggering inside. Ignoring the gossip about him killing his parents, Tega went straight to the reception desk, said nothing, and unleashed a blast of dark energy. Soon, the Federal headquarters shattered and collapsed, the dark energy radiating from it even stronger. Power, intelligence, beauty. Tega, once ugly, stupid, and weak, had always craved those things, but now, having it all, he felt utterly hollow inside. He did not know what meaning existence had from now on. Meanwhile, Hirasaka's group was furious after hearing the news that the Federal headquarters had been destroyed. Shikishima snapped, yelling into the phone, "How do you know if everyone is safe when you have not received any info?" He told the person on the phone to send the Tachikawa branch, the largest one, to the rescue, and for other branches to proceed as usual. Do not let the clock break. They would now use vehicles as command centers to gather information. Staying in one place was too dangerous. Yudo admitted Tega was pretty formidable. If there was any trace of Tega, they would have to split up from the headquarters to investigate. They could not predict what he would target next. So he killed his parents to throw them off and destroy the headquarters. At least 100 Divine Masters had been killed so far. It was unimaginable how many victims, including civilians, were involved. Shikishima swore under his breath. Who would believe he would cause such a disaster? They should not take Subaru home. As he was about to call Subaru, a call suddenly came in. Shikishima picked up, muttering, "Damn. No warning like this means it is 100% the Shadow faction." The caller was the bastard Aze, who sneered and asked if they liked the little declaration of war they would prepared. Aze announced that from now on, 6 places would be attacked like the Allied headquarters was destroyed. An Area and Tega were at one of those locations. Hirasaka had been silent all this time, suddenly radiating an overwhelming golden aura. He said nothing and stood up, walking over to the roof of the car and leaving. Yudo called out but got no response. Shikishima said no need to rush. It is better to let Hirasaka fight so no one else dies. Shikishima asked Azai if he had observed them at school already, and if he wanted to join. Would he be able to handle it with him? If I run into that guy again and clash with him, I swear I will tear Aze apart. Aze left a very eager comment and then hung up the phone. Shikishima had also guessed what the Shadow faction was aiming for. Kokujiji said they planned to destroy the clock. Tega's time acceleration technique can crush anyone's body in an instant. In other words, it is meant to use the gate's time and reduce the clock's time down to 0. Consider it punishment because they could not destroy all the gates. And the best gate to choose right now is the 5-star gate, which still has plenty of time left. Currently, the clock shows 870 days remaining. If they can destroy 3 5-star gates, they are doomed. Shikishima ordered the gods to be sent to each 5-star gate in Tokyo. As soon as enemies are spotted, everyone must report to the higher-ups to respond, especially if they encounter Tega. They must notify the Golden God immediately. The war starts now. On the shadow side, Hameno Jumeno was looking at her nails while on the phone. Is it serious? They could have launched a surprise attack on 6 locations at once. What kind of fight now? Aria Kohai from the Shadow faction answered excitedly. They have to fight head-on with the Golden Gods. Just attacking randomly would make the game too easy. They were talking among themselves. The guy Yudu caught earlier escaped successfully. And according to orders, their team is now targeting Subaru. Elsewhere, Subaru was sitting on a rooftop when a group surrounded him. The 3 were Kujuki Tachi, Kaga Shingo, and of course, MK Ano. The guy got beaten up badly. He was told that if he wanted to fight Hirasaka, he had to defeat Subaru first. Even though he had no grudge against him, he still had to kill him, but he was playing fair. One-on. Subaru stood up from the ground and told all 3 to come at him. He had heard everything from Shikishima, so he would not let any of them escape. Even though he had no grudge against them, he would defeat all 3 and make them tell him where Tega was. Shingo was annoyed by Subaru's arrogance. He used his dark stone shield technique, surrounding himself with earth and rocks. He could not accept Subaru's disrespectful attitude. Shingo charged but was lightly punched by Subaru, shattering his armor. Shingo was knocked back 8 meters, his health bar flashing. He could not believe he would been defeated. The armor was torn apart, and his mouth was left wide open. What just happened? Earlier, Subaru had injected blood into the cracks of Shingo's armor and destroyed it from the inside. The guy sneered, furious, and charged up, releasing black smoke as he swung his weapon wildly. Subaru rolled to dodge and assessed the guy's attack overall. The ground cracked as if it had been corroded over time. The guy coated his sword with that black smoke to slash. Getting hit directly would be extremely dangerous. The last one, Kojuki, seemed uninterested in fighting. He sat still, watching the show. The guy did not need help. He was extremely confident in his skills. Subaru asked the guy what he wanted, always insisting on solo fight. But the guy did not answer. He charged at Subaru, who blocked with a blood shield. The 3 had played together since childhood. The guy was the leader, Shingo his right-hand man, and Kojuki always observed from afar. For the guy, this kind of situation was everyday business. Subaru was stunned for a moment. What nonsense was this guy talking about? Weren't they from the Shadow faction here to destroy the clock and wipe out humanity? The guy gave a cold reply, putting on a beast-like expression. He joined Kogiji's faction to become the gang leader and get stronger. He was determined to prove he could defeat Japan's strongest god, Harasaka Renji. And then the 3 of them would rise to the top. That was his dream. Subaru looked disgusted. He was clueless about these pleasures since he had not been raised well. He did not know how to process this info. But the guy was the type who thought of himself as a tough guy like in manga. Subaru realized the Shadow faction was not very unified. These 3 in front of him seemed quite different from the others. Subaru could understand the guy's dream and asked why he attacked Kogage. The guy suddenly remembered those were the 3 people he met at the 5-star gate. He replied innocently, "It is not the God Lord's fault for pulling back from the front line, because he loves the stars too much." But before he could finish, Subaru punched him in the face. The guy fell and hit the railing, blood pouring from his mouth and nose like a river. What kind of lantern is that? Even faster than before. Subaru was really angry. Those 3 were from the scouting team. They had families and kids, but still kept serving the God Lord to protect the world. Yet that bastard dared to hit them. Subaru shouted. They are not people you can just throw away for some selfish dream. Subaru activated his conditional skill, Knight's Aura, boosting all his abilities by 45% while enraged. The guy stubbornly kept trying to fight back. Do not mess with his dream. Subaru was about to use his blood skill on the guy when Juki suddenly jumped out from somewhere and kicked him down. Kojuki told the guy to stay here and admit defeat. Those 3 would give it their all next time. The guy collapsed unconscious on the ground. Kojuki did not want to fight. He explained those 3 were childhood friends. But he had another identity. Kojuki showed Subaru a chat message from Shikishima, revealing he was Shikishima's subordinate, a spy planted in the God Lord's faction and the Shadow faction. He used to be a member of the scouting team and came to inform Subaru about the 6 gates the Shadow faction planned to destroy. Tega approached one gate just as Shikishima arrived. Honestly, he hoped to face the guy with glasses directly. But he ended up with this damn brat Tega, who was ready to fight to the death today. Shikishima knew Kyujiji had predicted earlier that he, Hirasaka, and Udu would be the first to die. But he was not scared. Do not underestimate this old cat. Shikishima used his fifth skill, Rain of Bullets. A hail of bullets raining down from the sky toward Tega. Tega calmly dodged. Looking back, Shikishima was the first to show suspicion toward him. Tega recalled 3 years ago when Shikishima asked why he was leveling up so damn slowly. The truth was, the gate master Tega stole from Subaru was a fragment of Julius' fortress. But the guy refused to cooperate with him, even when Tega passed level 20. The second gate should have appeared then. But in the end, there was nothing at that time. Hirasaka had surpassed Tega. Some people got the second gate at level 25 or 30. So maybe Tega was in that situation. He told Shikishima not to doubt Tega too much. Shikishima did not want to bring others down. But the truth was Tega's gate never appeared. And he leveled up too slowly. Saying he stole someone else's gate was not baseless. Tega overheard this outside the gate and twitched. He silently cursed, guessing what the hell they were talking about. Whatever. No proof anyway. Just pretend it did not happen. Back then, Shikishima mentioned someone in Osaka who had the skill to expose lies. They could discuss this more at the upcoming meeting. Tega was extremely pissed. He asked a lot about Shikishima's parents. That bastard kept causing trouble for him. And he swore one day he would tear Shikishima to pieces. Tega's foolish, childish assassination plan back then. He was going to make it a reality by unleashing all of Julius' power, using the skill from Kokogaji to shatter Julia into pieces. So death would come knocking. Tega released black smoke and sneaked behind Shikishima, who was stunned for a moment. He used his clairvoyant skill to track Tega's position, so there was no way he could lose him. It was just that Tega used some skill allowing instant teleportation. Shikishima did not bother moving an inch and told Tega not to underestimate him. He used his third skill, Fuzu Flame. The punch Tega threw was burned away before it could touch him. In the blink of an eye, Shikishima realized Tega could only teleport within smoke and was pretty good at escaping. He estimated Tega's power was about the same as a level 50 Golden God Lord, but too bad. Tega was not on his level. He was already level 82. That Bratlin did not stand a chance. Tega was bleeding heavily. Just as Shikishima was about to continue fighting, a huge explosion went off. Tega knew the God Lords would send their strongest to the 5-star gate. So he extended the 4-star gate's duration and pushed Fuzu to the end. About 200 monsters were released. And since the God Lords could not predict Tega's team's attack moves, they lost a large number of God Lords. Shikishima watched the fierce flames burning over there, and wondered if that was still Tega. How could he be so smart? Tega looked at his regrown arm. Even though his soul and consciousness existed simultaneously, the old Ariak Tega was already gone. Everything he once longed for was now completely meaningless, leaving only the faint wish of the old Tega in his mind to take revenge on a world that never loved him. So now, the guy holding Tega's body will fulfill that wish for him. Shikishima was silent. He had always sensed fear, recklessness, jealousy, pride, and a desperate need for recognition from Tega. But now he no longer felt any of that from the current Tega. In other words, maybe Tega is hiding a trump card that could destroy the Golden Gods. Shikishima felt it was ridiculous this Tega truly hated himself, so much he wanted to become someone else. Shikishima genuinely respected Tega's current feelings, but he would not let him do anything more. He used his 6th technique, Lord of Fire. He was determined to kill Tega and protect this city. Tega also got serious, and the two charged at each other, throwing heavy punches. Ikesei stood in the shadows watching from afar. He saw Shikishima had reached Tega. But there was no time to worry about that. Now his opponent was Hirasaka. Hirasaka was bleeding. He kindly told Ikesei to drop his weapon and surrender before he lost his temper. But Ikesei stubbornly refused. He had his own reasons. An hour Ikesei said goodbye to his wife and kids, promising to be back before dinner. Then stepped through the shadowed gate. Ikesei's wife and kids were, to put it nicely, just 2 puppet-like beings controlled by Kokujiji. Facing Hirasaka, only 3 golden gods including Hirasaka were active now, while the others could not join for various reasons. He thought this was a good chance to test Hirasaka. Hirasaka did not wait long. He charged with a sword attack. Ikesei showed no fear. His luck was good today. He wielded his weapon and slashed Hirasaka flying back. To him, Hirasaka was the easiest prey. Ikesei's weapon was the boundary spear, able to cut through any space within 150 meters. Physical counterattacks did not work against its strikes. Hirasaka was pushed back. He realized the man in front of him was very strong. He understood Ikesei's ultimate skill. It was complicated, but basically bent the trajectory of attacks, similar to his own sword-bending technique, meaning he just needed to swing faster than Ikesei's hammer swing. Hirasaka charged again, but halfway felt his body freeze, hit by Ikesei's hammer swing, and fell hard to the ground. Hirasaka got up again. What was that lantern? A signal that stopped movement on contact with the hammer. The problem was he only saw it upon impact. Aikse seemed to realize his trick was exposed and switched to another ultimate skill called defensive symbol. This skill had to be preset and could freeze anything it touched for 1 second, with no exceptions. But before contact, no one could see the symbol. The area Aikse stood in was filled with many symbols. Every time Hirasaka charged, he would be frozen and smashed in the head by the hammer. Face planting, just as Aikse expected. Hirasaka was extremely confident in his abilities and chose to attack head-on. The 8 loss per hit was small, but that did not matter. That meant Aikse could hold Hirasaka off until the other gates were destroyed. That was more than enough. If lucky, he could even kill Hirasaka. Hirasaka switched to ranged attacks, throwing his sword at Aikse, but it was useless. The symbols could block and reflect ultimate skills. Hirasaka grew angrier and asked why all these powerful beings did not use their strength to protect the world. Aikse did not understand. That question should be asked of Hirasaka. Why was he protecting this world? Why was he so angry? Was it because too many people had died? Or was it just his job? Was Hirasaka's anger really just about siding with the shadows? Hirasaka was angry, but Aikse was 10 times angrier. Both understood the reason behind the rage. He swung his sword down from above toward Hirasaka. Those willing to sacrifice to protect this world, like the golden gods, were truly noble and righteous, but they had lost what they valued most. Aikse had forgotten the value of this world, which was why he asked whether he or someone else was truly crazy. Aikse swung his hammer wildly again at Hirasaka, but Hirasaka did not dodge. He raised his hand to block the strike. Aikse kept attacking with multiple strikes, but Hirasaka did not budge an inch. Aikse thought back to his past. He had lost both his wife and child, and the culprit was a young god, making it nearly impossible to bring him to justice. Aikse was like a lost soul after his family's death when the door of darkness appeared, sympathizing with his pain and promising to bring his wife and child back if Aikse helped it. After fighting for a while and seeing Hirasaka's lack of reaction, Aikse suddenly lost interest. He clicked his tongue and asked Hirasaka if he was just going to get defeated and die like that. Aikse went berserk, determined to kill Hirasaka and send his comrades to hell. Hirasaka closed his eyes, thought of his teammates, then swung his sword, using his 6 technique to break Aikse a sword strike. Blood splattered everywhere. Aikse tasted blood, dropped his weapon, and laughed with satisfaction. Hirasaka's legendary 6 technique. Using it drained 80% of the user's MP. And finally, Aikse had baited him into using it. Aikse had reduced both Hirasaka's CP and MP. His mission was complete. Aikse collapsed to the ground, his tired eyes looking at Hirasaka, confused why he was crying. Hirasaka stepped closer to Aikse. Maybe because his senses were not as sharp as during battle. He felt his opponent's emotions flowing into him bit by bit. And now he cried because every time Aikse struck, he felt an endless sadness washing over him. Hirasaka smiled at Aikse, just as he said. He was not fighting for the world, he wanted to protect it, to protect his friends, because he wanted to stay with them as long as possible. So Aikse was not crazy at all. Hirasaka was sure everyone had their own reasons to fight, but that was the reason he could not give up. Aikse laughed and sang, closing his eyes and telling Hirasaka to go ahead. He had lost. Watching Hirasaka fly away, in his final moments Aikse thought he could not resist Kokujiji's tempting offer. He just wanted to risk everything to bring his family back. Hirasaka was truly bloodied. He was close to collapse. Kokujiji, that plastic pig. How dare he exploit others' weaknesses and manipulate them? In the dark waters, Kokujiji received news that Aikse had been defeated. He barely cared. Hirasaka was almost out of MPing and could not use the 7 sword paths anymore. Keep going like this, and in the end, we will win. Kokujiji reached out and reclaimed Aikse as 2 puppets of his wife and child. Laughing uncontrollably, Subaru got a message from Kajuki. He was in Oda City, facing a member of the Dark Faction. The 19 Dark Faction members, including Tega, were deployed in different places. All had been upgraded with new powers and skills from Kokujiji, their abilities related to space and time. Kajuki warned him that the enemy was about to use a skill. Subaru's enemy was a woman. The Oda user unleashed a beast combo skill, transforming into a cat, then growing huge and roaring at Subaru. The cat was about to jump and attack Subaru, but got slapped by Suzy Glass, falling flat on its face. Subaru petted Suzy, thanked her, and called C on his phone to check if she was okay. She was responsible for eliminating underground monsters in the city. They agreed to meet later and hung up. Suddenly, C felt her heart skip a beat. She was stunned, sensing something was wrong. Somewhere else, Sasaka's eldest and second sisters faced a Dark Faction member, Himeno Jumino, a former silver rank. Sasaka's eldest sister used the power of the Dragon King, delivering a strike from above. This skill could unleash the Dragon King's power through the door, temporarily boosting attack power by 500%. But the attack barely affected Himeno. Sasaka's second sister charged at the scythe, using the Death God technique that could halve the opponent's SSP on contact. Unfortunately, the scythe did not hit Himeno. She dodged and kicked back at the second sister. Mizuho, the second sister, tasted blood. She could not believe Himeno vanished and reappeared in a blink. What was that lantern? Himeno's skill was stealth and vanish, erasing her presence from the world for a few seconds and allowing her to act while hidden if she used 5 times the MP. Hazuki, the eldest sister, attacked from above, but Himeno disappeared, then appeared behind Hazuki and kicked her. Pushing her back, Himeno kicked Hazuki's face again, causing her to taste blood. Hazuki could not react in time. This girl's disappearing act is not just constant, it happens right as she strikes. And she can move while vanishing too. This secret technique combines bending and invisibility. Hazuki's foot aiming to kick Himeno misses, and she gets punched instead. Hazuki's face hits the ground. Himeno laughs triumphantly, feeling great, then realizes these two are Amamiya. The eldest sister has a cooler style than her, and the second sister is way cuter. Both are super strong and have way more followers on social media than her. Himeno jumps up excitedly. She used to be rivals with these two sisters, but now she has overwhelming power and plans to torture them into submission. Himeno does not care how many people died for her happiness now. She is glad she turned her back on humanity. Hazuki and Mizuho grit their teeth in frustration. This girl is rotten to the core. Beyond saving, earlier, they got a call from Subaru, who said he found a way to bring Suzaka back. He told them not to worry too much. It will just take some more time, but he is sure he will bring Suzaka back to them. Hazuki and Mizuho are determined. They have to wait for their little sister to return. So until Suzaka's back, they want to let the darkness destroy this world. Himeno had seen Suzaka's intro blog. To her, Suzaka was just a loser. She did not expect these two in front of her to be Suzaka's sisters. Suzaka meant nothing to her. While the dirty girl was busy, C suddenly landed behind her, telling Suzaka to remember it is only 3 minutes. Then started the soul swap process, exchanging experience points accumulated by the immortal to survive, updating other skills in the soul. Suzaka clenched her electric charge fist and punched Himeno's face. Suzaka's 2 sisters were moved to tears. Suzaka told her sisters to leave it to her. Though time is short, she is trained hard and now holds a new position. She reached level 40, gained the blood fist skill, the electric charged punch, and even equipped Thunderstorm earrings. Suzaka moved her body. Now she could freely breathe this air, feel the ground beneath her feet, and protect those important to her. She felt truly happy, seeing her 2 sisters covered in wounds. Suzaka's blood boiled. How dare that bitch do this? Over there, Himeno got punched in the lip and lost a few teeth. She freaked out. That bitch's expression twisted. Before she could react, Suzaka landed another punch that sent her flying 8 meters. Now she would show her how much she would trained. With Sasuke's return, Subaru felt it too. They are connected through the soul link. Suzaka pummeled Himeno mercilessly. The bitch could not fight back, her face beaten into a bloody mess. Himeno wondered what kind of crippled freak this girl was. This was not an ordinary punch. She felt electric shocks and sudden impacts running deep through her body. If she did not run fast, she would be finished. Himeno jerked back, trying to use her vanish and appear skill to escape. But the system showed an error. Too much interference around. Please use it in a cleaner area. Himeno was furious at this useless system. Suzaka landed another electric punch, explaining the reason the skill failed was because of red smoky interference surrounding her. Suzaka used blood control to create that bone barrier and nullify that annoying vanish skill of hers. Himeno tried to attack, but Suzaka dodged and punched her back. Their 2 sisters watching outside were shocked. They could not believe their little sister had that skill. Her martial arts even better than the eldest sisters. Remembering the past when they asked Suzaka to stop missions for a while at that time, Suzaka could not keep up with their missions. And since they wanted to fight till their last breath, they could not protect her. She was determined to get stronger on her own. She stormed out, promising to prove to her sisters that she was useful too. After some time, Haruki asked Mizuho if she would heard anything from Suzaka lately. Mizuho said she heard Suzaka got hit by some bosses with skills that downgraded her to level 8, even weaker than before, but it seemed Suzaka had not given up on getting stronger. Mizuho was sure she would come back once she got stronger. Reality proved it true. The 2 cheered for Suzaka outside, giving her motivation. And she fought Himeno with even more passion. Turns out, in the end, Suzaka still got along with her sisters. Unlike Himeno, when she was little, she lived in a family that discriminated against her. Everyone only cared about her younger sister and always ignored her. Her younger sister got hundreds of thousands of likes just by saying good morning, while her selfies barely got any attention, even though they wore the same outfit and said the same thing. Why did Himeno always get hateful responses? Everyone told her to stop competing with her sister, to be different. But that was not the answer Himeno wanted. Her sister really was amazing. So why did not anyone tell her how to love herself? Himeno bit her nails until they bled, Then the door of darkness appeared, giving her the answer she wanted. If someone's above you, just pull them down. Hameno used her claws to kill her own sister. Things were supposed to go her way. So why was this Sasuke girl now on top of her? She was not willing to accept it. Hameno fought back with all her might but could not. Sasaka knocked her flat on her face. Hameno struggled to get up. She had escaped the mist, using her stealth skill. She vanished, promising to harm what Sasaka held most dear. Hameno teleported near Mizuho, the second sister. She hated Mizuho's cute face and was determined to smash it. The one who created the shield was Sasaka. She used blood control. Hameno went berserk. Why did not the world work the way she wanted? Everyone else was useless. Damn it. Sasaka stepped in front of Hameno. She stiffened as Sasaka raised a huge fist. She would not let this damn girl touch her family. The giant fist slammed straight into Hameno's face, causing a massive explosion that shook the earth and sky. Hameno lay blackened on the ground, unable to move. Sasaka's two older sisters were protected by her blood shield and were unharmed. Haruki and Mizuho were very proud of their little sister. She had finally grown up, even if she was a bit too strong. Sasaka waved excitedly at her two sisters, bragging that she had won. But not long after, Sasaka started losing blood. Her time was up. She and Seiya had to switch quickly so Seiya could restart the healing process. Sasaka understood and said goodbye to her sisters, promising to see them later. Now she needed to rest some more. She promised she would be back. And when that time came, they would team up again. Her sisters understood and were ready to wait. Just then, Subaru arrived. Sasaka could feel how much Subaru wanted to see her again, and she teared up. She was the one who should be thanking Subaru. He had always protected and saved her. Yet she caused him deep pain by dying in front of him. Sasaka clenched her fist as her form began to crack. She thanked Seiya for always taking good care of her body, but now she had to leave before her soul shattered. She asked Seiya to pass a message to Subaru, then disappeared. When Seiya woke up, Subaru was in front of him. He asked if Sasaka had been there, but she had returned to avoid worsening her wounds. To protect her family from harm, Sasaka forced herself to come back for a while. Subaru sighed with relief. Seiya passed Sasaka's message to him. She would be waiting for him at the red table. Sasaka returned to her spot, happily stepping through a door, her body unscathed from the fight. Here, Seiya had sworn allegiance to the Demon Emperor as his master. He blocked Sasaka's fighting moves and gave her a score of 13. Denta harshly criticized her, saying she was too tense and that 30 points would be been fine. Kill him, on the other hand, was extremely annoyed and scolded her. What the hell? 4 points. How could she waste 3 whole minutes while using his power? That was ridiculous. Sasaka was frustrated. Why were these guys so harsh? Then she went back to training. Subaru was still confused about what the red table was when eldest sister Hazuki rushed over. She gratefully grabbed Subaru's hand, thanking him over and over for helping them reunite with Sasaka. They apologized for doubting him before and promised never to forget this kindness. Subaru's eyes welled up with tears. Sasuke's two older sisters left again. They needed to keep hunting monsters. Subaru looked at his hand. Vanquish told him he had to become truly happy, but he still did not know what could make him happy, while the world was falling apart. Subaru cried, wishing he could truly be happy and be with everyone, no matter how far away. He would stand by everyone as long as his soul remained here. Sasaka's body leveled up to 40, partly because of the soul's memory retention. Xia's innate skills awakened, and now Xia can use Sasaka's MUP to act. On Shikishima's side, he released butterfly bombs to fight Tiger. It flickered in and out of the smoke to sneak up on Shikishima, but it was useless. Shikishima's 6th skill, Flame Daybreak, summons fire moths that automatically track the target. In terms of power, this skill is weaker than the Rain of Images but saves energy and never loses track of the target. Tiger found Shikishima's skill annoying too. Every time Tiger's smoke bombs exploded, they scattered, narrowing its teleportation range. Shikishima had both strength and brains, with 8 years of battle experience and extremely tough opponent. Tiger wondered if it should unleash its trump card now. From behind Tiger, Hirasaka arrived, using his 5th skill, the Radiant Hello. Over 15 minutes had passed since the battle between Shikishima and Tiger began. Hirasaka finally showed up. Rest in peace, little bro. 8 years ago, when they and Hirasaka were just 18, he first became a Golden Lord and casually started talking to 14-year-old Shikishima. Shikishima, acting all stuck up, ignored him and told Hirasaka not to bother him unless it was important. Hirasaka, unbothered, kept pestering Shikishima for advice. Just touching the computer he was using caused it to overheat and trigger an emergency shutdown. Shikishima was stunned and told Hirasaka never to touch the computer again. Right now, Tiger was facing 2 top Golden Lords of Japan alone. Being attacked from both sides by 2 Golden Lords should be the worst-case scenario. But Tiger was confident it would win. Suddenly, a shadowy door appeared behind Shikishima. He thought it was just some smoke and jumped up. But then a bunch of hands sprouted from the door, grabbing him to pull him in. Shikishima tried to activate his third skill, the Fusa Flame, to escape, but it did not work. He could not activate any skills. Things were looking bad. Tiger realized the Golden Lord's weakness. Each had superhuman power that could interfere in others' fights nearby. But because they trusted each other so much, they hesitated to help. Tiger had put Hirasaka in a tough spot. It believed that if Hirasaka had good instincts, he would understand that the decision now would determine everyone's fate. Would Hirasaka kill Tiger and end the fight himself, or throw that chance away to save Shikishima right in front of him? Hirasaka decided to use his seventh skill, the Blue Slash, cutting off the arms wrapping around Shikishima. Hirasaka knew what was coming and did not dodge. When he saved Shikishima, Tiger swung its blade across Hirasaka's body. Hirasaka did not regret it. He smiled as he fell, glad he saved Shikishima. Hirasaka was cut in half. Shikishima was overwhelmed with pain. In the path, they had teamed up to pass through the notoriously difficult 3-star gate, promising to grow stronger together. Later, Shikishima and Kinokawa set up a reconnaissance unit to study the gates, aiming to reduce the number of Golden Lords dying in traps. He decided to protect everyone, because it would be a waste for them to die in battle. And when the day comes that all the gates disappear from the world, he wants everyone to celebrate together before disbanding. Shikishima desperately held Hirasaka's body, calling his name over and over with no response. People can truly give their lives to protect what they cherish. Tega reluctantly congratulated Shikishima for being Hirasaka's true friend. Shikishima clenched his teeth, eyes red with anger. That bastard Tega, he would never forgive him. He would kill him. He wanted to get up and fight. But Shikishima could not leave Hirasaka's body like this. Shikishima cried endlessly, asking why Hirasaka died for someone like him, even though his reason for fighting was to be with everyone. Tega approached from behind Shikishima, about to swing his weapon down, when suddenly a beam of light shot down from the sky. It was Subaru. He told Shikishima not to worry, he would not let Hirasaka leave this world. Subaru used his blood seizure skill, lifting Hirasaka's body parts into the air. Shikishima realized this was Subaru's skill. He remembers the first time he met Subaru, when the Rainbow Gate appeared in the world for the first time, and Subaru used it to revive Shujaka beside him. Bloodsteel is a skill that can transfer the soul of the owner. Someone who has a connection with the user becomes their relative. Right now, Subaru has reached level 35 and the transfer skill has been unlocked, so he can accept a second relative. Subaru tells Shikishima that he can bring Hirasaka back here right now, but he will protect Hirasaka's body intact until he returns. Shikishima wipes his tears and keeps thanking Subaru. Subaru's body gradually heals and transforms. Hirasaka laughs hoarsely. He flies into the sky, and the person possessing Hirasaka's body is extremely excited, witnessing the human world for the first time. Subaru recognizes this familiar type of person and wonders how so many people know him, and why he is here. He is one of Vanquish's servants, an old acquaintance of Subaru, Emperor Thema. From today on, he will be Subaru's relative. Emperor Thema is one of the 6 immortal emperors under Vanquish's command. After torturing Subaru in the previous trial, he regained some of his original appearance thanks to Subaru's progress, but with his current power, he is not the same as during the challenge. High ranking. Call out many more dark gates. Order them to eliminate all obstacles. A bunch of hands emerge from the gate. Emperor Thema shows no worry, asking for a warm round of applause to welcome the Emperor. Emperor Thema recognizes these hands belong to that shriveled old lady, just Kokujiji's nanny. Emperor Thema uses blood magic. Jade blood fragments. A circle of blue blood appears in the sky, blocking the sudden rain. These hands won't be able to beat him for 100 million years. Emperor Thema transforms the falling rain into a seismic god. The hands break painfully and retreat back into the gate, but Emperor Thema does not stop there. He grabs scissors in midair and throws them straight at the gate, cutting the owner of those hands in half. Emperor Thema perfectly defeats Kokujiji's nanny, laughs heartily, slaps Subaru on the shoulder, and Tega steps closer. It looks at Emperor Thema, as if its next opponent has to be him, but Emperor Thema waits calmly. There is no way he would want to fight unless Subaru orders him to. Otherwise, he will just disappear. Tega clenches his fist, says he will kill Shikishima. But this is Emperor Thema, not Hirasaka. He definitely does not care about Tega. What nonsense is this? Your real opponent is standing right in front of you. So why have you been avoiding fighting Subaru all this time? Emperor Thema urges Tega to hurry up, saying his master has a lot to do, so get moving. Tega is stunned. He has been avoiding fighting Subaru, just does not want anyone interfering with his arrangement with Subaru. He recalls the first meeting when Subaru was very friendly and hoped they could live in harmony. Since then, a fear has stirred inside Tega, a feeling he still remembers even after reincarnation. Tega grits his teeth. All right. Tega summons a gate. Shikishima realizes Tega intends to invite Subaru in and stops him from going. Emperor Thema whispers in Subaru's ear, telling him to leave this place to him and go fight. Subaru calls Suzy to come along, tells Shikishima to wait a moment. He will be gone for a while, and then jump into the gate. Subaru sinks deep down. Today, he will end their relationship so he can move forward. Kokujiji praises Tega for defeating Harasaka. Renji and Loi are brought here by Vanquish's master. The dark faction has won. The two stand in a dark space. Tega tells Kokujiji not to interfere. Kokujiji has no intention of interfering. The condition in the contract Tega signed is that Subaru must be killed by him personally. The gate's contract will never be broken. So there is no worry about others intervening. Kokujiji is full of schemes. No matter the outcome, it will benefit whether Tega kills Subaru or it kills Subaru after Tega falls. But it did not expect Harasaka to be taken over by Emperor Thema. If Kokujiji kills Subaru, his relatives will also appear perfect. Just as it thought. No one else but it. Whether golden or silver. It is all his, the king of the dark realm. Outside, Shikishima kept struggling, yelling at Emperor Thema to let him down. That fake Hirasaka, leaving Subaru to charge into the enemy base alone, is really dangerous. They have to follow him. Emperor Thema snapped. He will be fine. Damn it. There is a plan. Suddenly, a red alert popped up. The remaining time for the 5-star gate crossing the second line upstream has hit 0. The clock will now count down equal to the gate's time. It dropped by 8,000 hours at once. And cracks suddenly appeared on the clock. Warning. The remaining time on the clock is less than 100 hours. There might be a serious problem maintaining the system. Shikishima tensed up. This had never happened before. Not just the 5-star gate, but the time on over 200 Tega-controlled gates must be huge. If one more gate hits 0, they are definitely doomed. What should we do now? Emperor Thema tapped Shikishima's head, telling him to calm down and not stress out. If Harasaka means that much to Shikishima, then he has to protect what he truly cares about. Shikishima closed his eyes, took a deep breath to steady himself, then told Emperor Thema to shut the hell up. Being lectured by someone with Hirasaka's face was driving him crazy. He told Emperor Thema to fly straight to the hospital. The two went to the hospital to find Kanokawa, but she was not there. Shikishima got pissed and started bleeding. Damn that little bitch. Elsewhere, Yudu was fighting a guy from the Shadow faction. Area Kohei. Kohei was getting beaten up badly. He kept retreating like a turtle. What the hell is this guy? Kohei charged again. But Uju used his golden wall strike to hit Kohei's health bar. He could not believe how strong a ring user like Yudu was. He defended himself like a turtle hiding in its shell. He was pissed off beyond belief. Yudu had once talked about his skills. If he used his strongest ring to attack, it would become his most powerful strike. No need to worry about his attack strength. Yudu got a call from Shikishima. He answered, and Shikishima quickly explained the situation. The important thing was Kinokawa was missing. Shikishima asked if Yudu knew where she went. At that moment in the sky, Kinokawa was fighting fiercely in golden armor, using a cannon to take down a monster. Yudu told Shikishima that Kinokawa was battling here. Shikishima yelled, "What the hell are you doing there when you are badly hurt?" Kinokawa landed and said, "How can I just sleep peacefully when the clock's ticking like that underwater?" Kinokawa grabbed the phone and shouted, "What do we do now?" Shikishima decided they had to sprint. They are the gods' champions. Their job is to break the gates and protect the world. Shikishima announced to all the gods' champions, no matter how many stars a gate has, they need to regain lost time by attacking any gate. Kinokawa's blood boiled with fighting spirit. It was time for her to explode after her dormant period. Shikishima turned to Emperor Thema, confirming once again that they did not need to worry about Subaru anymore. Right. Emperor Thema chuckled. If even Subaru can do it, then no one can. Inside the shadow gate, Miss Kugaji could not believe her eyes. How the hell was Vanquish here? Vanquish sneered, saying he heard some rotten kid was here, so he came to check it out. Tega realized Vanquish was the owner of the Rainbow Gate who gave Subaru his power. But his opponent now was not Vanquish, it was Subaru. Let us see whose smoke and whose blood is stronger. This would be the first and last fight between the Eric brothers. Miss Kugaji could not believe it. How could Vanquish appear in this world? Vanquish called down, praising Subaru for doing a great job, giving him the exact location. Miss Kugaji freaked out, shouting at Subaru to look over here. But Subaru did not even care. Vanquish used blood energy to blind Miss Kugaji, telling her to think ahead, calling her a hopeless idiot. For the first time, Miss Kugaji was insulted like that. She would not accept being called an idiot and went berserk. Even an immortal god like Vanquish could not beat her in this world. Miss Kugaji wrapped Vanquish in dark energy, while Tega kept an eye on the commotion. That Miss Kugaji was trembling and shaking in fear. Unexpectedly, Subaru was the one who caused this. Subaru was the one she had feared but never thought he could go this far. Subaru said this was a fight between brothers, but Tega wondered how Subaru planned to beat him. Subaru gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, not caring whether it was a big or small scale. Tega is your younger brother. You should have done this long ago before becoming the God Lord. The first time Subaru met Tega, he was very closed off, and after Tega became the God Lord, he was scared. But he realized that was wrong. When your younger brother does something wrong, the older brother has to step up. Tega frowned, saying 1,000,000 times already. Do not act like you are his older brother. They do not share blood, and he won't care about Subaru's wishes. Tega swung his axe at Subaru, who ducked and punched Tega in the face. Tega stepped back and released black energy, and Subaru used blood magic to fight back. Subaru stayed calm. Tega's special moves did not affect him. Subaru planted his hands, spun around, and kicked a cloud of dust into Tega's face. Tega was pushed back a bit, then swung his fist back at Subaru. They charged at each other. Exchanging hundreds of blows, Subaru punched Tega. Tega punched back until both their faces were bruised and battered before stopping briefly. Subaru had blood at the corner of his mouth, glaring at Tega like, "Looks like you are finally ready for this." Tega exhaled and they charged at each other again, punching until their faces were swollen and bloody, neither willing to back down. Meanwhile, the battle between Kogaiji and Vanquish was just as intense. Kogaiji's special skill is Death Reigns, which extends the time of any object or being that touches the black amniotic fluid, no exceptions. But Vanquish here is a legend. A few moves from that fetus did not affect him at all. Kogaiji could not believe it was infuriating. Vanquish should have been wiped out instantly after getting hit. Furious, Kogaiji decided to go all out, activating his strongest skill, Moment of Destruction, aiming to swallow Vanquish with billions of years of lifespan. Vanquish sneered, freezing Kogaiji in place so he could not move or activate his skill, toying with him like a child. Time can kill him, that is why he is immortal. Even now, Kogaiji can wrap his head around it. Pathetic. Kogaiji could have come up with a better plan if he were smarter. From the start, he did not realize that the more doors you open, the more traces you leave behind. Vanquish could have pinpointed Kogaiji's location immediately because he kept opening doors like a fool. Also, luckily Subaru chose Tama as his close ally. Tama used to be Vanquish's subordinate, meaning they were connected spiritually until Tama became Subaru's ally. Vanquish laughed like a madman the moment Tama became Harasaka. He informed Subaru about Vanquish's plan to crush Kogaiji with a single strike. Thanks to Subaru, he easily found this place and slapped that fetus right in the face. Kogaiji still could not understand how he was still alive in this place full of amniotic fluid. The contract with Tega required that he kill Subaru himself, and that it could not be broken. Kogaiji gritted his teeth at Subaru, knowing he could not kill him alone. So he came down here to lead Vanquish to him. Kogaiji roared like a turtle, but that was all he could do. Now he was trapped by Vanquish like a pile of broken bones, unable to move. Vanquish approached Kogaiji and asked where he got such foolish ideas, who told him breaking the clock could control the human world. Stop dreaming, kid. Mess me, and you are done for. Vanquish slashed a streak of water across Kogaiji's body. He screamed in pain as purple blood sprayed everywhere. Vanquish sneered, "Ugly, but you sure cry loud." Kogaiji squeezed his eyes shut and begged some Safina to save him. A golden bell appeared above, revealing a woman's face. Vanquish recognized her as Safina, the mastermind behind everything. Kogaiji looked at Safina like she was the party's salvation. But before he could rejoice, she slapped him flat. Worthless piece of trash. How dare you ask her for help? She opened a gate she called the weakest one, ready to throw him in. Kogaiji screamed in despair, refusing to enter that gate. He is an emperor losing his memories, and ability to speak would make him nothing but a beast. But no matter how much he screamed, Safina ignored him and let him slip through the one-star gate. Only then did Safina turn to greet Vanquish. He laughed and waved. Safina's golden bell shattered in two, and they said their goodbyes, promising to duel again another time. Now Vanquish's part was done. It was Nam Chen's turn on stage. He stood watching from above, but did not intervene, seeing this as a test for Subaru and Vanquish, believing Subaru could overcome it. On the other side, Tega and Subaru were still exchanging blows. Bloody, but neither had fallen. Tega saw the determination in Subaru's eyes and suddenly felt afraid. He remembered 10 years ago when his mother beat him like a dog, just because he ate the pudding from her fridge. That was what she did after leaving him alone at home for 3 days. Tega fainted from hunger. He would only eaten that one pudding when someone from Child Protective Services arrived. Tega's mother insisted she was just disciplining him, no abuse involved, then slammed the door, refusing to see anyone. Tega's mother was bitter and angry. She gave birth to him and then resented him, no doubt. She was a miserable woman, and he was just her dirty little bastard son. The man she introduced as her new husband was also trash, living off her kindness. And this trashy stepdad had a child who would become Tega's stepbrother. Tega was sure that no matter what kind of person they were all just bugs like him. But when he first met Subaru, he saw something different. How the hell did Subaru have that look in his eyes? Why was he so cheerful? Subaru should have been a bug crawling out of the same trash heap as him, so why was he smiling? At that moment, Tega's heart turned ice cold, and the fear coursed through his body. He realized from the start that there really was someone happy in this world, and sadly, it was not him, which made him bitter and angry. Their situations were the same. So they should have been the same, but how the hell was Subaru? Never complaining or despairing. Never giving up. Suddenly, he felt ashamed. There was no way he was rotten to the core. And the only one who was truly worthless here was him. Tega's soul was cruel and filthy. And he knew it, but he accepted it. He feared Subaru would become happier. So when the Golden Gate appeared before Subaru, he clung to him tightly and beat him mercilessly. If Subaru ever became happier than him, even once, the gap between them would never be the same. So he was determined to keep Subaru beneath him forever. Subaru took a hit to the face. Every time they fought, Subaru could feel Tega's memories and heart flowing through him, letting him see Tega's past and why he was so scared and twisted. Tega tried to kick low, but Subaru dodged and struck from above, knocking Tega down in a bloody heap. Subaru kept attacking relentlessly, leaving Tega no time to recover. Finally, exhausted, Tega lay motionless on the ground, seeing Subaru's light flowing inside him and glimpsing his memories as a child. Subaru's mother abandoned him and his father. He clung to his dad, asking about his mom, but his father coldly pushed him away. When Subaru found out he had a younger brother, he was genuinely happy. He often tried to stop Tega's mother from hitting him, but got beaten instead. Still, Subaru encouraged Tega to keep trying, but Tega found him annoying and pushed him away. Subaru just watched silently, quietly determined never to give up. Tega saw the moment he stole Subaru's Golden Gate. If intelligence of the soul was really the key to opening the gate, Subaru had thought he needed power to protect the person most important to him, and that person was Tega. Tega slowly stood up, realizing he would known all along that Subaru truly cared for him. When Subaru's father beat him brutally, Tega just stood outside on the balcony, watching silently, not understanding why Subaru was so stubborn or what he was hiding. After his father left, Subaru struggled to his feet on the balcony and smiled brightly, handing Tega the pudding he had at that time. Tega just thought Subaru had a short circuit. He felt something was unfair. And somehow, he did not stand a chance against Subaru. Tega wondered how amazing it would be if he could live the way he wanted. Looking back, Vanquish could easily tell the fight was over. Tega's body was no longer human. Once reaching the limit like all other underworld monsters, his soul would shatter and die. The blessing from Kokugaiji had also vanished, so his soul would wander forever in the void. Tega stared blankly at Subaru, who kept crying. He knew Subaru was not at fault. He was afraid of you, admired you, could not cut ties or ignore you, and was wholeheartedly devoted to you. Once his hatred was exposed, Tega pitied Subaru just because of his own pettiness, and later repeated it. He knew he was about to disappear. Tega closed his eyes. In his last moment, Subaru saw Tega as a kid. The boy said he wanted to eat pudding someday. He wanted to eat it with you. He truly regretted not being able to thank you back then. But the truth is Tega was really happy. Subaru could not stop crying because in the end, Tega disappeared with a smile. The boy thanked you. And after all those years, he only felt happiness when he vanished. Subaru tried to catch Tega's fading soul but could not. He knelt down in pain, crying nonstop. He blamed himself, saying he was no savior at all. He could not even save his own brother. Subaru sobbed loudly. Vanquish came up and asked if he could still stand. Subaru did not answer, keeping his head bowed to the ground. Vanquish continued, saying Tega's greatest misfortune was knowing what he did was wrong, but doing nothing to stop it. Every time he did something bad, he hated himself more. And the more he did, the more his soul rotted. This ending was inevitable since the day Tega snatched Subaru's door. Subaru clenched his hands on the ice and asked if there really was no other way. If this was the only path, Vanquish told him he had to spend his whole life finding the answer, carrying that question and thinking about it until the end. Never forgetting it, Vanquish told Subaru to keep crying. Do not be shy. He would stay here waiting until he could stand up again. The system announced the defeat of the sub-boss Ariek Tega. Subaru leveled up to 48 and earned the title Demon Hunter. The rewards, a black flaming katana, the golden arm skill, and the Gallia shield are waiting for acceptance. 3 hours have passed since the watermark appeared on the clock. All the gods have broken through the gates, with a total of 195 gates destroyed. The remaining time on the clock increased to 10,000 hours. The system stabilized and reactivated emergency mode. The clock turned green again. Shikishima called to inform others the crisis was over, now just waiting for Subaru to defeat Tega. Sazae's group and Emperor Thema stood on guard outside the dark gate. Suddenly, a horrifying scream came from inside the gate. Vanquish yelled in shock, unable to believe it. He did say he would wait as long as it took for Subaru to finish crying. But how the hell did he cry himself to death and fall asleep? Must be a kid. Vanquish was furious. He would gone through hell and high water to help Subaru. And this is how he gets treated. He could not wait any longer. So he called Suzy Crystal to carry Subaru out. Sazae and Emperor Thema were glad to see Subaru was okay. But Vanquish was still bitter. Subaru was sleeping soundly, dreaming of the beautiful moments he shared with Tega. The system announced a program update. A version 2 gate device was added. The 6-star gate officially appeared, and the chance of the 3-legged shore returning was very low. Then came another long, grading story, and the system started updating from 0%. The dark gods fed on Kokugaiji's power after his ascension, and the granted skills disappeared as well. Even knowing this, they still sat around chatting, which would prompt the 3 emperors to take action. But no rush. Do not worry. The clock is updating, so just wait and see how things unfold. Everyone returned to the main base. Hishizaki personally came to treat Shikishima, using the heavenly blue resurrection skill, and soon the cracks on Shikishima's face vanished. Shikishima is fine, but Subaru was still in a deep sleep before waking up. Emperor Thema said he is okay, just trying to heal his soul. Emperor Thema asked everyone about how they were unconscious for days when they first entered the gate. Shikishima said he slept straight for 5 days. Hishizaki was not much better, and Harasaka could move right after entering but stayed bedridden for 3 days after. Emperor Thema said the stronger the covenant, the longer the soul takes to adapt. If an ordinary person makes a covenant with Vanquish, their soul could die or stay in a coma for decades. But Subaru could function continuously for a month, meaning his soul's power is fundamentally different, still limited. But he should wake up soon. Subaru was lost in a trance, feeling like he was somewhere in a galaxy. A man appeared and said this was the realm of universal unconsciousness, where all souls are born and return. Subaru's soul is sleeping now, so he can meet this man maybe for the first and last time. Subaru did not know this man, but despite never meeting him, he felt strangely nostalgic. The man told him to prepare for battle. The situation has completely changed. An emperor from another world, though weak, will invade and create a breach into the human realm. And above all, the Vanquish host has become very famous. Gold, silver, and bronze and all other nations will seriously invade the human world. The man warned that a storm is coming. A destructive storm that will make the battle against the shadow feel like a gentle breeze. A cold, ruthless wind will come, indifferent to human life and feelings. Everything will be lost, and no one can stop it. The man said the only one who can stop it is Subaru. This is a storm even Vanquish can hold back. Subaru asked what he needs to prepare for. Then the man only said some cryptic words. Crimson Table, Half Dusk, Dawn Apostle, and that Subaru must become emperor. Subaru still did not understand well. The man continued, saying he failed and now only exists to return to the sea of unconsciousness, but is glad to meet Subaru one last time. Subaru asked who he was. The man smiled and said he was Ariak Subaru, the Dawn Emperor. He is Subaru himself, the strongest human, the one who could not protect the world and was defeated by the future. He can tell Subaru everything about the future now, but can reveal a few things. Future Ariak Subaru reached out, sending a message to his past self. Please do not lose the world, your friends, and those precious to you. Future Ariak Subaru closed his eyes, shed a tear, and gave Subaru a ring. This ring is called the Twilight Half Moon, allowing its wearer to see the memories of the dead Dawn Emperor and respond to disasters. Future Subaru gradually faded away, telling him to wake up soon. The first calamity is coming. Subaru woke up in bed, facing 3 guardian doors, gold, silver, and bronze. The ring on Subaru's hand glowed, and the 3 gate guardians stepped forward to ask him. They were Safina, the Golden Emperor, Ruin, the Silver Emperor, and Voden, the Bronze Emperor. All 3 greeted the next generation's emperor, the savior of the divine bloodline. 8 calamities. The first calamity being these 3 gates. Subaru clearly realized he was not dreaming. He had spoken with the Dawn Emperor himself from the future. The Twilight Half-Moon ring had been on his hand all along, and countless detailed memories from the future poured out of it. He knew who these people were and why they came. If the memories from this moment on played out as they did, he would lose all his friends within 3 months. In his final moments, Shikishima, who lost an arm, called him, telling him not to die and to take good care of Hirasaka. Sazao and Thema, the emperor who sacrificed himself to save him, Yudu and Kinokawa as well. One by one, they all fell, and in the end, even Vanquish was gone. Everyone kept dying, passing the responsibility of the future onto him. And then, the Dawn Emperor lost. The apocalypse came. Meteors rained down, turning the sky red, and Subaru could not save anyone. He lost everything forever. The Dawn Emperor cried in despair. Everyone had placed their trust in him, but he could not protect it. If you had not made that mistake back then, if you could go back to that day, how great that would be. The Dawn Emperor used the last of his power from the infinite galaxy of universal subconsciousness to find the present Subaru. Subaru bowed his head in thanks, determined not to let the Dawn Emperor's sacrifice be in vain. He was determined to protect everyone. The 3 standing before him now were the 3 emperors, rulers of the largest territories in the world humans call the underworld. The strongest goddess of the underworld, leader of the undefeated Golden Legion, queen of status, Safina, the beast god of the Legion, commanding all the monsters. Platinum Wing, Ruin, master of nature spirits and leader of the half-human tribe living on Earth, lawless and wild. They recognized Subaru as the right person to become the next emperor. And he had done an excellent job, pushing back the invasion of the Shadow faction. Safina invited him to her Golden Kingdom, and Ruin was not to be outdone, tempting him to break his contract with Vanquish and sign with one of the three of them. To be blunt, Subaru's soul was unlike others. As long as he teamed up with the right master, he would become the strongest. Ruin especially emphasized that right meant the strongest. These three were the strongest in the underworld, meaning far stronger than Vanquish. Emperor Tenma was furious but could not argue back. Ruin said their goal for Subaru was to protect the world from his own threat. That lie was also the goal of their gatekeepers. So Subaru switching masters would be better and save more people. Emperor Tenma could not hold back anymore and exploded, but Ruin liked having troublemakers. He changed his expression and directly used pressure to suppress Tenma's soul. He warned Emperor Tenma not to babble nonsense and then turned back to Subaru. They did not come just to make Subaru switch masters. Instead, they came to offer the best opportunities to an elite like him. Safina said if Subaru became her host, she would give him a spear that pierces everything and command of the Golden Legion. Ruin said if Subaru became his host, he would give him a staff with endless light and 100 high-level dragons. Voden said if Subaru became his host, he would give him a staff to guide destruction through 20 forests of magnificent spirits. All three offered unimaginable benefits to tempt Subaru. Before Subaru could answer, Emperor Thema cut in, telling him not to respond to them. They said Subaru should choose them, because they were stronger than Vanquish. What a joke. Actually, they just feared Subaru would grow stronger and regain his power. Then no one would know who DB left standing. Subaru saw Ruin was about to lose it, and hurriedly urged Emperor Thema to behave and calm down. Emperor Thema did not get the hint and kept going. Subaru was speechless. He was not afraid of strong enemies, only dumb teammates. Why does not Emperor Thema just read my mind instead? You won't team up with anyone but Vanquish. So the Dawn Emperor stayed away from this temptation, and they took revenge. In other words, the choice was not enough to save everyone. Silver Emperor Ruin tried to calm down and quietly told Emperor Thema to let Subaru decide, but Emperor Thema was reckless, kept arguing, and even called Ruin an idiot. Who could stay calm hearing that? Subaru code, saying he was ready to switch if it was a fair deal with good conditions. Emperor Thema, furious, called him a bastard. Subaru told the three emperors to prove it if they were so sure. They thought he wanted to see their power, but Subaru did not. What he wanted was not for them to prove their strength. If his soul really was different, that meant many other emperors would want him too. Subaru wanted to meet all the other emperors. Maybe one would offer better terms. The three emperors were annoyed, but Subaru stayed calm. Soon there would be a meeting of all underworld emperors, and he asked to join it. This was the first step toward his destiny. Ruin sneered at Emperor Thema. How the hell would humans know about that meeting? But Emperor Thema looked clueless and did not say a word. Subaru is determined to change their fate of suffering. At the same time, when Subaru accepted the invitation from the three emperors, in the underworld, Vanquish's domain, the seat of souls, the sea of divine power, Vanquish sat alone at a table, observing the situation outside. The three emperors acted sooner than he expected. But what worried him was Subaru's actions. Information in the underworld is top secret, meaning he should not have known about the meeting. But somehow he did. Vanquish looked at the half-night sunset ring and realized it was actually dawn. Suddenly, Suzaka and Hirasaka appeared out of nowhere, hovering over the screen. They were happy Subaru had woken up. They were on break, so they came out to check things out. They asked so many questions that Vanquish had no choice but to explain a bit to them. The Golden, Silver, and Bronze Emperors came to tell Subaru to end his contract with Vanquish and switch to them. Suzaka and Hirasaka exclaimed, "That is amazing." Vanquish raised his hand threateningly, saying if Subaru really switches, his connection with him will be cut off. Subaru would also lose his loved ones, and then Hirasaka and Suzaka would be doomed too. Sure enough, after hearing that, the two turned pale with fear and flipped out, cheering Subaru not to be fooled. But now it is hard not to know. If Subaru refuses, those three will definitely take revenge. The three emperors won't show mercy to anyone who rejects them. Vanquish had heard that the fake Bright Witch had stolen some dangerous items from the treasure box. That item is called the Victim. If used on land, it would wipe out everything within a 70 kilometers radius, potentially killing at least 10 million people. Sasuke was shocked. What the hell? Isn't he the Doors Master supposed to be an ally? If Subaru chooses their lives without knowing about the three emperors, they will take revenge. Hirasaka and Zaka anxiously asked Subaru if he was okay. Vanquish remained calm since he did not know either, but he thought Subaru would be fine. Someone seemed to have already helped him. Hirasaka and Suzaka felt a bit relieved and asked if he was sure. Vanquish vaguely replied, "Pretty sure." First calamity of the three doors. Difficulty level A. Situation. The three emperors of the underworld are interested in you and demand you break your contract with Vanquish and make a new contract with one of them. If you refuse, a terrible revenge awaits. If you agree, The future is uncertain. You must protect your contract with Vanquish and avoid conflicts with the three emperors. Success means you can face the second calamity while maintaining the current status. Failure case. Accept the offer and break the contract with Vanquish. Vanquish's inherited skills will vanish, and you will lose your loved ones. Mamasa Sasaka and Harasaka Renji will die and become Vanquish's enemies. Failure case. Refuse the offer and be retaliated against by the three emperors. 50% of the Kanto region will disappear, and over 10 million people will die. Many strong clients will die and become enemies of the three emperors. And do not stay silent any longer, finally bursting out at the meeting of the supreme emperors. A regular guy like Subaru dares to demand to join. Subaru stayed calm. Isn't it about fairness? Anyone who wants me can negotiate there. Subaru's strategy, borrowed from the three emperors, was just to delay the matter, so he would not answer them right away. Instead, he would buy more time until the emperor's meeting. His opponents here were the three strongest in the underworld, impossible to defeat or make peace with. Plus, the second calamity would come immediately once he made his choice. So this was the only way to avoid the first calamity and safely face the second. But the problem is, even if he chooses to delay, he could still provoke the three emperors. Rune no longer had patience. He could not stand someone with an extraordinary soul being so arrogant. He turned to Safina, telling her to use that thing. Eyes wide, watching the tragedy about to unfold, Safina silently pulled out the treasure from her skin. It was the victim. One of the rare items in the Golden Nation's treasure box. It could cause an explosion with destructive power proportional to the amount of soul energy its owner poured into it. Memories from the Dawn Emperor in Subaru's hand were sending out warning signals. If the victim is powered up by the three emperors and detonated, that future will repeat itself. Safina held the treasure in front of you, praising you for not being stupid enough to refuse their offer. If you had, she would have used it immediately, but you were not that shallow and bravely negotiated with them. Safina said she would consider your presence at the meeting. Rune and Vorten, seeing Safina's decision, also agreed. Safina asked Subaru if he could face the upcoming challenge without the power, weapons, or army they were willing to provide. The outside clock finished updating. As the number 99 shifted to 100, a streak of red lightning slashed across the sky. The system announced in red that penalties for having less than 100 hours left would be applied before the update. Although it was a memory the bracelet had shown Subaru, he did not expect it to appear alongside the three emperors. The second calamity. The 6-star gate of the Imperial Palace of Flesh. Time remaining about 7 days. Maximum gate time 3 days. Maximum 10 people. Special rule. The gate cannot be locked. An alert rang out across the city. After 6 p.m. a day, the largest gate in history appeared at the Ida-Bashi intersection in Tokyo, causing chaos on the scene. Hizaki, director of the Japanese Divine Lords Federation, announced this was the first level 6 gate to appear in Japan. The director also said he would gather the senior Divine Lords to destroy the gate soon as possible. The deadline to destroy the gate is 1 week later. Subaru asked Suzawa and Emperor Thema to read his mind first. After they finished reading, everyone was shocked to their core. Emperor Thema swore directly he could not accept Vanquish dying in the future. Now he understood why Subaru knew about the three emperors and the emperor's meeting. Subaru asked Emperor Thema if he knew where he could meet his future self. Emperor Thema said it was in the universal subconscious galaxy, the place where all selves and souls return. It is the final destination of every soul in every possible world. Thinking back, Subaru had sunk into it when his soul was about to disperse, but then returned to normal like a Canadian illusion. Subaru asked, "Who is the Dawn Emperor?" Emperor Thema said he is the emperor of a super tiny nation, and to Vanquish, he was about to explain more. But the security layer stopped Emperor Thema from elaborating. If future Subaru can inherit the Dawn Emperor's power, then for now, the Dawn Emperor can be considered on their side. Subaru has 2 reasons for wanting to join the Emperor's meeting: to stop the 3 emperors from using victims, or 2, to meet the Dawn Emperor and turn him into an ally. Subaru felt down and apologized to Emperor Thema and Suzawa for showing them that terrible future. He could not save Tega. He did not know if his choice then was right or wrong. But Vanquish told him to spend his life finding the answer. And he thinks that is true, so this time, he does not want to choose wrong. He does not want anyone else to die. So he needs Suzawa's and Thema's power. Emperor Thema was about to say okay, you goat, but Suzawa solemnly bowed, pledging all her soul and strength to accompany and obey him, no matter where. This time, fate is unavoidable, but he will definitely overcome it. First, with this second calamity, they will destroy the 6-star gate without sacrificing anyone. Subaru pulled out his phone to report to Shikishima, but realized there were too many calls. Emperor Thema snatched Subaru's phone, saying the Golden Divine Lord 1T approved their side in this battle. Emperor Thema explained that the Golden Knights made contracts with Shikishima and others, who are subordinates of Golden Emperor Safina. That means if they tell others about the situation, Golden Emperor Safina and her subordinates will know their plan. The same applies to Silver and Bronze. In other words, Subaru can tell other Divine Lords or ask for cooperation. So now, the future memory is a secret shared only by the 3 of them and Vanquish. Suzawa and Harasaka. They can also see it from the other world. Subaru stopped calling Vanquish and arranged to talk when his next gate appears. He promised he would level up and stop the calamity. By then, if Vanquish can get out, he can do whatever he wants. After finishing, Subaru felt much more relaxed. But Emperor Thema did not seem to feel the same. He is annoyed because of your volume. And Harasaka's eardrums are screaming. Suzaka and Emperor Thema took Subaru flying. Right now, they are searching for the gods who can break the stargates. But all they see are mountains everywhere. Subaru confidently heads out to the sea. Meanwhile, in the spirit world, Suzaka is being trained by Den and Killam. These two gods are really proud seeing how much Suzaka has improved. After Suzaka defeated all the soldiers, Killam told her to rest, then fight to the death afterward. Harasaka and Vanquish went to the prisoners' holding area. Harasaka begged that person to train him as a master, but that person flat out refused because Harasaka is a traitor. Harasaka then knelt before Lewis. He begged again, asking her to train him, because he wants to be useful to his friends in the upcoming battle. Lewis is the commander of the Golden Legion guarding Harasaka's gate. Second disaster. 6-star gate at the Golden Palace. Extremely difficult gate breaking. Situation and penalty. The clock's punishment is the early appearance of a higher level gate. Please break the gate within a week without anyone dying. Success means gaining new soldiers, getting closer to the world's truth, and expanding the red table. Failure. Case if the 6-star gate is not broken, all participating gods will die, and all underworld monsters from the 6-star gate will invade the human world. The 3 emperors will use the victims. Failure. Case B. The 6-star gate is broken but with casualties. Many powerful gods will die, and the 3 emperors will use the victims. In Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Subaru came to meet Sunio Morijinga, a silver-ranked god, level 67. He wore a bag that easily covered his face, only one eye visible. He stood with arms crossed in front of the sea testing his skills. Subaru approached him and introduced himself. Jinga was startled and jumped up. Subaru asked what he was doing here. Jinga said he was checking if his skills were working well. This mysterious power might accidentally fire at a crucial moment. All the gates and skills feel like something out of a fairy tale. Jinga's been a god for 5 years, but still feels like this is just a dream. Subaru thought about his future dream, feeling a bit sad. Jinga asked why he came to see him. Subaru straightforwardly said he wanted to borrow Jinga's power to break the 6-star gate. Jinga thought Subaru wanted him to support as a scout. Subaru said he wanted Jinga to be the main fighter and defeat one of the 3 bosses in the 6-star gate. Jinga snapped, saying there is no way he could do that. The main fighter breaking the 6-star gate is the duty of a golden-ranked god. He is just a silver-ranked god who has never defeated a 5-star boss. Subaru told Jinga to calm down. He is sure Jinga can do it. The current situation is impossible, but once Jinga reaches level 70, the next gate will appear right before him, and the ultimate skill he gains will be effective against the 6-star boss. Hearing this, Jinga still did not believe it. How could Subaru know that? Suddenly appearing out of nowhere and talking nonsense. Subaru reached a dead end, put on a scary face, and invited Jinga to break the 5-star gate that would appear in a minute. Once he levels up to 70, he will know if Subaru was right or wrong immediately. And Jinga trembled at Subaru's scary expression. Jinga still did not trust Subaru. The population density matches the number of 5-star gates, so there is no way so many 5-star gates appear outside the city area. Just as he finished speaking, an announcement appeared that a 5-star gate had appeared in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. Jinga froze. Now he had to believe it. Subaru is too suspicious, not only knowing the time but also the exact difficulty. Jinga twisted his thoughts to convince himself. He asked Subaru to show his god registration and ed. He needed to check if Subaru was a member of the Federation. Subaru sighed helplessly. Still do not believe. Jinga promised that after checking, he would go break the 5-star gate with him. Subaru was as happy as if it were New Year's, jumping up stiffly. Jinga found this guy weird, but did not understand why he decided to go with him. Though Subaru acted natural, Jinga could sense the desperate urgency from him. Whatever your motive is, this behavior probably comes from desperation. Jinga still can't believe he actually has an effect on the 6-star gate. Jinga warned Subaru up front that he is very suspicious and does not trust people easily. Subaru is totally fine with that. He trusts Jinga completely. Subaru's attitude even scares Jinga. How can someone be this suspicious? Clearly, this is their first meeting. But why do they act so close already? Subaru's sweating. He got too close to him without thinking because Jinga is his last teammate in the future. Sunio Morijinga, 19 years old, mainly operates in Ibaraki Prefecture. In the future of the Dawn Emperor, he is known as the Late Bloomer. He will explode at level 70 as the client with the strongest ice skills. The group enters the city and heads to the amusement park, which has the most beautiful flowers. When the autumn roses are in full bloom, the park lights up at night, making it even more beautiful. Jinga keeps poking around nonstop as they enter the 5-star gate, where inside are also roses, but these are man-eating thorned roses. Jinga uses his first skill, Ice Spear, and his second skill, Frost Mist, To freeze the flowers, the cold wind blows away the paper bag on Jinga's head. He seriously activates his third skill. Crystal Sweep. To clear the frozen flowers, he levels up to 68. Just 2 levels away from his goal. Subaru's next gate will appear when he reaches level 50. So he will join the fight too. Subaru holds a divine hammer in his right hand and a black katana in his left, striking sparks as he fights. The Demon Emperor and Sasaka are stunned after witnessing Jinga's skills. They are impressed. He uses his skills with no wasted moves, unlike the kill-on-sight style of the Golden God Lord. This is the fighting style of a former Silver God Lord with 5 years of experience. Subaru steps in, swinging his katana and divine hammer to slash the roses, which immediately wither and vanish. The sword Subaru wields is the reflection of Tega's soul, the Black Sword Ignis. Black Sword Ignis is a black blade that channels Kogai-ji's power through Ariek Tega's soul. It has 2 effects. Ignis can quickly destroy anything the black flame touches, and it allows short-range teleportation. It can be used multiple times, but each use costs double the MEP of the previous one. Saza also wants to help Subaru, because she swapped souls with Sasaka during the battle with the Shadow faction. She is even stronger now. Saza activates the Blood Frenzy skill, harmonizing with Lamp. Blood Frenzy is a unique skill etched into Saza's soul, summoning creatures with similar abilities that she controls to fight. If upgraded, the skill can merge all summoned creatures into one. She orders the summoned creatures to devour everything except Subaru. The Demon Emperor is not holding back either. His mood is terrible with no outlet, and this flower spot is just bad luck for him. The Demon Emperor uses a crushing punch, sweeping through a whole area with 1 hit. Jinga watches Subaru and the other 2 fight and realizes all 3 are very strong, especially the Demon Emperor, who seems a bit out of shape. The more he thinks about it, the less he understands if Subaru has such strong teammates. Why bother meeting him? Suddenly, a knight appears in front of Jinga, swinging his sword down. Jinga jumps back to dodge, sensing with his knee that this knight is stronger than him. The knight is a level 77 Black Rose Knight. Jinga transforms his Frost Spear into Frost Lance and charges at the knight. The knight's shield is frozen, so Jinga seizes the chance to slash the frozen spot, but it has no effect because of the shield. Even the cold can't penetrate it. The Black Rose Knight strikes with his shield, knocking Jinga far back. He falls to the ground, coughing up blood. The knight jumps up again, attacking from above. Jinga dodges just in time, barely escaping death. The knight uses the Dark Wayne skill, shooting dark orbs at Jinga. Jinga blocks them with Frost Mist, so he is unharmed. The knight swings his sword at Jinga. Jinga realizes he wants a one-on-one duel like a true knight. It looks like that knight admits Jinga is a worthy opponent. But there is no such thing as spring. He is just trying to distract you, and then attack from behind. Jinga swung his arm, easily taking down the downgraded Black Rose Knight from behind. Jinga considers himself a skeptic and, first of all, does not believe in knightly spirit stuff. Believe it? Kid. Their fight is a life or death battle. Nothing more. Jinga shot a challenging glance at the knight to go one-on-one. He charged forward, but this time Jinga turned the tables. I am not going solo, I am going 2 against 1. Subaru, join in. The knight reacted quickly, raising his shield to block. Jinga warned Subaru about the knight's shield. Subaru did not back down. He wielded the Ignis Sword's scythe, used his first skill, and quickly destroyed the knight's shield. The knight swiftly swung his sword with wind power, but Subaru was just as fast, swinging his divine axe down with his other hand. This time, Subaru copied Jinga by calling for a solo fight with the knight, but then switched to 2 against 1. The knight was frozen by Jinga's skill. Subaru bowed to the Black Rose Knight to apologize. There was really no other way since a draw was strictly forbidden. Jinga, annoyed, stepped in front of Subaru and told him not to copy him. Subaru praised him without holding back, but Jinga was still annoyed. The 2 teamed up to crush the knight. Jinga used his 4th skill, Ice Bullets, and Subaru wielded the divine axe. Together, they took down the knight. Jinga trusted Subaru a bit more now. Jinga leveled up to 70, Subaru to 51, and their trial gate appeared. By now, Jinga believed what Subaru said was true and realized Subaru was the legendary rainbow god everyone had been talking about. He asked Subaru how much he knew. Subaru stayed silent. He knew everything about him, including why he left, but of course, he would not say it now. Jinga's gate master came from the Platinum Empire, so they could report back to their emperor. On the other side, a massive explosion roared. Saja and Emperor Thema had finished cleaning up over there. Still, Emperor Thema was not any better. His face was furious, fed up with that pile of knives completely useless. Saja saw the gate behind Jinga, just like in Subaru's memories, meaning the world's fate had been decided by the skill Jinga was about to receive. Subaru fully trusted that Jinga would get the skill that could break the Star Gate. Jinga did not know where Subaru got that confidence, but told him to wait before stepping into the gate. Subaru was a bit tense. He knew what the gate's challenge would be from his future memories and stepped inside. The sky was bright blue and white, and Saja was waiting for him. Subaru was so moved he almost cried. It had been a long time since he would seen her. Saja had died because of his challenge. She was his first teammate. He would always wanted to meet her and say sorry for dragging her into this, thank her for being his teammate. But now that she was right in front of him, he could not find the words. Subaru asked where Vanquish had gone. Sujaka said he ran off, telling them to have some private time together. He also said he would come back after the challenge was over. At this point, everyone understood that Subaru's challenge was Sujaka. Sujaka focused her energy, activated lightning, and in a blink, closed in on Subaru. She threw a Thunder God punch but did not hit Subaru. He had appeared somewhere else. That was the ability of the Ignis sword. Bending space at short range, Sujaka struck with lightning towards Subaru, but he easily used the Blood Curse formation to block it. Now it was Subaru's turn to counterattack. He blinked close to Sujaka, and a single strike from the Ignis scythe cracked her Blood Curse glove. Subaru tried to swing his divine axe, but Sujaka reacted. Using her giant cloud skill, an electrified golden cloud appeared from her arm to keep him away. Subaru smiled. He was happy Sujaka had really gotten stronger, and they fought fiercely. Vanquish and Killam stood aside watching. Youth is something else. Really impressive. Vanquish did not expect Killam to be seriously training Sujaka. Killam grunted. Not exactly when he pierced Subaru's heart. Subaru just said he wanted to get stronger with someone. Killam was just curious who that person was, and now that he has met Sujaka, he is really excited, praising her nonstop. Sujaka has great potential and incredible determination. Even Vanquish did not expect Killam to be such a devoted disciple. But it is great for both Subaru and Sujaka. Their wish has come true. No matter where they go, they will grow stronger together. Over there, after a long fight, both of them are exhausted, lying flat on the sand. Sujaka raises her hand to promise she will definitely help Subaru stop the disaster. She vows she will never betray or abandon him. Just like he never gave up on her life, they will always be teammates until their souls fade away. Subaru is so moved he is in tears. He truly feels relieved. On Zinga's side, he steps in to meet the Master of the Silver Gate, the mysterious one behind the white wings. After a tough ordeal, he has gained a new skill called 9 Strikes. Vanquish notices the two have been chatting too long and jumps in to interrupt. After overcoming the challenge, Subaru has grown stronger once again. His power and Vanquish are syncing up. The day he truly gains his strength is not far off, but Vanquish died in the future Subaru saw. So now they need to seriously plan their strategy. After Subaru steps out of the Rainbow Gate, the outside is completely frozen over. He looks around in surprise, sees Thema and Saja are safe, and feels a bit less worried. While Subaru was inside the gate, Jinga finished off the boss of this gate. The skill Jinga gained is called 9 Strikes. With this new skill, as long as the conditions are met, it can affect a 6-star gate. This skill is terrifying. The boss Mealing, the Black Rose, the 5-star gate boss, died completely after being frozen. The two completed the 5-star gate. Jinga leveled up to 74. In Tokyo, at Utabashi intersection, the 6-star gate, in front of the Flesh Market Palace, the Shikishima group has gathered. Among them is Hizazaki Juji, a silver-ranked deity, part of the Yamada Fun Club. Level 6. The head of the Yamada Fun Club, silver-ranked deity Yamada Rokuru. Level 74. Silver-ranked deity Yamada Kanan. Also from the Yamada Fun Club. Level 79. Carlos Rose Yamada. Level 71. Golden-ranked deity Yudo. Level 80. Also, 2 people traveled from afar. Golden-ranked deity Nagosakira, responsible for Western Rural Japan. Level 82. And Fujiwamimi, golden-ranked deity responsible for Eastern Rural Japan. Level 70. Honestly, Nagos did not want to come here. He is a Hirosaka fan. What is the point of being in Tokyo without Hirosaka? Shikishima was speechless at this fanatic and started explaining the situation. This gate can be locked due to special regulations. Everyone can come and go freely, but unlike normal gates, enemies have been roaming inside before they entered, so they will go in without any information. Nagos just hears it all like water off a duck's back. He just wants to break the gate quickly and finish this. But this gate is not that simple. It is 10 times harder than a 5-star gate. Nagos keeps rambling. This gate also has a 1-week time limit. So the slower they are, the more time is wasted. Does he want to wait until time runs out? Of course. Facing one opponent is easier. But if the gate is a special prison and the boss escapes when time's up, the city will suffer greatly. We are not prepared for that scenario. The evacuation zone will have to expand significantly, which will heavily impact the economy. Has the Federation been informed about this? The Board of Investors, who lost billions due to the Shadow Faction's destruction, will strongly oppose this. Nagos keeps questioning John Zabushikishima nonstop. He talks so much Kinokawa punches him in the head. She just regained her limbs thanks to the repair skill May brought back from America. Kinokawa tells Nagos to be quiet for a bit. Another golden-ranked deity assigned by Kinokawa is waiting outside in case a 6-star gate attack team gets injured. She is the repair specialist Beer Hut, level 73. From the U, she is bored sitting and waiting. Who wants to come to Japan at the worst time? She wants to buy figures. But 6-star gates have just appeared in Japan now. All the golden-ranked deities, including her, fought hard but lost half their lives. She wonders how many will survive here. Just then, the Subaru group arrived. Shikishima got mad when he saw you and asked where you were going without answering your phone. Subaru bowed apologetically. This was the first time Mei and Nagose met you, and they had also vaguely heard your identity as the Rainbow Godmaster. Shikishima sighed and asked if you wanted to join this mission. Subaru put on a blank face, hesitated for a moment, not wanting to answer because whatever he said would just get slammed back in his face. Shikishima asked what you wanted to say. Subaru hesitated again and said he wanted only himself and his teammates to break through the gate, cause maybe no one else could do it. The other Godmasters reacted, some surprised, some angry, and some intrigued. Emperor Thema laughed crazily, while Jinga just felt disgusted. Who dare say that to Japan's top Godmasters? Shikishima could not believe his ears. He shook Subaru and asked him to repeat what he just said. Naguse, quick-tempered by nature, got furious. He understood Subaru meant that the Golden Godmasters were weaker than him, and that he could do better than them. Subaru tried to explain he did not mean that, but Emperor Thema cut in, using Hirasaka's face to mock you. He deliberately poured fuel on the fire. You little weakling. Listen up, you will just be proof of Subaru's point. Naguse, or rather Hirasaka's fan, could not hold back anymore. He exploded and threatened to kill someone. Emperor Thema was not scared and challenged Naguse to come at him if he dared. Naguse drew his golden weapon, ready to take down that fake Hirasaka and his allies. Shikishima could not stop him. Just as Naguse was about to strike, Subaru punched him in the face, blood streaming from his nose and mouth. You would not let Naguse join, because he would be one of the first to die in this mission. Losing him would put them in an even worse situation. Subaru got serious. He never thought he could do better without Naguse, but he could not lose everyone. So instead, he would go through the gate himself. Naguse was hit so hard he was dazed and unconscious. Jinga watched the scene with a purple face, disgusted. What the hell is going on? Right after you took action against Naguse, the other Godmasters pulled their weapons on you. Sheiza tried to rush forward but was stopped by Emperor Thema. Shikishima asked what you were planning to do. Subaru calmly explained. Naguse was about to use his ultimate move right in the city center, so you were stopping him. He was very strong and furious, so he would not listen. You decided to knock him out with one strike. Mei was excited. She was about to do the same after waiting less than 5 seconds. With just a few short lines, Shikishima vaguely guessed that even though this was their first meeting, Subaru seemed to understand Naguse well. He asked if this was the answer you had prepared beforehand. He also knew the person Subaru brought was Jinga, the Silver Godmaster specializing in ice defense. He could roughly guess that bringing Jinga here meant you had a clear plan for a combined team effort. Shikishima was certain Subaru knew something about this gate. At this point, not even God could fool Shikishima. You just nodded yes. Shikishima thought there was no way Subaru would betray them. He asked directly if there was something you could not tell them. You felt touched and warm inside, amazed that Shikishima could deduce that from so little information. You did not hesitate to say yes, showing he trusted you deeply. After hearing your confirmation, Shikishima pieced everything together. You did not answer his calls because you definitely knew something and were trying to act on it. Of course, they would not betray Subaru. So maybe the reason you did not want to say was because it involved the world's hidden forces. Shikishima looked at Emperor Thema angrily, grinding his teeth, suddenly feeling annoyed. Shikishima asked you one more time. Really? Is there nothing we can do to help you? You denied it, saying they would have to fight this gate 3 times. So this would be the only time you would go in alone. Shikishima told everyone to drop their weapons. He decided to leave this gate to Subaru. Once Shikishima made his decision, the other commanders trusted him completely and had no objections. Subaru was excited and happy. The other commanders were very relaxed, but Nagose was not. He had just been punched and was now awake, extremely angry, yelling at everyone if they were crazy to trust a kid so easily. Shikishima trusted Subaru a lot. He had always risked his life to protect his friends and always won. Shikishima told Nagose to step back quickly, warning him he would be punished for using special moves inside the city. Nagose was unwilling but had to grit his teeth and retreat. Subaru's group opened the gate and stepped inside. As soon as the gate opened, a blast of heat hit their faces. Just as the door was about to close, Nagose still tried to shout after them, saying he would not acknowledge Subaru. Subaru promised they would talk once he got back and apologized for hitting him. Commander Maya, overhearing from the U.S., thought they were crazy to enter the 6-star gate with only 4 people. 30 golden commanders went in, and 15 died and stayed behind. How could anyone enter with just 4? It would be a pointless sacrifice. This place was true hell. The 6-star Golden Palace Meat Market Gate is divided into 3 zones. The 3rd zone is inside the Civil Palace. The 2nd zone is an open space with a hero memorial lockdown. And the 1st zone is in the garden, called the Flame of Glory. Right now, Subaru's group is in the 1st zone, where the minimum temperature is 290 degrees Celsius. The boundary between zones 1 and 2 is the entrance to the open space. The heat there can turn the area into a fiery hell, And the boss of Zone 1 is Lambda the Flame. The boss of Zone 2 is the Hero Slayer, who can emit light waves and Cassinus radiation. Underworld monsters can live in Zones 1 or 2 because the two bosses emit heat and light that burn and dissolve everything. Subaru recalled a future memory passed down by the Dawn Emperor, a memory of the tragedy in Zone 1 of the 6-star gate that should never have happened. In that future memory, the first assault team led by Shikishima at the Golden Palace Meat Market was first greeted by a baptism of 290-degree heat. The air was hotter than the burning point of wood, melting the commander's eyes and burning their lungs in less than a minute. Of fiery hell, where the weak could not survive. At that time, Subaru used blood control to create a blood dome, allowing everyone to breathe a little. His skill converted pee into blood, so he could withstand the outside heat a bit longer. But the blood started to dissolve as soon as he activated the skill. If he did not retreat, he could only hold out about an hour. They planned to use his Izaki skill to recover, but Subaru's blood dome could not hold. The blood's temperature rose and exploded. Even though it was so hot here, Nagos kept complaining nonstop. Only a minute had passed since entering the gate when the Zone 1 boss appeared, Lenda the Flame. When it arrived, the temperature rose even higher. This heat was not from the zonous environment, but from Lenda's body heat. Just its body heat alone turned the surroundings into hell. The 6-star gate is on a whole different level compared to the 5-star gate. Without Subaru's skill, they probably would not have made it this far. Right now, their attack and defense capabilities were both weak and sluggish. Shikishima made the quickest optimal decision possible. He used his time-lapse skill to attack the monster, then ordered everyone to retreat. They could enter this gate a total of 3 times. This time was precious, but given the situation, they could not do anything. They slowly retreated toward the gate. Subaru was last because he was carrying the device. Carlos turned to run out but barely took a few steps before Lenda's flames struck, directly cutting off his head. Lenda held his head like a toy, and soon the head was burned away, leaving only a skeleton. Mei and Yamada Kanan got angry seeing their teammate killed, and fought back despite Shikishima's strict orders to hold back. In the end, Kanan's arm was burned off and Mei was pierced through. Lenda was way out of their league. Yudu cut Lenda in half with a golden wall, but it did not affect him. Physical attacks had no power against it. Kinokawa took the chance to use her 30-pound cannon skill, firing 6 shots at Lenda while using golden chains to bind him. Shikishima kept telling them to retreat and stop fighting. If everyone died here, he would be the only one left alive. Nagus used a special move to pull Yudo and Kinokawa straight out of the gate. He could not let them die. They were essential for the upcoming battle. Nagus used his golden arm to throw Subaru outside, staying behind alone to fight Lenda. Nagus held a photo of Harasaka. Thinking this was what Harasaka would do in this situation, he activated his 5th special skill, the Hike Tunchi God, which can restore one of the owner's arms for every 10% MP spent. The power and MEP consumption depend on the skill level. At level 10, it only costs 1% EP per arm, restoring up to 100 arms. Combined with his weapon, he could restore up to 8 arms. Nagus also activated his first skill, Golden Weapon. Nagus stayed behind alone to fight Lenda as the dungeon gate closed. The first attack at the Royal Flesh Market killed 3 people and severely injured 1. The second attack defeated Lenda the Firewing, but casualties rose to 5. Back in the present world, they were already equipped with protective suits and masks. 1 minute had passed since entering the gate, coinciding with Subaru's memory of Lenda the Firewing arriving, happily greeting the guests. But this time was different. They would trap it in one go without sacrificing any teammates. Lenda the Firewing is a spirit with an unknown level. In the 6-star gate, his presence acts like a fire attack. He also permanently has multiple resistances like fire, explosion, physical, and divine resistance because it is boring inside the gate. His daily habit is playing with the light stream, with both sides fighting to pass the time all day. Earlier, while they were playing as usual, they noticed an intruder. At first, Lenda did not plan to come out, but no one expected someone to survive more than 10 seconds in his domain, so they postponed the fight, and Lenda came out to greet the guest. The kind-hearted spirit truck was defeated, because it also wanted to join the battle. Lenda told the stars not to fight the guy in the palace. The new Cassinus radiation spirit did not bother fighting that punch-drunk loser. Fighting someone you already know will lose is not worth it. The boss of the 3rd area, the population storage room, is the former commander of the Golden Cavalry Corps, Demon Slayer Blue Sword. You luck. Outside the 1st area, Subaru's group was still waiting. They were equipped with masks and blood armor, with extremely high heat resistance. This armor is completely heat resistant, made by Subaru based on memories of previous defeats. It can continuously circulate fresh blood throughout the body, cooling the armor and dissipating heat. Thanks to that, body temperature stays stable while simultaneously cooling the air for breathing. Subaru referenced astronaut suit designs to create this armor. It works well, but the MEP efficiency is the worst. If they can defeat the boss within 10 minutes, the suit will self-destruct, and they will be done for. Zinga was stunned. The Demon Emperor said, they do not even need 10 minutes. If they can hold out for 3 minutes, it is definitely over. Their opponent was overwhelmingly strong. They only had 1 chance. and the battle would end in the blink of an eye. Zinga fully understood that this blink of an eye depended entirely on his skill. Subaru told Zinga to stop using EP until he gave the signal. Lenda had arrived, bringing an incredibly terrifying pressure, even though Subaru had told him before. Seeing it with his own eyes was different. After facing this guy, the Demon Emperor realized he could not defeat Lenda while using this soft body, but they had come up with a plan to beat it. Lenda knew they were scheming but did not care. When he was about to attack, the Demon Emperor and Subaru dropped to their knees, crying and begging him not to fight. Lenda did not understand what was going on. Meanwhile, Subaru and the Demon Emperor kept acting, cosplaying as fans in sync with Lenda's flickering flames. Those two lying bastards were definitely from the underground world, even though they lived among humans. Subaru and the Demon Emperor kept nagging each other, saying they brought useful information to Lenda about his brothers. That was Killam and Denta. After hearing this, Lenda was indeed baited. 12 hours ago, Subaru's group discussed this plan, based on the Dawn Emperor's memories of the battle at the Sixsuo Gate, where the enemy could have killed the Golden Godlord instantly. Suddenly, the Dawn Emperor saw something and flew into a rage, grabbing Subaru by the collar. In that battle, Subaru did not bring Saja or the Dawn Emperor along, because he was afraid their bodies would be harmed. The Dawn Emperor was furious and wanted to punch Subaru a few times. But then he held back and gently advised him that family is not just to be pampered, you have to trust your teammates more. Subaru apologized and promised not to do it again. So the Dawn Emperor finally let go of his collar. He said he had fought Lenda in the underworld before, and would kill him no matter what it took. Asai-sang asked where Killam and Denta were, and the Dawn Emperor was sure of this. He knew that mentioning brothers would trap them. The Dawn Emperor still liked to exaggerate. He and Subaru cried out that with Lenda's terrifying power, their bodies would just melt away. Now Lenda looked around and seemed to agree. So he lowered the temperature. When the temperature dropped, the sky cleared and it became easier to breathe. Subaru tearfully felt moved that Lenda had a merciful heart, though it was a bit over the top. They had broken through the burning heat barrier. Lenda asked where Killam and Denta were, and the Dawn Emperor pointed toward Zinga, saying he was the one carrying their message. The Dawn Emperor kept bragging, saying Zinga did not know how to fight at all, but he had a special skill that let anyone he touched see another person's memories. If Lenda wanted to see the message, he had to let Zinga touch him. The skill Zinga was given, called C-Bang, had strict conditions like a 5 cm range and consuming 100% EP. These conditions were mandatory to guarantee killing the enemy upon contact. When Zinga passed the trial of the gate's master, the Axon Guild, explained it to tell stories without being blocked by security layers. He treated it as a secret skill explanation for Zinga. The Steel Land's emperor was once vast but was killed by a reball. He gathered remnants of small countries destroyed by powerful nations and became an emperor who threatened the great powers. That person was none other than Vanquist, who could transcend life and death. The Rainbow Emperor, Vanquist's power, alongside 6 emperors fighting with him, was overwhelming, terrifying the rulers of the great powers. Siyu Bang was the ultimate secret skill created by the Axon Guild following the Silver Emperor's training to defeat Vanquist. It was a masterpiece that could completely destroy conquerors, surpassing even death. And Zinga absolutely could not use this skill outside the gate. If he did, he would die. Zinga raised his hand, ready to touch Lenda, while the others watched with pounding hearts. Just as his hand was about to touch him, Lenda shouted to stop, starting to suspect why the person did not just speak, but had to use a secret skill. The Dawn Emperor quickly explained that because he had a map in his head, he needed to see it directly instead of conveying it by words. As soon as he finished, Lenda pressed his hot finger against the Dawn Emperor's face, sensing hesitation in his words. Suddenly, he saw the Dawn Emperor was the same guy who had killed them in the underworld. At first, they were weaker than Lenda, but they had grown stronger through techniques that let them fight on par with stronger people. Lenda fully remembered the Dawn Emperor, and was furious he had underestimated him before, and was betrayed and killed alongside the hateful Vanquist. Lenda clenched his teeth. Flames began to spread, and the Dawn Emperor looked deeply saddened. Lenda still remembered the rage he felt when he died. But enough dragging this out. The Dawn Emperor turned to Zinga, and said they only had one shot, do not fail. Subaru grabbed his sword and, quick as lightning, moved behind Lenda. Lenda could not keep up with Subaru's movement. He did not expect Subaru's group to close in for close combat instead of retreating. His warrior instinct to kill the enemy as fast as possible caused Lenda to make a mistake. He had to turn around to kill the Dawn Emperor in one strike. But realizing Subaru was behind him and wanting to kill both with one blow, he accidentally stepped back 2 steps. Since then, no matter what Lenda does, Subaru's attack will always land 10 milliseconds before his, and on top of that, another miscalculation: the sudden appearance of someone who should not have been there. The arrival of a worthy opponent who had killed him in the underworld. A veteran warrior, Emperor Thema. Thema and Subaru simultaneously used blood curses and deadly punches, attacking Lenda from 2 sides with their ultimate moves. The 2 ultimate moves combined to form the technique of superhuman warriors. After getting hit, Lenda painfully realized that Subaru and Thema were not from the underworld at all, they were from that damn rainbow country. They struck together to stop Lemda's advance in a flash, 2 attacks from different sides. But with this intensity, there is no way they could defeat him. Now it is Lemda's turn to make a move. But before he can, Zinga touches him. Zinga won't waste the one and only chance that Thema, the Emperor, and Subaru risked everything to create. He activates the ice curse on Lemda. Lemda realizes this freezing attack is the real trump card. He mocks Subaru's groups, thinking he is completely immune to ice. So no matter what they do, they can T-freeze him, while Lemda is scoffing at these fools. He suddenly realizes the ice keeps freezing him with no sign of stopping. Overconfidence and blind faith only lead to failure. The ice curse is not just a freezing skill. Lemda tries to burn the ice away to escape. But the ice does not melt, it keeps freezing him. He can believe it. A freezing skill that actually affects him. Unreal. Shocked by himself, Lemda is completely frozen. Zinga, affected by Lemda's fire, is also injured. So Sarai uses blood control to stop his bleeding. The ice curse does not just freeze, it literally turns the target into ice. There is an absolute skill called petrification, with many ways to activate it, like eye contact or physical touch. Just like that, it can completely turn a person to stone. The ice curse is not freezing on the surface. It is a form of petrification. It is a transformative ultimate skill that can fully turn the target into ice. And the process can be stopped, even if burned. The ice melts into water along with the body. Lemda is experiencing this and realizes his body is turning to water. He has never seen a skill like this before. No rules at all. Can't resist it. He can't even produce fire anymore. Sarah catches Zinga as he flies up and warns Lemda that ice attack will freeze every pore, every particle until he is completely wiped out. The ice curse won't let anyone escape. This ultimate skill can be broken. Lemda has been completely turned to ice. Axel once said he was imprisoned behind the gate for creating this kind of ice skill, because it is too powerful. Axel is not allowed any contact with the mortal world. He deeply regrets his research results. His brainchild was completely discarded. Axel asked Zinga, his beloved god, to show the world the power of this supreme ice skill on his behalf. And now Zinga has done it. Axel must be really happy. Just when it seemed Lemda was defeated, he broke free from the ice and fired a shot at Zinga, leaving a hole in his stomach. Zinga's bleeding. Lemda has gone completely mad. He can accept being turned to ice, as long as part of his body remains. Resurrection is not a problem. Lemda charges to attack, but the ice curse keeps chasing him and slices his body in half. Despite his severe wounds, Zinga taunts Lemda, don't underestimate the ice curse. It is a supreme skill created by a stubborn, skeptical guy like me. No way you can escape it. Zinga's coughing worsens as Sarai uses blood control to help him stop the bleeding. Subaru and Emperor Thema rush forward to stop Lemda from firing wildly. He is weakened a lot by the ice curse, relentless cycle. Before Zinga can hold on any longer, they have no choice but to kill Lemda. Lemda fights alone against everything, shooting fire at the two of them. Emperor Thema uses his deadly punch skill to counter Lemda's attack. Subaru uses divine carving to shatter Lemda's body. Without any downtime, the two kept attacking relentlessly, inflicting numerous serious and minor wounds on Lemda. Lemda was unwilling to give up. He gritted his teeth and kept cursing the parents of the two, trying to fight back. The combined attack of Subaru and Emperor Thema, the bloodline mixed with the deadly punch, created a move called the Deadly Spring, which completely crushed Lemda. At the very end, he deeply regretted being tricked once again by the one who used his younger brother as bait. Subaru said his final words to Lemda, telling him he truly knew where Killam and Dena were. Once Lemda was freed from the gate, he would go a place called the Sea of Miracles, where he would reunite with Killam and Denta. Lemda gradually vanished, which was good news. But this time, he was not sure if he could trust Subaru's words anymore. The group that defeated Lemda. Emperor Thema warned Subaru not to let his guard down because Lemda still had resurrection skills. But this time was different. Lemda's resurrection technique was nullified by the side effect of the ancient ice. Emperor Thema turned pale after reading the notice. What kind of technique is that? So inhumane. It kills instantly. It is a skill that leaves no chance for anyone to escape. They defeated the boss in the first area, and their wounds were healed. The Cassinus radiation in the second area was just watching, and it was unbelievable. Lemda got burned and was defeated. Even a giant could easily die just from the poison of a tiny insect. Underestimating the weak leads to the same fate as Lemda. The Cassinus radiation will stand here waiting until that group returns to fight it again. From the moment the intruders set foot in its territory, it will annihilate them all with the biggest radiation wave they have ever seen. Outside the gate, the Shikishima group sat in a line waiting. None of them wanted to leave. They insisted on guarding the gate, waiting for Subaru to come out. Shikishima was at a loss with these people. It had only been 5 minutes. Why were they already freaking out? Shikishima advised everyone to take a break. No one knew when Subaru's group would return. Before anyone could say a word, the gate opened and Subaru's group returned. The 6-star Imperial Meat Trading Palace Gate. First area. The Flame of Glory. had been cleared. Total cleanup time was 5 minutes and 17 seconds. Subaru jumped from level 51 to 63, and Jinga increased from level 74 to 79. Shikishima shouted, asking why Subaru came out so early and what had happened. Meanwhile, Jinga covered his face with a flash of light, running around looking for something to hide behind. He asked Maya if she had a bag, and she lent him a hat. He could not live without covering his face. If it was exposed, he would be seen as different. Shikishima looked up and down. He did not see anyone injured. Emperor Thema pointed to his arm, which was swollen, and asked, "Are you blind or what?" Loved ones can T-level up until they return the body to the original owner. Nagose came over to scold. He was like a cold splash of water on Subaru, saying how much time they wasted waiting for him. But Subaru did not care. He grabbed Nagose's hand and insisted he had done it. Subaru thought of Nagose's death in the future and teared up. Not now. He had made it. He had not let Nagose die. Subaru knelt down, holding Nagose's hand, and cried uncontrollably. While Nagose had no idea what the heck he was doing, the words suddenly stopped. He was not dead. So what sacrifice was Subaru talking about? Emperor Thema tapped Subaru's head and told him to stop babbling nonsense in front of someone with no memory. Subaru then remembered and stopped crying. Nagose was stunned by what just happened. He turned to Jinga and whispered, "Is Subaru crazy or what?" Subaru, tears streaming, said he had defeated a boss inside the 6-star gate. The others froze after hearing that. Nagose did not believe it and insisted Subaru was lying. Nagose got worked up. That boss was 10 times stronger than the 5-star boss. So how could he have defeated it so fast? While they were complaining, the system notification popped up. A boss of the Imperial Meat Trading Palace had been defeated, with 2 bosses remaining. Everyone who read the notice was shocked. Over at Maya Hot, they had finished treating Emperor Thema's collapsed arm. The owner of the Yamada Club was happy. Yamada Rokuro asked how they could defeat a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes. Everyone knows the power of a 5-star boss, even with 6 golden divine lords. Defeating a 6-star boss in just 5 minutes is impossible. Subaru said they completely relied on Jinga's ultimate skill to beat the boss's skill that can kill with a single touch. Rokuro burst out laughing, saying that is awesome. If they have such a great skill, they could form a team centered around Jinga, and then take down the other 2 bosses together. That sounds great. But unfortunately, it can't happen. The second boss is a Cassianus radiation type that shoots radiation beams from all directions, so they would be vaporized before getting close. The others in Yamada's club also thought the game was insanely hard after hearing that. In the next battle, they have no choice but to engage in a long fight against a monster at least 10 times stronger than the 5-star gate boss. Yudo and Kinokawa looked to Shikishima, putting all their trust in him. Shikishima snapped at the 2 of them. "What friends? You are impossible." Subaru thought to himself. The problem is not the Cassianus radiation. It is the one behind it. They need to find a way to defeat the weak spot of the 3rd area's boss. Shikishima asked Subaru if they had any chance of winning. Subaru said the chances were extremely slim. Shikishima immediately made a decision. He would hand over full command of this operation to Subaru, giving orders, choosing people, and if Subaru needed anything, just tell them. They would obey at all costs. The others were shocked by Shikishima's order. No one could believe he trusted someone he would only known for a month. Subaru did not refuse. He accepted Shikishima's command delegation. Kinoko also nodded. When she first met Subaru, she saw a special aura around him, but she did not expect Shikishima to hand over command so soon. They would been teammates for at least 8 years, and understood each other well. They were all waiting for someone to shine for the next generation. Subaru gave the first order. The 6-star appeared for the first time yesterday, Wednesday at 6:15 p.m. 15 hours have passed, and now it is Thursday at 9:23 am. They have 6 days and 9 hours left to break the gate. Until next Tuesday at 6 am. They should temporarily disband. The other Divine Lords were puzzled by Subaru's order. Emperor Thema laughed like crazy when Subaru said disband, while the Divine Lords looked like a bunch of idiots. Then Subaru hurriedly clarified that disbanding did not mean going home, but going out to hunt monsters and level up until Tuesday. Subaru painfully realized he had a problem expressing himself and needed to learn more. While Subaru told the others to level up, their group headed to the prison holding Divine Lord Panopson. This facility was designed and built by many Divine Lords, equipped with numerous traps and mechanisms. It can completely suppress Divine Lords' abilities, so it is used to imprison prisoners with special powers. With a capacity of about 300 people, Guango Kwai arrived at Karyuize's cell, deputy commander of the Night Alliance, and ordered Ize to come out. The Rainbow Divine Lord wanted to see him. After some time under prison care, Karyuize had become gaunt and pale. At the prison's command center, Guango Kwai received prior notice from Shikishima and introduced himself to Subaru's group. He joked that his name Kwai was funny, but in this job, he had to hide his identity, or else he would be killed easily. Kwai led them inside, explaining as they walked that Panopson means able to see everything. The name was coined by a great thinker in the 18th century. aiming for a small number of people to manage a large number of prisoners, because manpower capable of capturing other divine lords is scarce. This prison was established as a solution and has been maintained until now. While talking, Guanggukwai was sealing Karyuizae's powers using his skill, the violin bow. This skill allows him to apply many control effects on the sealed target, with the bow's effects distinguished by color, so they can rest assured Guanggukwai can easily control the prisoners when they act up. The deep red seal, when this mark is stamped on a target, their abilities get sealed off, and they become just like ordinary people. That skill is pretty strong. But unfortunately, Guanggukwai can't boost his stats anymore because the gatekeeper is an old lady, an alchemist named Zola. The challenge of Kwai's gatekeeper. Give Zola 10,000 neck and shoulder massages. Sounds easy. But Zola's a forgetful old lady who can't even remember if she has eaten. When breaking through gates, Kwai's skill is not very effective. But as the warden, he can fully utilize his abilities. Kwai led Subaru's group to the prisoner visitation room. Visits last up to 30 minutes. And no exchanging items with prisoners is allowed. After Kwai explained the rules, Subaru was allowed in, and Icy was already waiting inside. Icy is the deputy commander of the Shadow Alliance. He was previously defeated by Harasaka and had his arm cut, but it seems he was treated and recovered in prison. Subaru met Aishi during the 6th disaster. After the devastating earthquake, Subaru saw Aishi clutching his child's shoes, crying hopelessly in the rain. He could not stand seeing him like that, empty, with nothing left inside. At the same time, at the 5-star gate, the ghost ship arrived, and Shikishima's group was partying there. Shikishima was still annoyed. What is this comeback when you reach level 90 nonsense? It is making my hands itch. Shikishima channeled all his frustration into fighting monsters, using his first ultimate skill, Golden Bullets, to take down a bunch of weaklings. The boss monster, Captain Nemo, attacked Shikishima. He dodged and countered with his third ultimate skill, Fuzu's Outer Flame. The more Shikishima thought about it, the angrier he got. Does that guy even know how hard it is to level up after 80? Yet he expects them to reach 90. Even if they kill monsters at the 5-star gate, leveling up is tough unless the monsters there are the strongest type, and even then, defeating a high-level monster is pretty difficult. Plus, they could easily die trying the monsters at the 5-star gate vary. Some like Geese, some like Zat. The gate with the strongest monsters is the top-tier gate, which only has bosses. But it is 10 to 15 times harder than the top-tier 4-star gate. And there are not many of those gates. Slightly weaker are the high-tier gates, about 10 times stronger than 4-star gates. Mid-tier gates, about 5 times stronger. And finally, low-tier gates, only 2 to 3 times stronger than 4-star gates. Yudu and Kinokawa were also pushing hard to level up. They had no choice since Shikishima was the one who gave Subaru command, so they had to follow orders. Kinokawa used his third ultimate skill, Battleship Assassin, dropping a bunch of explosive mines into the sea. The boss had to surface. It was a level 90 Gigantomerman, but unlucky for him, he ran straight into Shikishima and Kinokawa. Shikishima used his fourth ultimate skill, Centrifugal Cannon, and Kinokawa used his first, Anchor Strike. Their combined attack was too much for the boss, who was instantly wiped out. After defeating the monster, the two argued over who dealt more damage, neither willing to back down, and both ended up leveling up. Not good at all. If Shikishima formed a team, the others would not get any experience from just tagging along, so they had no choice but to split Shikishima and Kinokawa into separate teams. There was also another stubborn one, insisting on going solo. That was Negus, currently at another 5-star gate, the Cornfield Gate. After defeating a monster and reaching level 73, wounds healed, and the boss appeared a level 90 Hamfaz. This one's at least mid-tier. Negas activated his fifth ultimate skill, Haktunchi God. Clutching a model of Harasaka Renji in his hand, he motivated himself to keep going, not to give up. On the other side, Harasaka was singing off-key. No idea who mentioned him. He and Suzaka were training under Killam, Denta, and Lewis, preparing to face the upcoming Western Hang. Hopefully, Subaru can convince Karyuizae that is going to be tough. Sure enough, after Subaru asked, Aize refused. He did not want to help them break the gate, cut the conversation short, stood up, and tried to return to his cell. When his wife and child were killed, this world did nothing to help him, and he saw no value in it, so he had no reason to try to save this miserable world. Subaru knows Aize is full of crap. He just says that, but deep down Aize still has hope for this world. When Subaru's crew heard they visited Aize in prison, the old gang members from the crime faction were furious, practically seeing red, thinking about Subaru's group, trying to convince Aize to join the 6-star gate sweep. On the other hand, Yumeno just kept reading quietly, not really interested in the desire to escape like the others. As for Subaru, 4 hours had passed since the group took Aize out of prison, but the atmosphere was still tense, with no one daring to say a word. Luckily, Aize suddenly broke the heavy silence. Subaru. Where are you taking me? Don't tell me we are going to the place of the guy who hurt my family. I do not want revenge. Doing that won't bring my wife and kid back. Do you really think I can help with sweeping the stargates? Curious. Aize asked, and Subaru gently nodded in agreement. He knows that even though Aize's wife and son were brutally harmed, justice did not side with him because it was considered a minor issue not worth attention. Facing all of humanity and the whole world, deep down he was suffocated by overwhelming disappointment. That is why Subaru decided to use psychological tactics to successfully negotiate with a man suffering like him. I do not have a perfect family either, but I have many people I care about, and I will protect them no matter what. You would think Aize would change his mind after hearing that, but he stayed calm like nothing happened. Changing a man with no intention of revenge like this is really tough. The whole crew drove from Niigata Prefecture, Ichigo plane down to Tokyo. They stopped on a grassy field at sunset. In front of them was a group of kids playing soccer at Kazaka Fefs. The team Aize's son used to play for. Aize was lost in memories, catching glimpses of his son's lively smile on the field. Imagining his kind wife pouring tea beside him, Aize went numb, mumbling to himself like a madman, making Jinga unable to watch any longer and immediately scolded Subaru for bringing Aize here. Unexpectedly, Subaru just replied briefly, "Not yet," leaving Jinga puzzled. As tears flowed, the kids who were friends of Aize's son saw him and eagerly ran over to greet him. Seeing those adorable young faces made Aize miss his son even more painfully. It had been a long time since his son passed away. Among the crowd, a boy held a photo of CG, proudly saying CG was always with them, which made Aize break down in tears. The boy and his friends said there'd be a match next month and hoped Aize could come watch and cheer for them. Hearing that, Aize's tears poured like rain, and he collapsed in agony thinking of CG. His son, the smile on his face when he told him he made the team. How could he ever forget that? The past can be undone. Aize could only scream in despair, washing his face with tears in the quiet sunset. Once again, the future had shifted a little. Subaru thought silently. Disaster number 6. Right after the super earthquake hit, Subaru met Aize, who had just returned from Tokyo after the prison collapsed. Aize looked battered and soaked from the rain, holding a pair of shoes. Grieving that all the kids on the soccer field were gone forever, he cried speechlessly, blaming himself for causing such a disaster, making Subaru's heart ache. But today, as tears were different from those days, Subaru and Jinga were relieved for Aize. Please, let us borrow your strength. Please, help us protect this world, Subaru pleaded softly. For the kids, I want to create a world where they can freely play soccer. Subaru, you are quite the con artist. You know how to reach the depths of a man's heart, isn't it? I will help you, but on one condition. Before Aize finished, Subaru immediately agreed to attend the match next month in his place to cheer for the kids. And just like that, the 6-star gate sweep team was complete. We need to level up before entering the gate. Karen and Saza's experience points will be transferred to Hirasaka and Sazaka, so nothing goes to waste. Jinga, Aize, please open at least one more gate because those skills will help us in the upcoming battle. Let us give it our all to take down the 6-star boss. Subaru assigned tasks to the whole team. Then the 6 of them set off together. 6 days later, on Tuesday, October 31st, the final battle day arrives. At noon, Shikishima stood on the balcony watching the situation, thinking there were only 6 hours left. I have done everything I can. Now we just have to rely on Subaru, Shikishima thought to himself, when suddenly Hijaki called, making him feel uneasy. Emperor Thema and the rest of the group were sitting comfortably, eating cake and drinking tea. Suddenly, Shikishima called to say they would be on TV soon, leaving Emperor Thema confused and panicked. There is no other way. That is what. The news about Hirasaka's death has not been made public yet. I am on my way. Get ready to get in the car and change your clothes, Shikishima shouted into the phone, causing Emperor Thema to panic. Just after hanging up, Shikishima somehow showed up in a car right where Emperor Thema was and quickly dragged him along urgently. Emperor Thema was carried into the car with no chance to resist, only able to scream for help. Though no one really cared, Sazaka's group calmly continued drinking tea and eating cake, not paying any attention to the chaos that just happened. When Jinga asked about Subaru's status, Sazaka said the two were still at the gate. So today the group would handle the meeting with the golden tier gods themselves. After a few days with Subaru, I realized one thing. He is definitely a weirdo. Gods like us heal by leveling up, but that only works on physical wounds. That means mental damage stays no matter what. As long as the battle goes on, their energy and focus will slowly drain, so death is inevitable. But he goes completely against that. In the past 6 days, while we took turns leveling up, he locked himself in the training gate without resting even once. Still the same now. I finally understand how he, a newly joined god, can stand up to the top gods. Subaru is a monster, Zinga said quietly. Subaru, outside right now after beating the boss, has leveled up to 90. setting the record for fastest level up in human history. Subaru timed it perfectly to meet, and Duel vanquished directly. Sasaka's group reached the rooftop and found Harasaka sitting there. Nearby, Kinoka was pinning down Nago's, who was extremely agitated and aggressive. Despite the chaos, the net was still tangled but no longer blinding. The TV station arranged a helicopter to film the group from above thoroughly. Because a 6-star gate appeared right after the incident with the Tree Faction Guild, the whole world is buzzing about it. Harasaka. Shikishima. Thank you both so much. After the losses, we will dive into uncovering secrets about the new leader of Japan's God community, the savior Subaru Ariak. The cheerful reporter spoke up, making Zinga's eyes widen hearing the new leader of Japan's God community. Looks like after beating the 6-star boss, Subaru's fame has skyrocketed insanely. Nago's, pinned down on the other side, quietly wondered why Subaru still had not come out after 18 hours. Before anyone could answer, the loud noise of citizens panicking erupted due to a monster from the underworld appearing. Everyone instantly went into full panic mode, rushing to respond. But Hirasaka stopped them. Hirasaka, calm as ever, told them to just sit tight because Subaru was already on his way. Sure enough, Subaru appeared like a god, surrounded by a rainbow aura, strong and ready to fight, launching an attack to save the citizens in a life or death situation. Seeing that this boss only had 4 stars, Subaru gently bent his sword and swiftly swung it, chopping the monster into pieces in the blink of an eye. Much to everyone's amazement and admiration, everyone applauded and cheered for their savior. Subaru, Sasaka and the others also approached Subaru at the same time to praise his recent strike. Since everyone was present, this was the perfect moment for the group to enter the 6-star gate. A helicopter camera crew quickly followed the assault team to capture the most important footage, hoping the group would return safely. Just after stepping through the gate, a fierce light dragon appeared in a blinding flash right in front of them. This was the boss's territory, so there was no way to pass through without taking a hit. The monster saw Subaru daring to enter its area and charged aggressively. But unexpectedly, it got slammed face first by 9 strikes from the arena boss monster slayer Ulox. Thanks to IC's timely intervention, Subaru escaped without any injuries. Don't worry. If the opponent is a swordsman, leave it to me, IC said firmly to Subaru. The technique could freeze all moving targets within it for 1 second. However, judging by Ulox's attacks, he was fast enough to vanish within that 1 second. IC Kiryu's strategy in this battle was optimal defense. Tsukishima knew Subaru was strong, but to use a single ultimate skill that turned an entire area into giant stone blocks like this, he really was a monster. IC was fully armed on this side, standing next to Tsukishima, waiting for his chance to fight the knight. He was not sure if Subaru knew for certain whether the group would defeat the knight, since the freezing technique could not block attacks from light or physical energy. If the enemy here was a light dragon, IC probably did not expect to make it back. It seemed Subaru had a far-reaching vision beyond just the current situation. What exactly did he know and what was he thinking? IC asked himself suspiciously. At that moment, Subaru suddenly told Tsukishima to keep advancing according to the plan, and so, the final assault the entire melee team officially began. Everyone quickly slipped inside Susie's soft, jelly-like body. Subaru's close companion. Susie charged full force at the knight, then suddenly used invisibility magic, causing the knight to panic wildly. Meanwhile, Tsukishima, IC, Hirasaka, Kinokawa, and Nago's Du took their positions, ready for close combat defense. Once Tsukishima gave the signal, they would simultaneously unleash their 1st, 5th, and 6th ultimate skills on the knight. With a roar, a blinding light surged toward the knight's position, shaking the earth and sky as his slash cuts spread everywhere. Luckily, Udo arrived just in time to support. Otherwise, they would have been buried here, and it would have been all over. IC worried that losing track of the knight would be disastrous. He had no idea when or from which direction the next slash would come. Tsukishima immediately used clairvoyance magic, shuddering as he saw the knight rushing toward them at breakneck speed, his slashes spreading widely. Udo and Aishi combined their swords to unleash the 4th ultimate skill, the Golden Wall, trying to block the spreading cuts. Sangchoi suddenly burst in, turning the entire stage into chaos. Susie struggled to withstand the incoming force behind her. Subaru gritted his teeth, frustrated because Ulox's movements and actions were even faster than he remembered. Each slash whirled violently in rapid succession, overwhelming Shikishima to the point of dizziness. A terrifying explosion erupted as the slash lunged straight at IC, with a deafening roar reducing everything around to rubble and ruin. Fortunately, Udo and Aishi survived, though IC's head was bleeding badly, making everyone's hearts skip a beat. What are you still standing here for? Shikishima, keep supporting Subaru and the others. We have to make sure they reach the boss. I believe in Subaru, and the reason I have always wanted to know who he really is because he gave me a perfect reason to keep living. IC said calmly. Do not worry. I saw with my own eyes that Subaru and the others have already reached the boss. IC. You have done your job, Shikishima replied softly. For Subaru's group right now, This is just the beginning, at the moment of a direct solo fight with this night boss. While Suzaka and Karien were powering up their transformations, Hirasaka quickly unleashed a flying dragon slash right at the boss with his own fierce strength. Nice to meet you, Senior, Hirasaka said with a smirk as he swung his strike and spoke to the boss. I am Hirasaka Renji, wielder of the Golden Knight Lewis. Hirasaka laughed scornfully, which made the boss instantly rage and roar. Taking advantage of the boss' distraction, Suzaka unleashed a thunderous lightning strike, turning the scene into a sea of powerful energy. Emerging from the thick smoke, Suzaka saw that Hirasaka was unharmed and let out a quiet breath of relief. Just like the info we had. It seems thunder attacks can only slow him down, Suzaka observed and reported. Seeing the boss recover and struggle to get up, Suzaka suggested Hirasaka let her handle him. In the chaos, Subaru quietly called Zinga and Meima to join him in backing up Suzaka and Hirasaka. Both sides were fiercely attacking each other, with dust and dark energy exploding loudly in the air. Just as I expected from a former knight commander. His mighty sword swung powerfully like a giant whale. Even if he used all his power and golden aura, it still was not enough. If I were alone, maybe this would not be a contest. Monster Hunter, I would beat you. Hirasaka gritted his teeth, growling to the boss in front of him. 6 days ago in the underworld, by the radiant shore where souls gather, Subaru told everyone he failed to clear the 6-star gate in the realm of the Polar King. The losses we suffered fighting Lambda were huge, so we spent a lot of time healing and leveling up, and as a result, the monster who killed Cassinus was released when his time was up. Every slash of his sword left trails across Tokyo, causing massive casualties. In my memory, to protect the city, Yudo and Kinokawa. They, hearing Subaru say that, Hirasaka clenched his jaw and looked away. Hirasaka decided to ask Lewis to guide him once more. No sooner had he spoken than Lewis appeared from afar, offering to help Hirasaka destroy that monster, even if it meant defying her own country. Back in the present, Hirasaka felt his own strength alone was not enough to match the monster, so he relied on his knowledge to compensate for what he lacked. The third special move combined with Hirasaka's Stone Crusher blasted everything around in a blinding flash, making the boss dizzy. Zinga simultaneously unleashed his fifth skill with fierce pressure, mixing it with Hirasaka's double slash. The deadly punches and divine marks from everyone around combined, making the force grow more and more intense, destroying everything nearby. Taking advantage of the boss being surrounded, Hirasaka fiercely struck down with a brutal light sword attack, knocking the boss face first into the thick smoke. Zinga and Mei stood outside watching the brutal scene, sweating nervously, unsure if they had won. No way. You think it is that easy? He will wake up soon. He is definitely trying to bait us into another attack, but I guess this might be our chance too. Subaru, I am going in first. Alright everyone. It is time for me to shine, Sasaka shouted fiercely, immediately summoning 8 thunder gods of various colors. Negus covered his eyes, stunned, unable to look away from the light in front of him. The Shikishima group saw Negus tearing up like that, and hurriedly urged him to come meet the leader with them. At this moment, Hirasaka recalled Lewis' advice. To defeat the Golden Knight Commander, you have to destroy his armor first. Our armor not only cuts the damage we take in half but also restores AP just by wearing it. It is a valuable and extremely precious item. Moreover, the Monster Slayer has the highest AP compared to previous commanders, which also makes him much stronger in long battles. Of course, this leads to a short, intense period focused mainly on fierce attacks. In summary, you all have to destroy his armor first. Then Renji, you will need to use the strongest technique I have given you before. Combine the 7 sword paths and the royal aura, then unleash a powerful strike. Be careful with his remaining imp, Luik warned. So right after a fierce attack, I will have to land a decisive blow or jump into another fight at the same time. Right, I will take on the support role next, but if I can, I will help break the armor too. I am pretty good at landing those decisive attacks, Sasaka said confidently, since she is the Thunder God's disciple. No one can beat her speed. After Sasaka's healing technique from the 8 Thunder Gods, she charged up and unleashed a nearly 10-second rainbow lightning strike with powerful force. She relentlessly punched the boss, leaving everyone around stunned. Sasaka truly lives up to being Subaru's first teammate. Able to face the boss alone, she was trained by the Thunder God Killam, who is now watching her through a screen in the underground world. In fact, Sasaka's progress is impressive enough to astonish Killam. However, her enemy comes from the Golden Kingdom, known as the strongest. That means dealing with him won't be easy. If I had not used that technique, I would probably be dead by now. Even with 60% damage reduction, his attacks are still too strong. This guy really is strong, Sasaka thought as she gritted her teeth and fought the boss. Following Lord Van's orders, Subaru's trump card must be saved for the next fight, so she can rely on Subaru. Hirasaka on this side could only brace himself and rely on Sasaka. She kept desperately trying to unleash lightning strikes, using all her strength to charge at the boss. After 10 seconds of intense lightning, Sasaka shattered part of the boss's mask, causing green fluid to drip from his eye. Suzaka's done her part. Now it is Hirasaka's turn. Hirasaka powerfully unleashed the 7 sword paths, shattering the boss's mask completely, with green fluid pouring down his face like rain after Suzaka's armor-breaking strike combined with Hirasaka's strongest attack. Everyone there and those watching in the underground world believed victory was certain, but the Golden Kingdom's tech commander was furious and enraged after taking several heavy hits from Subaru's core. Plus, being suppressed by another tech soldier and constantly getting beaten up was just him fulfilling his duty. This is an unavoidable order. Commander, your aggression is anything but normal. If you keep this up, you will wipe out the entire Silver Kingdom, while what our king wants is peace. Lewis replied coldly. Still, the tech commander stubbornly insisted on wiping out the Silver Kingdom completely until extinction. After endless warnings, Lewis decided to execute him. He has already taken too many lives. Brother, not just enemies but also allies opposing your massacre, Lewis said gravely. Raising his sword, she could not accept that her best friend was forever lost in the bloodbath the tech commander called his victory, then dismissed it as normal. I can't see you as my dear brother anymore. Monster Slayer, Lewis shouted and struck hard, instantly severing the tech commander's head. At that moment in the real world, he also finally fell. Hirasaka tried to rush at Ulick just now, but unexpectedly, his demon sealing power returned once again. Much to everyone's surprise, the air was filled with a deep red blood aura. Ulick, covered in blood, smirked as he limped forward step by step. I have been betrayed by my own country and sent down to the gate. You the one who just said you are Lewis' owner. Right, so that was your plan all along. Master's words have already been set in motion, but wait, even in that situation, I never expected you would send your own owner away like that. Haha. Poor little sister of mine. Your plan has completely fallen apart. Ulick pointed at Hirasaka, then burst out laughing, mocking Lewis so hard it made everyone here boil with anger. You trash. Do you know that those sealed inside the gate can actually return to the underworld? The first way is to be destroyed by their owner. Ulick said this, then suddenly lunged forward, stabbing Suzaka through the stomach before she could react, causing her to collapse in a pool of blood. The second way is to pierce through an owner with a certain level of strength. Ulick attacked Hirasaka again as he was flying over to Suzaka's side with Ulick's terrifying power. Hirasaka was kicked flying dozens of meters away into a chicken coop in the blink of an eye. Ulick's attack power increased by 360%, thanks to the combination of his golden aura and blood-red sclera. On top of that, his 12th ultimate skill drains all his energy with every beat, boosting his next attack to 1,800%. Seeing Ulick now brimming with unmatched power, Sasuke and Hirasaka could only exchange hopeless glances. Subaru quietly approached Ulick and advised his teammates to run fast, because if they got hit by that attack, they would all be blown away like trash. Subaru did not expect Ulick to regain his consciousness. We have to retreat. Subaru said this, leaving Jinga a bit confused about what he was planning. You have earned my gratitude, human. Thanks to all of you, I have grown stronger, can return to the underworld, a place where I can take revenge on my sister, the one who tore me apart. As a token of gratitude, I will allow you to die by my ultimate technique. Ulick glared fiercely, then drew his dragon-slaying sword filled with dark magic. At the moment Ulick activated his technique, a silent conversation unfolded in the minds of Subaru, Suzaka, and Hirasaka. Subaru declared he would be the one to defeat Ulick, would shock Suzaka and Hirasaka. If I use my trump card here, are you sure we can beat the Silver King in the third disaster? Hirasaka asked worriedly. I do not know, but even so, it is better than losing our friend. Subaru's eyes burned with determination as he boldly replied, which only made Suzaka and Hirasaka more anxious, because they knew Subaru was just worried about their lives. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced the dark space, startling Suzaka, who shouted that there was still something they could do before using the trump card. Outside, Ulick was wildly searching for his chaotic energy, when suddenly both his hands went numb and paralyzed. From afar, Aze approached like a god, his body covered in blood but still looking cool and handsome, holding a sharp blade in his hand. Seeing Aze and Suzy appear, Arasaka got excited but accidentally bumped into Aze's blocking technique. Nice to meet you, Demon Slayer. You might not see it, but you are completely surrounded by my technique. Sorry, but now I have to defeat you. Aze said this to Ulick with a sharp nod. So you are the one who stopped him being. Ulick glanced coldly at Aze. Actually, Aze's mana was almost depleted, and his bluff would not last much longer. That is why Subaru's team needed to act quickly. Shikishima, losing patience, loudly urged Subaru to tell everyone what to do next. Remembering Sayaka's words about something they could do before using that thing, Subaru's mind started racing intensely just thinking about the possibility of defeating Ulick while saving his trump card for the battle against the Silver King. Shikishima, Nagos, I have a proposal for both of you. Please become my family. Right here. Right now, Subaru suddenly spoke up, his whole body already radiating strong spiritual energy, making Shikishima and Nagose, though confused, quickly agree. Rakuta Sunana's secret skill that Subaru gained after reaching level 50. This skill can transform a living being into family, unlike Parivara, which requires a connection through the soul. This skill can only successfully transform someone into family with that person's consent. After hearing Subaru's proposal, Nagose hesitated a bit because he did not want to be both family and subordinate to Subaru. But in the end, Nagose nodded in agreement because as long as he could save Hirasaka, he was willing to give up everything he had. Yulak was still surrounded by the invisible skill of Subaru's group. They had not launched any attacks since earlier, which means they have run out of options. Maybe they are waiting for someone. But honestly, that is pointless, Yulak thought silently, then fiercely unleashed his spiritual energy, powerfully activating his skill with the gem. Ise could not believe Yulak understood the properties of the old man's skills so quickly. Feeling a bit panicked inside, Yulak's cold, bullet-like gaze lightly traced 7 curved sword strikes combined with 7 curved claw marks that exploded noisily, severing one of Ise's feet and spilling blood everywhere. His devastating blow also shook and cracked the peak of the ridge. That skill only lasts for about a second. Right, instead, my 7 curved claw marks always stay in place and keep activating for 20 seconds. Yulak sneered and immediately unleashed a blinding light attack that buried both Ise and Tsuji. Seeing that, Hirasaka immediately rushed from behind to ambush Yulak, but was unfortunately spotted. Don't get involved. I notice you are running low on ape, so just die already and save yourself the trouble, Yulak arrogantly mocked, then fiercely launched his 7 curved sword strike, but unexpectedly was ambushed by Shikishima's sniper shot from afar. Thanks to the golden rifle combined with spiritual power, Shikishima successfully eroded Yulak's soul. Nagose had already intruded into Hirasaka's mind to help him use his skill. The trait of someone who becomes family is the ability to add spiritual power to their skills. In other words, the weapon stored in Nagose's golden arsenal can directly harm the opponent's soul. Subaru really has turned everyone into his family. Transformation from a living being to family was a very painful decision for Subaru. Once turned into family, neither Shikishima nor Nagose could be resurrected through Parivara anymore, even if they die later. That is something Subaru is deeply worried about and blames himself for. Don't worry about that, Subaru. Fighting means there have to be losses. That is just how it is. You did the right thing. You can also share your memories of the future with us. Sorry for being such a burden to you until now. Leave the rest to us. Shikishima and everyone reassured Subaru firmly. They coordinated tightly, striking in perfect sync without needing to discuss or signal, making the demon stagger and reel. The benefits of becoming family are incredibly diverse for both the master and the follower. But in this case, the most important thing now is complete coordination through soul communication. Shikishima used all his strength sniping to stop the demon from using attacks that made him furious. Our way of thinking is basically like we are cut from the same mold. You know, destroying the enemy's attack is better than defending. So do not even dream I will let them mess with us. Shikishima laughed loudly at the demon. Just then, Ise suddenly appeared in front of the demon lord, leaving him utterly stunned. He clearly remembered having slashed Ise directly before. It turned out that just before the enemy's ultimate move reached its target, Ise instantly enlarged his body many times over, which allowed him to block the attack. Sorry, but I am not done here yet. I still have plans I can miss. Ise said that, then teamed up with Suza and Hirasaka to unleash a combined attack, successfully defeating boss Yulak in just 1 minute and 30 seconds. Just as Yulak was stubbornly insisting he would return someday, Hirasaka quickly crushed that hope by stabbing a dagger straight into Yulak's belly, causing him to crack open right on the spot. It was all thanks to Lewis' earlier instructions to Hirasaka. After the final strike, use this dagger. This dagger is called amnesia. When a soul is destroyed at the gate, it can usually return to the underworld. But this item breaks that cycle and burns them in the unconscious realm. The unconscious realm is the final destination of a soul and also where Subaru met the King of Aurora. Hirasaka felt this was a bit harsh, but Lewis had begged him to do it. It was all for dignity and to soothe her friends and the hundreds of thousands of souls slaughtered by Yulak. So at Lewis' request, Hirasaka shattered Yulak's soul into 100 pieces, turning it to nothingness and dust. This way, the hatred of those harmed by him would be somewhat eased. Lewis watched Yulak's form fade away and softly spoke, remembering the memories of the two brothers in the past. She could only hold back tears and say goodbye to Yulak. It is finally over. Hirasaka praised Nagose's great contribution. Nagose, dazed, recalled Dioking's advice to find his own star, moved to tears. Maybe today, Nagose has come a little closer to his star. After a life or death battle, Shikishima and Hirasaka finally reunited. But their cool, indifferent attitude made Nagose want to hide his eyes because of their extreme badassery. Just as they were about to leave, Subaru suddenly received a private system notification. The intervention of a friend's relative into the system was acknowledged. Boss's soul has disappeared, so no experience points will be awarded. This kind of intervention is not encouraged. All the complications from this incident have caused us huge trouble. Lord, Please play by the rules we set. Subaru read it and quietly pressed the agree button. Everything happened just as Subaru expected. That future is coming faster. After completing the mission, the group immediately left the underworld through the gate, before it disappeared completely. Tonight at exactly 6:15, the whole team, led by Subaru, successfully passed through the 6-star gate at the Idabashi intersection. A large crowd gathered to witness the gate's collapse, causing significant traffic disruption. Subaru stepped out confidently with the team, surrounded by a sea of people and flashing camera lights like headlights. I was just focusing on commanding. So this victory belongs to everyone standing here. From now on, our Lord will continue protecting everyone from entities from the underworld, even if it costs his life, Subaru declared fiercely amid the enthusiastic applause and cheers around him. Harazaka suddenly said the two of them had to return to the dazzling coast. But no one expected him to leave immediately. He vanished just like that, leaving Shikishima speechless. Sasaka also thought about coming back here after visiting his parents. While chatting, the group suddenly realized someone seemed to be missing. At that moment, Jinga stepped out from the towering gate before Isa, still wearing his signature sealed box on his head. Subaru's goal of passing the 6-star gate is complete, so my role here is over. In the end, I did not contribute much, but I think I did my best as a silver rank. Isa thanked him for his effort. I bet Subaru will keep his promise to you, Jinga said, then nodded slightly in front of Isa, as if he also believed in Subaru. Isa asked curiously, but Jinga felt it was not quite that certain. That night in Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture, Jinga turned on the TV and saw the interview news about the group from the other day. It was a long but pretty interesting week for Jinga. While staring intently at Subaru's face on the screen, suddenly a bright door appeared right behind Jinga. As soon as the door opened, Jinga realized his whole body was numb and he could not move. Laughing slyly behind that door was the shiny 9-tailed silver king, Ruin. At that moment, he was wearing a seductive smile, asking Jinga to help him with something. The next day, November 1st, at the Divine Lord Federation's headquarters, a grand party was held to celebrate the recent success at the 6-star gate. Jinga declined to attend the party, using the excuse that his home was far away. Ace returned to prison but was still allowed to watch the match of the Sun-S friends. Everyone present was happily eating and chatting. Sasaka excitedly shared that she had visited home yesterday. Her whole family cried, but were very happy to know she helped clean the 6-star gate. Subaru told Shikishima that he would go meet Jinga at 6 o'clock later. Shikishima nodded happily, then suddenly got close to Subaru's face with fierce eyes, and said he should hurry up and buy a house. You are famous now, are not you? The hotel lobby where you are staying is packed with crowds. The cost of living there has skyrocketed to VIP ticket prices. Whether you want a house or an apartment, just buy one and move in right away. Living somewhere private, just because you are famous, is not about showing off. It is really necessary. Staying in a normal place will only bother the people around you, Shikishima said firmly. So while waiting for Subaru to buy a new house, Shikishima took him to temporarily stay in Harasaka's luxury apartment. Subaru's eyes widened as soon as he stepped in, amazed by how spacious and fancy it was. Shikishima said Subaru would stay here until he got his own house. Harasaka had already agreed through his spirit. Subaru sighed, unsure if this was okay, because he was afraid Negos would get mad at him. Through the spirit, although Negos did scold Subaru, he also asked him to take pictures of Harasaka's house for him. After handing Subaru the house keys, Shikishima quickly pulled him outside so he could freely admire the city he was protecting. This peaceful, fresh scene was so different from the tragedy that would happen in the future of King Aurora. Subaru was moved and vowed to stop it before it happened. As soon as he arrived at the train station, Subaru saw Zinga already waiting for him. About what he needed to say to Zinga, Subaru excitedly asked if Zinga wanted to come with him starting next week to the underworld. The underworld? You mean the enemy of humanity? Zinga asked suspiciously. Enemy? Yeah. I know you would say that. A lot has happened, and I need to join the meeting of the kings, Subaru replied calmly, making Zinga's head spin with the info he just revealed. Kings? Meetings? Joining? Do you realize you just made a statement that could shake the whole world? No one has any detailed info about the underworld. You know that, right? Of course. No one's been there to witness it. And now you are. Zinga stumbled over his words, speechless. Yeah. That is why I think we can go together. Subaru smiled admiringly, making Zinga even more speechless. Zinga felt like Subaru was trying to invite him on a risky adventure. I can't talk to you anymore. And another thing, how do you plan to get into that underworld? And why invite me? Someone who has only reached silver rank. Don't you have stronger teammates than me? Zinga lost his temper and shouted, of course. I will bring others along with me too, but I am sure there will be times when Zinga's strength will be absolutely essential in the future. That is my reason. Will you officially become my teammate? After coming back from the underworld, I plan to form a team, and I want you to be part of it. Even though the team is not recognized yet, or does not have a name, its motto is, I will never betray or abandon my friends. What do you think? Subaru explained calmly, making Zinga hesitate a bit. From the first time I met you, I could not believe someone like you would choose me to clear the 6-star gate together, but your decision was absolutely right, and with your strategy, we managed to clear the gate. I bet you have some incredibly mysterious power. I still can't believe in my own strength. But I will believe you because you trusted me, Zinga said firmly. Then immediately grabbed Subaru's hand tightly. Together, they created a power like ice flashing brightly across the whole river surface. Sitting on the boat drifting on the water was Ruin, calmly drinking and silently bidding farewell to dear Subaru. My dear Subaru, who has become incredibly dangerous in just a few days, defeating that brute Lambai in minutes, and even beating the monster slayer, using only his loved ones. Those yellow and red guys might just warn. But I am different. If this keeps up, there is a good chance that Vanquish will come back. Every threat needs to be eliminated right at its source. Ruin growled to himself, but the moment Subaru and Zinga shook hands, Subaru briefly realized that the soul technique of the Silver King Ruin was fully inside Zinga's body, with 100% control over its target, just as I suspected. Right now Zinga is the target. Ruin's goal is to get close to the nearest silver-level target, Subaru thought to himself. Then suddenly asked if the Silver King was there, making Ruin's heart skip a beat. Unable to believe Subaru had figured out so fast, the one who made 3 mistakes. First, whenever Zinga goes out, he always wears a paper bag on his head. Second, Zinga calls me Ariak, not Subaru. And third, Zinga would never say I trust you until the very end, Subaru shouted angrily. Then ripped off his shirt, revealing a prosthetic arm that stunned Ruin. Turns out Subaru had already cut off his own arm and replaced it with a prosthetic he could control. Looks like he planned to deal with this kind of power from the start. Such a thorough countermeasure could not have been done without determination and conviction. After baring his upper body, Subaru quickly pressed the blood control point right on Zinga's chest, making him collapse immediately. Seeing Subaru had neutralized the ban ray on Zinga's body, Ruin turned furious, guessing Subaru must have planned this to handle it so perfectly. After gently laying Zinga down, Subaru's bag suddenly exploded, revealing a bloodied arm. That arm flew swiftly and powerfully to attach itself to Subaru's shoulder, making Ruin more and more confused and alarmed. He is not only the owner of Vanquish but also has precognition. This guy's way too dangerous. I do not care if the other kings notice me. I have to kill him right here. Right now. Ruin sweated nervously, watching Subaru's imposing figure steadily approach him. What we have achieved so far is a world completely different from the future world I saw that day. In a world this oppressive, there is only one thing that is certain. People's failure. Subaru warned Ruin fiercely. His mission this time was to stop Ruin's plan and defeat him in a direct fight. If successful, he would gain new allies, get closer to the truth of the world, and unlock the red band. But if he failed, Subaru and Zinga would have to log out and accelerate the destruction of the underworld. Over at Shikishima, Sayaka and Carrion, they were busy watching Subaru through their soul connection. Everyone was calm, confident Subaru would win quickly. Ruin, provoked by Subaru, immediately surged with full power and dashed ashore. Sukana, who popped up first, was hit by Subaru's swift water strike, successfully leaving Ruin unable to fight back. Stopping there, Subaru unleashed Shikishima's fierce technique, engulfing Ruin in deep water. His entire soul was trapped the moment Subaru's move landed, leaving him no choice but to desperately defend himself. This is the final technique of the 3 I received from Vanquish the first time. Sun Travelers can block sunlight, Macedon's weakness, but in exchange, it lowers all stats to their limit. And I have unleashed Macedon Subaru Ariak's true form. Subaru spoke coldly, making Ruin's face go pale. He did not expect that since becoming a wielder, Subaru had been struggling with his true power all along. Still, Ruin, stubborn as a legend, refused to lose, using all his remaining strength to launch a thunderous wind strike straight at Subaru. Seeing him go wild with his own power, Subaru did not back down and immediately countered with a precise move. Basically, he had no intention of letting anyone fall in this fight, including himself. This was truly a battle too close to call between Subaru and Ruin, both equally strong, practically a 49-50 match. Meanwhile, back in the human world, Shikishima, Sayaka, and Karin had quietly fallen asleep while watching Subaru. At the same time, in the spirit world, on the radiant shore, the gods Killam, Denta, Lemda, Luquat, and Harasaka gathered to assess Subaru's recent attack. They all hoped Subaru would win, because if not, Ruin would wipe them all out. Vanquish, sitting far away observing the battle, was suddenly interrupted by Sazan, the queen of martyrdom. She was confident Subaru would fulfill their wishes. On this side, after unleashing a powerful rainbow strike, Subaru successfully triggered Ruin, the Silver King's rage mode. The sparks Subaru created were torn apart midair, colliding and causing endless explosions. That night, the sea kept pouring down relentlessly over Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. The Silver King completely stopped thinking for a few seconds, and just kept going before the rain stopped. His sacred silver threads had been shredded into thousands of pieces, even sliced lengthwise. Did he inherit that special technique from Vanquish? So he has been hiding his true dragon power all this time, has not he? Ruin's eyes turned blood red. Furious, the one hiding it was Vanquish. He told me not to tell anyone about this. That old man also said if people knew my true power. A coward like you would not dare come near the human world, Subaru arrogantly replied, making Ruin so furious it felt like his head would explode. And he angrily launched a sacred fire strike straight at Subaru. Subaru dodged, and the fierce blast hitting the seawater instantly made it evaporate. So if it hits Subaru, he is definitely done for. Maintaining such a powerful technique will take a toll. This will be a heavy burden for him, Subaru thought to himself. No matter what, Ruin has never had more than 1/9 of his soul at once. The heavens strictly forbid the main soul bodies of entities from the spirit world from entering the human world. But Ruin has a technique to split his soul into 9 parts. With that technique, he can slip past the system, even if he only brings 1 part. That alone is enough to have ultimate power when the main body also comes to the human world. That is because the gate sets no limits. But if this soul part is destroyed, the main soul will lose that portion as well. That weakens Ruin's main body in this world. That is why we need to completely subdue him right here, so I can negotiate later. Vanquish was thinking to himself as Subaru kept running away, making Ruin chase him endlessly. He is furious because you are just a scared little punk who only knows how to run. But Ruin had no idea Subaru's running around all this time was just to lure him into a trap. While running, Subaru suddenly stopped and then unleashed a precise strike that caught Ruin off guard, trapping him in a bloody barrier. Ruin went crazy trying to shoot Subaru, but missed every time because Subaru was too fast. Like a missile from afar, Subaru charged and landed a powerful punch right in Ruin's face, knocking him out cold on the spot. Blood and teeth flying everywhere. Subaru's punches kept coming nonstop, showing no sign of stopping even though Ruin's face was now completely mangled until Ruin was totally destroyed. Subaru would keep hitting him like a punching bag until he won. Ruin was beaten to a pulp, barely recognizable, his whole body battered and collapsing under Subaru's final punch. He coughed up blood in pain, feeling his soul could not hold on any longer, so he had to retreat quickly. You've got some serious stamina. If it were Lambda, he would be dead at least 5 times by now. Just as I expected. You are really strong, Subaru sighed, then quickly focused his energy on Ruin, making him dizzy and pass out right there. Everyone watching in the virtual world was stunned, not expecting Ruin to actually be defeated by Subaru. Sajo and Harasaka smiled proudly at what Subaru had accomplished. Well done, kid. Now it is time to negotiate and turn that Silver King into one of us, Vanquish said excitedly, making everyone gape in disbelief. Was it really necessary to do that to him in such a pitiful state? On November 1st, an hour before the fight with Yulek, Vanquish asked Subaru to turn Ruin into an ally, to appear at the king's meeting. You need to lay the groundwork for your future interests. Negotiate with him and bring him to our side. First, give him a good beating. You have to show him your strength. That is the only way to make the strong listen. Besides, Ruin is one of the easiest to negotiate with once he surrenders. That guy is cautious and strong, but deep down, he is just a coward, Vanquish said seriously, guiding Subaru. Ruin, half-conscious, recalled the moment he first met Vanquish as a child. Back then, Ruin still followed the 9-tailed fox spirit. His ancestor, Vanquish, approached Ruin and told him the reason he ran away was that his fear of failure was much greater than the happiness of winning. If you were just a person, that'd be fine. But as a king, you can't always be afraid. Take a good look at yourself, coward. Every word from Vanquish hit Ruin's pride, freezing him in place. But then Vanquish gently patted Ruin's head, advising him that if he could do those things, he would become a good king, leaving Ruin confused about how to react. Watching Vanquish's cheerful back disappear into the crowd in the virtual world, Ruin hoped he could one day become a king like him. Blinking awake, Ruin saw Subaru sitting in front of him, which reignited his anger fiercely. Give up. You are just a fragment of a soul, so it will be hard to come back. This fight is over, Subaru said softly. He proposed that he wanted Ruin to become an ally, cooperate, and pass on the request to the king's meeting. To do that, become one of us. Subaru's words not only shocked Ruin but also stunned the gods, like thunder crashing in their ears. Only Vanquish seemed to have expected this. Chuckling slyly, eager to see how the fun would continue. Of course, Ruin strongly opposed Subaru's bold proposal. We'll let you live in return. Even though you are just a fragment of a soul, you are still part of the main being. If you are destroyed, the power and status of the main being will drop quite a bit. The balance between gold and copper will be shaken, and that is going to cause a lot of trouble for you. Subaru spoke up again. Do not think that is enough to make me your ally. The biggest worry for us is when Vanquish regains his strength from his prime. Any action that benefits him is unacceptable. Ruin snapped back. Subaru refused to give up and promised him that if he agreed, he would share future information through soul connection. Hearing that, Ruin started to waver slightly, no longer so agitated as before. But quietly pondering, Subaru had already predicted Ruin's response today thanks to his teammates. Given the two futures that had completely changed, inside the soul right now, Subaru's teammates were noisily debating, making him want to bang his head. Why did you say that just a moment ago? You said the future you knew could not be trusted anymore. Does that mean becoming your ally serves no purpose? Ruin asked suspiciously. The memories I hold now are about 8 disasters that will befall the human world. And the one causing the 8th disaster is the manager from the Synchro realm, Subaru explained calmly. And Ruin almost flipped out, because he did not expect Subaru's enemy to be that supreme entity. The manager, with the waves growing more turbulent. Subaru guessed the manager he mentioned had appeared. Now the real negotiation begins. Zinga groggily sat up, realizing he was lying on the shore and was startled. Clutching his pounding head, Zinga tried to look around for the Silver King, but was instead met with a huge pair of bloodshot eyes floating on the sea, nearly giving him a heart attack. Those eerie eyes belonged to the manager. Or in other words, the supreme being who created the Synchro realm. Ruin only knew of his existence, but had not seen his true form. So now he was just as panicked. Why are you here? We have not broken any rules. We just mentioned your name. Step back, Subaru ordered coldly. And the manager obediently vanished immediately, but Subaru knew it had not completely disappeared from this world, and was still watching everything. Subaru told himself he had fought it before but lost. Next time, I will be the one to win. And to do that, I need you. Subaru proposed. Is he serious about making me his ally? He knows everything that will happen. And the only way to join his forces is through soul communication. I will definitely become the manager's enemy. This is a huge risk, but if I miss this chance, I will never get to access that information again. Wait. I won't be a king anymore if I do not decide now. I should not be afraid of losing anything, so my people can live in peace. Ruin thought for a moment, then quietly agreed. Maybe Vanquish's guidance had influenced him. But are you okay with that? I used your teammates to harm you. And you accept it so easily. Ruin wondered. You did it to protect your country. Right, you showed that with your soul fragment and 1T appear until you are about to lose. You do it for your country, so your people do not have to suffer. Vanquish praised you for that. So there is nothing to worry about. My teammates and I will use all our strength to protect you, Subaru said firmly, moving Ruin deeply, who looked at him with a promise to become his teammate. The two quickly shook hands tightly, sealing the deal. Zinga watched Subaru and Ruin like brothers reunited and felt a bit confused, but did not really care for Cam. Zinga just wanted to clarify something with Subaru. Earlier, up in the sky, what was that giant eye that appeared above the sea? That thing is a global crisis. Expected to arrive in about 2.5 months. Maybe later, Subaru quietly told Zinga the truth. Knowing he could not keep it hidden any longer, Zinga stayed silent, saying nothing more. It seemed things always happened sooner than he expected. 3 years ago, on that day, Zinga was on his way to catch a train home after his sister called to urge him back in his hometown. Everyone was waiting for Zinga's return, but no one expected that on that day. The gate quietly appeared on the sea, at a place where no guardian deity was present in time. When it broke open, not even an alarm sounded. By the time Zinga got home, it was already too late. Zinga's family home had turned into a chaotic pile of rubble, burying his loved ones beneath it. Standing amidst the wreckage of what used to be his home, Zinga was so heartbroken he was speechless. Crying silently, this time, Zinga was truly too late. He looked up at the sky, crying like a storm, filled with hatred and blame for that monster who stole his family. Later, after the house was rebuilt exactly as before, Zinga looked at the family portraits and kept blaming himself for not arriving in time. Zinga had become a godmaster. Stronger now, but still could not be there then to protect his family. Tears poured down as Zinga knelt, crying and apologizing nonstop, looking utterly devastated. Facing the neighbors' whispers, Zinga chose to hide behind a mask and live a withdrawn life. Since that day, Zinga decided to stay in his hometown, watching the sea every day, hoping no gate would appear again. To me, nothing is trustworthy, not even myself. I will never let those underworld beings appear on this land again. I will never feel that regret of not coming back on time again. Zinga told himself this. So today, in front of Subaru, Zinga begged him to make him a family member so they could fight and protect everything together till the end. Zinga's passionate words moved Subaru deeply. January 2024. A memory from the future. The 7th disaster. Demnasho Memorial wiped out all humans on Earth and even the Godmasters. At that time, Zinga approached Subaru, wanting to know why he was sitting sadly alone on the beach. I fought my enemy here and won, but I could not stop him from activating his ultimate skill. I was too late, Subaru replied sorrowfully. You could not do it. You are just like me. Zinga answered Subaru blankly. They sat side by side, staring at the ruined coastline, each carrying unspeakable feelings. Right now, it is still November 2023. Subaru was performing the ritual to make Zinga his family member. Immersed in the power Subaru created, Zinga felt an energy flowing inside him, his senses awakening. From this moment, Zynga became Subaru's family. Voices from inside the soul chimed in, asking Zynga questions that made his head ache. This is a soul connection. Just think of it as a conversation between family members. You can share your true thoughts here. So everything you hear is 100% the truth, Shikishima explained, finishing the ritual for Zynga. Now it is Ruin's turn. Every time Subaru adds a new family member, his power increases. But he never expected it to spike to a whole new level just by touching Ruin. I get it now. Subaru, after becoming your family, my real body in the world has gotten a lot stronger. So this is the 45%. As the master, you can receive 10% from your family members. Right, Ruin said softly. Subaru just realized this power does not come from Ruin's divided soul but from his real body. Chopper is truly at the top. Turning others into your own family is Vanquish's ultimate technique. It is the one and only skill that can boost the strength of both your loved ones and yourself. That is the main reason why the Rainbow Kingdom reached such a peak. It really became unbeatable in the years that followed. But now I can totally overpower both Safina and Vorden with this new power. But I want to do that I am allying with you for a much greater purpose. Ruin said that, then told Subaru and Zinger to quickly get on the Silver Star so he could go meet Vanquish. They sped off like the wind, and in no time arrived at Hirasaka's apartment, where the whole group was already gathered. Subaru quickly pulled out the blood key to open the door to the Radiant Shore, then immediately slipped through with the group. As soon as he stepped in, Ruin's eyes widened. This was the place where souls gathered. A super advanced technique creating space in the underworld. Hengzi had been searching forever, but still could not find Vanquish. The manager Contesius here. Before being defeated by the manager, I created this place with my last bit of power and hid here, though I lost my power and status. I am still here. I have recovered about 30% of my strength. Vanquish stepped forward from afar, his whole body wrapped in countless powerful auras. Ruin hesitated a bit, politely asking Vanquish a question, while Shikishima boldly stepped forward and shook Vanquish's hand right away. In this solemn atmosphere, the others were still noisy and chattering. Shikishima and Vanquish, already annoyed, immediately told everyone to quiet down and focus. Thanks to Subaru's blood cushion, everyone finally sat down seriously in a row, ready for the meeting of the kings. Vanquish chuckled and said not only Subaru and his family, but also the Rainbow Kingdom would attend. Ruin did not really like those kids from the Rainbow Kingdom, but had to tolerate it. At Vanquish's request, Subaru quickly stood up and explained to everyone why they all had to be at this meeting. This is the main reason for this gathering. I demand the complete abolition of all gates leading to the underworld, Subaru declared firmly. Everyone was stunned. Like a gunshot ringing in their ears, no one could believe Subaru wanted to abolish the gates right in front of the kings at this meeting. The most shocked was Jenga, who immediately stood up yelling, wanting to know if that was even possible, seeing it invading Earth day by day. This demand makes perfect sense. We will discuss the negotiation timeline with Ruin and the others soon, but before that, I will explain once more how we will deal with the upcoming disaster. Subaru responded strongly. We have pushed back 3 disasters but still have 5 more to go. We can prevent the 5th and 6th disasters, although we can to stop them completely. We know where they will happen and how to defeat them, so it is okay. Anyway, right now we are stronger than our future selves. First, I will talk about the 5th disaster, which happens after someone reaches level 99. Hearing this, Sasaka immediately clenched his fists, swearing to stop it at any cost. Seeing Naru still did not fully understand the disaster, Subaru patiently explained again. It is a godly being whose body is taken over by an automatic technique as soon as they hit level 99, creating a breach through a control skill similar to Ruin's. The owner of the gate can freely enter the human world and faces no trouble with the gate's limits. You could say it is thousands of times stronger than the 6-star boss and Ruin's soul combined. The one whose body is taken over is Amamasa Hazuki, Sasaka's sister. Everyone was shocked when Subaru said this, and Sasaka had already gone wild, his whole body radiating fierce energy. After losing his sister and being seriously injured, instead of waiting for her to recover, Hazuki kept traveling everywhere to level up until she reached level 99. The Auto Royal ultimate skill began absorbing her soul and experience points to restore Dragon King Gale. Poor Hazuki was turned into a monster from that point on. The owner of Hazuki's door was someone who only cared about the Silver Kingdom Gale. But Ruin did not think Gale would listen and stop. Now, onto the real issue. The 6th disaster can happen. The 6th disaster, the super earthquake, was supposed to be caused by my younger brother, Ariak Tega, Subaru said, bowing his head. During the battle against the singing faction in the time of the envoy King Aurora, we could not defeat Tega and Kaguraji. After that, Tega unleashed his power and accelerated the timeline of the continental plates beneath Japan, causing the super earthquake. Even though Tega died in the timeline where the 6th disaster happened, the most important thing Subaru could not explain was why we were able to defeat Tega and Kaguraji in this timeline. Shikishima explained it might be because the path connecting to the future split into 3 timelines. The timeline split after Subaru gained the memories of Envoy King Aurora, and Tega died before that happened. That means the timeline split happened even before Subaru met Envoy King Aurora. Simply put, It means some factor already changed the future before Subaru. But we still do not know if it is friend or foe, so that factor must be very close to us already. Subaru speculated. That is enough for today, Sayako said after swapping with Saha. Then happily returned with the group through the earlier door. Vanquish quietly asked Subaru to stay a bit longer to check on things. This team is really lively. When I first met the kid, I never thought we could form such a big family. After all, both of us were pretty rough off back then. Vanquish recalled. You are right. Looking back now, we improved really fast in a short time. At first, I just opened the door to reclaim the money, fame, and status Tega stole from me. But after you told me to love myself and live happily, I started thinking differently. I cherish my friends and teammates, and I love myself when I am with them. I want us to always walk the same path together. This strange adventure all started from that rainbow door. Just a little more, I want to keep going on this journey, Subaru said with a smile. Vanquish happily added he believes one day Subaru will accomplish things even he can t. Vanquish's strange attitude left Subaru a bit puzzled. Vanquish said goodbye, turned his back, and promised to meet Subaru again in the underworld. In the underworld of the Golden Kingdom, Safina, the Queen of the Dusk and ruler of the Golden Kingdom, was soaking in a clear bath. She was interested in Subaru because of his unmatched power. Safina quietly asked her maid that after a week, she should send Subaru an invitation to attend the meeting of kings as a guest. On November 1st at 11:35, Subaru was sleeping when he suddenly woke up startled by a dazzling light appearing before him. After the light vanished, it left Subaru an invitation letter to attend the meeting of kings. 3 days later, in the backyard of Hirasaka's apartment building, the whole group gathered, dressed in winter wax-a-lack outfits that looked way too hot just by seeing them. Subaru was not sure if the outfit was appropriate since the memories of King Aurora did not mention this meeting at all. Besides the gate and the seats, Subaru had never been to the underworld before. Carrion and Sasa were also clueless about the underworld. The group stood there confused until suddenly a dazzling golden door appeared, clearing up all their questions. From inside stepped a striking golden knights. Subaru, I am here to take you, captain of the Guardian Squad, under the direct command of Queen Safina. It is an honor to escort you. Isis introduced herself, seeing she looked younger than Safina and Lewis. Carrion guessed she might be part of the new generation. After Subaru asked, Isis quickly told everyone to step through the Hall of Heroes. Just one step would take them straight to the underworld, and it really was just like that. The underworld appeared before them, vast and majestic, completely covered in pristine snow. Unlike your world, here you will see that the lands are all oriented around the core. They are scattered next to each other like a broken egg. Each one is a different kingdom. The climate here gets warmer as you get closer to the sun's core and colder as you move away from it. When a kingdom near the sun has overlapping lands, it blocks sunlight and causes darkness there. Isis explained this to Subaru's group, answering their questions. Shikishima noticed it was pretty cold here, and guessed they were quite far from the center. This place is called the Outer Rim, and true to its name, it is the farthest area. It stretches very far and beyond that. It is the final territory, Isis said. So this is not the Golden Kingdom? Nagas asked. Haha, of course not. The Golden Kingdom is the largest continent, the one floating up there. The underworld includes over 200 kingdoms lined up along its core. However, contrary to the third king's hopes, unfortunately, all the other kings opposed Subaru's presence at this meeting. Those people see you as nothing more than sacrifices to resurrect their souls. Many even say your existence is lower than that of slaves. Isis was happily chatting but suddenly turned 180 degrees, sneering arrogantly at Subaru's group, making them furious. She said she could not accept the idea of Subaru's group showing up at the meeting. Then suddenly, she unleashed a blast that shattered the golden wall, sending everyone plummeting down to the ground below like ragdolls. Isis' powerful 14th technique shattered the ice and snow, pushing Subaru's group to fall dozens of meters down. Since you are guests of the master, I want to kill you, but you have to prove to me that you deserve to attend the meeting. The meeting will be held at the Golden Kingdom's palace. Be there on time. You have 72 hours left. We will meet again. Survive until then. Isis spoke her final words before Subaru's group was teleported 1,000 kilometers away by her power. Subaru was not scared at all. He smirked and said he would see Isis again, which annoyed her a bit because of his cockiness. Although Subaru said he would see Isis soon, he did not expect to be separated from everyone, and this place was too far to connect by soul. While standing there dazed, looking at a place that seemed familiar, a monster suddenly crashed down from the sky right where Subaru was. He gently swung his sword to counter its strong force. They grappled for a moment, breaking rocks and scattering debris. Although the monster kept attacking Subaru, he did not sense any bloodlust or hostility in its strikes, which was really strange. Subaru kicked down with a fierce strike, and the monster suddenly laughed loudly, praising Subaru, which made him freeze, curious about who it was. Come on. You forgot. Even though you were the one who stabbed me in such a lossy way. The monster grinned and laughed. But Subaru still could not remember who it was or what he had done to it. The monster could not blame Subaru for his forgetfulness, since its appearance had changed too. But no worries. Since you forgot, I will reintroduce myself to you. I am a huge kobold from Canyon Valley, known as World Sama. Hearing that name, Subaru finally remembered it was the boss from Gate 2 Star that he had entered before. With such an easy victory, how could he remember? Seeing Subaru recognized him, the kobold chuckled happily, then carried him on his back as they sped past the cliffs of Canyon Valley while explaining. Gate 2, also known as the Soul Prison, is where criminals from the underworld are exiled. Inside the gate, there is still a chance to be sent back outside along with your power. But that is only possible where they lived before they died. The lower the star rating, the lower the chance of being revived. Kobold kept explaining nonstop. But Subaru did not seem to care much since he was busy admiring the surroundings. Really made Kobold want to punch him. We got trapped in a 2-star gate and lost both our voice and reasoning, Kobold said. Subaru finally understood everything, thinking that the chance to exist again depends on the number of stars. Kind of like a phone's storage capacity. Future memories did not give me any clue about this at all. Maybe it is because I am in the underworld, so there is no protection feature. Teacher Subaru wondered where Kobold was taking him, and it said it would bring him to meet the one who told it that Subaru was here. Kobold is so kind to Subaru because it once possessed the strongest owner, which allowed it to return to its original form, so it wants to repay Subaru. Kobold also revealed that the goblin leader died, so it got trapped in the gate again. But that punishment is really strange. Why would they bother trying to push souls into the gate? Subaru asked confusedly. Because in the underworld, we can exchange souls for energy and vice versa. If I say the underworld civilization is one of ultimate techniques, then all feasible techniques act as catalysts and functions of a soul. But high-quality souls want to return to their own world. Instead, they help their users gain more benefits. Is that right? A long-haired girl as white as snow suddenly answered, making Subaru jump. She jumped down from Kobold's back, and a sharp energy passed through the bracelet on Subaru's wrist, surprising him with the strange sensation. The closer Subaru got, the more he realized she was the owner of the bracelet he received, the one who gave him power when the time loop was broken. The Queen of Aurora Cebu. Isis' ultimate skill is to send each person to a place based on their luck. But it seems Sasa was not very lucky, ending up right in this scorching volcanic lava area. In front of her was a long-necked fire monster, Aka the Dragon King, also the cause of the 5th disaster. Roaring fiercely, "I will make you erase that damn ultimate skill from your owner, Amamiya Hazuki," Sasa muttered. The monster was a bit surprised that Sasa knew its name, then sneered and asked who she was. "My name is... well, maybe I should start using this name from now on." Sasa smiled, then smoothly transformed, instantly donning a flowing crimson outfit like blood. "I am one of the 6 Rainbow Kings, the Scarlet Queen Mactadum." Judith, Sasa spoke. Shikishima, on the other hand, was sent to a strange tree hollow. Inside was a blue-haired kid and a cold-headed punk named Tabit. Equally weird, this was Shikishima's first time seeing an underworld entity that looked human, so he was a bit shy, bowing respectfully and asking. The kid noticed Shikishima's eyebrows looked like his own and whispered to Tabit that maybe Shikishima was not bad. Surprised that Shikishima did not know who he was, the kid proudly introduced himself as one of the 6 Rainbow Kings. Esther Marvone, and that punk is Tobit, the king of reverence. Hearing the name of one of their 6 kings, Shikishima could not help but be shocked, feeling it reminded him a lot of Corinne. Just then, Banabath, one of the 6 kings, Akai the Ghost King, and Maria, another of the 6 kings, Aka the Change King, appeared in the cave, leaving Shikishima stunned. He just arrived in the underworld and already met so many kings, it was way too sudden. Shikishima thought to himself that the place he was standing was Bronze Country, where 1 in a million kings would meet another king, also the gathering land of the 6 kings. Maria, upon learning Shikishima was related to Vanquish's owner, grinned widely and bluntly declared he was her junior, which totally embarrassed Shikishima. Sitting around the drinking table with the group, Shikishima held a glass, feeling woozy as if about to get drunk, knowing this booze tasted awful. "Hey Shikishima, you became family while still alive, right? I can't see your opposite self like Judith and Karen. They will fight for you by switching souls." Esther asked. Does not teacher Shikishima know what the opposite self is? Esther then suggested that since Shikishima is here, he can freely choose one of the 6 kings as his opposite self. But Shikishima had already passed out long ago, so there is no way he can choose. Maria told Esther to just let Shikishima sleep, because if he can pass out from drinking Marius wine, it means both his body and mind are extremely exhausted. After asking Tabit to watch over Shikishima, battle-hungry Maria lifted her head slightly at the cave's mouth, staring fiercely at the monsters flying in waves with bloodthirsty eyes. Fueled by the excitement from the wine, Maria clenched her fist, and in a flash, she roasted the whole gang of monsters like butter. Meanwhile, Shaza was still in the Silver Kingdom, the lair of the Dragon King Gale, fighting the monster solo. Using her blazing fire technique, she kept landing rapid, Relentless blows on its body. Gale is the king of the lava dragons. And he is even stronger than me. For an assassin like me, fire is my weakness. This is bad. But how could I retreat when I see Sasaka-sama falling apart like this? Shiza reassured herself and unleashed her blazing red king fist. Vazuki, the matriarch, followed with her deadly strike. Lunging at the monster and causing a thunderous explosion, the monster was shocked. It did not expect Vazuki, the Venom Dragon King, to be Shiza's subordinate, trying to turn the monster into her own subordinate. Shiza sent the bloodthirsty Vazuki to fight it head-on. Knowing dragons get easily provoked when challenged, watching the two fiery beasts clash fiercely, Shiza recalled her memories and the reason she is so loyal to Sasaka-sama. She also remembered why she lost her memories when becoming Sasaka-sama's opposite self that day. Right after the sweep through the two-star gate, Shiza regained the mind and body she lost while imprisoned in the lower-level gate. Her bloodied body lay motionless on the ground, with serious wounds all over. At that moment, the door of Vanquish with the radiant aura appeared before Shiza's eyes. Shiza wondered why the owner of Vanquish had not turned Sasaka into his ally yet. After recalling, she finally remembered. Deep down, I was not convinced by Sasaka-sama after that battle. Her arrogance and recklessness. That is exactly why Subaru connected with my soul link, my undying loyalty to him. My deep gratitude for breaking the chains and freeing me from the gate. And now, that loyalty is not just for Subaru anymore. Luckily, I lost my memories before being sent into the gate. Otherwise, my old arrogant self would not have been able to bond with anyone for long. These past days, I have learned a lot, and now, I understand the meaning of remembering. I want to help Subaru and all my friends. From the bottom of my heart, filled with determination, Shiza immediately ordered Vazuki to take down the monster Gale. But the one who got taken down first was Vazuki, hit by Gale's supercharged King Fist and Rage. Just as it was about to shift its target to Shiza with its ultimate power move, Shiza played her final card by summoning the Thunder God, killing. In less than a second, a thunderbolt crackled from the sky, striking Gale directly and knocking him out on the spot, shaking in the extreme thunder energy. Gale furiously wanted to know why the Thunder God sided with Shiza. The question was pointless, because the Thunder God replied through clenched teeth. Because you made my precious student cry. A few minutes earlier, in the underworld, at the radiant shore of souls, Killing kept urging Vanquish to open the gate, but the answer was a flat no if Vanquish opened it. The manager would find out. Killing did not give up and promised to return soon, because he really wants to save Sasaka's sister. It is still too soon for her to face the Dragon King. All living things always challenge something. They always aim to break through to a new level. So if someone has to do it, it will be me with all my heart and mind. I have endured being trapped behind the gate for too long. But maybe I was wrong. Vanquish's expectations for Subaru, or rather his demands, are the same as mine. Killing was curious. And when Vanquish saw Killing complaining about a headache and ignoring him, he gave in and opened the door to satisfy Killing. And that is why Killing made it here, and took down the enemy under his heavy firepower, stopping the disaster. After everything went wrong, Killing returned but could not find Vanquish. Instead, Sasaka was bowing respectfully, expressing gratitude. Seeing Sasaka crying like rain, Killing could not stand it and snapped his fingers, demanding she stand up immediately and act properly if she is his student. Sasaka followed behind Killing, beaming with a big smile, truly grateful from the bottom of her heart. Sasaka silently thanked Sasaka for saving her sister, but actually, Sasaka benefited from this by turning Gale into her subordinate through the core sample. At that moment, the Silver King Ruin flew in from afar riding a beast. He saw Gale was already dead before he could persuade him and awkwardly scratched his head. Sasaka hesitated, asking Ruin if it was okay since she had accidentally sent the Silver Kingdom's people to their ancestors. Gale was extremely arrogant, which made a lot of people hate him. He died in an unexpected way, which does not sound too bad, right? Ruin slyly replied, leaving Sasaka speechless. Now, according to Subaru's memories, it is about to start. Sasaka switched to serious mode, preparing alongside Ruin as if waiting for something to happen. Carrion had arrived at the Ashen Stronghold in the Golden Kingdom. One of the 7 Fire Knights, Bajaj, politely appeared to welcome Carrion into the lounge before the meeting, but just then, a subordinate rushed in to report that Safina was missing from the stronghold, shocking everyone, including Carrion. Checha, that is a disaster. Even if it started earlier, Carrion angrily exclaimed, confusing everyone around him. Meanwhile, in the Rotten Valley, Subaru was curious how many futures Shibuko could see. I can to see very far. Right now, for someone like you, I can only see things related to you. The royal light Thomas, that I inherited from my beloved mother, is limited to those connected to me. It is a special skill that lets me see their futures. I have nothing to do with you. It is Vanquish, the master of your gates, the king of the Rainbow Kingdom. He's my father, Shibu said. Subaru felt like his brain was about to explode. That is way beyond what you can imagine. The person my father expected to break through was not me or my sister, but a human. Sounds interesting, does not it? That soul machine, I want to prove it with my own eyes. The last moment of my life, Shibu said. Then summoned a ruthless, lawless man. Subaru knew this event was the first invasion. It was a massacre caused by a large number of entities from the underworld, led by the vanguard army of the managers. Subaru knew about the meeting of the kings and its timing from his future memories, because the meeting never happened. Due to the third invasion by the managers, the meeting did not take place, and the underworld was destroyed again. That was the beginning of the end. But do not let it be her final moment. Shibu, I will make sure they hold the meeting. That is why we are here, Subaru declared firmly, an event caused by the managers. The first invasion aimed at slaughtering the people of the silver, gold, and copper kingdoms in the underworld, also reducing the number of gate masters and divine hosts. In reality, after the death of his gate master, Dragon King Gale, Amamasa Hazuki lost her power and became an ordinary person. But what if the death of one gate master affects a whole bunch of other divine hosts? People will lose the only way they have to fight against the power of the gate, and the only thing waiting for them will be death and destruction. The strength of the commanders is a double-edged sword. They sent 30,000 troops to the golden, silver, and copper kingdoms, about half of this place. The king of the earth kingdom, Vorden, will take care of it. His technique is incredibly defensive. Anyway, good luck, Subaru. I am not much of a fighter, so I will sit this one out. Shibu said that, then turned away, leaving Subaru standing there with fierce power and a promise to protect her. Unexpectedly, at that moment, Cobalt's battle fury ignited as he charged at the enemy troops, fiercely unleashing his strength with a vow not to let them invade his home. Just as Cobalt's noon wind was dying down, the enemy troops counterattacked with their technique, knocking him flat and leaving him barely able to stand. Subaru had no choice but to pull this dumb kid back and then took over for Cobalt, attacking the enemy soldiers one by one. Subaru's fierce power kept pouring out relentlessly, filling the air with overwhelming force. Meanwhile, at a Shem fortress in the Golden Kingdom, Karin was busy dealing with the enemy troops head-on. Immersed in deadly power, Karin kept pushing forward with all her might, shaking the very earth and sky. Lady Jia, standing nearby, was worried the kingdom might collapse under Karin's assault, but seeing Karin's fierce fighting spirit, she reluctantly unleashed her seventh technique. Watching the enemy soldiers get crushed like dry leaves, Karin got excited and unleashed a few more devastating blasts that shook the earth, making Isis furious. In the Silver Kingdom, the stronghold of Dragon King Geo, Seiza, with Geo's help, was busy using firepower to handle the enemy troops. Ruin also appeared, unleashing her power alongside the Imperial army of Han. Watching the chaotic battle from afar, Ruin smiled slightly, pleased with her new strength, and silently thanked Subaru. Back in the Earth Kingdom's royal garden, Subaru arrived just in time to support Vorden with his explosive Gaethon technique during close combat with the soldiers, leaving Vorden amazed. Seeing the enemy troops crushed under Subaru's power, Shibu finally believed Subaru had gained 10% of the Silver King's strength. The devastated scene filled with sacred fire and dust made Shibu feel like he was looking at hell itself. I will keep an eye on the remaining territory for you, but the boss will be here soon. Let us fight together. Earth King. Subaru spoke to Vorden unexpectedly. At that moment, the Haido Kotetsu boss truly appeared. What a terrifying leader. There he is, Subaru said, surprising Kotetsu since he did not expect Subaru to know him. Of course Subaru knows him. He is the one who will kill Subaru in the future. The King of Aurora. Before Kotetsu could say more, Vorden, hot-headed as ever, unleashed a fiery attack on him despite Subaru's attempts to stop him. He is the one who brought destruction to my country. I will bring justice as a king, Vorden shouted fiercely. Surrounded by his radiant aura, he finally unleashed his Mislito technique, powerfully shooting an arrow toward Kotetsu. Kotetsu quickly pulled out a level D paper shield, barely managing to deflect Vorden's arrow and attack. After using the low-level item to take the hit, Kotetsu unleashed his War God technique, summoning the fierce War God Mars to directly attack Vorden. Though wounded, Vorden was still strong and hot-tempered, making it hard for Kotetsu to take him down easily. Refusing to give up, Kotetsu used a level of 4 holy relic, muttering a curse while drawing a spell that engulfed Vorden in flames, burning him fiercely. When Ikohana rushed in, Kotetsu trapped him in a sea of flames with his Fire God King technique. With Ikohana in danger, Vorden rushed over but was also engulfed by Kotetsu's Shadow technique. In this tough situation, Vorden could only weakly ask Subaru for help. After getting Vorden's approval to team up with me, Subaru gently swung Hakatana Ignis, slicing through Kotetsu's giant hand in an instant. Seeing his giant hand destroyed for the first time, Kotetsu was a bit shocked. Neither of them backed down, constantly charging at each other, exchanging blows but still deadlocked. Faced with Subaru's impressive blood-based cutting techniques, Kotetsu asked Subaru's name, then checked the system board to see who this skilled guy was. In this event, the manager assigned someone to add a new character, a life-saving serum. It is rare to find an enemy who is Japanese. I am not really interested in them. What matters is how I will take you down. Theoretically, when facing an enemy without any attack info, I can try many different methods to find their weakness. There are still 5 minutes left before the attack ends. I will take good care of you. Subaru. Kotetsu said with a sharp look. No sooner had he finished speaking than Kotetsu was engulfed by Subaru's Phagathon, and took a brutal punch straight to the face. You said there were still 5 minutes. Right, maybe back then. But in this timeline, you won't beat me that quickly, Subaru said coldly. The future of King Aurora is bleak. The entire Kanto region was destroyed in the first and second disasters, and the number of divine lords was halved in the third disaster. Under the hand of Ruin's separated soul, both Sazar and Suzaka were wiped out simultaneously. When the fourth disaster came, Shikishima and Carrion died. Then the fifth disaster arrived. No one could defeat Gyo after he fulfilled his wish. Next was the sixth disaster, a direct strike on Japan that paralyzed the entire country. The seventh disaster caused the extinction of humanity, except for the divine lords. And finally, Vanquish had to be exiled from the living world. Subaru's link with his master was instantly severed, and his divine lord powers vanished inexplicably. A blinding door suddenly appeared before Subaru's eyes. From inside, Cebu painfully informed Subaru that Vanquish was dead, shaking him to the core. Unable to believe it was true. It seems the managers have chosen our world as their target for annihilation. They are the ones who created the celestial clock to harvest souls from countless worlds. They are high-level entities who have transcended all boundaries. It won't be long before they start invading the underworld. Still, I want to fight until the very end. What about you, Subaru? Cebu asked. And so, Subaru decided to fight alongside Cebu and became the owner of King Aurora, until the sky tore open and the Executioner appeared with the Gladius army. The remaining divine lords united and fought to the very end. Amid their fierce attacks, Zinga sacrificed himself to protect Subaru and was gone forever. Alone in the chaos, Subaru was in agony, unsure what to do next since even Cebu had left him to follow Zinga. Teacher Subaru cried out underground. Then Miss Tetsu quietly approached, saying, "You must be the boss of this world. Right, there is no way out anymore. You are just wasting time." Miss Tetsu. Who are you? Who the hell are you anyway? Where did you come from? Why are you attacking this world? Subaru yelled in rage. But Miss Tetsu no longer cared about Subaru, and just wanted to finish him right there. "I will fight to the last minute, until my soul completely fades away," Subaru shouted, gathering all his remaining strength to channel his power. Back to the present, Subaru and Miss Tetsu were face to face. Eyes locked, ready to kill each other. Miss Tetsu's fire god Volcanoes and Subaru's blood form quickly merged, creating a powerful supercharged energy sea. Miss Tetsu used the Mercurius Thief God to try to sneak attack Subaru from behind, but he countered with a blood shield, a skill that boosts speed to a rank I have not seen this in the future. Subaru silently judged Tetsu's recent move. Tetsu's core technique, granted by the god, allowed him to describe the concept of gods in Greek and Lama mythology. This technique is quite easy since he can use any type of attack, but even more terrifying is his secondary technique. The main reason Subaru from the future was defeated by Tetsu was because he extinguished his flame with his own blood. So if Subaru speeds up with Mercurius, he might find his weakness. For now, Asija, Tetsu's secondary technique, won't he be able to harm Subaru anymore. With Tetsu's genius combat skills combined with Subaru's secondary technique, Tetsu can easily counter and record any attack. The only way Subaru can beat him is by attacking with a move he has never seen before. Subaru acted immediately, drawing the Divine Spear Mars and launching a fierce attack. Tetsu was slightly surprised as Subaru's massive energy engulfed her. After unleashing the dragon's sharp strike, Subaru still used the power of his relative Hirasaka to fight alongside him, boosting his technique's quality dramatically. "Didn't he expect you are still putting on a show for me? You really are strong," Tetsu said. At the cave of the withered sacred tree in the Bronze Kingdom, Maria was explaining to Tsukishima about an attack from people of another world. Another world found the human world. Once they find one, they will find a second, then a third. Usually, we would think there must be others like us. To put it simply, the world most connected to another is your human world. But many other connections will be created. Most likely, the managers and the rest are all in one world, where they control the others by the game's rules. Maybe there is a corporation creating and selling different types of games, and all they do is trade. No matter who the attacker is, they probably play by rules similar to your world. Maria pointed directly at Shikishima, asserting firmly, "In the past, one day, gates allowing Tetsu to travel through different dimensions appeared worldwide. At the same time, a time limit appeared in the sky. The game start time was announced to Tetsu. He was chosen to be the god protector of the world. You are a member of the crime team. You will go through different gates with your teammates. Then please, conquer the other worlds. If you succeed, you will get rare items. If not, you will be punished." The system set the condition. Tetsu's team was chosen by management and called gods to defeat the gate bosses. The group kept fighting to level up. There were times when they conquered or were conquered, with wins and losses. Tetsu continued this game with her life for 8 years, and after all, only Tetsu remained as the strongest god invited to the World Conquest Battle event. Tetsu We have a question for you. Why do you fight? Even though this world's destruction is already destined, the game system girl curiously asked Tetsu. Did you just create the game and leave it at that? I just want to see how far I can go in this life, though I sometimes risk everything for a chance at rare items. For me, conquering is just something I am good at and enjoy doing. Tetsu replied then. Back in the current underground Red Earth country, Subaru's power from relative Harasaka was surging more than ever. Subaru's plan was to attack Tetsu with a move he has never seen before. Meanwhile, all Tetsu was thinking about was perfectly analyzing Subaru. After much thought, Tetsu decided to attack Subaru from behind with an element that could weaken him. Tetsu grabbed the iron handpins tightly and charged straight into Subaru's mercurious attack. Both of them fought fiercely, firing volleys of shots, but still could not determine a winner. If their strengths are equal, then I, the one who adapts best to special techniques, will win, Tetsu silently reminded herself, then quickly unleashed the Aka move she intended. But unexpectedly Subaru blocked it with countless traditional moves in an instant. Cornered, Tetsu had no choice but to use the 1,000-kilogram unicorn technique, which had previously shattered Ulak's weapon, leaving Subaru stunned for a few seconds. Just as I thought. The other person saw swordsmanship level clearly comes from the moment they wielded that singing sword. But I have memorized it now, Tetsu said, then continued to relentlessly attack Subaru. His attacks were heavy and sharp, making Subaru grit his teeth and sweat as he struggled to defend. But eventually he was hit hard enough to be thrown dozens of meters away. Before fully collapsing, Subaru restrained himself with the katana, gently summoning his second sword. This sword causes corrosion and decay, and at that moment, Subaru spun wildly, unleashing countless sword strikes across the sky, surrounding Tetsu. At that moment, Tetsu recalled some techniques to counterattack, but they were instantly nullified. Subaru is the enemy with the most reincarnations Tetsu has ever seen. Tetsu was sure she would use the previous attack to take another step, because she believed Subaru was a strong opponent. And indeed, even after losing an arm, Tetsu chose to counter Subaru's attack, landing a successful sideways strike that made Subaru spit blood from his stomach. A complex and tricky attack. You are the first boss to make me happy, but it looks like you will have to quit early. I have seen that move before, and I remember it now, Tetsu thought silently, then lunged to deliver another fatal strike right on the previous wound. Subaru could only fall stunned, his mind hazy with images of the future, of that moment of fate change. Although Tetsu had defeated Subaru, he still did not understand why the image of himself holding two swords had not entered his memory. Then suddenly, Subaru surged forward and punched straight back at Tetsu, a devastating multi-arrow strike with massive impact. This is the only technique that can be used in vampire mode, consuming some up energy and only usable once by Subaru. Multi-arrow is a technique Subaru was taught by Vanquish to fight Tetsu, and it is currently Subaru's strongest move. Tetsu was caught off guard and could not react, just staring blankly in shock. As the multi-arrow strike was unleashed, countless thunderclaps roared across the sky, exploding like fireworks on New Year's Eve, shattering the space and causing Tetsu's soul to flee her body on the spot. Watching Tetsu die so completely before him, Subaru felt like he was finally the conqueror. Before dying, Tetsu only managed to say wonderful, then was swept away by the wind, logging out of the earth. Voden and Ikohana witnessed the horrific scene, unable to help but marvel at Subaru's power. Even Tetsu's soldiers had long since logged out with her. After dealing with Tetsu, Subaru, trembling and covered in wounds, approached Voden to ask for help, calling a healer, looking like he was about to collapse right there. Luckily, Ikohana was here and immediately enthusiastically helped Subaru treat his wounds. Hearing Ikohana mention old times, Subaru suddenly remembered he had once spared her head with the singing katana, and now meeting her again here felt like fate. I did not expect humans could be this strong, Ikohana said modestly. According to the stats, the third king is much stronger than me. I just came prepared, Subaru explained. Tetsu is a deity lord from a different world than ours, so he is one of the conquerors who sometimes come here from another world. All their unidentified items are incredibly difficult to deal with. I have to admit, if you were not here, I probably would have been defeated, Voden said solemnly. Subaru smiled awkwardly because he actually knew in the future Voden would be defeated. Just after Ikohana finished treating Subaru, Tetsu's voice suddenly rang out from behind, startling everyone. Whether there is still a chance or not, I have to return to my world now. Miss Tetsu was sharp and handsome as if she would never slept, walking straight toward Subaru while talking, making the whole group feel dizzy on the spot. The idiot tried to land a Ganshin strike directly on Miss Tetsu, but Sukana's attack had no effect at all because he was simply a resurrection item. Nothing more. It is useless. I am currently in invincible retreat mode. Miss Tetsu stood calmly amid the chaos and replied with ease. He has to leave now because his time limit is up. Maybe I will be punished for failing to face Subaru. Subaru asked Miss Tetsu about the managers, but he basically did not know anything about that from the start. I really hope to see you again, Subaru. I have remembered the move that almost killed me at the last second. Next time, I won't lose. Miss Tetsu smiled slyly, promised, then vanished like a bubble. On the other side, because Miss Tetsu failed to conquer her target, she would have to face punishment from the system. But suddenly, the system triggered a red alert. L warned Miss Tetsu to run quickly because a portal from another world was about to open. At that moment, the system suddenly blurred and shattered into pieces before Miss Tetsu's confused eyes. The sky cracked open, revealing a terrifying, blood-red eye glaring down. Miss Tetsu now realized she had to fight this thing. They seemed strong, but that probably won't change anything. No matter who my opponent is, I just have to conquer them. Miss Tetsu thought arrogantly to herself. It is still unclear whether she is alive or dead now. Meanwhile, with Subaru, Ikohana asked Vorden for permission to repay Subaru by escorting him to the Golden Kingdom. Though grateful for Ikohana's kindness, Subaru declined because the King of Aurora had already given him information through this bracelet. Someone would come to pick him up soon. Just as Subaru finished speaking, Safina rode down gently on a giant earth bird, landing in front of Subaru to the astonishment of everyone. Earlier, Shibu had warned Subaru to be careful with Safina because she wanted to marry him. Safina giggled and reached out her hand for Subaru to hold. This creepy flirt made Subaru break out in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a bird emitting a bright golden light appeared before Vorden. As soon as he saw it, he recognized Safina immediately. His face turned pale instantly. You came here. What are you doing here? Beneath the giant bird, Safina slowly stood by its side. She looked smug. Because of my mistake, I had to fly everywhere looking for Subaru and his people. Hearing this, Subaru and Ikohana listened silently while Safina continued. I came here personally to apologize. Subaru chuckled and said, You do not seem like you want to apologize. Safina replied calmly. Don't be silly. I dragged you into this battle. So no matter what you think, I have to apologize. Hearing that, Vorden was startled and flared up his fire magic. Your unreasonable attitude. Calm down. Earthbird. We are about to meet again. Safina gently raised her hand and smiled slightly. Besides, if I had to kill someone like you myself, that'd be boring. Suddenly, her magic flared up, spreading quickly with the wind, making Ikohana reflexively shield her eyes. While Subaru watched and smiled approvingly, they glared at each other angrily. That brat, Safina softly said. Come on, Subaru, ride my Earthbird. It is really comfortable. The bird obeyed her command, lowering its back. For me, I am fired up. Shall we continue this conversation about our future? Subaru spoke firmly. Give me a break. Safina laughed. No way. Ani. As the Earthbird took off into the vast sky, Safina's voice rang out. Subaru. There are two things I need to apologize to you for, she carefully explained. First, about Isis. Although I assigned her to welcome you for 4 days after your arrival, she acted on her own. Subaru stayed silent, listening and reflecting. It seems she had secretly planned everything alone. Safina seemed troubled. But since I could sense when the main gate was used, I guessed what had happened. That girl really is talented. But when emotions take over, she becomes reckless. Subaru recalled the actions Isis had taken before. Now he understood that what Isis did earlier was not because Safina allowed it, but entirely her own intention. Safina remained polite. Forgive her for me. Okay. She cares about me too much. So sometimes she acts foolishly on her own. She laughed and said, By tomorrow, I will be there. She glanced over, puzzled. Did you already forgive her? She uttered a few strange words. Then nodded. Thanks to Isis? You protected Vorden and defeated the Conqueror, making him pay the price. Safina lowered her voice. Actually, I should be the one praising her. Subaru nodded. Getting praised for abandoning your orders. She stepped forward gently. Everything in this world revolves around entertainment. Safina spread her arms wide and said loudly. When you become a king, if you live only for yourself, you will never improve. She spoke firmly. Moreover, fate itself is a natural ally of mine. Hearing that, he shivered and muttered. Fate. Safina continued. Which is good or bad? No one knows until they explore it in the future. Her tone did not change and her expression stayed cheerful. But the idea of predicting the future left Subaru stunned. Safina radiated a captivating glow and cautiously recounted what had happened. So it is okay. Just enjoy and savor it. Subaru looked surprised. Safina. This king, if I am not mistaken, let me go during the first disaster because she found me interesting. That was when Safina met him for the first time and said, You seem more like a person than a special godlike being like us. She was that kind of king. How fascinating. Yet he wondered. Wait. Why does this remind me of Vanquish? Suddenly Safina spoke up. I found the others and brought them back. Subaru's eyes widened in shock. Safina and her subordinate Samur went everywhere to rescue those who had been taken to different places. Once they rode Samur's spirit, they were brought straight to the Golden Kingdom. Subaru swallowed nervously. Thank you. So what is the other thing you want to apologize for? She replied. About Kokugaji. Which caught him off guard, Safina explained. You know, we have the right to intervene with the gates and doors to the human world. The golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms have the skill to use the gates. Even though Kogaji was ordered to gather information under a secondary treaty, it seems someone deceived him. Subaru looked serious. Who exactly? He suddenly thought. Don't he tell me it is me? The one who can change the future before me. A spark flashed in Safina's eyes. Get? It is the one who always wants information the most. Subaru froze. Utterly shocked. Suddenly Safina slapped the chair he was sitting on, startling him. From now on, she faced Subaru, smiling slightly. You will exchange information with me. Her eyes seemed to glow with a strange yellow symbol. I know the information you hold is very valuable, and you also have countless other lives in your hands. Subaru's eyes widened in surprise. In her bright eyes appeared a line of text. Could that be a prophecy about King Aurora's future? He stared at her, thinking, this person, as if amazed. Does she really know that much? She is seeing right through me. Then it must be the skill of mind reading. At that moment, Safina smirked. Mind reading skill. Ah. It is written all over your face. He was startled and quickly touched his face. Safina suddenly burst out laughing. I was just guessing. Subaru was stunned. Mouth agape. Safina waved her hand. I do not have skills like that. She held up 2 fingers to her head. If I have any special skill in fighting, it is taking risks basically. I have sharp instincts. Subaru sat there blankly. Instincts. Ah. She touched him and said, my gut tells me that if I marry you, things will get a lot more interesting. Safina gave a strange blink and made an even stranger offer. Be my husband. Subaru. He stayed silent for a moment, his eyes showing deep thought. Then he sighed and politely declined. She laughed warmly. I am not giving up on you yet. At the spirits gathering, both Seha and the young man beside her were surprised as they noticed something in one direction. It was Van San, sitting there quietly sobbing. Seeing that, they asked Han, what is wrong? Van San covered her face, tears streaming. Seha, what do you think about your little friend marrying her owner? Sia looked confused. Isn't it enough that they love each other? Van San cried even harder. Love. Suddenly, the whole space turned pure white, filled with all kinds of strange faces. I do not accept this, I said, surprised by the odd scene. The other 2 looked on, confused about what was happening. Then, in another space, Isis was calmly moving forward when she suddenly heard a noise behind her. It was Subaru and Safina greeting each other warmly. Isis forced a smile, feeling awkward. Then, Safina's hand slammed a whole machine onto her head. Subaru, witnessing this, forced a laugh, but something caught his eye. A pair of wings was soaring across the sky, slowly descending here. On each large bird stood a person. The separated teammates had gathered at the Golden Kingdom, along with Ariak Subaru. They arrived at the King's meeting with no one missing. The King's meeting was an event attended by representatives from over 200 kingdoms. They were there to discuss issues affecting the entire underworld: politics, economy, society, culture, education, and more. The 3 kings would decide the conference location, and it would last 10 days. Hearing this, the girl hesitated and asked, Isn't 10 days a bit long? The young man replied, That is actually short. In our world, international meetings last 2 months, or even longer. Ariak Subaru's main goal at this meeting was to convince the underworld to shut down all portals connecting to the human world. Subaru quietly followed behind Isis at the Golden Kingdom's production site, the Eternal Tower. He looked up and said, This place reminds me of where I fought Yulik G. Isis raised an eyebrow. Seems like it is the same place. The scenery inside the gate is based on where the boss once lived. Watching her, he thought Isis had been ordered by Safina to be the meeting's bodyguard as a punishment. Subaru nodded in understanding. Now that you mention it, he did say something like that. Only kings were allowed to attend this meeting. Ariak Subaru's relatives waited at a distant place. One of them pointed at me and said quietly, Because I have soul communication, I can still hear what is going on. Another showed a helpless face. Good thing you have that. Or I do not think Ariak could handle the meeting alone, Subaru thought. Why would not I? A guy with sharp eyes added. Exactly. Subaru was a bit disappointed. Wait, what? A woman chuckled. Because you are not good at dealing with others. Subaru was speechless. At that moment, a pink-haired guy with a half-shaved head said that according to Cebu's upgraded future, Subaru would be allowed to speak on the 10th and final day. Of course, the kidette's speech would be about shutting down the portals, connecting the underworld to the human world. Vine would accept this proposal. Voden would reject it, while Safina remained neutral. The portals would be banned until a decision was reached. He raised 2 fingers. There are 2 issues here. First, The managers will likely notice the portals are closed. That will lead to rule changes in the game. The other issue is a certain mutation that even the upgraded future can predict. Hearing that, Subaru thought. Conflict. Right, that guy gritted his teeth and nodded. I am not sure if it is going to happen or not, you replied. Shikishima. So what does that mean? Subaru hesitated for a moment. Then asked. I can freely do whatever I want until after the 9th. Right, Shikishima-san was a bit hesitant. Yeah, I guess. Behind his glasses, a faint red glare flickered in his eyes. Just keep praying. Pray that they will agree to remove the gates connecting to the human world. Subaru was very happy and said. Yep. I understand. Hearing this conversation, some others were uneasy and said, Shikishima, you are just saying all that nonsense to distract him. Are not you? Shikishima-san was hit in the heart and replied. Shouldn't we be telling the kid to go to sleep? Just then, the large door opened from outside, and 2 figures appeared. Isis and Subaru. You stayed silent, your face full of worry. Suddenly, your eyes widened in surprise at the scene before you. Inside the Eternal Tower, there were several round objects with flower-like petal carvings floating above them. Subaru was surprised. Realizing this was where everything happened, a large round object then descended, and Isis cautiously gestured. You should sit here. The height of each chair was based on the rank of each kingdom. Queen Safina had already given you a higher seat. Subaru hesitated a bit. The height was impressive. Suddenly, someone spoke up with an unfriendly tone. Hey. Move aside. Human. This caught your attention. It was a young man with his hands in his pockets, standing very confidently. Isis frowned at him immediately. Half joking, she spoke firmly. Sir, do not you think it is rude to tell one of the other dignitaries at this meeting to move aside? Subaru's friends and close ones were speechless. Did Isis really say that? All the guests were immediately sent elsewhere by Isis right after meeting. Verd, the king of the Green Kingdom with rank 19, gritted his teeth in frustration. My rank is much higher, so I should go first. That is all. Isis felt annoyed inside but knew he was right, so she remained polite and said, Please go ahead. He walked slowly past, and Verd angrily muttered, Such a disorderly thing. His master was seated and floating above, and she stood below, wishing she could just kill him. That damn upstart kingdom. Suddenly, a voice came from behind, making Subaru turn around. 3 more guests had arrived, and one asked, So you are the human everyone's been talking about, referring to you. Among them, Raikan, king of the Red Kingdom with rank 25, looked at Subaru suspiciously. Is he really that important? Hey Kamina, are you sure? He looks weaker than I expected. Kamina, king of the Sky Blue Kingdom with rank 23, just darkened his face and did not respond. Lut, king of the Orange Kingdom, rank 22, smiled and said, Come on, leave it to Kamina. Then the 3 also took their seats. Greeting the house later, Subaru was startled and looked back, briefly seeing Isis looking uneasy. Alright then, the fire inside her seemed to flare up. She said, Please take your seat. Ariak-sama. Subaru felt annoyed. She really hates these flashy kingdoms. When the chairs had floated up and hovered inside the tower, everyone was present and waiting. Subaru looked at his chair, tilting his head thoughtfully. Each seat belonged to a kingdom's king, and there were a few reserved spots too. It seemed like not all of them could come here. You heard a voice and were startled. Another voice interrupted. Ruin. Most dragons can stay here. Not even voted. For kings who can come to sit here, they use an item to speak on their behalf. That is the talking item. A silent light. You nodded in surprise. See now. The other person held the item, though no sound came out. Through the talking item they said. And now, all those with you are smaller kingdoms with less influence, under the management of the 3 kings. The kingdom of Kaguraji is one of those. The new king, Kaguraji of the Red Kingdom, rank 176, sat neatly waiting. Next to him was the king of Aurora, named Cybele, rank 142, and Subaru was a bit surprised. Cybele's here too. The other person smiled faintly, pointing out that above you are kingdoms even more powerful. The Blue Kingdom, red, sky blue, and the orange one too. All those colorful thrones up there caught your eye. These are powerful kingdoms that still influence the present, including Veer. Raikan was leaning on his cane, waiting. Kamina looked calm and collected. And Luth, with an expectant mood. They are a crafty group of young people. That person happily continued the introduction, then mentioned the 3 kings, including me, sitting near the very top. Subaru smiled and nodded. Thanks for explaining it so simply. That person smiled slyly, saying it was also thanks to you. Sharing about Aurora's future upgrades really helped me a lot. Honestly, I was really looking forward to this meeting. You paused at that, smiled but did not reply. While I started feeling worried, suddenly, someone raised their voice, making one of the 3 kings jump in surprise. Ruin. On a higher step stood a figure radiating a dazzling light, causing this person to momentarily catch their breath, their sharp gaze narrowing. That girl smirked lightly, teasing. You seem pretty happy. Ruin thought to herself. If she knew I was Subaru-kin's relative, that'd be trouble. So she turned away. Smiling sincerely. I am just in a good mood today. Her sharp eyes flicked over. Really? I thought you were having a great chat with Subaru. Ruin just laughed it off. While Subaru was amazed at her sharp observation, Ruin laughed out loud, saying it has been a while since she last saw him. But inside she was thinking, that is scary. But looking at that girl, he thought quietly, she must have proposed to Subaru-kun already. I did not know. Subaru's powerful king spoke up. Now it is time. Let us begin. She sat calmly on the throne. I am glad to see most of you here for the annual meeting of the kings. Meanwhile, Subaru kept repeating a phrase quietly in his head. I demand the abolition of the gates connecting to the human world. Meanwhile, she continued her speech. At this moment, I have compiled 217 topics from the kingdoms. So I need to organize everything for this meeting. I ask for everyone's cooperation too. But Verd raised a hand. Interrupting her, I have an opinion. This made all the kings present focus their attention in one direction. Verd gritted his teeth. I demand an urgent matter. Luth, Kamina, and Raken listened attentively. Subaru kept muttering that phrase. I demand the abolition of the gates connecting to the human world. Ruin was leaning on her cane. Frowning, the powerful king spoke calmly. King of the Green Kingdom. I am still speaking here. But... Safina's eyes flashed sharply. Is your issue really urgent enough to interrupt me? Subaru kept muttering, nearly losing his mind. I demand the abolition of the gates connecting to the human world. Verd nodded slightly. All four kingdoms green, red, sky blue, and orange request the three kings to abolish the gates connecting to the human world. As you muttered the exact phrase, everyone gasped in surprise. Safina's lips curved into a sly smile. Ruin and Verd suddenly squinted. Smiling optimistically. Oh boy. Verd stood on the big throne, raising his voice. What is the matter? Ariak Subaru. You standing there should straighten up your recent actions. We're a bit over the top. Verd smiled coldly. Isn't that exactly what you humans want? Subaru stiffened. He knew his name and even his purpose. Suddenly, your eyes widened as you realized he was important. Hey Kamina. Are you sure about that? Raken's voice faintly echoed beside you. Then Kamina's reaction, followed by Luth's voice. Come on. Leave it all to Kamina. Subaru straightened up, unable to believe it in the room full of Subaru's relatives and friends connected through their spirit beasts. Hey Ariak. One of them has a headache. Why is it so different from the future we know? Another person was confused. Why would someone from the underworld want to abolish the gates? Someone else closed their eyes, as if deep in thought. Shikishima spoke up sharply. Hey Subaru. Do you think the same as I do? Subaru looked up, confused. Yeah. This situation is almost like a conflict. A clash between two people who can both predict the future. You glanced at Kamina. Someone among the travelers. None of those four have future predicting skills. So I guess the king of the blue sky must be it, Shikishima said seriously. It is good that you know so much already. The goal of these kingdoms is to use my demands to increase their own influence, not really to abolish the gates. The eyes of their group narrowed slightly. Shikishima put on a scornful face. You dared underestimate us. Hiding behind hesitation. This is getting interesting. Shikishima gave a slight smile. I have been wanting to test my skills for a while now. Starting from this moment, we are going to fight against the king of these rising kingdoms, in a battle between logic and prediction. At that moment, the other guy also turned to Shikishima and asked back, a battle between logic and prediction. The young man with dark circles under his eyes suddenly startled. Shikishima looked at the kings through the indirect gaze. If the king of the blue sky has demanded the abolition of the gates like that, then I have to cooperate with them. Right. Shikishima gritted his teeth. Just wait and see. Subaru over here was raising his eyebrows with a serious expression. Verd then raised his voice louder. Hey kings who have gathered here today, even though you know about the existence of the gates and doors, I bet you do not know how they are structured. He stood on a floating chair, arms wide open, speaking confidently. The leaders of these four kingdoms will explain it to you. Hearing that, Kamina looked at his two friends below with a rather displeased expression. Rakan, on the other hand, looked very eager, flashing a smug smile. Meanwhile, Luth was winking as if signaling something. Ruin and Safina remained silent. No one spoke up. Looking toward Luth, Verd cautiously said, let us start by talking about the gates. In the past, the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms were the most unruly when they gathered together. We were created to protect the souls of the entities in the underworld. Souls are the most important thing in this world. So letting them fall into the hands of death is unacceptable. Therefore, when someone dies, their soul is sealed and stored away. Moreover, they can only return to the underworld after meeting certain conditions. Even the other kings looked stunned upon hearing this. Glancing at Rakan, who was smiling playfully, Verd cautiously continued. Next, The doors they were created specifically for the human world, designed to attract humans, inviting them through the doors. Once a human makes a contract with the door's master, they become known as a deity. Only then can they attack the underworld entities inside the door. Then he raised his hand, speaking confidently. And so a clash between the deity and the underworld entity will take place inside the door. A soul energy source will be released, and that energy will return to the kingdom that created the door. Hearing this, everyone became serious. Only the kingdom that created the door, they asked back. Unconvinced, the whole group of kings fell silent, waiting for an answer. Verd immediately nodded, raising his voice. That is right. Now do you understand? The temporary king here holds exclusive control over the gate and door techniques. They only want to consume soul energy from the human world for themselves. The more he spoke, the more serious he made the situation seem. This is a clear betrayal to weaker kingdoms like ours. Safina blinked as if deep in thought. Ruin was the same. The tower of space fell silent for a moment, then very quickly, everyone agreed. That is right. We won to allow that monopoly. Subaru stood there silently observing. A finger was raised slightly. So we propose the abolition of the gates by the temporary king. At this point, Verd shouted loudly. Release the gates and doors to other kingdoms as well. Subaru's family went silent upon hearing this. They sat in another room. The dark-eyed guy twitched in surprise, releasing his worries. Shikishima wondered. What the hell is going on here? Shikishima clenched his teeth, his expression turning thoughtful. The Blue King seemed to have some kind of prediction skill. It was almost like he had already seen the outcome when Subaru requested the cancellation order on the 10th day, along with a future where the temporary king would temporarily close the gates, and they had anticipated this. If this topic could shake the temporary king, why not use the gates and doors to force their recognition? The 4 kings of the 4 kingdoms gathered and said just that, then practiced their performance repeatedly. Finally, he saw the future where the gate release order was accepted. That statement was essentially an agreement in response to Verda's opinion. The others thought it was so right that they agreed without hesitation. Release it. Release it. Open the gates to other kingdoms too. Verd chuckled quietly to himself, thinking these kings would really be shaken, even if the gates were open for us. You low-level guys should not even dream about it. The souls of the human world will belong to us. Shikishima frowned. If the gates were opened, in the worst-case scenario, if all 200 underworld kingdoms opened gates to the human world, it is simple math. The number of gates would increase 60-fold. Subaru frowned at this explanation, feeling an indescribable discomfort. The dark-eyed guy heard this and gaped. 60. But he hesitated because of another pressing matter. The guy standing next to him got furious, magic flaring with his anger. Don't mess with me. Something like that absolutely can't happen. He clenched his teeth fiercely. Anger seemed to have taken over his entire reason. Shikishima paused, pondering the Centum King as well. Suddenly, Vorden spoke up, startling the other kings into silent attention. Shut up, you stupid creature. Vorden's eyes turned bloodshot. The gates and doors are the devices that save us from the managers to protect the underworld. Thanks to them, our souls are not lost and can rest peacefully. He vented his frustration. We definitely do not monopolize the benefits like people say. Some other kings sided with him, responding, that is right. But Karen suddenly burst out laughing. Arms crossed. Or in other words, to take the underworld, you are making the human world bear twice the burden. Right. His eyes lit up across the room. What did you say? Lute smirked confidently. As for Monopoly, if you open the gates for us, we will naturally understand what you mean. Vorden hesitated a bit, a hint of manipulation flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Ruin suddenly spoke up. Hold on. Hold on. You talk like it is easy, but opening the gates, we also bear a heavy burden when we open them. You know, it is not like we think the other kings do not deserve it, and just kick them out. He laughed in a weird way. Wouldn't it be wrong not to share it after all this time? Everyone froze. Feeling this was too true, Kambina spoke up now. Then just get rid of it, he said coldly. You always say fancy things like saving the underworld, but what you do is just exploiting us. The underworld should be able to bear those burdens reasonably. Right. Ruin was very optimistic. I think it is even more than just fancy words. He continued. You know, the underworld is a world created from the soul's energy. If the gates disappear, the managers will just take everything from us and leave decay behind. We feel sorry for humans too, but it is better to use the gates and collect souls from the managers. Ruin, the guy, was getting angry at this statement. Ruin resisted, gave an awkward laugh. Yeah, I know how you feel, but just hang in there. There is no way we will free them anytime soon. For now, we can only maintain our position. He was annoyed. Shikishima whispered. Subaru, if things keep going like this. Subaru stood silently, listening carefully. Shikishima looked firmly, saying, from now on, just follow my lead. Verd suddenly spoke up excitedly. Wait. Lord Sirs? This is the wish of all 200 kingdoms' freedom. Suddenly Subaru interrupted, cutting off his words. This meeting is wasting too much time. Just cancel it already. Everyone turned their attention to the speaker. Verd was quite surprised. He is still here. What do you mean cancel? That is never gonna happen. Shut your mouth. Idiot. Subaru looked up with determination. Kings. If you suddenly fight back, know your place. Get lost. Humanity. Scram. Over here. Witnessing this, the other two were equally stunned. Shikishima. Are you trying to spark a war by supporting the repeal? The king's goal is liberation. So if I suddenly change my mind like this, Shikishima spoke softly. Sunio Mori. Nerus. Listen to me. Both listened intently, he said. In this tough discussion, what would you do if you think you might be overdoing it? The answer is to push it even further, Shikishima said firmly, leaving Sunio Mori and Nerus shocked. Verd immediately whined. Wait. Calm down everyone. He is just a clueless guy. Verd looked down at Subaru cautiously. Hey Ariak. We are discussing here, so shut up. Or else. But Subaru cut him off. If you say that, then compensate the victims of the underworld. Fulfill their wishes. Return to them all the soul energy. Subaru repeated Shikishima's words. Verd was stunned but could not believe what he just heard. Karan suddenly burst out laughing. Oddly enough, even the other kings could not believe it. Humanity. Damn humans. A whole bunch of you came here. Subaru. Do not laugh like that. Don't be stupid. How do you plan to compensate? Apologize. Apologize. One of them, a king with a demon-like face, exploded in anger. I will kill you. You idiot. Shikishima was not surprised. They are in. Go ahead. Subaru. Suddenly, a magnificent rainbow light appeared above that king's head. It was energy radiating from Subaru. What was said at this meeting should not be taken lightly. The one who said they wanted to kill me. Fine. I will fight you. The entire space in the tower shone with dazzling, miraculous light. Verd's eyes widened in shock. What is wrong with that guy? I can feel his power is equal to or even greater than ours. Ruin stood nearby observing. Of course. Subaru has some of the Silver Kingdom's power flowing in him. It is like he is stepping up himself. He looked on very pleased. If you want to surpass me in the underworld, first you have to show your strength. Karan was now intimidated, realizing his earlier weakness was intentional, suddenly serious. If he is really using another power to scare us, it is working. The lower-ranking kings were showing cowardice. Verd spoke up. I should have crushed them and achieved my goal by now. But hey Kamina. Any twists in your prediction? Kamina slowly replied. He looks terrified now. Why is that? Why is my prediction so different this time? Subaru saw the space fall silent. If there is no compensation, we will never give up on repealing it. Kamina was startled, floating in midair. Subaru's power flared fiercely as he said, we humans completely reject your soul harvesting. If you still want to open the gate, calm and steady. So get ready, Karen nervously said. This is bad. Kamina. The lower-ranking kings have become useless. Breaking the peace. Kamina understood. I got in his prediction. The tough situation for their teammates was already clear. He then used a special skill, the poetry realm, creating dazzling paths of light. He painted the best possible future from these paths. Over here, Shibu was also preparing to move. She lightly pursed her lips and said, quick, bring it to me. You did great. Subaru. She quickly regained her strength. Now, the enemy is probably watching and painting a bright future once again. I will take them down with my prediction skill. But Kamina here feels something's off. Why is the song that was supposed to save me gone? Where is it? Why does it feel like it is breaking apart, clashing with the prediction skill? Shibu is using her power to control the enemy. It will bring the most beneficial future and destroy all the opponent's predictions. A dazzling light indeed. Kamina gasped. As if hit by a sudden attack, Shibu's eyes went blank. You useless fool. Get out of Subaru's future now. Shortly before the king's meeting, the 4 kings of the 4 colors sat around a round table. At that moment, Verd spoke up, saying we should increase our ability to use doors and gates. Verd looked calm. Is that your new prediction? Kamina gently lifted his teacup, nodded, and said. Then he expanded. We will stop the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms from monopolizing human soul energy. The more energy a kingdom has, the stronger it is. If we can pull this off, my influence will definitely keep spreading. He briefly lowered his gaze and then widened it. Once we achieve this, our dream will. Reagan immediately chimed in. Stepping closer to the peak of the underworld, Kamina set his teacup down. This meeting is just an opportunity for debate. He looked at them seriously. If my enemy tries to gain the upper hand, there is still a chance something unexpected could happen with my prediction. If that happens, I will guide everyone again with a new prediction. Reagan glanced at the person next to him. If we succeed, we will reap great rewards. If we become enemies of the kings, What do you think? Verd closed his eyes briefly, then opened them with determination. Let us do it. I am counting on you, Kamina. Your predictions are always reliable. Kamina smiled tightly, hiding his unease. Back to the present. Inside the tower, Verd stood above his prediction. He hesitated before continuing. Which one is it? Kamina. Lut stood nearby, equally confused. Kamina. Even Reagan kept shouting Kamina's name nonstop, but Kamina was panicking, horrified. What the hell is happening?
Wow.
Why can't I see any future where we win? Shibu was gradually casting a larger spell. Having relied too much on her prediction, she thought the Blue King was unbeatable. All 4 kings had already given up on improving themselves from the start. Kamina could not believe it. Once his prediction was nullified, they could not do anything at all. Subaru watched silently. Shikishima sat cross-legged, nodded after hearing it. Looks like it is over. He pushed his glasses up. They have no more answers. Not even arguments below the tower. So now what? After a moment of silence, Safina spoke up. If neither side has anything more to say, then let us start making decisions. Verd heard this and clenched his teeth in excitement. She exclaimed, this is a violation. This made Verd straighten up immediately, and Subaru also became alert. Violation. Safina's sharp gaze swept over each king and Subaru. Everyone here was breaking the rules. Then Safina let out a long, strange sound that made everyone flinch. Suddenly, an eye opened wide, but it was strange, looking like a mouth with sharp teeth and a weird eye inside.
Wow.
Sunio Mori was startled. What? Shikishima frowned. What the hell is that? Suddenly someone shouted, run. Subaru, making Shikishima and Sunio Mori freeze. It was someone close to Subaru. He directly warned, run. You can he shouted loudly. You can't fight that thing. Shibu quietly paused to think. Why did not I realize this before? I just finished updating my prediction. Everyone should have decided to pause the gate right after. And since it involves Subaru and others, there was no sign that my prediction was interrupted at all. His mouth and eyes opened wide as if in agreement, saying, maybe I should just tell them my name. Shibu replied, I am here under the manager's orders. The eye made strange sounds, and something quickly started to rise. A thin, deformed, hateful figure appeared, its face unrecognizable. At the same time, its voice sounded like an enforcer. Or rather, an executioner, Safina thought. An enforcer. Someone who carries out orders from the superior managers. Ruin stood above, connected through the orb, saying this is what is next. Ariak Subaru. Ruin clenched his teeth, agitated. I thought enemies would not show up in the predictions. Subaru became extremely confused. I do not know either. That guy suddenly appeared and slipped into this timeline. Ruin's bloodshot eyes narrowed. An enemy who can block all our predictions. The executioner lightly spread his hands and said, this world intends to sabotage the system known as the Gate and Door, and stop supplying souls to the managers. The wide-open eye, with a strange blood-red hue, said, you took advantage of the moment when we looked away, and even tried to change the rules against the manager's laws. Verd gasped in shock, his face briefly turning pale. So that means, Karan took a deep breath under pressure. Kamina screamed in horror, is it our fault? The eye did not hesitate, replying in a deep voice. That is why I am here to carry out my mission. Paying with your souls. Immediately, a whole group of other kings rushed in, thinking they could do whatever they wanted during our meeting. That demon got agitated, saying you are the one who should die. Abaddon released a ghostly blue smoke and instantly subdued that king. Then, in an instant, he exploded. Those who witnessed it were terrified. One person could not escape and ran right into the flames, quickly getting burned. Then, under the pressure and silence, a big explosion happened fast. Abaddon hovered, expressionless. Another king quickly approached. Do not underestimate us. Dog San. She immediately appeared with spinning fan-like wings. Using a powerful hidden move, she had to pause in surprise. Unharmed, Abaddon directly counterattacked. Your attack does not work on me. She finally felt fear, wanting to retreat but too late. Impossible. What are you? She was quickly blown apart. The snake on Subaru moved lightly. I do not think you will understand. But I still want to stay here. It opened its mouth wide, but I did not, making you clench your teeth in frustration. Unable to do anything, someone else waved a hand signaling to retreat. However, Abaddon in snake form moved forward and crawled onto his pale, banana leaf green face. You won't escape. Even if you get out of here, it won't matter. Then, a person stretched out his long arms, while 2 shadows held his hands. My teammates are standing guard outside. One person had no head, just a terrifying, strange red shape. One was a girl, though somewhat more pleasant looking. The scary part was his strange laugh. Another had no head either, except for 2 shoulders. The head was a short, floating shape with exposed bones and flesh. The last one had a wreath tightly wrapped around his neck, hair covering half his face, looking extremely eerie. Suddenly, a force blew up from somewhere, pulling one king in. His head becoming distorted. Another king was unsettled too, being sucked in so hard his mouth kept opening wide in terror. The whole space exploded loudly. Safina sat at the top, watching the situation below. Quietly speaking, it was basically a barrier. Ruin sat below them. Lips sealed. That is right. They surrounded the tower. It seems like they can also blow others up with that snake. Safina's hand grabbed a snake and squeezed it hard. I am not planning to attack that thing. But her eyes never left the writhing snake in her hand. I get it now. We really can touch them. A one-sided attack from the enemy in a confined space, it probably won and well. Ruin kept thinking. At this rate, we are just waiting to die without knowing what is going on. If only I could find a way to dodge that attack. Suddenly, Safina shouted loudly. Damn. Ruin was startled and paid attention. He glanced over. A drop of sweat falling, damn it. A hand tightly gripped the struggling snake's body. Subaru's whole body quickly shot straight up, radiating power all around him, which caught Ruin's attention. He gasped in surprise. Subaru. The snake in Subaru's hand kept writhing. You let me. It shouted until the last moment. You let me. Then suddenly spat out a stream of blood. Subaru directly used blood curse magic, squeezing the snake's body until it burst with blood. Ruin stood there dumbfounded. Did he just kill the snake attached to him? Subaru's palm was still covered in blood. Then he spoke up. The snake would possess others before exploding, hovering level with Safina. He continued. In other words, it is like a curse. Safina was stunned. Then suddenly a powerful aura spread from her. A surge of authority. Subaru raised his eyebrows. If it is a curse, then just fight it with another curse. Safina smiled, pressing her lips together, nodding in approval. She cheerfully praised. You really are a handsome guy. He smiled sincerely. Really? Safina. Abaddon's eyes suddenly opened. One of them is using a curse. Ruin reconsidered. I see. Curses have the unconditional power to erase souls with just one touch. His hand seemed to be healing, the blood fading away. It can even resist the one who casts it. But if it is real, he is still too strong. Ariak Subaru's curse probably is not strong enough. Still, I have to try. Thinking that, his palm clenched tightly, releasing a strong, multicolored power. Feeling something unusual, Subaru was briefly surprised. Future update. Cebu smiled faintly. Too bad. Share the future with your loved ones. Tell them that right now. I do not need to lift a finger anymore. Isis, standing below, watched in shock. Where is this light coming from? She could not take her eyes off the bright halo above, and the people holding hands, surrounding the tower. What the hell is going on? Behind Isis, a man, a relative of Subaru, approached. Maybe I am just too late, he kept panting, sweat running down his forehead. If it were not for Subaru's update, I would not have gotten here this fast. Isis turned and asked. Do you know anything about that light? He replied. Yeah. This is probably the first time your generation has seen this. Remember this moment. A sly smile tugged at his lips. Man. You are late. Then a blinding light appeared, and a whole group of ghostly figures fell down. They were called Vanquished Sama. Esther immediately focused. The kings inside the tower are being killed by the executor's ultimate skill. Looks like they can escape. Probably because of the barrier. It moves in the space outside or between those two. Esther's ultimate lets her see through building walls. The rest you have seen, the creatures up there are still holding hands, surrounding the tower. Vanquish gritted his teeth. How long can the manager's eyes hold the fire? Esther answered seriously. At most 15 minutes. Hearing that, Vanquish smirked wickedly. All right, I will rely on my insurance. Let us clean this mess up quickly. And then Vanquish snapped his fingers, unleashing 1,000 pains. Following his secret technique, thousands of sharp pains appeared and attacked the creatures, but they quickly dodged with agility. This surprised her for a moment, but she avoided it just in time. Esther suddenly spoke up to stop him. Wait! Vanquish. She paused when she heard that. Esther immediately warned. The tower is still intact. Vanquish was deeply confused. Move back. This technique won work. From his blackened toes, a mystical blue light shot out, facing the huge face of that freak. Vanquish directly created a barrier from his body. Thunder roared, and a golden light appeared briefly above, as if trying to collapse this space. The creature just chuckled once. The people behind Vanquish quietly grunted. One of them clenched his teeth angrily. Hurry up. That immortal guy. Vanquish's foot kept emitting sharp light rays as he sneered. Why rush? The barrier formed a strange shape floating in the deep red blood essence from the tower, which had darkened. A loud ominous sound echoed. I will make it open soon enough. The murky red hue slowly spread through every nook and cranny, covering the patterns on the large tower. Inside the tower, the space shook even more as floating thrones held kings, who watched in horror at the bloody scene before them. Verd looked up in terror. What now? Subaru was silent, his face serious and focused. Ruin called out to him. Subaru. His expression a bit strained. This, he hesitated. Could it be that person is trying to break the barrier with their own power? Subaru smiled bitterly. Maybe so. Hearing their exchange, Verd spoke up, breaking it from the outside. What are you guys talking about? Verd, the king of the green trees, overheard their conversation and thought. All the high-ranking kings were killed without being able to do anything. Even the Three Kings Gate could not escape. So there is no way a power strong enough to destroy this barrier could appear. Verd gritted his teeth, his face showing fear. Maybe I heard wrong. Suddenly, the temple cracked, spraying drops of red blood everywhere. Vanquish erupted with power, a shadow emerging from within. Even Subaru and Ruin were stunned in horror. Vanquish politely spoke up. Hello. He got closer and closer, the tower now glowing with a binding light like another dimension. I am a bit late. Ruin could only laugh it off, while Subaru stared for a few seconds. Verd did not expect this situation. Who is this guy? Safina spoke up. Always so flashy. Just like before. Subaru replied disappointedly. What do you mean a bit late? It is way past late. Ruin forced a smile to brush it off, while Cebu thought, seeing Dad with so much energy is really rare. Abaddon was watching from the side, confused about what was happening. What is this? Ruin squinted. What about the enemies outside? Vanquish flinched briefly. No worries about that. The 6 kings of the new Rainbow Kingdom are outside in a fierce battle. They are already fighting them. Denshi lightly pointed at Abaddon and said, Of course. I will handle this guy. Don't he get involved? Safina said quietly. He won't even be able to land a single hit on him. Vanquish briefly put his hand in his pocket and chuckled softly. Let us. Then he immediately landed on the ground, facing Abaddon. He laughed triumphantly, while Abaddon braced himself and stared at his opponent. Ruin spoke softly. Subaru nodded understandingly. Yeah. Just leave it to Vanquish. Suddenly, a mocking voice whispered in Subaru's ear, freezing him. Are you guys out of your minds? This annoyed Ruin a bit, and Verd flew up with angry power. Verd shouted, Everyone fight. We have to finish this with a final strike. Ruin laughed and teased. Hey Verd. We can't even beat him. If I had a finishing move, what do you think would happen? Are you stupid or what? Verd gritted his teeth, as if his pride had been insulted. He knocked the person down. Helping the enforcer? What exactly is the enforcer? Aren't they an entity that can't be defeated by the 3 kings? Safina looked serious for a moment and replied, I do not know the details. I only know that if I break the law, the enforcer will appear. I only saw it once with my own eyes before. Back when it was my father, the previous Golden King, who decided to open the gate and the enforcer appeared. No matter how much my father attacked, no matter how hard he fought, he was killed without being able to do anything. Safina told everyone what she witnessed and how her father was killed. Verd suddenly snapped to attention, still cautious, and told her to continue as her eyes drooped a bit. The way he was killed was just like those kings earlier. We can touch them, but the enemy can attack us. This is a one-sided battle. The enforcer really is an invincible entity. Verd realized the problem and asked anxiously, They defeated the 3 kings so easily. Then we will take them down. Safina's gaze did not waver. She barely spoke, but it seemed Vanquist had done that before. Verd could not believe what he was hearing. Safina continued seriously, though she did not know how he did it. Maybe you will find out soon enough. Meanwhile, Abaddon had not made a move yet, but Vanquist had started to emit a flash of light. He used the Thousand Blades skill, and the blades immediately wrapped around Abaddon's body. However, he did not flinch. Instead, he slowly advanced. Vanquist let out a soft grunt. It seems cutting does not work, like hitting a barrier. Next, he tried another trick. Well then, I guess I can test a bit more. A series of lights and blades circled Abaddon as he stepped forward. His eyes did not waver but widened with contempt. As he got closer, Vanquist laughed louder. Yeah, it really does not work. How interesting. Abaddon spoke up. It is useless? I do not know how you can use cutting, but against the enforcer, all attacks from low-level beings like you have no effect. Vanquist suddenly pointed. And even the high and low worlds. Abaddon jumped slightly, and his power gradually started to erupt. Of course, countless snakes now surrounded Vanquist's body. Verd watched in horror as one of the snakes exploded from inside. The creature's hoarse voice echoed. You are the one who broke my barrier, you filthy beast. So shut your mouth and let me kill you. The green smoke quickly surrounded Vanquist. Then a huge explosion burst out. Raging uncontrollably, everyone there watched silently. When the gray smoke settled and dissipated, Abaddon was surprised by what he saw. Vanquist was completely unharmed, not a scratch on him, and he laughed heartily. Truly impressive. He was shocked, eyes wide in disbelief, but still said, Even if cutting does not work on you. Verd was completely stunned to see Vanquist intact, While Safina let out a soft grunt, Abaddon asked excitedly.
Well,
Vanquist twisted his wrist repeatedly. Come on. Do not like it. All right. Watch this, I am about to hit you. He clenched his fist and punched straight at his opponent's face. I told you not to. But before the monster could finish, it got a classic blow to the face. Under his stance, Abaddon was thrown far away, and rocks and dirt rained down heavily. Verd was just as amazed. All right then. Subaru smiled with satisfaction. Even though he predicted it, he could not help but grin. Subaru exhaled. This is Vanquist? When he was thrown back, Vanquist let out a surprised grunt. He chuckled softly. Sorry about that. Looks like I accidentally hit you. Verd watched in amazement as Vanquist landed a hit on the enforcer in the chaotic space. He gasped. What the hell is going on? Beneath Vanquist's feet was a huge hole, with dust and smoke rising from it. He stood there, eyes cast downward with a commanding presence. He raised his voice slightly. Hey. That was just a little. The guy's still not dead yet. Suddenly, a bright flash of light erupted right beneath that big hole, followed by a powerful explosion. Abaddon surged upward, obviously not done yet, shooting out of that hole at incredible speed. Mocking me like I am nothing, you lolif worms. Vanquist followed with his eyes and gave a slight grimace, but Abaddon grew more anxious. Damn it. That attack. Subaru raised his brow. It is a curse. Verda listened in horror. A curse. Subaru lowered his voice to explain. Vanquist wrapped his fist in a curse. And it came with the punch. That curse directly affects the soul link and can't be stopped. Or at least that is how it seems. Verd grew even more confused. I had no idea such a technique even existed. Ruin standing nearby added. You newbies do not know anything about it. To be curses are like a specialty of the Rainbow Kingdom. Safina muttered on her side. His curse technique is pretty strange. She lowered her voice and looked down. Anyway, curses and spatial separation are the ultimate counters against the executor. Subaru turned back. Surprised. Counters the executor. Meanwhile, the battle continued. Abaddon surged forward, fists clenched tight, aiming straight at Vanquist as he unleashed his attack. Vanquist immediately used a blood curse technique to block it. Their powers collided explosively. Abaddon was casting a curse spell, just as I thought. And it is at a level that could kill me. His fist lunged forward, unbelievable. Right. Abaddon quickly dodged that attack. Frustrated and more alert, Vanquist lightly twisted his arm. I have not even fought seriously yet. Now. Watch this. He clenched his palm tightly, taunting to see how many punches the other could take. In his hand was an hourglass. Hey Totobi. 5 minutes have passed. Other sat on Tobiat's shoulder, scratching each other. We can only fool the overseer's eyes for 15 minutes. Vanquist still has not finished him off. Tobiat hesitated. He said he wants to teach the Godmaster how to fight. Ather groaned in frustration. Is he that kind of clueless parent, Toby? Serious. Even before we got here, he said he was counting on you. Ather was surprised. He really said that? Seriously? What the heck? Then Ather brightened up. Well then, I have got to try harder. Over here, the two strange creatures charged, emitting classic power from their mouths. That is the Dragon Pan Path technique, but they were quickly pushed back. Ather playfully stuck out his tongue. Too bad for them. Our people's techniques include curses too. You know. Then Tobiat's gaze sharpened unusually. Ather spoke up. Tobiat raised his arm slightly, and his power flared up. A powerful punch surged forward. Terrence's mace slammed down hard right on that big talisman. The two creatures were overwhelmed and thrown far back, rocks and dirt flying everywhere. One suddenly looked over, its expression weakening. Strange objects like throwing knives flew up. The Blades of Wrath technique. A dozen blades curled into a tornado, surrounding the two strange creatures. Someone behind watched. Seemingly no one needed healing magic after all. Lighting a cigarette, they muttered. These executors are not interesting at all. The woman bit her cigarette and complained. At least show us your techniques before you die. Over here, someone sat floating in midair, watching with satisfaction. Well done. My children, once I become Vanquish's kin, I will be able to fight those guys. Right. The two creatures did not move a bit. He gritted his teeth and complained. This sucks. Someone beside him clicked their tongue. Don't get your hopes up. Lemda, you are no longer eligible to become Vanquish's kin, and chuckled softly, saying there is still a chance for you to be named. Lemda scowled. That kid still has not made up his mind. Then he turned and asked. Kill him. Killam crossed his arms and replied casually, still stubborn as ever. That creature gave an eerily strange smile. Killam spoke low. Your words might work on your followers, but I still need to use my own strength to win. Denta laughed upon hearing that. Is that? Then I just have to get stronger. Pausing briefly, and asked again. You are not happy about this? Killam was silent, deep in thought, giving no answer. Earlier, when they heard everything, both were stunned and exclaimed together. A contract. Vanquish nodded slightly. That is right. Since Judith and Karen have left, I still need to fill 2 close positions. Those 2 positions are Denta and Killam. Vanquish held up 2 fingers, cheerfully saying, "Become my close allies and help us fight against the manager." Killam clenched his teeth. "So you have decided to fight us?" Denta kept complaining. "You want us working under you. What is so great about that?" He spoke low. "You are not exactly my subordinates. It is more like a contract." A smirk tugged at his lips. "Don't lose your nerve." While speaking, Vanquish pointed at the 2 of them. "Warriors like you always seek stronger opponents, right?" Both brothers raised their eyebrows silently. Denta recalled that and laughed out loud. "Though I am not a fan of working with an assassin, but it is interesting, is not?" Killam. "Hard to believe not long ago we were locked behind gates." Morning sunlight shone on his face. "I can still climb higher and get stronger." Killam's eyes narrowed. Then a knowing smile appeared on his lips. Then both unleashed thunderous power, shaking the sky. "You are right about that," he shouted joyfully as he built up power. "This is really fun." Denta. The 2 creatures noticed the binding light and looked up. Divine beams struck directly and powerfully at the 2 creatures. Moments later, the sky turned pitch black, accompanied by a deadly silence, facing 2 beams of different colors. Killam snapped his fingers and said, "Now I have blocked all the sunlight for you, assassin." Vanquish then rushed forward like the wind, clenching his fist to deliver the strongest punch to his opponent. He punched Abaddon's face directly, followed by a rapid series of punches, fast like a colorful fireworks display. Abaddon's whole body became like a firework launcher. Vanquish licked his lips slightly, still clenching his fist. Suddenly he realized, "Here it comes. Looks like there is not much time left." Abaddon was beaten badly, his body trembling with each word. Who are you?" Vanquish lightly reached behind his neck and said, "Nothing special. I am just a weak guy who keeps punching." "Who are you to ask? In the underworld, we lose after a fight. But of course, we will do everything to take you down first. The Rainbow Kingdom discovered that, and found 3 ways to defeat you." The original word split space. "The one seemed ineffective against you." His hand clenched tightly, slowly rising. "And the last way?" Abaddon coughed lightly. "Extraordinary power with a radiant light escaped from Vanquish." "Can you guess what it is?" Abaddon looked more human as he realized it. While Vanquish created this incredible power, those above watched without understanding. Safina looked up and asked, "What kind of ultimate skill is that?" At that moment, Subaru standing nearby interrupted. "Safina, you did not even glance at it. You know what it is?" Safina looked surprised at that. Facing his flashy magic, Abaddon instinctively stepped back. He could not believe his eyes. How do you have that power?" His eyes widened in fear. That belongs to that person." Vanquish gave a weird smile, gripped harder. "Now I am here." He was startled upon hearing that, and Vanquish quickly rushed forward like a gust of wind. Abaddon's challenge was the signal to retreat. The creatures outside were startled and on high alert. Abaddon kept fleeing in terror. Vanquish looked at him fleeing desperately with contempt. "He does not seem very superior now," he muttered lowly. "You fools." Then he charged with interest. "I won't let a single one of you escape. Those who walk under the sun. Unleash." The sun is one of the clearest weaknesses of vampires. Under sunlight, their stats drop rapidly, and they continue to suffer poison-like damage until they turn to ash and vanish. Even Subaru, though not fully a vampire yet, can't avoid his stats dropping. If Haidu can keep fighting after resurrection, Subaru would probably lose. Those who walk under the sun is a special skill that completely blocks damage caused by sunlight. To compensate, the user's stats still drop. But Vanquish accepted that disadvantage. That skill dropped Vanquish's stats to 99%, while Subaru's would be around 80%. In other words, once Vanquish activates this skill, his combat ability becomes 100 times stronger than usual. Abaddon, fleeing death, only appeared briefly after Vanquish vanished to those around him, and in the next moment, half of Abaddon's body was gone. Subaru, Ruin, and Safina were all horrified by this. Verdus' mouth dropped open, even more shocked. A hand quickly grabbed Abaddon's neck. Vanquish easily seized Abaddon's neck directly. His eyes were clearer now, and his face turned serious again. Abaddon trembled in fear. Safina watched in stunned silence. She shouted, "Look at how his body is falling apart." Subaru added, "Yeah, that is the amnesia skill." He seriously explained, "A power sharing the same name as the Golden Kingdom's legendary sword. It can sever a soul-loss cycle and send it back to the shore of the unconscious world." Safina was stunned. "No way. So that sword, if it is stronger than its wielder, means it is controlled by a superior manager." Her eyes filled with horror. Could it be? Could Vanquish be connected to one of the managers? Every cell in Abaddon's body was slowly shattering with each tremor, emitting sounds of fear and pain. "My body, my soul is being worn away. I can resist or heal." Facing his unconscious state, Abaddon was overcome by a single feeling. It was an indescribable loneliness. When a soul vanishes into the vast, freezing void, it can never return to the world of the living, like an astronaut lost in space, only able to gaze at the faint image of Earth after being launched into the cosmos. An extreme loneliness, that is why Abaddon cried. So other astronauts could escape the same fate. His tears were so painful that even his enemies felt sympathy from afar. Suddenly, Verdus' eyes widened in horror. But Vanquish showed no sympathy. Directly snapping, "Stop acting pitiful." He grabbed Abaddon's body and kept applying force while he cried. "Have you ever listened to the pleas of the countless worlds you destroyed?" Abaddon could not speak. "He is killing me directly. I will never forgive him." The other astronauts shattered as well, disappearing one by one into the air. Vanquish personally wiped out those astronauts. The 4 others besides Abaddon did not even realize they were dead. Abaddon is now reduced to just his neck and head, and Vanquish still holds his head, making him even more terrified. He lets out a few pitiful cries, but Vanquish shows no mercy. It is hopeless. Vanquish says coldly, "I have wiped them all out." A few tears of pain fall from Abaddon's eyes. Then he closes his eyes, his body trembling with each spasm. Facing Vanquish's icy coldness, he finally speaks up, "Please forgive me." Abaddon desperately begs, "Please do not hurt me. I did not know my fate would be this terrible." He cries and pleads, saying he can come back to life, that he will disappear. He sobs pitifully, "I am so I am really scared." Subaru's group silently watches, while Kamina looks terrified. Over here, Cebu and the other kings are just as silent. Abaddon keeps begging, "Please spare me." But Vanquist crushes him outright. Verd witnesses this and shudders. Vanquist lets out a breath after finishing. In the dead silence, the other kings fall silent too. Not a single word. Vanquist's back does not move an inch. Not even a twitch. "You all." He turns around, speaking in a terrifying low voice. "How much longer are you going to underestimate me?" The kings immediately kneel all at once. Verd, scared, bows his head to the ground in respect. Vanquist observes and says, "There are many kings sitting quietly. None of you can defeat the executor." He turns back. "Ruin. Safina. What have you been doing all these millennia?" Power radiates from his hand. "If you have no fighting spirit, you will die quickly." Ruin is terrified. Subaru shouts loudly, "Vanquist." Vanquist freezes immediately. Subaru sadly says, "You are too scary. Please calm down." Vanquist falls silent for a moment, watching. Verd does not understand what is happening. Haha. What the heck did he just say? He is about to get killed. Vanquist calms down and says, "It is my fault." Both Ruin and Verd are surprised. "What?" Subaru is annoyed. "Really?" Vanquist folds his arms. "I already apologized. So do not make that face." Verd can't believe it. Just a few words and he can make that mysterious man stop. The guy who just killed the executor. And even the 3 kings can't lay a finger on him. Verd keeps staring at Subaru, judging him silently. "Why is he staring at me like that?" Vanquist stands with arms crossed, serious and silent. He raises his hand. "Today I took down more executors." His lips twitch slightly. Subaru is also improving quite well. In his palm is a small seed. It won't be long now. This little seed seems very special. Twinkling, Sunio Mori, who has been watching the battle, exclaims in amazement, "That is incredible." He sits there stunned, realizing that his Vanquist fighting style. Naru says skeptically, "Amazing. My eyes can't even keep up." Sunio Mori not. "Honestly. Mine neither." Naru says nervously, "Maybe we'll have to fight those executors ourselves someday." "Did you see that battle?" Shikishima does not get a response and asks confusedly. Shikishima. In Shikishima's mind, Ziu no longer cares about Vanquist or the executors but is focused on deciding whether to abolish or free the gate. Everything he does aims to free humanity from the gate, and maybe laugh with his friends like before. As soon as possible, he recalls his old friends and thinks, supporting himself with his hand. Shikishima says, "This is the best plan we have." Naruse is surprised. Shikishima grits his teeth. A simple oversight. "The choice to free is ours now." This is a proper debate but also full of tricks. Tsunemori is helpless. "Shikishima, you are wide awake. If we get through this..." They still have not made the decision the Blue Kingdom King wants. It is now or never. A sigh echoes through the forest. Vanquish shouts happily, "Sorry for scaring you all. You must be thirsty. Right? Come on. Have some life blood." Even the kings turn pale hearing that. Life blood. Blood. Suddenly, a golden hand smacks Vanquish on the head. "Don't force them to drink so much." Safina cautiously says, "Everyone. You do not need to drink that." Vanquish, holding his head in despair. The kings here look at each other. Is that the guy who was fighting earlier? He is scary friendly. Vanquish is annoyed. "You fake witch." Safina cheerfully replies, "Come on. Rainbow face." He points at Safina, grinding his teeth in frustration. "I won't accept your marriage to Subaru." "Got it." She just smirks coldly. "You are overprotecting him. Seems like your brain runs on some weird system. Don't you think you should respect the wishes of the person involved?" Subaru suddenly speaks up. The person involved has already rejected you countless times. Safina smiles slyly. I am talking about myself. She waves her hand. Don't you worry. I will make him fall for me in a few hundred years. Subaru can't help but chuckle. Even in the underworld. You are so persistent. Cebu slowly approaches. Dad. Vanquish is startled and focuses. Cebu asks, Dad. Have you really made Subaru your possession? Vanquish crosses his arms and replies. Just as you predicted, he is a better pawn than I thought. Looking at Subaru Ariak. He smiles. Help that kid out for me. Will you? Cebu nods. Seeing those immune to your predictions. I have to stay alert. Then she turns and leaves. I am heading back now. Vanquish calls after her. What about the meeting? Cebu does not care. I already know the outcome and have met my father. Vanquish lowers his voice. Cebu, making her pause. He frowns. Has the deadly darkness disappeared from him yet? Cebu is momentarily stunned. Ariak Subaru has changed the future. Suddenly her eyes widen as she realizes. That is not it. She screams in horror. It can be, looking at Vanquish. She can believe it. Wow. The deadly darkness has not disappeared yet. Vanquish chuckles slightly. Good, it has not. I can only see its shadow a future that won't happen until 3 months or more from now. Cebu is deeply worried. Wait. Please tell me why. Vanquish turns his back lightly, waving his hand. Forgive me for using a king's power multiple times in one day. I will be careful going back. As he walks. He thinks. The deadly darkness is still here. And many enemies could kill me. He laughs triumphantly. I will see you all soon. Suddenly. Someone punches him straight in the face. It is Esther, who kicks him hard, knocking him to the ground. The other kings gape in shock. Vanquish is annoyed and in pain. Esther is just as annoyed. I told you I only have 15 minutes. Do you want the manager to keep an eye on me? Vanquish panics. Just 5 more minutes. Esther refuses. Go back to your place. Vanquish nods. Meanwhile, Verd is frozen in shock. Are you kidding? That man has those powerful people as subordinates. Each of them is strong enough to be a rival to the 3 kings. Esther is annoyed. Wait. Help me out here. The next day. I know someone pushed him through that door before being pushed through another gate. Vanquish warns threateningly. You out there. Better not touch Subaru. Did you hear me? But Safina just smiles brightly. Not scared at all. Which makes Vanquish angry. She is not even listening. I will never agree. But before he can finish, he is pushed through the door. Esther soothes. Sorry for the noise. The door closes silently. Ruin breathes a sigh of relief. They appeared and disappeared like a storm. Now, Shikishima speaks up. Ruin. Subaru. I am glad you two could fend off those enforcers. But can you handle freeing or closing the gate? Ruin fell into thought. Many participants had died in the attack. But there were still plenty joining from afar. So maybe it is doable. Shikishima raised an eyebrow and said, I have an idea about the gates and doors in the human world. I want you to present it at the conference with the 3 kings. Ruin looked a bit serious. You want me to do that right after the enforcer's attack just ended? He nodded. We can help right now anyway. Humans will just follow what we do now. Ruin smiled briefly. Let us hear what your idea is first. Tsunomori caught on and asked. Were you just muttering something about gates and doors? Shikishima replied. Well, if it worked, we could immediately reduce the number of gates existing in the human world. Since the meeting between the kings was interrupted, the 3 kings will hold a conference among themselves in the meantime to discuss whether to release or abolish the gates. Seeing the 3 of them discussing, Luth said, so here we are. Back at square one again. I just thought Tega would get stronger. Level up. And then top the ranks in the spirit world. But Luth crossed his arms, looking sad. We are nothing but frogs at the bottom of a well. Kamina was disappointed. Sorry everyone. If my prediction had been more accurate. Reikan sitting beside him waved his hand. That is not your fault. Those enforcers just appeared out of nowhere. It is not related to your prediction, Reikan asserted. No matter how hard we try, there will always be someone better. Reikan wished. I want to be stronger. Verd stood silently, grinding his teeth. Safina quietly fell into silence. She said, I do not oppose that plan. We are just simply sweeping them out faster. So nothing important changes. What do you think? Silver. Voden sighed. It feels heavier somehow. But I guess we have to accept it. Ruin joked. I am glad to have your approval. So let us not waste any time. Safina interrupted. But this plan does not seem like something a guy like you would come up with. Silver. Ruin was startled. I can come up with a better plan that includes benefits for everyone. You know that, at that moment, Ruin spoke up, startling the kings. All right. Thanks everyone for waiting, Ruin happily announced. Now I will share the decision of the 3 kings. Verd remained silent and waited, as did the other kings. Subaru quietly observed, silently moved with every passing second. Ruin spoke loudly. First, We will start by temporarily suspending gates in the human world. Raikan, Kamina, and Luthal froze. Ruin continued. Since no new gates will be opened, the countdown clock will also stop. Hearing that, Tsunemori jumped up excitedly. Awesome. Then he turned to Shikishima. This is Shikishima gritted his teeth. Not done yet. One more thing. Ruin grew excited. As for the doors, we will release them to other kingdoms. The whole group of kings froze in place. Ruin lowered his voice and summed up. The kingdoms will be allowed to send doors to the human world by dispatching them. Safina added, after these changes, the number of gates won't increase anymore. But it will take less time to clear them all out. Everyone will also be allowed to collect soul energy from kingdoms whose doors have been swept. Safina cheerfully said, the growth of the owners will be linked to your growth. Ruin clapped softly. So in summary he spoke loudly and brightly from now on. We will hold an underground world fully committed to the gate sweep competition. Let us win quickly. Everyone. Give it your all. Karan quickly turned to Verd. Hey Verd. Verd was rubbing his head. Damn. They are backing us. So that is how they do it. A smile spread across his lips. I am such a fool for not thinking of that. I will send the doors out as soon as we get back. Luth, Karan, and Kamina all nodded. Verd smiled broadly. We will send doors to the human world again. And the other three were happy too. Yeah. Tsunemori paused. So Shikishima's plan was to release the priority doors before gates would keep coming from the underground world, increasing their number, and doors were only limited to the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms. From now on, gates won't be sent through anymore, and the countdown will be cancelled, so the number of gates won't increase. There is no limit to how many kingdoms can send gates, doubling the number of people who might need to scan gates. Neris touched it all over. This way, the number of divine lords will increase, and the number of gates can only decrease. Shikishima clasped his hands together, saying, I was too focused on abolishing the gates at first. I did not even realize we still had the option to free them instead. Anyway, it was thanks to the king's emergency situation that I came up with this idea, Shikishima said firmly. In any case, with this, the entire underworld will ally with humanity. I did not expect this. It is scary how smart you are, Neris thought silently. Hurry up. Shikishima is on our side. Thanks. Ruin. Hearing this, Ruin looked briefly surprised. He grinned. Well, as long as you are family, I will still help you. Subaru Kyan. It is not like I am losing anything. Ruin's eyes darkened a bit. But now, the underworld will definitely collapse before I do something about the managers. You will give us a hand. Right. Subaru stayed silent, not punching but smiling happily. He nodded. Yeah. I will meet some people in the underworld to get that done before coming back. Ruin was surprised. Did you mention that before? Subaru cheerfully said. It is in the future I saw before Vanquish arrives. I also have a request for you. Ruin frowned. A request? Subaru explained. Please let me meet the three inventors who created the golden, silver, and bronze doors, temporary kings, each owning a main dimension key leading to their kingdom's door. Subaru and the others split into three groups to enter different doors, meet the inventors, and find a way to fight the managers. The first group would meet Tela, the creator of the door for the Golden Kingdom, Subaru, Safina, and Isis. Safina walked in the middle and said the doors and gates were developed through cooperation between the golden, silver, and bronze kingdoms. She cautiously explained that each inventor specialized in their own field. For example, Tela was only responsible for creating the limited seating and the Door's interdimensional system. Subaru was quite surprised, so he is a super genius. Isis was helpless. You do not get it at all. Do you? Isis thought that although Queen Safina spoke lightly about them, both inventions required unimaginably sophisticated application skills. How could Tela have done that? The three of them went inside first. Safina spoke up. Sorry to bother you, Tela. Ahead was a large room with massive books, neatly stored in cabinets. The whole room was stacked with books. On a raised platform stood a chair. Welcome. Subaru looked up in amazement. That was Tela, sitting cross-legged with his foot out, like he wanted someone to lick his shoe. Tela was the crazy inventor, sitting in the middle of the room, apologizing. I am out of treats to share with everyone. In Subaru's hand was a shiny shoe. He said, instead, try licking my latest invention, a shoe for practicing begging for mercy. Isis was speechless. Practicing begging for mercy. Tela nodded. Yeah. When people want to beg for mercy, they definitely have to lick someone else's shoe. Right. Isis could only sigh. I see, he said cheerfully. So if you practice beforehand, when the moment comes that you are about to be killed, theoretically your survival chances go up. It is safe to lick, and it tastes good too. Isis was utterly disappointed. How could anyone want that? Subaru got excited. Then I will try it. Isis could only scream. Ariak, Subaru, both excited and licking. Praised nonstop. It really tastes good. I could lick it all day, seeing him act so weird. Isis just laughed bitterly. Queen Safina. Well, why would you want to marry a guy like this? Safina was the same. Licking the shoe and praising. Yeah, it really tastes good. Isis was stunned. Queen Safina. Tella joined in. You two lick really well. Isis was speechless. So when I am out, do they all lick it? Safina then said. Tell us always like this. Isis just kept flattering the judge. All I know about him now is that he makes people lick shoes. Safina continued her words. Most of his inventions are pretty useless anyway. Tella joked. It hurts. But there is still a 1 in a million chance to create something amazing. As he spoke, he licked his lips. All inventors carry that burning passion inside them. Isis turned pale. Do not create any doors or gates with the passion that made him invent those lickable shoes. Tella crossed her legs. My king. Thank you for creating a place where I can focus on my inventions like this. Do you have something you want me to do? Safina quickly introduced. The person who needs help is my fiancé. Subaru. Subaru waved slightly. I am an acquaintance of hers. Ariak Subaru. Tella's eyes widened. A guest of the king. Ah. I understand. Your wish is my command. Subaru quickly explained. I want a skill or item that can locate the managers. Isis was shocked, and Safina was not much less surprised either. Tella said calmly. That already exists. Both women were even more shocked. Especially Isis. Safina and she both gaped in amazement. Tella kept going. Anyone want to lick some more shoes? Subaru happily said. Count me in. Isis annoyed. You better stop. The second group will meet the inventor of the Silver Kingdom's door. Axon. The owner of the Tsunemori door. Jinga. Shikishima. Seiya. And Ruin. A creature shaped like a bird approached. Jinga. Why are you alone and with the door? Tsunemori lightly pointed. I brought a special guest with me. Standing in the distance was Ruin behind a large ice rock. The other person looked surprised. The king of the Silver Kingdom. Ruin looked pale. Anything but the ice door. Please, Tsunemori helplessly said. Please forgive him. The other person asked. If that is what you say, then why are you here? Shikishima spoke up. Nice to meet you. Aizen. Then he introduced himself. I am Shikishimazu, a friend of Tsunemori Jinga. Aizen nodded. I already knew that from watching the video. Like Jinga. You are a close friend of Ariak Subaru. Tell me why you came here. Shikishima smirked. Are not you the terrorist? Aizen fell silent. Shikishima cautiously said. The ice door is not the only reason you are locked up here. Aizen, an underworld entity living to create powerful skills and items. Always waiting for a chance to unleash them. Aizen still said nothing. Tsunemori raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Is that really true? Ruin behind spoke up. That guy has 70 charges against him. He turned back in shock. 70. Tsunemori was a bit annoyed. Aizen kept explaining. I am not lying to you. His voice shifted. I just have not confirmed it yet. Tsunemori was about to lose his mind. Then he seemed to remember. Wait a minute. You too, Shikishima. I know you did not come here just to mock me. Shikishima laughed and replied. Of course not. I have something only you can do. Aizen's eyes narrowed. So far there are 3 skills that can counter the enforcers. The original word in amnesia, Shikishima said seriously. It seems Vanquish has seen the next possibility in the guild. Aizen was startled. He grinned. Aizen. I want you to create a 4th skill that can counter the enforcers. Aizen was silent, lost in thought. Snow began falling heavier. Both waited quietly for an answer. After a while he spoke. This is why I never get tired of living. Seiya hesitated. Is he serious? Aizen nodded. Got it. I will create a skill so powerful and unbalanced you will be grateful you asked for my help. Once it is done I will give it to you. Jinga. Tsunemori frowned. The third group will meet the inventor of the Copper Kingdom's store. Zora, the owner of Kwai. Why do I have to meet with Harasaka-san? Carrion complained angrily. Complaining 1T help. We have to meet because we are the ones left behind. Mugen Egahana just walked ahead looking bored. Those two do not seem very close. Do they? Carrion hesitated. If I hold Harasaka hostage, is that okay? Naruse laughed. Then said. I will never forgive you for that. Carrion just felt helpless. Oh well. Carrion spoke up. The great mage Zora. The inventor responsible for combining the techniques used by gates and doors. Isn't he that basically just embedding techniques into an item? Igahana replied. Exactly. Serving as the assistant to our king has been one of Lord Zora's duties for a long time since I met him. Suddenly, Zora was unexpectedly thrown out from inside the house in front of them. All 3 looked up to Zora. As he was thrown out, he kept coughing up blue blood. While Naruse helped Zora sit up, Carrion stepped forward. What do you think you are doing? He shouted angrily. Well, at that moment, Zora screamed fiercely. In front of them, a man was slowly advancing with a cold, murderous aura. The man said coldly. Sorry, old man, but I need you dead. Carrion scratched his head and said. Isn't he that the prison warden from the human world? Naruse also recognized him. It has been a while, has not it? Suddenly, Naruse unleashed his power. His presence was not part of the future Area saw. His voice grew colder. You have messed up the prophecy. Or to put it another way, meanwhile, Carrion turned around in surprise. Quite quietly muttered, that is right. I am. However, he was immediately hit by a force. Carrion punched him straight in the body. Carrion grinned. I punched right through him. This guy is exactly as Naruse said. He is. Quai gently took Carrion's hand. I am an enforcer. His eyes went vacant. I am your enemy. Naruse frowned. Then we will defeat you. A year and a half ago. At the entrance of the prison for the gods' criminals. Someone thanked Naruse-kun. Thank you for coming and escorting the prisoner. I sealed his power with my technique already. Quai seriously said. Rest up and get back to your usual duties. Naruse nodded. Thank you, Sir. Quai said broadly. It has been 3 years since you became the second god lord. Naruse was surprised. Yeah, that is right. Naruse looked full of determination. Quai continued. This question might seem strange to you. But do you love this world? At that moment, a loud, desperate shout echoed. No way. Ikahana could not believe her eyes. Are you an enforcer? Quai tightly grabbed Carrion's wrist with an icy expression. Carrion clicked his tongue and gritted his teeth. Damn. Now I can use the original words. He was about to be killed when a huge golden hand came down and attacked. But Quai quickly dodged. Carrion did not understand what was happening. The golden hand was attacking from Naruse. Naruse silently controlled it terrifyingly. Suddenly dust rose in a cloud. Walk on. Carrion angrily exploded. Are you trying to kill me? This is Kurosaka's body. You know that, but Naruse thought. What an idiot, he said quietly. Kurosaka won to die from that. Which surprised him quite a bit. Quai suddenly spoke up. Catching their attention. I understand now. He slowly stepped forward. So your relative can use the original words. Naruse clenched his teeth in frustration. It does not affect him much. If Quai's violent seal touches me, everything is over. But that is not suitable for fighting. As long as I do not get too close and keep the pressure from here. Naruse decided to raise his hand and use his special move. Golden weapon. I'm coming. If Naruse Orika thought the violent seal was his only technique, Quai carefully considered, his face cold. I am waiting here. A voice echoed through a large building. The champion of all 4,672. 3,211 119 worlds. Quai's one eye opened wide. The chosen one to become an enforcer. Eliminate all enemies who threaten the orders of this world. Quai Satfran. Are you really sending a new enforcer on this assassination mission? You have already used too much power, just to cover the sole cost of recruiting a veteran. Have not you? He quietly stood up, leaning on the computer. Whatever. His eyes drooped slightly. Anyone who resists the enforcers must be eliminated. Quai looked at the scene before him. Determined to protect this world, his gaze reflected an indescribable emptiness. Quai is a conqueror from another world, a conqueror being a godlike ruler invading other worlds. Like Haido Tetsu, enforcers are selected from conquerors across all worlds to serve directly under the manager's control. His attribute is primal turtle basically. Unlike the skills granted by the gates, Quai retained the skills he had as a conqueror. That is the blue die bang. A die bang of a crucial skill. Right now, he is using it in the battle against Naruse. Naruse is unleashing power. But those strands from the die bang are wrapping him up. He gritted his teeth in disbelief, a skill that completely counters his own. At the same time, Carrion attacks. Wielding sharp swords aimed straight at Quai, no hesitation. Naruse powers up just in time, the source of Hecaton chase. The Titan's arm. Quai looked on. Bored. He just knows how to make that arm bigger. That is all. So lame. As that hand lunged forward, Naruse slipped past, using a second skill. Quai's eyes flickered with interest. Naruse used the golden enhancement skill. Quai was briefly surprised, some kind of support skill. His hand flared like a blue flame, gripping tightly so fast when Naruse struck. Quai easily blocked it, but that is all the guy can do. Naruse was startled and annoyed. He saw the second attack fail. As shards fell. He sighed, his skill is just about exaggerating everything. His eyes held a solace symbol, such a wasteful and sloppy use of power. Suddenly, a large gate opened behind Naruse. Releasing a bright golden light, Naruse went wild, unleashing golden weapons toward Quai. But Quai remained indifferent, showing no fear. The weapons rushed like a storm. Like the Grim Reaper's scythe. Straight at Quai's position. His face was icy cold. Then a massive explosion thundered. Naruse fell silent, observing as each die bang shard floated away. Quai appeared and spoke loudly. I told you. Your skill is useless. He slowly stepped forward, saying, a truly great skill is simple and effective. Naruse was not scared. He immediately charged with his sword. Didn't he get hurt from that attack? No doubt about it, his skill. When the sword blade neared Quai's neck, a die bang shard quickly blocked it. The sword briefly glowed green upon contact with the die bang shard. Naruse thought of a plan to destroy everything he touched. He kept attacking. I have been briefed about this before, like Ariak Tega's skill. 2 die bang shards suddenly wrapped around his arms, while Kwai kicked his leg hard and pressed a sharp object to his neck. In a second, Naruse was restrained. Kwai pinned him to the ground. Ikuhana shouted, "Naruse. Karen here." "Hirasaka," he cautiously asked. "Aren't you gonna help that kid?" Hirasaka, currently inside Karen's body, remained silent. Seeing Naruse on the screen, he hesitated for a moment. Kwai pointed the needle at his neck. "Remember this?" His eyes softened slightly. "The question I asked you before, do you remember?" Naruse whispered. "I do." "Remember before? Did you love this world?" Naruse answered. "I do. Because Hirasaka is in this world." He asked back, "What if Hirasaka Renji did not exist?" This made Naruse's eyes widen in shock. Kwai smiled. "Do you still love this world?" Naruse hesitated, then said, "I think I still do." "You go ahead. I once had a terminal illness and was treated after becoming a client. But before that, I used to sneak out of the hospital and walked on my own." Naruse was panting as he walked. His legs slowed down. Then he stopped completely and looked up. His eyes suddenly widened. Naruse stood alone on an empty street under a peaceful sky. The sky was so vast and high. I felt like my heart was flying free from its cage. It was beautiful. I thought, the world is so beautiful. Naruse said, his eyes misty. Kwai listened quietly. "You said that is why you want to protect it, even if Hirasaka is not here." Naruse turned his back. "The sky still as beautiful as ever." Kwai looked up and vaguely replied, "Yeah," calmly. "I feel the same. I love this beautiful world too. A world so beautiful it is peaceful." Now, Kwai is biting his lip, resisting the manager like pushing this world toward death. "If you really want to protect it, then try to live until now." Carrion watched thoughtfully. Kwai's voice turned cold. "Do not think about unnecessary things. Living under the rule of absolute rulers." The sharp needle touched Naruse's throat. Then he spoke. "I can do that," and blinked slightly when he saw this, blinded by something. Only knowing to sit and wait for death. Naruse was unusually calm. "I can call that living. There are others in the hospital with the same condition as Aki. That made them grow closer and more harmonious." Everyone felt comfortable and wore smiles. Akira decided to talk to them, to become their friend. But by the time Akira and his friends usually talked, they were all gone. He was exhausted by that endless vicious cycle. And then Akira was left walking alone on a lonely path. Then one not so good day, when Akira was knocked down with a needle aimed at him, he saw how beautiful the world really was. He spoke his last words. "I realized what it means to be alive." Then Akira fell silent, and the needle kept piercing his neck without moving. Suddenly Kwai looked at Akira, startled, wondering why. The needle was still at Akira's neck but did not move. Why did Kwai's needle pull back, as if controlled by some other force? Meanwhile, Akira kept speaking. "Being alive means continuing to feel. It means moving forward on your own feet and discovering new things that impress you. Treated like a pawn in the manager's game, to avoid being trapped by that power." Kwai decided to swing his needle back again. Akira, at this moment, received a surge of power from behind. "I can call that truly living." The sixth snow technician, the temple guardian. Only then did Kwai realize why he could not attack earlier. It was the one being controlled. Kwai realized it was not him but his weapon being controlled. The temple guardian is a snow technician unlocked at level 90. It can freely manipulate anything that Naruse Akira uses as a weapon. Anything enveloped by the snow technician is not an exception. Kwai can he release or cancel Sampajita. To break this matrix, Kwai decided to use the move, Blue Die. Seeing Kwai struggling to break free, Akira spoke up. "It is useless. That snow technician is directly linked to the target. From the moment it touched me, it is completely under my control now. There is no way for you to handle or retreat. I have surrounded you." Kwai realized it was Naruse Akira's weapon that he cut with Blue Die Bang earlier. "Akira wanted you to cut it like that so he could trap you with those pieces." Then Akira warned, "Obeying someone is a way to live. I won't deny your wish for freedom." Kwai tried to hold his sword tightly, but it seemed the sword did not obey its owner. It pointed at Kwai. "But if you dare resist, I will defeat you." Akira stepped forward, face to face with Kwai. But his expression was blank. Just like that, Sama and his gang stood with arms crossed, calmly watching the fight. At that moment, Kwai finally let go, his eyes carrying a hint of sadness. "I lost. I want to keep fighting or retreating, because I failed to eliminate him, so I will be finished off." Akira was startled, mouth agape in shock because this was not what he wanted. A line of light wrapped around Kwai, and then he gradually faded away. Akira panicked, realizing Kwai would be eliminated if he did not follow orders. Kwai had to work under those conditions. Akira could not accept the frustration and blurted out. Wow. Kwai was speechless. "Why are you listening to the manager? I told you. This world is beautiful, unlike my ruined hometown. A world I could not protect. That is why I want to protect it this time." Zora exclaimed. "Do not." Kwai turned to look at him. Zora looked sad, helpless as he watched Kwai disappear, remembering that time when Zora was talking with him. "So you will be mine. Once you have overcome the hardships behind this door, you are the boss. The big boss." Kwai was stunned. Not understanding, then he asked, "Are you okay?" When Kwai rubbed Zora's shoulder, Zora smiled satisfied. "Your rub is pretty good. You are approved." Thinking back to that time, Kwai smiled. "Sorry about that," Zora yelled wildly. "Do not do that." Suddenly, a hand reached out toward Kwai. Akira was desperately trying to save Kwai. Surprising him greatly, Kwai was startled, shouting, "Naris-kun." Not just, but Ikohana and the Demon Emperor were equally shocked. Akira smiled smugly. "Just as I thought. It is a curse. You really let go." Managers. Akira recalled when Subaru used the blood curse. A curse can be broken by another curse. Kwai tried to stop him. "Stop right there. You can change anything with your power. You will get dragged in and die with me. So drop." Before he could finish, Akira blocked him. "Damn managers. Damn supreme beings. Treating the world and everyone like their toys. Don't you dare treat death like something noble. I refuse to accept that. I will overthrow it." Right in front of everyone, Ikohana remained silent. No reaction. Akira recalled old memories with friends in that familiar place and vowed, "I won't let you die." Then Akira tried his best to save Kwai. While he was amazed by Akira's reckless action, at that moment, Akira screamed in pain but was determined not to give up and insisted on saving Kwai. Seeing the chaotic scene, even Maid had to shield himself. A burst of power appeared ahead, enveloping Kwai and Akira, then suddenly vanished, leaving the sky clear and blue again. Maid asked in shock, "Is that really a human? I am sure I have never seen or heard of anyone breaking a manager's curse like that." Akira collapsed. Abaddon said, "He really did it," alongside Akira lying down. Abaddon nodded. "He really did it." Akira jumped up. In front of him was Kwai. Kwai called out, "Narascal, why did you go that far?" Akira replied, "If I am no longer the executor, no longer opposing the curse, then I am not your enemy. Right, please live. Because you have to." Kwai was stunned by Akira's words, looking into the distance where Zora was running toward them. Akira said, "You want him to live?" Zora was extremely worried and crying hard. Kwai and Akira looked at Zora, and Kwai said, "Thinking back to old friends." Akira said, "Everyone has people like that." At that moment, Zora ran up and hugged Kwai tightly, crying a lot. Kwai did not expect him to have so much affection for him. Kwai was moved and cried too, saying, "I truly sorry." Then the Demon King stepped forward, extending his arm toward Akira. That was an impressive move. Akira grabbed the Demon King's hand and stood up, replying, "Hearing praise from you does not exactly make me happy." Demon King, honestly, is not your way of speaking a bit harsher than your usual self? Akira answered, "If that is true, maybe it is because I really do have a cruel personality." Then he said, "All right. Got it. Hey Hirasaka. Did you want things to turn out like this?" Hirasaka replied, "Not all." The Demon King said nervously, "You guys scare me." Then Hirasaka continued, "But I believe Narus-kun will handle it. He is no longer just a kid who looks up to me. He is a friend and stands equal to me." The Demon King said, "You heard that? Right." Akira smiled and replied, "I know. His equal friend." Then Akira clenched his hand tightly. The Demon King asked, "How's everything going? You have been training nonstop since you skipped the second meeting. You must have something cool up your sleeve." At this moment, Hirasaka had crossed into another dimension. "Lewis has finished his training. Just a little more, and I will be able to stand against the Enforcer too." Lewis watched Hirasaka sweat nervously, observing as he was about to attempt something incredible right before his eyes. When Vanquish taught him the technique to fight the Enforcer, Renji appeared beside him and asked Vanquish-san, "Could you teach me that technique too?" Vanquish replied, "I do not mind. But I do not think you can learn it directly between those from the underworld and humans. Their soul structures are very different. The inheritance of the technique through the gate is completed by transforming that structure. Moreover, after learning the technique to fight the Enforcer, Lewis passed it on to Renji through the gate's challenge, as well as his 8th technique. And now, just a little more, just a bit more for Hirasaka, Renji, and Amamiya-Sika, since they are spirits without physical bodies. They are not limited by the gate's restrictions. In Amamiya-Sika's case, when everyone passes through the gate, they face the gate's challenge." At that moment Killam spoke up. "Looks like the kid's adapting to me pretty well. Because of the compatible soul, she can inherit the technique from the living god Killam without needing the gate. As for Hirasaka and Renji," he said, "Lewis has offered to lend you my power." Following Lewis' guidance, he was able to level up the technique he already possessed. However, this is a completely different matter. Inheriting a technique from Vanquish, whose soul is totally incompatible with Renji's, surpasses even what I know." Lewis paused, watching Renji. After all the struggles, Renji appeared drenched in sweat and said, "It defies all logic." Renji finally succeeded. "So this is my new sword." Lewis looked at Renji excitedly, holding the item in his hands. Throughout the time he became its owner, I did not know a thing. When it comes to fighting, Hirasaka has surpassed both geniuses already. Even in the human world, at the sorcerer Zora's workshop in the Copper Kingdom, Karen stopped and said, "Sorry to ruin the moment, but can I talk to you about why we are here?" At this moment, Zora was moved, holding Kwai tightly and crying. Sure, after escaping his embrace, Kwai started talking to Aki. "Naruse-kun, I want to tell you about this too," he replied. "Okay." Then Kwai continued, "The truth is..." Akira interrupted sharply. At that moment, Akira was startled, recalling Suki and Subaru, and contacted them telepathically. "Shikishima Ariak." Shikishima responded. "Naruse, what is wrong?" Akira replied, "It is urgent. Kwai-san just told me." Meanwhile, Subaru silently listened, feeling uneasy hearing what was happening over there. Seeing that, Safina asked, "Subaru, what did he say?" Subaru said, "Sorry, Safina. I need to return to the human world right now." Safina exclaimed. "What about our date?" Subaru bluntly replied. "I never agreed to it." Subaru explained that the person carrying out the task is a prison guard at the jail, holding the God Lord in the human world. That person's special skill allows him to control the special skills of the prisoners. Everyone defeated him, but as a result, his special skill effect also disappeared. So more than 300 prisoners will soon escape from prison. After hearing this, the two of them said nothing more, clearly feeling very uneasy inside. Then Subaru continued, "We have to go back to protect our world." Hearing that, Safina understood his kindness, so he wants to protect the civilians. "Got it. We will get ready quickly." Isis, she bowed and accepted the order. "Yep. My queen." At that moment, a figure appeared and spoke up. "Everyone's leaving so soon." Terra appeared and said, "Right after I just made you some shoes." Subaru replied cleverly, "The shoes taste great." "Thanks." Then Terra threw something to Subaru. "Take this with you." He held it in his hand, opened it, and saw it was a pledge ring. Terra instructed Subaru on how to use it. It can sense the location of the managers from over 10 billion worlds, but it can only sense them. It does not have any function to take you to them. Hearing that, he happily accepted it. "That is a lot already. At least I am not the only one going to see them." Terra responded, "Well, I hope it works." Then Subaru waved goodbye. "Thanks, Terra. Theo will definitely come back." Terra stood there watching Subaru's figure fade away, thinking, "So I will get to see that funny kid again. An item that can teleport him to the manager's world. Maybe I will try making one." Scene shifts to Karen's group, where everyone looks tense, faces serious like a grim photo. Subaru hurriedly stepped through the time gate and called out, "Shikishima." Shikishima saw Subaru had arrived and announced, "All right, let us go quickly." Hearing that, Subaru quickly ran to join them. Suddenly Safina called out. Subaru heard the familiar voice and turned around. Unexpectedly, Safina threw something to him and said, "A farewell gift." Subaru asked in surprise, "Another ring?" She replied, "Just open it and you will see. Whenever you want to return to the underworld, just wear it. It is really sad to part, but we will meet again." "Waiting too long," Shikishima anxiously shouted. "Subaru, hurry up." Then he did not forget to wave goodbye to her. "Thanks, Safina." Then Subaru quickly left, disappearing through the gate. Scene shifts to the Golden Gate where a familiar voice exclaimed, "So sad," moving as fast as the wind. Ikohana added, "They are always in such a hurry." Unlike the two of them, Safina smiled unconsciously. "Truly happy. Good luck, dear Subaru. Our future's hope." The scene shifts to Niigata District, the God Lord's temple, all in ruin. Inside, prisoners are fighting chaotically. One prisoner on the arena floor laughed loudly. "Somehow that damn ceiling mark is gone. We are free now." Just then, another prisoner appeared and used a move. "Seal closed by the flow. As long as I am here. Do not even dream about it." The club in his hand swung hard toward the prisoner. Then sharp claws appeared that was Himeno Ada using them to attack him. At this moment, the prisoners got angry. "That crazy bitch. That bastard." Another prisoner spoke up. "I do not like that name." But, at that moment, Ezuroji glanced at him. Along with him, they spoke in unison. "Maybe it will help you remember a bit. We used to be the Night Faction." Hearing their announcement, the other prisoners exclaimed, "Night Faction. You are comrades of Ariak Tagasaw." Kiryu warned sharply, "A new schedule will be released soon, so if the prison collapses and ruins things, it will be a big problem." He is a former member of the Kiryu Night organization. Then that familiar club was raised again and struck the heads of the other prisoners. They could not do anything but grit their teeth and endure. Ezuroji warned, "We will meet a friend again after this. Sorry, but you guys better give up." Along with former members, the Kagasingo Night organization was just as fierce, overwhelming all of them. The friend in question, Kurokateichi and Himeno, appeared. "Just a little scratch and you are yelling so loud." "I am a former member of the Himeno Zumeno Night organization. with a painful level 6 nail scratch attack that amplifies the pain on wounds by 3000%. Ezuroji held a broom and said, I thought you would join the prison break. Himeno replied, I just found out I am on the winning side. No matter how many they have, they can beat Kiryu. Kiryu wielded a hooked stick and used the move. The mark of frozen motion. The scene shifts to the human world. Tokyo. At the backyard of Hirasaka apartment complex. 300 prisoners are escaping from the spell prison. Subaru anxiously warned. We need to hurry before someone gets hurt. Karien bluntly reminded. Kiryu Aize is already there. Jiga said. He can stop them. Subaru refused to give up. Come on. Shikishima, with a headache, replied. Those guys are already taken care of. Hearing that, everything suddenly fell silent. Most of the escapees were defeated by Kiryu alone. Yasurugi looked at Kiryu in amazement. I barely did anything. Himeno yawned. It is time to go home. Feeling a bit down. Well done everyone. Shikishima smiled on the phone, reassuring Subaru and recounted. No need to come. That is what they said. Another moment of silence there. Karien helplessly said. Now that I think about it, Kiryu must be over level 80. Akira chimed in. The average level of those prisoners was just under 30. Karien replied. No matter how many, they did not get a single chance. They do not need us anymore. Which means we are free to do whatever we want now. Probably because we are not used to it. Everyone just stood there lost in thought. Shikishima confirmed again. Kinokawa called me. So I have to head back to the owner. They will hear about an event that happened in the underworld, as well as Bedio shutting down before the press conference. Shikishima replied. Yeah. Let the world know that from now on, there won't be any more doors. Scene shifts. Udo and Kinokawa happily hugged each other. Jinga smiled contentedly. That is right, Shikishima said. Kinokawa also said the clock has stopped at the final hour. Then he waved. Nerus. Maybe they will ask about the rules. Akira ran after them and replied quickly. Yeah. Watching the two of them walk away, Hirasaka suspiciously said. They are both gone. Jinga said. I am heading home, Seiha said. I am going to grab some sushi. Karen is not joining either. I want to go for a walk. Everyone said their goodbyes to Subaru. See you later. And the only one left was Subaru. So I am alone again. No other choice. Subaru went home. He opened the door and announced. I am. Then he slowly walked into the house step by step. Subaru entered the house feeling down. I wanted to eat with everyone. Suddenly, Subaru was surprised looking ahead. He exclaimed when he saw Tezu sitting in his house eating shi-nek. He saw Subaru and casually asked. So this is your place? Ariak Subaru. He looked at Tezu in front of him. Unable to believe it, he thought to himself. Is that really Tezu? Why is she in our world? Tezu casually replied. Who knows? I just landed here. Subaru asked confused. Landed where? Tezu replied. It is a long story. And besides, this time I am not your enemy. More importantly, do not you want information? Subaru asked. Information. She answered. Yep. Information from me. Like, then Tezu silently looked at the system board. It has information on each person. She said. The number and location of current enforcers in this world. Subaru was shocked, frozen in place. He looked at the images inside the system. Scene shifts. A voice said, Hazy. What are you looking at? And Dacher replied, our former teammate clearly already put down a prison riot. Everyone's here already. Right. Line replied. Yep. They are my team members in this conquest. Hafen said solemnly. Sorry to keep you waiting, our king. And Dacher's gaze darkened upon hearing that. Scene shifts to Subaru. Surprised. Are there still other enforcers here? Tezu replied. I just said it, the world is being invaded from somewhere. And if it is a conqueror, I can tell. Subaru hesitated. Worried about future disruptions, are the managers interfering again? Tezu spoke. Need my help? Subaru exclaimed in surprise. Then Tezu explained further. You want more info? Right. Instead, a take Subaru will provide it for us. Hafen was going on and on. You know, this world seems pretty well preserved. The air here is so fresh, and Dacher also chimed in. This place is strange too. The number of divine lords here has surged since they started cooperating with an unknown world called the Underground World. In added. So that is how they are preventing destruction, meaning it will be pretty tough to invade here, Raven said coldly. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Right. Leon. Hearing his name, Leon smiled and said. Exactly. The reward if this mission succeeds is this whole world. Hearing that, the group ebbed. Hafen, Bayan, Susselis, Raven, Hockney, and Artyom each showed their own expression, but all agreed with this plan. Then Dacher explained. That is why I used my soul's value to the limit to summon you all here. Although the plan to invade by cooperating with the underground world failed, we will use Leon's secret technique. Leon handed out a stack of phones to everyone. I have prepared phones from this world for you all. We will absolutely overwhelm them. And Dacher ordered. Our plan. They decided to start in Siberia. Scene shifts to Subaru, who has also arrived here. There really are a lot of people. This is 2 days after Hyudu Kote's appearance. Subaru asked, Hyudu, have you used the phone before? Kotsu replied, it is fine now. No problem at all. Then Subaru asked absent-mindedly, so where are we going now? Kotsu answered, the shoe store. Subaru was surprised and confused. Shopping. Kotsu explained, I can share clothes with you, but your shoes do not fit my feet. I do not have any money in this world, so you will have to pay. Subaru gladly replied, all right, that is fine. Kotsu said seriously, I can fight properly if I wear tight shoes. Subaru noticed his expression and asked, you are fighting with us? Kotsu replied, just think of it as me repaying you for saving me. This happened years ago, but the enemy I will fight also attacked my world. They are pretty strong, so be careful. Subaru listened and replied, got it. Then they walked together on the street. Suddenly Kotsu asked, what are you doing? Subaru asked suspiciously. What? Kotsu spread his arms trying to look cool and said, I am going to buy shoes alone. Do not come with me. Just give me the money. Subaru looked at his attitude and hesitated. Okay. Then secretly thought, this guy's like a freeloader. Reminds me of his dad. Then Kotsu pulled out his phone, fiddled with it a bit, and said, I just sent you the latest address. When you are done, let me know. Subaru replied, all right. Then Subaru watched Kotsu's back fade away. He did not forget to say, thanks, Hyudu. I really appreciate your help. Kotsu stayed silent. Then after a moment said, no problem. Speaking of which, it has been a while since Kotsu had teammates beside him. After some thought, Kotsu strolled off and entered a sports store to shop. Welcome. While Subaru sighed deeply nearby, he got serious and said, now then. Subaru cacted all his teammates mentally. Hey everyone. Seika, who was shopping nearby, also heard Subaru's voice, as did Hirasaka. I am not going to tell everyone that the masked guy is Jinga. On the other side, Shikishima also heard Subaru's call, and Akira heard it too and quietly listened. Subaru contacted everyone and announced, Hyudu just shared the latest news with us. Let us start moving. Just like we planned before, everyone responded in unison. Yeah, we are ready to go. Suddenly, Jinga spoke up. Ariak, are you sure I can trust what Hyudu and Mez? Tetsu said, the client's window can only be seen by the client themselves. Could it be that he is lying to us? That is the person who will kill us in Aurora's future, and bring our world to the brink of destruction. Subaru went silent, bowed his head and hesitantly said, Jinga-san. Well, those words were said back at my house. Ariak. Subaru, you will support me? Subaru asked in surprise. Support you? Tetsu replied, I am not familiar with this world. I have no money or place to stay, so please help me. Subaru looked doubtful, his face frozen like a filleted fish. Then he said, all right then. Tetsu responded without emotion. Really? You are quite kind. Then he continued, you were sent here as punishment you mentioned in the underworld. Right. Tetsu denied it. She explained, someone saved me from that punishment. That might have been the last time. I will find a way to return to my homeland. My home, even if it is destroyed. Abandoning it means I have accepted defeat. Hearing these heartfelt words, Subaru let out a long sigh. The guy hates losing. Tetsu asked, anything funny? He replied, I will help you. Recalling that conversation, Subaru told Ajin, I think I can trust that guy now. He is not as bad as I thought. Really, he is pretty straightforward and funny, but if he betrays us, then use the ice gate to defeat him. Okay. Zinga heard that and trusted his ice gate. All right, if you say so, I will listen. Subaru smiled brightly and said, thanks, man. Shikishima said, at least you already have it. Zinga was embarrassed. It is not like that. Ariak's friendliness and openness are what make him Ariak. He carries both the good and the bad. After that, Zinga felt somewhat reassured. I get it now. While Shikishima was amazed and enlightened, Shikishima looked at Subaru and thought, that is what made Ariak a great king. Meanwhile, Subaru admired the countless books silently, thinking, this bookstore is huge. Scene shift to Aki. Ariak. I have found my target. Looking ahead was Hafen. Akira stared coldly at Hafen. Elsewhere, Hirasaka faced Sussless. Me too. The two locked eyes, silently staring at each other. At the 10 of the clock tower in Shibuya. Target found. Hockney and Bep were there. They clashed with Zinga. After spotting the enemy, Zinga reported, me too. So Zinga faced Hockney, and Shikishima faced Ashio. Shikishima said, here too. Those two have clashed. Back in the bookstore, a voice rang out. That is right. Too easy to guess. Subaru met. So this is him. Lion looked at him and exclaimed, Ariak. Subaru, I am pretty surprised. What is a star like you doing here? He answered, to fight against you guys. Sorry, but I want to let you have this world. We will stop you, Lion thought. He won't let us take over this world. I can believe he already knows our purpose and how many of us are here. But more importantly, is this guy crazy? He plans to fight me right here. Right now. In Siberia, tens of thousands of people here. Scene shifts to the clothing store where Tetsu is shopping. Alright, he picked out a pair of shoes he liked. Nice choice. Let us get to work. Tetsu met Raven, who stared at her for a moment. Tetsu approached him, and neither said a word. Then Raven spoke. Have we met before? Tetsu said nothing. Gently raised her hand to a punching position. X-surf. Siberian disaster. From a tall building. A piercing yell shook the air. Inside, Subaru and Lean stood face to face, radiating overwhelming energy. He called out the name Ariak Subaru. Their faces met, but Vaisho stayed calm. He planned to fight us right here. In Siberia, everyone present was unaware and continued with their own tasks. People hurried past, seeing those here still smiling. Completely oblivious, Subaru immediately agreed. But with a condition. That is right. But his opponent remained silent. Listening, the condition was that I would not let anyone die. Hearing this caused some confusion. Raising a big question, a spell was cast, covering the entire area. Elsewhere, Tetsu launched a sharp punch but was blocked by a defensive move. The punch force was terrifying, sending him flying backward. But he quickly caught himself with a kick. He smirked and said, Wait. I am in the middle of the street here. Don't you care about the people around? Suddenly, a golden wall appeared behind him, blocking the outside world. He looked around confused, watching the people outside still smiling but completely frozen. Very strange. Everyone was like statues. He analyzed that these people were frozen in place. Tetsu looked at her opponent and spoke up to ease his worries. Don't he worry about it, with a cold, sharp gaze. She declared, the only one who will die here is you. Raven grew serious and turned back. Elsewhere, 2 days earlier, all the members gathered for a meeting. Shikishima sighed, tugging his ear. The invaders are gathering to attack us. That is scary. Always surprises and disappointments. He was annoyed by Tetsu's words. Boop. Managers always have no shame. Ridiculous. Then a system board appeared, showing they sent a whole bunch of invaders to this world. Usually, only a few get rare items, but Tetsu, while working, turned to everyone and said that for some reason, the current reward had changed to this very world. This statement shocked 2 other members, who angrily questioned, the whole world? You mean they are trying to take over our home? That is what I am saying. He continued with a hypothesis. The moment they successfully invade your world and wipe out humanity, the world will belong to them. Kinokawa could not hide her anger. No way. But a voice spoke up, surprising her even more. This is a reward never seen before. Tetsu explained frankly. If we can meet the requirements, we will join in too. Jinga angrily stood up and shouted. You bastard. A powerful energy surged behind, along with a call. I do. Jinga fell silent and turned to look. Tetsu was also drawn in and glanced over that terrifying energy again. He asked urgently. What is the invader's condition for success? A map appeared with an explanation. Gain control of all 23 wards of Tokyo, or more specifically, eliminate all the ward leaders. 2 others spoke up. Aren't we already outnumbering them? Tetsu thought of Lion and warned. No matter how many you have, it won't help. There is one among the enemy who can brainwash any weaker ward leader unconditionally. Eventually, everyone will turn on each other, silent until now. Finally spoke. Then we need a strategy to defeat them. A list of characters appeared, showing the invaders' real-time locations. We can catch them efficiently if we cooperate. He pointed out a problem. But the issue is, if they want to take all 23 wards, Kinokawa understood and added. Then we will have to fight them inside the city. Yudu sighed. I think we need to evacuate the civilians. Shikishima, understanding the situation, gave an order. Udu did not even need to hear it fully and agreed. Yeah, I will handle it. Tetsu looked at them, a bit puzzled. Back to reality. The magic freeze has engulfed the city, leaving no room for them to handle their business. Inside, Yudu stands tall and unleashes his 7th skill. A solid golden shield rises up. Grave de Chevaliers. To explain the move, Yudu Ryusi's 7th skill, Grave de Chevaliers, affects everyone within its radius who is not a god or does not have a special skill, freezing them in place. Those affected become completely immobile. While frozen, the targets can T-move or be harmed. In exchange, the user also can T-move from their spot while using the skill. At the tall building where the fight is happening, Tetsu radiates an intimidating aura at the opponent. With this, everyone can fight without damaging the city or its people. Then she instructs her teammates through the comm. My meet will only last an hour. So everyone, the plan officially begins. Akira picks up his phone and announces. Got it. Let us. At this moment, he is also standing face to face with his opponent. Naruzakira versus Conqueror Hafren. Hafren senses something and asks sharply. Wait. Then slams his hand on the frozen allies beside him. Confused, he raises his hand. Puzzled. What the hell is going on? Akira ignores it and gets straight to the point. Don't you worry. I just know that if someone can move, that person is my enemy. Then he powers up and declares, I am going to defeat you. Hafren hesitates a bit, scratching his head and mumbling. Who knows? Probably some kind of defensive skill, but then his eyes turn serious. Whatever. Hathio Azaen's hand glows fiercely, ready to strike back. Die quickly and hand this world over to us. Hafren takes a fighting stance. The ground beneath him slowly freezes, turning icy cold. He quickly closes in and throws a punch, catching Akira off guard. His body outside turns white. Akira is slammed far away, eyes wide open staring at his opponent. He is, but not surprising at all. That strange punch causes Akira pain and confusion. His stomach starts glowing. What is this? Indeed, his body gradually turns icy cold. Am I freezing? But this is totally different from Sun Morima's ice skill. Seeing Akira confused, Hafren stands there and explains, expressionless, pointing at Akira. My skill is pretty cold. It simply freezes and shatters anything I touch. He finishes confidently. I have never lost. Akira clutches his stomach in pain, bones piercing inside. So cold he can feel anything. But once it thaws, I will start bleeding to death. Helpless, he grits his teeth. Damn it. Then he powers up, releasing energy. I am tired already. And now another simple but powerful skill. On the other side, Hafen looks puzzled by Akira's words, sighing while holding his face. He is not even using weapons. Does not suit him at all. Hafen urges, eager to see more. You still have the strength to fight. Show me what else you have got. Then his face turns cold as he declares, because my next punch will definitely kill. Akira hesitates a moment, then answers. He gets serious, one eye blazing fire, replying to Hafen. Maybe it is time to get serious. Hafen grows even more confused and impatient. Akira recalls a conversation with Siki. A reversal. I have already made my decision and formed the contract. What about you? Nerus. Have you chosen yet? Shikishima asks a tough question. Akira scratches his head awkwardly, stammering. I am thinking about someone. Back to reality. Akira steps out from the raging flames, face full of anticipation. I have chosen someone to be my reversal. Slowly stepping out of the fire with an expectant look. So do not disappoint me. Lemda. Akira's smile turns a bit crazy, growing wider as his whole body is engulfed in red. Hafen stands outside calmly observing. Fire. A hand controlling flames appears as he speaks. Next time, just say you want my help. Isn't he that faster? Even his feet step forward with a mocking tone. Such a cocky kid. Akira's body completely transformed into a different battle form. Lemda took over. Just rest for now. The opposite version appeared, with a changed personality, a bit arrogant, declaring, I will take over and burn him down myself. Hafen stayed calm at the scene. Looking up with curiosity, he watched Lemda fiercely and remarked, another personality of this guy. Interesting. Lemda waved his hand, focusing fire in his palm, and slowly said, my name is hovering confidently in the air. He introduced himself. Lemda. The Hellfire. Then Lemda's eyes blazed like fire. Ready for battle. Good. Get ready, I am already digging your grave. Ignoring him, Hafen coldly asked. Come on. Looks like you are actually enjoying this. Lemda seemed indifferent but was deep in thought. The stats of the opposite self depend on the body they control. If I keep throwing fire like usual, I will run out of Mempi in a minute. After calculating, he muttered to himself. Gotta conserve my energy, not down for long. Lemda quickly dismissed it. Forget it. Before his opponent could react, he rushed in full force. This is not like me at all. Hafen saw Lemda's unusual enthusiasm and was left speechless. Then, as if hit in a weak spot, Hafen burst out laughing. You know setting fire is useless. Right. Are you stupid or what? Hafen's mocking words stunned Lemda into silence. Before Lemda could respond, Hafen focused his power and said, I am kinda starting to like you. Immediately, Hafen stepped back, taunting. Let us play. As soon as he finished, he flew toward Lemda's fist. Surprising him, Lemda quickly got ready to fight back, but before he could celebrate, he realized his hand was frozen and shattered on impact. Lemda was lost in thought. He froze me. That should not even work on me. While Hafen kept attacking seriously, Lemda casually noted, his defense is dropping fast. After dodging a lot, Lemda got serious and said, You humans, he shouted angrily, trying to provoke. So weak. Hafen was amazed at the scene someone with regeneration powers, stretching out from afar. He challenged, How many more hits can you take before you die? Unlike Hafen's expectation, Lemda replied indifferently. Don't he know? Do not care. Lemda pointed a finger at him slyly, then seriously added, But this is fun. Right after, he burned Hafen's hand without giving him time to react. Hafen relaxed his attacked hand. Surprised. Lemda's fire is hot enough to melt my ice. He stared at his hand and laughed admiringly. This guy, while surrounded by flames. Lambda kept surprising him, even raising the temperature, and then they transformed into two opposing forces of fire and ice, clashing head-on, but wanting revenge for his arm. Lambda took the upper hand and punched Hafen in the face, not to be outdone. Hafen countered with a blow that sent Lambda flying backward, riding the momentum. Hafen kept throwing ice-powered punches at him, despite the continuous blows. Lambda grinned as if he would discovered something interesting. Lambda raised his hand for a powerful strike that Hafen could not withstand. Even with blood streaming down his face and his glasses fallen, Hafen held on, making Lambda genuinely admit, "You really surprised me." Cut to the past. Thousands of years ago. In the Copper Kingdom, the spirit world. Young Lambda screamed loudly, trying to get someone's attention. He approached Killam and his younger self fiercely called out, "Demon wind. Demon fire." Killam, relaxing, asked confused. Lambda struck a confident pose. "I'm the fire demon. I heard you two are the strongest around here." He gathered flames and taunted. Come on. Come on." Without holding back, Lambda flew forward shouting, "Fight me." His aggression mixed with enthusiasm left both of them suspicious and stunned. Surprisingly, Lambda was beaten so badly that his teeth fell all over the ground and burned with a strong smell. Killam stood in front of him, covering his face, looking weak as if about to die, then crossed his arms helplessly and explained, "You are a demon born from the king of the Copper Kingdom. Right. If you want to fight, go find others who share your elemental core." Lambda immediately sat up and strongly objected. "No way. They are boring. Their fire is not even hot at all." As he spoke, he recalled the playful scenes with his kindred friends. Under the careful watch of the two, Lambda reacted fiercely. "I want to be used as a tool to light a stove or warm a bath." He pointed at the shining sun, expressing his true feelings. "Those born of fire must have the ambition to be the best. I will defeat the strongest frost spirit." Even though he was just beaten to pieces, Lambda remained enthusiastic. "And then I will become a man hotter than the sun itself." Delta laughed heartily and asked, "What do you think?" Killam gave up and replied, "He is definitely an idiot." Before Killam could insult him further, a cold voice rang out. Just one call from Killam was enough to freeze him in fear. Soft footsteps and that voice sounded simultaneously. "Yep. That is right." Daimon slowly approached and said, "Learn to fix that sneaky attitude of yours." Seeing that, Delta greeted, "Big Sis, you came with that cold breath. Almost like a compliment. This kid's got potential." Lambda blushed at the praise and thanked her. "Really? Oh my. You are making me shy." "Thanks. By the way, who are you?" Then Diamond formally introduced herself. Frostbone. Suddenly, icy blasts appeared as she stomped hard on the ground, freezing everything around Lambda, leaving him wide-eyed in shock. She continued, "Diamond, the strongest frost spirit in Frostbone history." Diamond. Lambda was startled by what he heard and questioned. The strongest spirit in Asia." Delta cheerfully asked about the situation. "Big Sis, how's your fight with Vanquist going?" Frostbone could not help but scold. "It is," she raised her voice. "That bastard stole my ultimate skill. But next time I will take it back for sure." Before Diamond could finish, Lambda aggressively charged and shouted, "Diamond, fight me." Delta mocked. Can't he believe this guy's that dumb? In an instant, Lambda was completely frozen and shattered into pieces, proving his own words. Then she picked up a part of his broken head. Diamond genuinely praised, "You are a challenger. A warrior wanting to face me. Your straightforward personality is fiery and fierce." She switched to a serious tone. "If you want to defeat me that badly, then become my disciple." Diamond pointed to Killam and Delta staring intently. "Those two also carry the same determination as you." Hearing that, the frozen expression on Lambda's face showed clear surprise. "Really? Does that mean we are brothers?" Killam angrily brushed it off. "Brothers with you? That is disgusting." He smiled to charm them. "Guys." Killam attacked without any emotion. Lambda screamed in pain, begging, I. But amidst the chaos, Delta calmly commented, "Good boy." Back to reality after Lambda's flashback, he loudly announced to Hafen, "I am a challenger." Clenching his fist, he said, "With this punch, I will turn everything to dust." Crying with childhood memories, Lambda raised his hand, creating a dazzling power. "I am a man hotter than the sun." Hafen frowned in confusion. He wants to decide this whole fight with just one punch. Then, as if injected with energy, Hafen smiled brightly. "All right then." Seeing Lambda's confusion, he explained, "I have always despised the tricks of managers." Hafen was ready to fight. "Only a straightforward guy like you can impress me." He took a fighting stance. "I accept your challenge." Lambda did not back down either, feeling like he found a kindred spirit. "Looks like we are a good match after all." He swung his arm forward, launching a critical hit. Fire strike. At the same time, Hafen ran up and unleashed his strongest move. Silver Fortress. Two powerful punches collided as if trying to destroy everything around them. While they were clashing, Hafen got distracted and exclaimed, He was blunt. Really blunt to the max. His eyes reflected Lambda's image. And he realized now he understood, remembering his own obedience. Hafen thought to himself that all this time he would been blindly following orders from his managers. Maybe living like that had already worn him out enough to be blunt. In the fiery heat and Lambda's blood-stained cave, he found satisfaction in finally facing a worthy opponent who could defeat him. Then Hafen stopped resisting, feeling grateful inside. Lambda. He felt really happy. While falling from above, he announced, "You have completely beaten me." Lambda, with one hand frozen, agreed without holding back praise. "You put on an amazing show. Hafen. Orlando Nariskiraxfen is dead." The scene then shifts to a huge high-rise building. Inside, Susilos was interrogating Hira, saying, "Just tell me one thing among Subaru's allies out there. How strong have you become?" He honestly replied without hesitation. "They say I am the strongest." Surprised, he widened his eyes. "Really? Damn it." Realizing, he asked, "Do you want me to be the representative of the Asians?" He confidently asked. "Can you handle that?" Cut to the underworld, where the brilliant coastal souls reside. He answered comfortably, though still full of questions. "I do not mind. But why are not we closer?" Akira explained. "You know, we have memories from the future." Lambda sighed unconsciously but still looked stunned. "No matter how many times this is explained, I still do not get it." Akira continued recounting images from his memory, leaving him confused to the point of shock. "In that future, I died fighting you," but fearing Lambda might misunderstand, he quickly added honestly, "I do not hold a grudge. That was an incredible battle I lost fair and square." Then Akira immediately added, "That is not why I want to team up with you. I feel there is a connection between us." After hearing this, he smiled lightly, trying to look sly. Then Lambda scratched his head foolishly. "Sorry, but I do not get what you mean." Hearing this, Akira's mood swung from shock to anger. "You still do not get it? I mean, I like you." Curious, he surprised Akira by looking up. "Why did not you say that from the start?" Lambda trusted him and reached out. "I am counting on you, Nerus." Akira smiled contentedly and agreed with a hum as they shook hands on the agreement. He added, "Same here, Lambda." Back in reality, suddenly Akira's shout echoed in his head. Lambda's voice was so sharp it gave him a headache. "How can you be so calm?" He yelled angrily. "What the hell are you doing? You are draining my power just because of your pointless fire regeneration tricks. We just beat one guy." Lambda suddenly lowered his voice. Half-Forn, looking at Half-Forn lying knocked out on the ground, he tried to explain. "Fighting him was so thrilling I could not hold back." Lambda regained his excitement and looked at the map. "Who's next?" Akira was used to this but still helpless. "I told you I am out of power. The others will be fine, they are not easy to beat. We should head back and rest to recharge." Though calm and gentle, he still worried inside. "You will be okay, right?" Hirasaka. Back to the large high-rise building, now surrounded by some kind of barrier. Inside, Susilos widened his eyes and introduced himself. "His name is Susilos. A conqueror." A blue weapon appeared before him, a radiant sword capable of unleashing special skills. The warning continued, disabling every slash. "This guy is the perfect counter to sword-wielding gods." At the same time, a pair of elegant feet slowly approached it. Turned out those refined feet belonged to Hira. Or at least he used to be like that. Unwilling to accept it, he demanded an explanation. "Tell me how your slashes could hit me. How did you defeat me?" The final result was that Hirasaka Renji had seriously injured Susilos. He boldly touched the bare shoulder, explaining that the reason the immunity to slashes did not work was because of this rainbow shirt. It reduces the opponent's resistance by up to 75%. Vanquish gave it to him as a reward for learning his special technique. Susilos, pale and both in pain and disappointment, realized, "I get it now. So that is how it is." He recalled his own analysis. "The person who can control my defense ability, with their training skill, even slashes me before I can draw my sword." The image of Arasaka slashing straight at Susilos surprised him. He still smiled kindly and replied, "That is right." Despite Hirasaka's friendly appearance, he cursed him. "You monster." Ignoring Susilos's frustration, he calmly knelt down and said, "By the way." While Susilos lay severely wounded, blood pooling beneath him, Hirasaka asked suspiciously, "Do you know where Haji is right now?" Susilos shot back, "Why do you want to know?" He still smiled harmlessly. "He is an ally of mine." Then said, "I remember Tesso's message. She is even stronger than any of you." Then Hirasaka stopped smiling. His serious expression was terrifying, making Susilos widen his eyes in fear. "I have to cut her in half before she can hurt anyone else." Though just terrified by his strong aura, Susilos regained his composure. Then it might already be too late. Confused, Hirasaka asked, "You are using some strange technique to freeze time in this city, right?" Immediately, Susilos announced something earth-shattering with a blank face. "Haji is already going to eliminate the source of that technique." Hearing that, Hirasaka finally changed his expression to worry, as if resisting Suslow's words, standing outside the building as usual. But suddenly, while Udo was casting a spell, a shadow appeared behind him, though busy maintaining magic. He turned around and commented, "Hey, that person looks pretty familiar." It turned out to be Indacher watching Udo's back. Muttering, "What a pain. I thought we could limit your movements by fighting right here in the city." She is a former member of the Inad assassin organization. Then she raised her hand to cast a spell. "I am still saving my strength, so this little fight will be over quickly." Indacher threatened without hesitation, "You are finished." Udo-kun, without a shred of pride for others, he casually turned his back, saying, "That is how it is." Udo continued to taunt, "But are you sure you can do it?" Kinokawa. Right after he spoke, someone launched a dazzling attack that bound her. The golden chain technique. A sudden voice rang out, but it was no surprise to Inad, who guessed we would try to slip away. Right, since Kinokawa is casting magic, that is normal. Indifferent. Indacher spoke again. "We already assigned people to protect Udo, securing our defense." Confident in their plan, Kinokawa's eyes gleamed as she asked, "Does this sound reasonable to you?" Then Mei smiled brightly and warned, "Don't resist." "Sweetie," she smirked and said, "just a little move and I will blow your head off." Finally, Indacher showed some reaction. Breathing heavily, "I have to fight 3 golden-level opponents at once. No time to hesitate," she shouted. A surge of power burst from Indacher's body, startling both Kinokawa and Mei. Even Udo could not believe it, eyes wide, exclaiming, "What kind of power is this? It is stronger than any spell." Standing inside the terrifying power, Indacher declared, "We will conquer this world at any cost." Then a spell infused with power shook the earth and sky. The king's privilege, the ground army. That terrifying energy shone directly on his confused face. Elsewhere in the city, pink lightning bolts flashed continuously. The lightning kept flashing as if signaling something. Above a tall pillar, Sika's silhouette focused intently, observing. Suddenly, as if noticing something, she called out loudly, "Udo!" Right before Sika's eyes, it seemed like a shadow of something was quickly flying past. It turned out to be a black crow trying to block her path. One crow spoke up, "Don't leave so soon." There were 3 crows hovering in the air. The orange-haired crow kept blocking her way, teasing, "Come play with us." Sika calmly asked them, "Are the crows flying near that person also human?" They replied one by one, "Exactly. We are 3 sisters, and our special skills are all the same." While introducing themselves, they created an image like a stack of magazines and said, "We are the trio of drunkards. Who can fight us?" Before the 3 crow sisters could do anything, she quickly struck, making them scream in pain from the lightning attack. While they were burning from the lightning strike, Sika confidently said, "Let me ask you about this." She was calm, but her tone was unmistakably disdainful. "Have you ever fought lightning before?" This was the battle between Amiya Sika and Imen, Matcha, and Bem. Sika quickly turned to leave, apologizing, "Sorry. I am not playing with you." Even while apologizing, she could not hide her coldness. "I do not have time to mess around with you." At the same time, a giant tentacle suddenly appeared in the city. Seeing this, Sika did not hesitate and flew off the city wall. She immediately focused on where she needed to go, thinking, his special skill, Sivan, has been activated. Hope Udo is okay. Sika's footsteps were so quick they made a sharp sound. Luckily, she arrived just in time at Indacher and Udo's location. Sika gasped in shock at the scene before her. Seeing Kinokawa seriously injured on the ground, she shouted, "Kinokawa." Mei's condition was no better. "Fuchigami," Udo shouted from behind, trying to calm Sika down. "Amimiya." He was also badly injured and warned, "Be careful. She is using an extremely unusual power." Standing before the huge tentacle, Sika calmly replied, "Yeah, I know, Udo." Strangely, she seemed energized, feeling even stronger than those useless bosses. The huge tentacle that hid Indacher's body slowly moved aside. Her transformed appearance was revealed to everyone. Indacher emotionlessly announced, "The early master has defeated Himeno. I will kill first." She was a former member of the anti-human organization Haji Mayuri, the boss who conquered Andrest. After her words, Sika seemed even more fired up, surrounded by a dazzling aura of power. In a deserted city with ruined skyscrapers and a gloomy, terrifying atmosphere, this was Indacher Andrest's homeland. In a part of the city with ruined buildings, a group stood silently watching Indacher, who looked at a stone monument and said, "The last protector has fallen." Indacher's expression was indifferent as she said, "There is no hope left in this world." Sixelis raised an eyebrow and said, "So now all we can do is watch it get destroyed." Nimen, standing nearby, angrily said, "Those managers are disgusting." Then Udo frowned and added, "Why did the difficulty suddenly spike like this?" Suddenly, a man stepped in, bitterly saying, "From the start, we have always been their playthings." Indacher heard the voice and turned, calling out, Hafron. The man who spoke was Hafron, his face full of frustration. Did Quietus say anything else? Endacher glanced coldly and replied, nothing. Maybe he is already dead. As he should be. She turned and ordered the group. Contact the King of the East. Endacher lightly passed by them and added, we have to find a new world for them to live in. The girl Beb asked, to live with them or to invade that place? Endacher kept walking without looking back, coldly saying, that depends on the manager's decision. Endacher Andraste was a queen, so she would do anything to save her land, no matter the cost. The maximum level ground army, granted royal privileges by the King of Andraste, allowed her to heal and command legendary beings by consuming a large amount of MB. Andraste's ultimate cruel technique restores 1% of absolute AP every second. Cut to another place where others watch Endacher cautiously. The huge tentacle looming above her head. Sayaka reaches one hand behind, preparing to strike. She grits her teeth and her left eye glows. She swings a powerful lightning bolt at Endacher, like a lightning missile. Endacher sees the lightning bolt coming toward her. Her eyes calm as still water. Suddenly, a giant peacock with double wings appears beside her, shielding Endacher from Sayaka's attack. The ground army, the lightning peacock. The giant peacock swallows Sayaka's attacks into its belly like a delicious meal. She stares at the peacock swallowing all those lightning bolts, thinking to herself, it even swallowed my lightning missile. If I hit it with the thunder god's heart, it might get eaten too. The peacock's belly grows rounder, glowing inside with lightning bolts. Seeing that, Sayaka quietly thinks she is lucky for following her master's advice. She recalls Killam's words, when fighting a high-level enemy, always test their defense first. Suddenly, Sayaka rushes forward quickly, footsteps sparking lightning. She thinks, start with what I know will work. Endacher stays calm, showing no weakness, watching Sayaka rush toward her. The peacock lowers its head beside the gate near her. Then Sayaka jumps high, flying over Endacher and the peacock. Endacher looks up puzzled as Sayaka flies toward the giant tentacle. She raises her hand, forming a giant fist made of lightning. Sayaka brings down that giant fist with a determined gaze. The great cloud. Her fist strikes the giant tentacle, lightning from her fist destroying it. Endacher watches the scene silently judging Sayaka a punch strong enough to burn a Kraken monster. At least she is strong enough to fight me one-on-one. Sayaka hovers in the air, satisfied seeing the giant tentacle she destroyed, saying, alright. Suddenly, the area around Sayaka turns blue. She smirks, touching the back of her neck, a hidden technique of mine. Sayaka's eyes are firm as she releases strong energy from above toward Endacher, saying, though it does not quite match me, still, a strong wind blows past Endacher. Who thinks? Wind. Around Sayaka, the air is swirling. She looks up and realizes something. This is, suddenly, a hand grabs Endacher's body, but she just shrugs off the grip, thinking, she is controlling the air. Above, Sayaka clenches her hand, seemingly controlling the giant arm grabbing Endacher heavenly shift. Then she punches to one side. The hand gripping Endacher moves fiercely. Surprising her, Sayaka moves the giant hand in a circle, then slams Endacher into the ground with a loud crash. Dust clouds from Sayaka's slam make Yudo cover his nose. Sayaka still hovers, looking down at Endacher who was just thrown down. A giant snail appears beneath Endacher, catching her body wig in Mikkel. She sighs, looking at Sayaka. Are you done yet? Hearing that, Sayaka gets even more excited, exclaiming, of course not. Another giant hand appears where Endacher lies, squeezing her body. Sayaka grits her teeth, using all her strength to control the giant hand squeezing Endacher tighter. The giant hand follows Sayaka's control, squeezing Endacher more and more tightly. Powerful. Endacher, trapped inside the hands, sighs. You are strong too. She continues. If your enemy were someone else. Endacher releases a blue head towards Sayaka, confusing her. Then Endacher's voice echoes again. You could have won by now. The blue head suddenly opens wide, revealing a swarm of lights inside. Sayaka's eyes widen in disbelief at what is before her. Then the head fires an energy ball at Sayaka, knocking her back. Shibosu. Sayaka is slammed into the wall, blood spilling. Back at Endacher's spot, she stepped out of those annoying hands, brushed the dust off her clothes, and said, I already cut off the air around here. And there was even a person in it. Sayaka was slammed against the wall and then fell to the ground. Endacher looked at the scene with a judging tone, saying, even though Loidu has neutralized most of your attacks, if you kept hitting me continuously with those speed beams, your chances of winning would already be higher. Lying on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, Sayaka thought, I misunderstood her. Lying on the ground, gritting her teeth in frustration, Sayaka thought, I misunderstood Endacher. At her spot, a pair of legs was about to stomp down on her. The second special move. The leg stumping toward Endacher belonged to Mei. He kept kicking at Endacher, but she calmly blocked all of Mei's golden attacks. The second special move. A light appeared nearby, Catching Endacher's attention and surprising her, a cannon aimed straight at her fired a shot toward Endacher, unexpectedly the 68-pound cannon. Kinokawa stood next to the cannon, clutching his stomach as he operated it. Kinokawa's head was bleeding, but he still smiled bitterly when a voice called out, "Kinokawa Sakura." She also looked toward Mei, who was standing there with a wound on his face, calling out, "Fujigami Mei." As a pair of legs stepped onto something, a white aura surrounded Endacher as she stood on a giant turtle and said, "You guys can still move." Aspada Kalon. Kinokawa was shocked to see Endacher still calm after such an attack. Thinking, "Wait, I am not hurt at all." He clenched his teeth in anger and said, "I do not care if you are conquerors or whatever, but we finally got past the gate's threat, so do not ruin our mood." Seeing that, Mei also stood ready to fight. Endacher hesitated and said, "The gate. Right." She smirked and added, "A threat." Kinokawa heard that and said, "Ah." Suddenly, she twisted her body and screamed in pain. The blue-headed figure let out a loud scream that affected Mei and Kinokawa standing there, causing blood loss shibus. After hearing the blue-head's scream, Mei was affected, blood flowing from her body, causing her to fall. Kinokawa was not any better. Affected by the scream, she cried out and collapsed. Yudu saw Kinokawa fall and could not help but shout in worry. Kinokawa Fujigami examined the situation, thinking, "Should I stop cracking to let Chevalius back and so I can join the fight?" He clenched his teeth in anger, thinking, "What am I thinking? I can let them hurt the people." Endacher suddenly spoke with anger. "You guys have been enjoying a peaceful life in this world." Yudu's eyes widened in disbelief. A red gate appeared as Endacher's voice echoed again. "The game the managers created in this world is too easy because the gate belongs to the underworld. They are still too lenient." As Endacher's power grew stronger, she said seriously, "I'm a king. I have fought and survived on battlefields far worse than yours." Kinokawa struggled to stand, gritting his teeth and said, "That does not mean you have the right to invade other worlds." Hearing that, Endacher's face darkened, and she radiated a thick, terrifying aura, saying, "Kings are conquerors." As her anger deepened, she ordered others, "Hurry up and surrender this world to me. You lowlifes." Suddenly, a shadow jumped down from above, making Endacher look up. That shadow was Pantheon. Swinging his sword down Pantheon, the god of war Mars. The giant offspring was cut down and destroyed by the sword. Endacher jumped high to avoid the strike, thinking, Aspadacalan was taken down with just a simple slash. Endacher glanced to the side, seeming to realize something, and said, "I know this skill." "You are." She looked toward Tetsu standing proudly. Hayoto caught her. He straightforwardly replied, "That is right. And your name is?" Tetsu's face hardened, and asked, "Right." Endacher angrily glared at him. "A conqueror from another world. So that is why the gods of this world could plan against me," she said. "The one who joined forces with them." Tetsu said, "No way I am joining that weakest group." He continued, "There are some pretty strong ones among them." Behind Endacher, a big explosion happened, making her eyes widen, and at the same time, slashes hit her, bending the sword's path. Endacher suddenly exclaimed, her voice serious, "Harasaka Renji." Both looked toward the crack where Harasaka was standing. He said confusedly, "Her?" he asked. Puzzled, "Why did not she just cut them down?" Tetsu explained, "She can resist the slashes." Harasaka gaped, "But I am wearing an item that lowers defense." Tetsu replied, "Maybe she is standing too far away." Harasaka smiled brightly and said, "So that means..." Harasaka grinned, grabbing his shirt. "Just gotta get close and it is over. Right?" Hyodu-san. Hirasaka looked at Endacher and added, "You are leaving this to me. Right?" Tetsu shook her wrist, face serious, glancing at Endacher. "Do not be so quick and reckless. Are you dumb? I will handle this, boss." A blonde man got slashed across the chest, crying out in pain. The young man with a bloody head gritted his teeth and said, "I remember now. Come on." He struggled to sit up and looked at him. "Oh Shizuya." The blonde man looked at Tetsu's cold face and shouted, "Hyodu Kadi." His eyes narrowed as a warning. "Be careful." And dat. Scene changed to a fierce battle happening somewhere. Tetsu rushed toward Endacher while Pantheon climbed up to take down the giant monster. Pantheon, the god of thieves. Tetsu hurried toward where Endacher stood, her face cold as she looked at him approaching. Endacher was hit by a stone monster near where Tetsu was heading. The Alchemy Ground Army. Hirasaka raised his sword, ready to strike. Este, the monster slayer. Balak. He swung his sword at the monster, slicing it deeply, causing it great pain. While Tetsu prepared to move toward Endat, Hirasaka's face was serious as he looked at the two, and Tetsu glanced toward Hira. Endacher slightly bowed his head, looking at Hira. She raised her hand, sighed, then both quickly moved toward Endat. Suddenly something appeared on the battlefield. Hirasaka's eyes widened as he looked at it rising toward the sky. Endacher summoned a giant multi-headed water serpent monster, Hydra. roaring terrifyingly. The multi-headed water serpent monster attacked fiercely toward the two, and Dacher stood below, watching the water serpents attack them relentlessly. Tetsu swung her sword, chopping off each head of the water serpent, using more mana than its regeneration speed. But now it was summoning more monsters. Harasaka dodged and chopped off the serpents' heads, saying Osesa 1T catch up if this keeps up. A serpent can regenerate its body no matter how well I slice it. And Dacher raised a hand covered in white energy. Tetsu also raised a hand surrounded by golden light. Hirasaka raised his sword, and Dacher lowered his hand, folding his pinky and said, "Shield." Tetsu raised her hand to heal. Pantheon and Harasaka swung their swords down. Imperial Radiance. Abedamac Mahesh. And the one and only leader. Monsters with sharp teeth and terrifying appearances appeared. The deadly dragon sword's real power. Aikido Espot. A giant fireball appeared. Rushing forward, the battle intensified, with red streaks lighting up the sky. Cho Dragon Slaying Blade. The strongest. Harasaka Renji. According to Cyber Catastrophe, about 10 minutes ago, a big explosion happened on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Aishio controlled falling rocks aimed at Shikishima, who was dodging his attacks. Shikishima flew through the air, dodging the attacks, looking toward Aishio. Shikishima Ryu. Aishio closed his eyes emotionlessly, continuing to control the attacks toward him. Conquilor Aishio. He opened his eyes, Aishio's eyes glowing. Shikishima frowned irritably and clenched his teeth when he saw him open his eyes. Aishio controlled the light to create a massive energy strike. Bellinus. Shikishima dodged the explosion mid-air, watching him carefully, a technique like a Daibei gun, but the movement speed was insane. Shikishima wondered if this guy was really firing at the speed of light using his power in light form. For now, just fight with the mindset that I will kill him if he gets into my sight. Raised his hand, aiming at where Aishio was standing to shoot. More than that, those beams of light were fired by Shikishima straight at Aishio's position. He closed his eyes, controlling the stars to block those light beams. Astoria. Shikishima clenched his teeth, staring at him. He had such a high-level defense skill that completely blocked all my shots, both single and linear fire. He shouted in frustration, sweating. Damn it. Can you hurry up or what? Shikishima yelled. Udo. A barrier appeared, catching Aishio off guard. Aishio looked up at the barrier, and at that moment, Udo's Valier Crack skill was activated. His eyes widened, releasing a blue beam of light straight into Aishio's eyes. A powerful blue light struck where Aishio was standing, causing a burst. Shikishima put his hand on his hip, annoyed. If I could attack you head-on, you would be dead long ago. Aishio lay on the ground, his body scorched. Shikishima said, blocked right here. He looked at Aishio lying on the ground, thinking it was already decided by Udo from the start. He raised an eyebrow. Shikishima versus Aishio. Shikishima turned away, ignoring Aishio, saying, all right, now let us finish off the rest. Suddenly, he glanced back. Shikishima raised his hand, about to aim behind him. Before he could react, Peo-in stabbed him straight in the stomach with her hand. Shikishima gritted his teeth in pain, silently cursing. Damn it. Parin's face was cold as she said, good. I already erased my presence with a skill, yet you still recognized me in the end. Seriously. She pulled her bloody hand out of Shiki's body. You are pretty dangerous. He collapsed with a hole in his stomach, swearing inside, damn. Getting ambushed hurts way more. Shikishima looked tiredly at her. Pain spoke up. Shikishima Zyugun. She raised her hand to form binoculars, looking through them. Seems like you are pretty famous. Just met you at the train station and I recognized you right away. But it is weird. Pei-in reached out toward him. Why are you willing to reveal yourself like this, when you know someone's trying to kill you? Shikishima smirked. I do not want to be seen in public either. But if you want to promote yourself, you gotta accept it. Pei-in pointed with a confused look. You are not a politician. Maybe going through assassination attempts like this will make you smarter. She turned and waved at Shiki as she left. Bye-bye. He sighed without a word, then suddenly spoke softly. Or maybe Shikishima looks back and says, I will leave this to you. A woman's voice echoed. Then take a break. Maria approached Shikishima and placed a hand on his shoulder. Her face was crazily smiling. Let us warm up a bit to loosen the muscles. Back outside, suddenly a strong purple aura appeared, making Pine widen her eyes in surprise. Shikishima gradually transformed. Zombie powder. Maria merged into Shikishima's body, slowly healing him. The hole in Maria's stomach gradually closed up. Pine turned around, confused, wondering if the hole in his stomach was really healing. Shikishima's body gradually swapped with Maria's. She smirked, placing a hand on her hip. Jade core. Maria pushed her hair back, grinning slyly at Pine. Pine was stunned and confused, thinking. She even changed her appearance. Suddenly Pine realized something herself. A transformation skill. Suddenly Maria appeared near Pine, casually draping her arm over her neck, holding a cigarette. We call this the opposing form. She exhaled smoke into Payin's face. Right now. I'm Jade for. Payin's face slowly melted away in her horror. Maria said. One of the 6 Rainbow Kings. She grinned with delight at Payin. The Life and Death King Maria. Or Zombie King Maria x Payin. Maria took a drag from her cigarette and explained. We call that the opposite version. She blew smoke in Payin's face and said. I'm now Jade Frost. Payin's face slowly melted away in her horror. Maria. One of the 6 Rainbow Kings. She turned around behind Payin, who was now just a dry mist, and said she would create a chemical inside her body. This would be considered a deadly poison or toxin that could be transmitted through the smoke in her cigarette. Shikishima, watching this in his head, broke out in a sweat and said, she is not showing any mercy at all. You are starting to think something. That woman hissed at you. So drop that naive thought of yours. Good. She said thoughtfully. This is an invasion. We are right in the middle of a war zone. Shikishima replied in his head. I know. Maria raised her hand holding the cigarette. Thinking. Now then, she looked up at the giant tentacle and said, from what I see, the first battle is probably happening over there, according to Shibuya Kadashov 6. Elsewhere, 3 battles are currently underway to push back the invaders. The fight is between Ariak Subaru and Leon, while at the same time there is a battle between Hirasaka Renji and Hidoko Tetsu against Andad in a large house. The battle between Tsunemori Zinga and Konquira Hockney is ongoing. Zinga frowned at the man in front of him with irritation. Hockney spoke up. Not dark. Right. You must beat Tsunemori Zinga. He introduced himself with a Taser 2 sword. I am Hami. The magic sword. Blue light glowed around Hockney as he prepared to fight among the king's guards. Zinga's face showed surprise at the introduction. Hockney quickly slashed twice across Zinga's body and said, I am the strongest. Zinga winced in pain as his blood spilled from the wounds. Hockney pondered, comparing him to others who use ice powers that he knows. The Huff clan near us is definitely much stronger. Zinga collapsed to the ground, blood staining the floor. He held his sword but did not move. After hearing Hockney's name, Zinga's expression grew serious. Maybe he was right. Hockney turned to look at Zinga struggling to stand and said, I might be the weakest among Subaru's close ones. He continued, by the time I appeared, it was already too late. I do not even have an opposite version. But, Hockney thought, with that wound, he should have been dead already. Suddenly, small ice chunks fell. Zinga wiped his mouth. No sign of the chest wound as the ice chunks fell. Hockney stood alert, ready to fight. This guy must be using ice to protect himself, using it nonstop. He calculated in his head. I just need to do that move one more time. Then suddenly he realized something. Small snowflakes began falling from the sky, then many more. He thought, snow. Zinga said firmly. I am going to get stronger, he added. Even if my limits are rank or a powerless god, I do not care. Zinga recalled when Axel told him in the snowy mountains. Zinga, since you have not developed your strongest skill yet, this is a great chance to challenge yourself. He thought deeply about Axel's serious words. Step through the door and win with just one ultimate skill. Back in the present, Zinga raised his hand seriously. The 6th skill. Snowflake's mouth. Over where Hoji stood, he was attacked by blue snowflakes. The perennial curse. The blue snowflakes grew thicker, clinging to Hogi as if trying to swallow him whole. Hong thought, that pile of snow is freezing everything it touches. Zinga's eyes lit up as he looked toward Hong being attacked by the blue snow. Then the blue snow gradually froze Hoji, making Hong panic, grit his teeth in fear. What is this feeling? My power, my soul, is being erased, Hoji thought. This is the curse Ndakar warned me about. Only Ariak Subaru should be able to use this. Zinga looked at him with a chillingly cold tone, surrounded by swirling blue snowflakes. Then said, I can now fight powerful enemies using my divine power. I do not want the managers to find out, but he raised his hand to form a weapon. Foot skill. Glassosphere. Hongni struggled to avoid the snow piles, looking toward where Zinga stood, a strong blue aura appearing around him. Mouth. Zinga lowered his spear, pointing it at him, saying seriously, I will use the power of my kin. Blue javelin. Hongni lay trapped in the blue ice, terrified, shouting and waving his hands, begging, stammering Vanthus words, cold sweat rolling down his cheek. Wait. Do not. But Zinga ignored him, prepared to throw the spear in his hand at him. He took a strong swing and threw it at Hogni. The spear flew straight into him. Then sharp blue ice blocks sprouted jaggedly from where Hogni was. Zinga suddenly spoke up. I am the protector, standing before a giant blue ice block trapping Hogni inside. Zinga continued. You should regret trying to invade this world. Also ni more Zinga Shangni. Zinga pondered silently. Harasaka-san and the others have already defeated Indacher, he thought to himself, then suddenly turned his head back to the massive, solemn skyscraper. Shibuya Sutiya. 6th floor. A battle was underway between Ariak Subaru and the conqueror Leon. Leon looked down thoughtfully. He was gripping an iron bar tightly and said, "Get it?" Leon clenched the iron bar as red water flowed fiercely below. Continuing. So this is how it is going to be, holding on to avoid falling. He calculated in his mind. I heard Ariak Subaru can turn Merupi into blood and control it. If he plans to flood this place with blood, then this guy's got the win locked down. His face calmed. He thought. Even the scent rising now is deadly just to breathe in. Leon frowned, thinking, is this guy really just a 2-month-old godlord? Then he glanced at Subaru standing amid the red water. Assessing. He has the courage and calm of someone who has faced death countless times. Subaru's face was indifferent. Silent. Leon smiled and said, and here I thought this would be over quickly. He looked at Subaru and explained, our world is ruled by 2 kings. Subaru looked puzzled at Leon. Leon continued. The first is the Western King. In Dacher, also known as Anat, he added, and the other, raising a scepter, King of Authority, smiling at Subaru. Suddenly the red water was sucked up. Surprising him, Leon raised the scepter, drawing the red water upward. Subaru glanced around as all the red water was sucked up. Leon kept drawing up the water until the ground was completely dry. Subaru watched the water disappear and thought. He absorbed all the blood essence already. He said. So that is the power of Ngai. Leon smiled softly. I am the Eastern King. Leon. Which is stronger, the eternal cycle of mine, or the immortality of Ngai? He looked at Subaru and said, we will have to try to find out. Ariak Subaru, on a white sandy beach with quartz fragments scattered on the ground. The beach shining brightly. Subaru handed a ring to Vanquish, who praised him. Well done, Subaru. He looked at the ring in his hand and said, an item that can sense the location of the managers. The ring in Vanquish's palm glowed. The engagement ring was crafted by Tia La. Subaru replied straightforwardly. Yeah. He asked confused. Are you planning to find them right away? Vanquish explained. We have to wait for the right moment. I still need to prepare a few things. Subaru responded. Got it. Subaru thought deeply. Then said. Wait. Vanquish. Subaru looked puzzled, raising his hand to his chain. What exactly is a king? Vanquish was shocked. Mouth agape. At this point. You are still asking that, Subaru explained. Well, after meeting the kings, I noticed they are quite similar to kings in the human world. But there is still something different. Vanquish finally understood and replied. So that is what you mean. He held up 2 fingers and explained that in the underworld, what makes a king is determined more by the nature and arrangement of their soul than by their actual duties. There are mainly 2 types of kings, categorized as the month person and the warrior. Vanquish added. For example, the month person Sybil, and the warrior Killam. But aside from that, there are exceptions, and kings are one of those exceptions. He went on to say that each king's soul carries a strong allure, allowing them to lead others and move forward. Vanquish continued. Besides that, they also possess a special skill called the King's Privilege. Subaru, hearing this, asked, is the King's Privilege the ability that Ruin and Sybil used before? Vanquish crossed his arms and said, the King's Privilege is the defining trait. When a king appears so powerful it can be denied. He thought for a moment, then reminded Subaru to keep an eye on that during battle. Elsewhere, Subaru stood silently, staring seriously ahead. In front of him was Leon, the king of the Eastern Light, radiating a dazzling glow. Leon hovered arrogantly in the air, smiling down at Subaru, thinking, eternal youth. Subaru bowed his head in thought, wondering if that was what existed inside Leon's soul. Leon raised his hand thoughtfully. He grasped some red energy and said, so this is a blood curse. Subaru's eyes widened as he looked at Leon. Leon quickly charged at Subaru, then swung his hand in a strike to Subaru's stomach, sending him flying backward. Subaru was slammed painfully into the wall by Leon's blow. Gritting his teeth and squinting one eye, Subaru groaned in pain, thinking, he is trying to pierce through me to directly hurt my soul. He looked at Leon in disbelief, thinking, no way. Leon seemed to know what Subaru was thinking and said, I know what you are thinking. You can use blood curses too. Right, Leon said. The answer is, now I can use it freely. He explained. I absorbed your blood curse through this King's staff. Leon's status screen appeared, showing max level. Leon's King's privilege lets him absorb others' skills with his staff and store up to 3 skills. If the number of skills exceeds the limit, the oldest absorbed skill breaks, and his MP is restored instead. Subaru looked at him and asked, is your ability easy to explain or not? Leon grinned. Leaving someone dead without knowing why is pretty cruel. Subaru bowed his head with a serious expression and said, get it? Witnessing Leon's arrogant attitude, the compassion in Subaru's heart began to fade. The blood curse flooding through the floors was just bait, and the blood curse escaping the building through the vents was meant to block all sunlight from entering. Subaru's hair gradually turned white. His eyes reddened. Since it has come to this, I will show you some cool stuff. You guys who walk under the sun's light, he continued. In the end, losing without knowing why is not fun at all. Leon smirked, looking at him. Over there, Hirasaka Renji and Haido Kotetsu are blocking the fight with Endacher. Endacher's head is bleeding. So this, a woman standing among the monsters spoke. Hirasaka Renji's full power attack. On the rooftop of the tall building stood a huge monster. She thought, I can't believe he killed my strongest summoned beast with just one strike. Endacher caught his left arm and exclaimed. Strong, but... She looked toward the two others. That is all it is good for. Hirasaka knelt, supporting himself, his face marked with many black bruises, frowning in pain. Kotetsu raised his hand, also marked with black spots, and said, Got it. His face bore the same marks. Kotetsu calmly said, It is poison. Endacher was surprised to see him still standing firmly. Haido Kotetsu. I am impressed you are still standing, she continued, looking at Kotetsu. But soon you won't be able to move a finger. You are already enveloped by Hydra's poison the entity before I summoned the Teflon. Endacher added. This battle's outcome has been mine from the start. Kotetsu snorted, looking at her thoughtfully. Using his strongest move, the irresistible scent of this stir-fried dish, he glanced at his hand. Now, Kotetsu's fingers were slowly dropping one by one. He pondered deeply, wondering how to get out of this. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Wait a minute. Endacher's eyes widened in surprise. The two turned their heads sharply toward the direction of the voice they just heard. All three looked toward Maria, who was holding a cigarette and calling out. Hirasaka. Right, she spoke. You need to learn how to focus if I am not around. Maria recalled the moment she grabbed Mei and Kinokawa by the collars to avoid the fight. Then she rushed over to Sika and kicked her away from the spot. Maria pulled everyone else away from the brutal battle. She said, Your amazing friends have all had their fill and rest. You know that. Hirasaka smirked at her. Even though Raven was struggling with the poison inside him, she must be Shikishima Kuni's rival. Before I landed my attack earlier, I caught a glimpse of you coming here. He remembered Maria walking casually across the middle hill, unaffected by the battle. Maria brought the cigarette to her lips, took a puff, and said, So you choose to trust me? She exhaled a blue smoke and remarked, That is really scary. The blue smoke drifted toward Hirasaka in surprise. Like jade, he was amazed as the poison inside him gradually faded away. Endacher frowned when he saw that. As the poison inside Hirasaka disappeared, he suddenly shouted in surprise, I feel so much lighter. Suddenly, Endacher lunged at Hirasaka before he could even react. Endacher made up her mind. Her eyes locked on Hirasaka with deadly intent. She had to kill Renji Hirasaka before he recovered. Suddenly, an arm shot out unexpectedly. Given the situation, her choice was understandable. That hand lunged toward where Endacher was standing. Tetsu thrust her hand decisively into Endacher's stomach. But judging by the result, it seemed like a bad move. Mercurius, the god of thieves. His face went cold as blood splattered from Endacher. To Hirasaka's shock, Tetsu calmly withdrew her bloodied hand from Anan's stomach. The others watching the fight were also stunned, mouths agape at the scene. Endacher lay dying on the ground, disbelief on her face, asking, Wow. She glanced at Tetsu with confusion. You can still move. Tetsu raised her hand, showing only 2 fingers, and explained, My pantheon skill lets me channel gods from Greek and Lama mythology. He raised his hand to summon Asgopius and continued, That includes Asgopius, the god of medicine. Tetsu rubbed her hands together and added, I plan to kill you the moment you let your guard down. I have plenty of ways to make you die. Endacher lay on the ground, smiling tiredly at him. You are always like this. She looked down sadly, wondering, life does not always go the way I want. Does it? Endacher looked toward the 2 standing nearby. 7 people. Then glanced at the group beside her and added, If this many showed up, you should be done better. Tetsu and Hirasaka looked puzzled. Endacher explained, Even if the strongest warriors on Earth gathered here, our victory was already destined. She continued, As long as the king in the east, Leon, is still alive. Back at the fierce fight between Leon and Subaru, Subaru dashed toward Leon's main tree, then suddenly controlled the tree to unleash a blood curse. Catching Leon off guard, Leon smirked triumphantly. Over at Tetsu's side, he looked at Leon's system board and said, So this is Leon, the one fighting Subaru. Endacher lay there, exhausted. Saying nothing, Tetsu spoke up, If that is the case, you lost from the start. Hirasaka, standing behind, smiled brightly and chimed in, That is right. Endacher's eyes widened in surprise. Wow. Tetsu explained, No matter who he is, he would never lose to a human godmaster. Back at the fierce battle, Subaru jumped up and kicked Leon straight in the body, sending him flying back. The deadly blood curse and punches from Nam caught Leon off guard. His eyes wide in disbelief. He is a bloodline prodigy. This guy's Endacher power is on a whole different level after the transformation, Subaru said. I was told that becoming a king is determined by the arrangement of that person's soul. His right eye turned dim and started bleeding. Subaru's face hardened, his voice full of determination. If that is the case, then I just need to get stronger and defeat you. King from another world. Subaru launched an attack that sent Lian flying into the wall and said, I was told that becoming a king is determined by the arrangement of that person's soul. Subaru's fierce expression said, if that is the case, then I just need to get stronger and defeat you. King from another world. After the hit, Lian's mouth bled as he gritted his teeth and kicked. But Subaru blocked it with his arm. Lian shouted, what arrangement are you talking about here? Hearing Lian's words surprised Subaru a bit. Lian, blood dripping from his mouth and breathing heavily, continued, you are wrong. A king always fulfills his own duty. Scene change. In an abandoned building, a voice spoke to Lian. Your king's privilege lets you absorb others' skills and use them as your own, then just take them. If any of our skills can help you. Lian thought for a moment. I can only use 3 at once. So it is hard to choose. And Dacher looked to see whose skill he wanted to take. Lian analyzed that he had to keep one to secure the plan. So he pointed at Half-One and said, take Half-One's. Half-One was startled and asked, scene change. Lian was fighting alongside Subaru, using an extreme ice skill. Deep freeze. Subaru, bleeding and frustrated, felt his hand freezing up. Is this another skill line absorbed using Subaru's king privilege? Being frozen the moment he touched him means no close combat. Even if he attacks with blood power, Lian will just absorb it again. Lian's mouth kept bleeding as he held his staff, looking toward Subaru. Subaru thought to himself, but there is one thing I must avoid at all costs. Tetsu and Subaru touched hands, emitting a 7-colored light. We can let him absorb the 1,000 peach. The 7-colored light flashed. Subaru faced Lian, making him suspicious. Has this guy realized he can fight one-on-one or use his own skills? Lian smirked. Keep thinking whatever you want. Lian sweated, thinking that if he could buy more time, the Western King, in Dacher, would definitely turn the tide elsewhere. Tetsu said, before I finish you off, I have a few questions. Dacher lay on the ground, bleeding heavily from his head and mouth. Tetsu asked Dacher, when you invaded my world, neither of you had become kings yet. Maybe you got your power from your predecessor during that time. What happened to the previous king? Dacher weakly answered, they are all dead. The sky showed a blue eye looking down, surrounded by red rays, clouds, and everyone watched silently as 3 was speechless. Dacher regretted. Thinking back, if that had not happened, I would not have had to become part of this black-red dog pack. The Himeno sisters were smoking all over, their faces blackened from failure, and Heffen lost his entire right arm. Dacher said regretfully, or losing precious teammates, seeing them badly injured. Tetsu silently listened as Dacher poured out his heart. Dacher asked Tetsu, you really want to know? Tetsu remained silent. People behind them thought and shouted angrily. Warning Tetsu. Wait. I am just trying to drag out this conversation. She has got a scheme. Kill me now. Tetsu waved her hand surrounded by red energy and replied, that is exactly right. Dacher, weak and bloody, looked at the hand above him preparing to strike and thought, sounds like an interrogation. But my blood has already started to recover. The cruel level 1 sub-skill of Dacher helps me recover 1% every second. She endured. The Grand Earth Juice Ground Army. A woman dressed in black appeared. Tetsu wondered. An attack skill using water. That is tough then. Hirasaka suddenly stepped forward, cutting in anxiously, saying, this is not good. Tetsu was surprised when she heard Hirasaka say that Yuta Ryusei's ultimate technique, which kept Shibuya in perfect condition, seemed to require a certain condition to maintain that state. The reason you guys have been protecting him all this time during the fight is because, if he moves from his position, the technique gets cancelled. Uda blocked the incoming wave with his hand and asked confused, what is going on? Dacher's goal was not to use water pressure, but its buoyancy. Dacher spoke his last words before closing his eyes. No matter how many lives we sacrifice, as long as Dacher achieves his goal, that is all that matters. Uda still focused energy around his legs in a golden glow, and Dacher continued, in the end, I have completed my mission. A golden light shone as Krag released Chevalius, unleashing multiple golden shields all around. Udu gritted his teeth in anger, feeling played by Dacher. Damn it. The shields began to shatter and disappear in many places. Scene change. Meanwhile, Subaru was going on the offensive. Suddenly, Subaru vanished, surprising Lian. At that moment, Subaru teleported behind Lion, raising his sword high. Feeling the danger, Lian turned around just as Subaru's sword started to come down. Unable to react in time, Subaru slashed Lian's shoulder. Lian, mouth full of blood, wondered. Teleportation. Dacher's report never mentioned this ability. Subaru looked at Lian coldly. Suspicious, has he really gotten this strong in such a short time? Then Lian weakly blinked. But it seemed like she still finished the job just in time. Those shields had also disappeared on Lian's side. Seeing this, Subaru was shocked and confused. As the shields broke, everyone regained movement. They resumed their previous activities, one by one. All the shields shattered everywhere. They did not wait for any place. After everything returned to normal, a sudden noise startled them. Two girls looked up in surprise. Subaru gritted his teeth in anger after regaining movement. Everyone panicked when they saw the battle between the two gods. The guy in the orange shirt started shouting, "What is going on? Are they fighting?" Another blonde guy said. And the guy in the orange shirt replied, "It is the battle of the two gods." A man hurriedly ran and shouted to everyone, "Run, now." Seeing this, Subaru panicked, sweat dripping down his face, and muttered, "We are doomed." Yudu's ultimate technique got cancelled. Lian smirked, raising her staff. "Right now, this technique will affect the humans here." Lian's staff can store up to 3 ultimate techniques at once. Currently, it holds Ariek's Blood Curse, Subaru's, and Hafen's Extreme Ice. Lastly, there is a hidden trump card with very strict activation conditions. But it will help turn the tide for the conquerors. A method to resurrect gods from their world across spaces at the cost of human souls. An ultimate technique bringing countless deaths and rebirths. A king's privilege that Lian received from the previous king. At the same time, Lian unleashed the catastrophe disaster technique. Subaru and Ariek Tiger clashed fiercely. Ariek Subaru had rapidly grown stronger since their last battle. After the battle, Subaru returned upgraded. His hair turned white and eyes glowing red. Lian, holding a bloodied red staff, greeted with blood at his mouth. He had underestimated Subaru's ability. But the conditions to activate the catastrophe were met. Speaking of catastrophe, it is an ultimate technique that consumes all human souls within a 1-kilometer radius to resurrect allied gods regardless of space. Lian and his invasion plan meant sacrificing millions of feeble civilians to bring back gods from their homeland. There are 3 conditions needed to successfully activate this technique. There must be more than 10 allies within a 1-kilometer radius. The god's ink must be at 100%. And the god's AP must be below 5%. They all meet these conditions. The first was fulfilled from the start. The second condition will be met by removing extreme ice from Lion's storage to fully restore his MP. That is a side effect of Lion's King's privilege. The former king. Subaru fiercely attacks Lion. The third condition requiring the god's blood to be below 5% has been met by Ariek Subaru's attacks. Lian holds the privileged staff. The respected predecessor, King Brigitte. It is finally time for him to use Brigitte's royal privilege. Lian begins to activate the king's privilege. Catastrophe. But there is still another way. To put it simply, then, Lian's catastrophe won't be able to activate. Subaru presses the tip of his sword against Lian's neck. First, Ariek Subaru will behead him before the ultimate skill can activate. Subaru hesitates briefly before slashing. Lian lowers his head, staring at the blade on his neck, and the scene shifts to the Sibir Catastrophe Castle. Brigitte lies in a pool of blood with a large hole in his abdomen. Lian screams. Brigitte. Lian screams in pain. Damn it. Whoever did this to him. The one lying on the ground is the former king of the East. Brigitte. Brigitte says. The enforcers. Lian grits his teeth, staring at him. He glances at the weak Brigitte on the ground and continues. The managers. They know I am trying to escape this game of mine. Lian sweats in shock. Impossible. Brigitte looks at Lian with trust and says. Lian. You have all the potential of a king. Take my throne. Lian is stunned. You want me to become the next king of the East. I can't do it. If it were not for the hesitation, before Lian can finish. Brigitte interrupts. Seeing me like this, you must be thinking that hardships always come before you have time to prepare. Brigitte's hand, now soaked with blood, reaches out. Take my royal privilege. Lian solemnly grasps Brigitte's hand. A powerful energy surges as they hold hands. Brigitte is passing the privilege to Lian. Brigitte grows weak and closes his eyes. Please. Free us from the prison of the managers. With his last strength, Brigitte whispers before closing his eyes. Everything is for our people, and so, the former King Brigitte of the East passes away forever. Tears stream down Lian's face as he holds Brigitte's hand, crying out in pain. Brigitte. Light from outside shines on the castle. Lian silently kneels beside Brigitte's body. At this moment, someone else approaches. I could not make it in time. Lian looks at her and says. Indature. With a sad expression. Why are you here? Indature replies. Because I am the next queen of the West. Indature lowers her eyes. Looking at Brigitte. Brigitte leaves in great pain. His body covered in wounds. Blood staining his face. Indature can't hold back and grits her teeth. She says. Lian. Should we join forces? Indature's eyes light up as she looks at Lian and continues. I have found a world untouched. Let us invade it. Lian looks at Indature with hesitation. You want to save the world? Indature replies. For our people. Scene shifts to the present. Lian's human form still opens the field. Ariek Subaru's sword. Subaru swings the sword straight at Lian's neck, faster than the ultimate skill activation time. At the moment the blade is about to touch Lian, he still thinks of his people. Subaru's eyes move. Subaru holds the sword with one hand. The moment he could defeat Lian, Subaru keeps the sword steady and stops. Lian looks up at Subaru with surprise and confusion. Subaru looks at Lian and says, "Let us end this." Lian. Subaru still holds the sword at Lian's neck. Lian frowns in confusion and growls. Lian, sweating, says, "Did you just say that?" Subaru recalls the past and replies, "Before, in my battle with my brother, Ariak Tiger." His heart connected with mine. Lian frowns, thinking, soul exchange can only happen between two people with equal sensitivity. Subaru grits his teeth and continues, "The reason you invaders attack us is the same kind of feeling I have." Lian is stunned, thinking, "My heart, how is that possible?" Subaru, in pain and on the verge of tears, thinks, "Why did I create this painful emotion because of him?" Subaru continued, "I know how your technique works. Once you activate it, neither of us has any way out, so stop this now." Lian paused for a moment, lowering his head to think. That sudden proposal stopped Lian's thoughts cold. At that moment, another tremor hit, making him hesitate. Outside, the energy sources holding back the attack were activated. Udo's serious expression bought enough time for Udo Ryu to reactivate cracked Chevaliers. That is because by putting humans back into action, Lian's disaster was neutralized. Lian was completely shocked. He looked at Subaru's pained face and thought, "Is Subaru just stalling?" Lian's young, naive self thought Subaru had tricked him. He really was an idiot. Subaru's face darkened as he looked down from above. Lian lowered his head and missed it. This was it. Indacher lay in a pool of dark blood. Lian had missed a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Indacher closed his eyes painfully, remembering that he had sacrificed his own life. Lian laughed. "Ha-ha." While Subaru looked at him sadly, Lian slammed his small hand on the ground. "Damn it." Subaru stepped back, holding his sword, lowering his head, thinking, "Why did I even listen to him?" Lian painfully realized, now everything's ruined. Tears streamed down Lian's face, his expression full of unbearable sorrow. Everything was lost. Subaru's face darkened as he looked at Lian. Sensing something, was he crying? Lian was crying hard but suddenly stopped. Subaru knelt down to Lian's level. "I told you we should not fight anymore. Right? I am not your enemy. Try to remember why you guys invaded this world." Subaru continued explaining, "Our real enemy is not anyone else, it is the overseers." Lian stopped crying, calmed down, and confirmed, "The overseers are your enemy." Now aware, Lian looked up at Subaru. "Wait." Lian was stunned. "You mean we are supposed to be allies?" Subaru clenched his fist. "Exactly," he said firmly. "We are going to defeat the overseers." Lian panicked. "No way. They are like gods beyond our understanding." Subaru held out his hand. "We still have a chance to win. Sympathy between the gods only happens when both sides are sensitive enough." Lian looked at Subaru's hand as he continued, "You should understand my true feelings by now." Elsewhere, in a desert of white sand, a mysterious red chair sat alone. Vanquish held a ring close to his heart, smiling wickedly. Back with Subaru, he kept persuading Lian, "Listen to us, Lian. We will tell you our plan." Vanquish raised the ring, giving a smile that was both unreadable and creepy. In a ruined city, Indacher stood on a balcony looking down at the people below, and said to someone behind him, "For our world to survive, we must destroy the other world." Hafen stood behind with arms crossed, listening. She added, "And I," Indacher calmly said, "we will take responsibility for that." Hafen frowned, cutting through the air. Who will really be responsible for what happens here? Looking at the ruined city below, Indacher replied, "Don't say that, Hafen. I want to let our people be endangered by opposing the administrators." Below, the citizens walked happily, not panicked by the ruined city. Instead, they seemed grateful to have a place to live. Hafen narrowed her eyes dangerously. Finally, he scratched his head and clicked his tongue. "If anyone needs help, just tell us." Hafen showed her loyal determination. "If anyone is our king, we are ready to give our lives for them." Indacher glanced back for a moment before speaking. "All right then," she smiled gratefully. "I will count on you." Ending the flashback, Indacher slowly opened her eyes, squinting slightly at the light outside. Standing to her right was Maria, exhaling smoke, dressed in a bold, gangster-style outfit. Seeing Indacher awake, Maria glanced over. Indacher lay back on the floor, feeling her body and somewhat doubtful that she had been healed. Seeing that she was still alive, she struggled to ask, "Why did you save me?" A voice sounded above her head. "I already told you." Tetsu glanced at Indacher. "I have a lot of questions for you." Then he squinted warningly. "If you try anything, I will send you straight to hell right here." At that moment, someone was sitting to her left. It was Hirasaka with a light sword. Seeing the three people surrounding her, Indacher went silent for a moment, then whispered, "My life has no meaning anymore." Without another word, she ignored the three sitting around her. Suddenly Hirasaka saw someone approaching. Subaru. Mary also saw the approaching group of 3. Including Subaru. Subaru led the 3. Still bleeding from the head. Beside him was Lion. Bowing timidly and quietly watching the rear guard. Seeing Lion, Endacher suddenly jumped up and called out loudly. Lion. She angrily questioned. Why are you with Ariek Subaru? What happened to your disaster awakening? Faced with the question, Lion stayed silent, clearly very ashamed. Subaru had to speak up to clarify. We called for a ceasefire. Endacher had never been this angry. She harshly accused. Nonsense. Lion. Have you betrayed us? She was no longer the high and mighty Western queen, but like a displaced person cornered with nowhere to go, in despair. Bitter words spilled out. Have you abandoned our world? Hearing this, Lion could not stay silent anymore and shouted. You are wrong. He hesitated as he explained. I decided to be part of Subaru's plan. Endacher did not understand. Thinking about the plan, Maria smoked beside her and started exhaling blue smoke. The smoke wrapped around Subaru's body as he reminded them. Hey you two? The admin will hear us if we talk here. Then he pulled out a red key and suggested. Let us talk somewhere more private. Subaru led Lion and Endacher through the red door. They arrived at a white sand desert scattered with red crystals. And in front of them was a red chair symbolizing the occupant's status. Vanquish sat on the chair. A rainbow energy flared powerfully. He clapped his hands and welcomed the guests. Greetings to the kings from other worlds. The strong energy radiating from Vanquish made Lion and Endacher feel intimidated and anxious. Not keeping them waiting, Vanquish smiled slyly and got straight to the point. Today's topic is how to defeat the admin. He did not let them ask questions but immediately lectured. First, I do not care if you think it is impossible or that they can be defeated. What you need to do is follow our plan. Endacher looked around, assessing this strange space, wondering silently. What kind of hell is this? Is this an admin space where they can find us? Looking at the person sitting on the throne before her, she felt an incredibly powerful force from him. This must be Vanquish. Endacher also knew the power gap between the two sides. She quietly analyzed. Even if they all gathered here, he could wipe them out in an instant. And she asked the question she would always been curious about. Can anyone defeat the admin? Vanquish bluntly answered. I do not stand a chance. Endacher froze at the cold answer. Then why are we even talking about this? Just then, a black pearl ring was tossed at her feet. A big question mark appeared over Endacher's head. She did not understand what the ring meant, since this involved the admin. Vanquish kindly explained. That ring is an item that can track the admin's location. He shared his intention. I plan to use it to visit an old friend of mine. Endacher noticed the words he used. An old friend. And asked. So does that mean? Subaru calmly listened to see what she wanted to say. Lion, knowing the plan, just stood silently without speaking. She hesitated, choosing her words carefully. You have an ally within the admin group. Right. Seeing Endacher was so sharp, Vanquish laughed and praised. You understand faster than Subaru. Lying down and still getting roasted, Subaru embarrassedly said. Shut up. Done. A smart and rational girl like Endacher is hard to convince right away. She gritted her teeth and asked more, saying she knew about Vanquish. But how much did he really know? Vanquish was very calm today. He patiently explained that there were a total of 9 administrators. This number terrified Endacher. Her face froze on the paper. Vanquish continued sharing the information he knew about the administrators, telling her they divided the 10 billion worlds into 8 control zones, and each of them would extract soul energy from the worlds under their management. The real clock is actually a system that collects that type of energy, and the game is designed to efficiently harvest energy by forcing people to participate. If anything abnormal happens, they choose someone from the conquerors to eliminate the problem. And, before Vanquish could continue, Endacher raised her hand to signal him to stop. Wait a moment, because it was a lot of information. Endacher kept sweating. This was a bit too much to take in. Vanquish asked seriously. So what do you want me to say? Subaru anxiously added. Come on. Just explaining once is not enough. Endacher asked curiously. Wait. There are 8 control zones but 9 administrators. So is your ally the one without a control zone? Subaru was surprised, thinking to himself. She understood it all in just one go. Vanquish gently placed his hand on his chest, explaining. I would call that person an acquaintance rather than an ally. They are fickle. I can only be sure half of them will cooperate with me. Endacher hesitated before replying. But, then, she asked again. There is still a 50% chance that one of the administrators will cooperate with me. Vanquish leaned back in his chair, answering. Exactly. I plan to use his power to fight the other administrators until they listen. If everything goes smoothly, I can escape the game. Sounds pretty good. Right. Not bad at all. Hearing Vanquish's words, Endacher's heart fluttered. She questioned herself. Not bad. No wonder she immediately chose to make a truce. Nervously glancing over, Endacher thought carefully. This is the first and only chance I have to win. I can let it slip away. She spoke to Vanquish. Alright. We will join you, Indacher asked next. So what do you want us to do now? Suddenly, she recalled a memory from before. A young man was lying still on the ground. Indacher called out, Hafen. Lenda stood with arms crossed, calmly saying he was a brave warrior. Lenda turned and walked away, leaving Indacher alone. Continuing. You should be proud to have him under your command, she muttered. He just won't say a word. Indacher quietly sat down, reaching out her hand. Indacher's hand gently touched Hafen's pale face. I am sorry for being such a terrible king, she sobbed. But you did not sacrifice yourself in vain. Indacher hugged him tightly. Not in vain at all. Hafen, she recalled their innocent breaths when they were together. Lean stepped forward, saying, I lost Payan and Hockney. The rest of my allies will be treated. And once they recover, they will be brought back immediately. The other allies are together. Tetsukoijin said, Do not be so sure I am a killer. Hirasaka looked up and replied, At this point, what else can we do? Lean stood silently, looking at Indacher without saying more. She stood up, looking at Lean and asked, So you and I will stay here, letting this world borrow our strength? Vanquish chuckled softly. I was quite surprised when the Rainbow King Vanquish made that offer, but Indacher felt it was absurd, stepping forward to say, The person he chose is Ariak Subaru. What kind of king is he anyway? Lean bowed his head slightly, replying worriedly, About that, while we were fighting, I discovered a connection between our souls. Indacher responded, You told me that when you stopped fighting, Leon said flight. It is not over yet. He recalled that moment, after touching his soul. I confirmed this, Leon continued. Subaru's will is not that of a king. Indacher did not understand what he meant, asking, What do you mean? Lion replied worriedly, I do not know. I have never seen anything like it before. What is inside his soul? The ally standing beside Subaru, a halo of light binding him. Leon continued. One has been saved. Subaru's eyes shone brightly like stars in the sky. Zing. Confused, called out to Subaru, Ariak, pointing at his eyes and asking, Hasn't Maria healed your eyes yet? Immediately, Leon's eyes widened in surprise, confirming Zinger's question. One of Subaru's eyes was bloodshot and bleeding continuously, each drop falling slowly as Subaru panicked. The scene then shifted to the temporary client association headquarters. Shikishima stood in the middle of the press conference and spoke. As we mentioned in our last report, we accepted an invitation from the underworld to attend a meeting with their leaders, he continued to announce. Based on the information we gathered while there, despite the reporters' shocked and open-mouthed reactions, Shikishima did not stop. Here, please take a look at the documents we provided. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately presented an open book. Director Higasaki watched the interview thoughtfully. One day after the battle to protect Shibaya, the Japanese Client Association held a press conference with those who had been to the underworld. Suddenly, she smiled as if she had achieved something. That means they will be the first to announce the official results and claim leadership among the powerful nations. Back at the press conference, Shikishima continued explaining. The best news we got while there. He paused briefly and added. We reached an agreement with the underworld. Shikishima suddenly became much more serious. From now on, they won't send any new gates to our world. This new information shocked all the reporters present. At the same time, Jinga, with his face covered, calmly listened to Siki to make up for past losses. Akira also smiled lightly. And for the future, we will connect with the underworld. He continued while Sayaka happily added. We will cooperate and expand ties with all countries. Shikishima's tone remained steady. Let us move on to the Kanda. Everyone quickly raised their hands. If you have questions, raise your hand now. Evening fell and the sunset descended outside the headquarters. Returning to his usual self, Shikishima shouted tiredly while Jinga removed the box covering his head. Shikishima quickly collapsed onto the sofa as if wanting to stick there. Complaining, I'm exhausted. Then Jinga praised him. Honestly, your answers at the press conference were professional, Shikishima replied confidently. I handled all of it myself. Who else? Hirasaka did not hold back praise but suddenly hesitated. Confusing everyone. You are really good. I was going to help a bit, but it turned out Shikishima interrupted to ask. Subaru, how are you feeling now? Subaru gently touched his eye to reassure everyone. My eye does not show any symptoms anymore. He switched tone abruptly. That is good. If anything strange happens, report to us immediately. So now, our next concern is the fourth disaster, Kinokawa immediately added, sounding like she was laughing at someone else's pain. Don't forget. You also have to join the meeting with allies from other countries, and the online meeting with the leaders too. Shikishima pleaded. Kinokawa laughed loudly, teasing but refusing. I can do it, the older sister tiredly asked. Subaru, are you sure Tsunemori can handle the fourth disaster on his own? Hearing that, he announced his plan. Yep. I am planning to bring a freeloader to join him. To confirm Subaru's words, an image appeared of Mems Tetsu shopping, saying, I want to pay by card. Ariex. Akira pondered, while Shikishima grimaced in disgust. It is him again. A deep voice rang out. The one who killed me in Carrion. The fourth disaster. The fake emperor. According to the story, a flame was falling on a vast, beautiful mountain region. He was born from Mount Kais, far from Kyo. He quietly grew stronger by absorbing nearby souls. Images of the future gradually appeared before everyone's eyes. If that emperor fully develops, the souls he absorbs will turn into powerful monsters and attack Japan. Despite the intimidating introduction, the emperor is still lying down calmly. Now we have a fake emperor. Sunbathing. At 7% development. He is comfortably sunbathing while thinking. If the emperor keeps gathering souls in this world, soon he will create the strongest army in history, first turning this place into hell. Then, before the fake emperor could finish his plan, a polite voice spoke up. Excuse me, and he responded very respectfully. Subaru, along with Jenga-mems. Tetsu. Curious if this would be the fourth disaster. Watched as the emperor gave them a confused blank stare. Right after, Jenga raised his hand as if about to cast a spell. Excuse me. I apologize. The hand, channeling magic, moved closer to the emperor's curious face. In the blink of an eye, the Great Ice Knight, the fourth disaster, was eliminated. Tetsu asked confusedly. So what use am I here? Subaru gave a sheepish smile and said, just to be sure. Please enjoy the latest version of events in the next segment. As soon as he got home, he shouted, we are back, and Dacher greeted him coldly. Welcome home. Subaru immediately smiled brightly and said, Subaru here. We made dinner. Tetsu shamelessly teased. You freeloaders. Hearing that, Subaru bluntly said, you are actually the biggest freeloader here. Damn it. Right after teasing, he changed his tone to admiration. Looks delicious. Let us... Damn it. Before he could sit down, a voice called out. Subaru, you recognize Seiya. It turned out Seiya was playing with a cat. Apologizing. Sorry for interrupting your meal. Tetsu paused, looking off in a direction. But Seiya noticed 4 figures hovering near the central notification area. We have some visitors. Shortly after, Shikishima contacted him. Subaru, it is urgent. Subaru replied. Shikishi, after hearing about your journey to the underworld, leaders from other countries want you. Those 4 figures flying earlier had approached Subaru's apartment. According to her, they want to capture you and take you back to their country. The golden-haired southern god leader smiled confidently, as if he had Subaru in his grasp. Next to him was the black-haired president wearing a mysterious face mask, along with a cold, sharp-eyed goddess leader watching closely. And finally, a leader with a gentle demeanor smiled faintly, while Subaru carefully observed each one. See warned. Be careful. Shikishima was equally worried. We are on our way. Contrary to what everyone thought, Subaru was speechless. Mumbling, it turned out Ms. Tetsu had seriously concentrated her power around her. Lean was no less impressive, transforming into the golden god leader form. Seeing that, and Dacher also prepared to enter combat mode, seeming to predict the outcome, Subaru helplessly stopped them. I do not think that is necessary. Massive, colorful power beams shot toward the 4 god leaders, trying to overwhelm them, while C was lying on the cat. They quickly dealt with the group of top god leaders. Done. Shikishima was speechless as she reported to Kino. The kid said no need to come, and she immediately shouted, making Yudo and Akira cheer happily. I am not going anymore. Below Subaru's building, a loud voice tried to stop the president. No way. President. Gia was upset because the golden-haired god leader was in pain while the phone kept ringing. I told you not to do that. He angrily slammed the phone down. I thought it was just Ariak and Subaru there. The golden-haired god leader recounted in horror. But how the hell were there 4 monsters there? Unbelievable. 4. In contrast to the noisy scene outside, inside the apartment Subaru was praising generously. This soup is amazing, Akira modestly replied. It is just a regular kind. The scene shifts to the underworld. Silver Kingdom. Ares. Adher urgently reports the time. There are 15 minutes left. Vanquished curiously stepped forward. Why call me out to this empty place? What is going on? He slowly approached Cebu and called out in a deep voice. Cebu, ignoring Vanquist's attitude, she calmly narrated. And I heard that the king of the Silver Kingdom is one of Subaru's close associates. So for many days he has been trying to arrange a meeting for us. This is extremely urgent. Cebu grew more serious. The 8th disaster has been rewritten. Upon hearing this news, he suddenly stiffened. Through clenched teeth, she revealed shocking information. The 6-eyed enforcer will appear in the human realm. Ruin quickly asked back. The 6-eyed enforcer. Cebu nervously wiped sweat and explained. They are the ones who killed the previous king of the Golden Kingdom, and his guardian, the previous king of the Silver Kingdom. Just thinking about those 2 terrifying figures shook him to his core. She helplessly admitted the truth. Even Abaddon's power does not stand a chance against them. Suddenly, Cebu became urgent. We have to act fast. If things keep going like this, immediately after, she fearfully spoke the outcome that neither she nor Vanquish dared to face the future, where Subaru must die is inevitable. Scene shifts to another world. Masthemo is on the phone. Answering. Yep. Hello. She lifted a blood-stained weapon and asked the person on the phone. This is the operator speaking. Right, Masthema calmly replied. If we have never met before, then maybe you are the guide or the balance. Or maybe even the chaos itself. She questioned. Is there a problem? Of course I accept. Awami? After the person on the other end responded, Masthema immediately exclaimed. I see. Yep. I will report back right away. As soon as she finished, she quickly started doing something on her phone. Then a voice rang out. Hello. Masthema happily exclaimed. You picked up. Director, she excitedly announced. We have got work to do. Six-eyed enforcer. Masthema. The sun was shining gently on the building where Subaru was staying. Livin, carrying a basket, stepped outside, looked up, and said, even if it is winter, dressing like this to go out is still fine. Hearing a noise, he turned and greeted. Good cold morning. Haidu. It is afternoon now. Hyodu replied. It turned out Miss Tetsu was sitting on the sofa. Curious. Where's Ariak? Hearing this, Endo immediately answered. He went out for a walk. Maybe now he is sitting and having coffee. Then she stood in front of him and ordered. Haidu. Move so I can clean the sofa. Miss Tetsu was speechless. You guys seem way too cheerful. Endo sighed and complained like an old mom. If you are freeloading, you should at least help with some housework. At least a little. Before she could finish, he was already speechless. You guys, what are you waiting for? Endo pretended to be clueless and asked. Suddenly, Miss Tetsu quietly asked with deep suspicion. Do you hope this peace will last forever? Though she lowered her voice, the person hanging laundry still heard and turned to look at him. Suddenly, a strange water stain appeared in the peaceful city sky. Completely unaware of everyone's tension, Subaru happily enjoyed his coffee. Thinking. So good. He relaxed with his eyes closed. Thinking. Before the seventh disaster arrives, I have to enjoy this peaceful moment. Not long after, he suddenly opened his eyes. At the same time, a polite voice spoke up. Excuse me. I am sorry to bother you. But Asmodeus looked shy and asked, may I sit here? Without hesitation, Subaru agreed. Sure. Suddenly, he hesitated as if realizing something. But Subaru looked around at the furniture. Puzzled. There are still plenty of other spots. As soon as he sat down, he looked outside and said, the weather is beautiful today. Subaru could not agree more. Absolutely. Observing the peaceful city under the sky, Asmodeus continued. Blue sky. White clouds. Really beautiful. Hearing that, Subaru slowly looked outside and replied. Yeah. Confusion showed in his wide-open eyes. It turned out the source of his confusion was that Asmodeus suddenly started crying. Subaru jumped up worried. Are you okay? Asmodeus wiped his tears awkwardly. Really? Adjusting his glasses, he gently said, sorry. You are really kind. It is just that the beautiful weather moved me a bit. Asmodeus' explanation left him wide-eyed in shock. Without giving Subaru a moment to calm down, he gently dropped a bombshell. Destroying a world like this is just unbearable, as if used to surprises. He hesitated, unable to believe what he just heard. Wait. Destroy. Did you just say that? Asmodeus slowly apologized, saying sorry for being so hasty. When Asmodeus mentioned that name, Subaru quickly got flustered. The World Decline Organization. A business card appeared clearly. As if to prove his introduction, Asmodeus announced evenly. I am the director of the Six Eyes Corporation. My name is Asmodeus. Then he chuckled lightly as Subaru's power began to release, also known as the Executor. Asmodeus suddenly froze at the scene before him. Immediately after, he clapped his hands and exclaimed. Amazing, shaking his head as if innocent. Asmodeus said. In such a short moment. You are already ready to fight against your enemy me in just 2 months. Arika. Have become a fierce warrior. No wonder my clients have been keeping an eye on you. Subaru still did not understand a thing and gritted his teeth. He shouted angrily. What the hell are you babbling about? He continued to act innocent. I am not doing anything like that. Sorry if I upset you. Like a genuine white lotus, Asmodeus kept apologizing. But honestly, fighting is pointless. He maintained a gentle tone, clarifying. The person in front of you now is just a separated soul, not the original self. So do not even think about fighting. Subaru, furious and unable to control his power, thought. Separated soul. This guy made a clone by taking a small part of my original soul. An agency. You call yourself a corporation. You want war. Do not. Immediately, Asmodeus raised his hand to stop him. You are wrong about that. He switched to a serious, threatening tone. One of our corporation's principles is, we decided the most effective way is to let you know in advance. Sorry for the blunt notice. This way of speaking only made Subaru even more annoyed. What the hell is this guy on about? Asmodeus smiled faintly. Of course. The target this time is not just you. Images of Subaru's teammates appeared as he emphasized. My staff will visit each one of your teammates. He hurriedly contacted each person in his mind. Shiki, Sima, Seiya, Carrion, Zinga, Neris. Very subtly, Asmodeus quickly noticed. Startling Subaru. You have telepathy too. He apologized again, though it did not sound sincere. Sorry. But we have already blocked that ability, Subaru angrily demanded. Why would you do that? Then Asmodeus tilted his head mysteriously. That is a secret of our corporation. His superior attitude only fueled Subaru's anger more. This guy, watching him. Subaru wondered who this enemy really was. This was the first time he would met someone like this. Still hard to believe. He pondered. Not only the power, but he is forcing me to follow his mission too. Then Asmodeus checked his watch and said, looks like it is almost time. Back at Subaru's house, Tetsu continued her earlier words. I do not know. Glancing at Endaker, he continued, how are you counting on Ariak? Subaru. Lean also observed Mibs. Tetsu carefully, he kept reading aloud. But Mies. Tetsu's eyes seemed to see through everything as she commented. This world is a hell. Behind Leon, a red light suddenly appeared, covering the entire sky. It turned out to be red laser beams shooting through the crowd, leaving him stunned. Leon was startled and quickly turned to assess the situation. Both Endaker and Leon stared blankly outside. Despite the confusion, Tetsu remained calm, as if she had predicted something. The kafu. The tension grew as various colored laser beams kept appearing outside. Asmodeus stayed calm, smiling lightly as he tapped the table. Meanwhile, Subaru watched him intently, both worried and angry. Tetsu sat carefully on the sofa, thinking it over. What they call a gate is just a water stain in the world. That layer full of water stains is a substitute. The administrator of those water cracks. Tetsu thought to herself. Surely everyone feels that the administrator of the water cracks exists. Endaker closed her eyes to think. Mies. Tetsu seriously continued to ponder. Tetsu went on. The sacred madness will cause the flickering spike rays to appear continuously, showing up in the world corrupted by the original turtle. He explained in a calm voice. There is no way out. And even if there was, scene shifts to another place where the early flickering spike rays keep appearing. Asmodeus and Subaru are discussing in a cafe. Asmodeus said, Lord Ariak. In that case, Subaru showed a brief look of surprise and froze. Asmodeus pointed to the profile board and smiled, saying, please take a look here. Asmodeus looked up at Subaru with an unreadable expression. Subaru clenched his teeth, eyes full of resentment. Meanwhile, skyscrapers in the city had spike rays of many different colors arriving one after another, scaring the daylights out of him. The whole world, a water crack leading to another space. The Divine Blood Savior, 8 great disasters, the final disaster, the Lost Non Company, the last battle. Subaru clenched his teeth, holding the document. Asmodeus said the content was information about Akari Tuharu's desperate plan. Subaru's eyebrows furrowed tightly. The angrier he got reading the document, the more his face darkened. Asmodeus sat in the chair, looking up at Subaru, inviting him to sit. Asmodeus lowered his eyes and continued. This is the time when subordinates like us have to explain things to each other, because I want everyone, including Akari, to truly feel the despair. The scene shifts to Hitachi City, Ibaraki Prefecture. A girl closed her eyes and said, the plan is divided into 3 phases. First, she is an employee of Lawson Company staff member Floros. A loud noise happened right in front of Floros. Standing before Floros, Django ignored it and focused on training. Floros let out a helpless sigh. Floros exclaimed. So cold. Jenga clenched his eyes tightly, leaving not a single scratch. The terrifying scene of the future approached. Jenga still did not care and said, I will keep explaining. The first phase is obvious. The administrator will create a crack, and this world will be rewritten into a hellish scene, so horrific that no phase in history can compare. Jenga gritted his teeth and looked at Floros. Saying nothing, Floros continued to push himself up, his persistence becoming annoying. Floros went on. Lawson Company are the enforcers among enforcers. All members possess power more than 10 times what you have ever seen in other worlds. People like you should not even hope to leave a scratch. Floros blinked. Can I continue explaining? Jenga lowered his face. Slightly shaken, scene shifts to a large bridge over a big river in front of him. Painful memories flooded back about the monster that appeared on a rainy day. Jenga's family was happily eating together outside, rain pouring down like water on the window. The monster slammed one hand down, crushing the house. Jenga stood alone amid the chaos. The house was completely destroyed, and he was the only survivor. On the altar were Jenga's parents. Next to them were relatives and loved ones of Jenga, all gone in the blink of an eye. Recalling those memories, Jenga's heart twisted painfully. He shed tears, Clutching his chest tightly, Floro's face was full of concern. He said, "Are you okay?" Tsunemori Jenga. Jenga looked at her, then closed his eyes tightly to steady his emotions. Jenga clenched his fists. I have decided not to believe in anything anymore. Remembering the happy times with his family caused Jenga pain. Those peaceful days he thought were forever lost, never to return. Floro's face darkened, but she gave a dangerous smile. I think that is a good repentance. Feeling despair is a good thing. Jenga bowed his head, face full of sorrow. I am not despairing. Floros looked at Jenga confused and continued. I told you. I do not believe what people say. Jenga raised his head, face wet with tears, and said, after depending on Ariak, I swore this time I will protect everyone. No matter how strong they are, I do not care. No matter what your plan is. Floro said nothing, arrogantly raising her head. Elsewhere. In Chibiya, a man was persuading Aki. What do you think? Narustu, he cheerfully said. The sky is beautiful, is not? This man is an employee of the Las Nada company. B-Front spread his arms wide, smiling awkwardly after Akira coldly turned his head away. Ignoring him, Akira held a bouquet of white chrysanthemums and replied. Overall, he bowed, clutching his hat. Looks like our sense of aesthetics does not match. The flowers in his hand cut off Akira's reply. I never intended to talk to the enemy. Today, I only brought flowers. Lightning bolts of various colors surged toward Akira, who darkened. Only B-Fronts behind kept his eyes on Akira. Akira's yellow eyes lit up calmly as he said, I will take you back to your place. The scene changes to Harasaka's apartment. Karen holds a stack of documents, with Seihao and another person standing before them, making a proposal that drives him to despair. Karen scoffs. You even set a deadline. What are you people thinking? The persuader is Joki, a new employee of the Lawson Company. Croaky. Karen smiles, holding up the documents. Seiya says. Of course. She gasps. Well, Seiya continues. You guys do not know what Tame has been through. Croaky keeps pushing. This time, they won tea. Karen sticks out her tongue to annoy Croaky. Say whatever you want. The more you underestimate us, the harder the fall will be. She frowns, trying to hold back. Karen cheerfully continues. Acting like you can take us down. Shouldn't you be following the plan? Don't go against your superiors. Croaky gets furious. Karen suddenly grows serious, her sharp gaze fixed on Croaky. I will crush your plan to pieces. And images of Hirasaka and Sika flash in Karen's mind as she asks. You are not all the same. Right, Hirasaka and Sika not. Of course. Scene shifts to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Another person holding documents begins reading. Phase 1 is to break the defenses. And Phase 2, we will kill all his subordinates. Teammates. Family. And friends. Finally, I will torture them for a long time before killing them in front of Subaru. Shikishima bows his head, looking at the documents held by the person behind him. That is right, Violet says. We have over 1,000 years of experience and achievements. Our unique methods will bring despair you can escape. You have probably seen it in other worlds. Shikishima frowns in confusion. She eagerly continues. Isn't she your little sister, that weak girl? So fragile. Shikishima looks out the window, holding the documents. Enough. Shut up. Shikishima continues. When I received the prophecy of the apocalypse, I felt the same way. Violet smiles eerily. Shikishima smiles back. Violet stares intently at Shikishima and continues. This time, we can start with ourselves, along with Toru. Shikishima grins savagely. Not a single time again will I let him fight alone. Scene shifts. Subaru slams his hand on the table. My subordinates. Asmodeus's glasses gleam. Subaru says. The one who blocked telepathy. Asmodeus keeps a professional smile. Subaru angrily says. You think isolating me will make me despair? Subaru recalls all his teammates. Firmly. My subordinates. Who underestimated them? Asmodeus thinks silently. He really thought he was caught this time. Asmodeus says to Subaru. In other words, that is their responsibility. Right. Asmodeus smiles. I can trust a leader who can protect his subordinates. Subaru replies seriously. Subordinates are also my teammates. One of them said this as he gripped Subaru's shoulder tightly. Our subordinates are not here for pity or pampering. Just trust and rely on us. They said. Energy starts radiating from Subaru's feet. So I trust them. And I only need to do one thing. Subaru grows stronger. Asmodeus looks up at Subaru, then calmly smiles with an unreadable expression. Subaru transforms into a stronger version of himself. Even if I am just a stand-in, I won't mess this up. Subaru's face darkens as his red chains glow. I will defeat you here. Asmodeus. Asmodeus remains calm. My opinion of you just went up a notch. Asmodeus laughs happily. Eyes squinting. You really are an interesting person. Scene shifts to the Blood Sea disaster. Cebu sits on a red chair, looking toward Vanquish and calls out. Vanquish replies. Looks like they are here. A cluster of red lights gradually appears ahead of them. The door leading to this dimension gradually appeared. Behind the door, a massive opposing force was slowly filling the opening. A deep red energy erupted powerfully from behind the door. Behind that, Subaru grabbed Asmodeus by the collar and dashed forward at incredible speed. Asmodeus showed no fear, laughing loudly. This is fun. The white sand village was stained with a bright red patch. Subaru and Asmodeus stood apart. Asmodeus looking cheerful. I thought you would fight in the human world, but I did not expect you to have the king's seat key. Subaru looking up here 1T affect the human world. Asmodeus continued. A microspace created by the operator fascinating. No wonder the operator could not find it. Subaru's whole body released an overwhelming power. Asmodeus stood on the white sand rubbing his hands. But Subaru thought this would be fine his substitute and true self-sharing sensations. He continued. The operator will track and infiltrate this place. Sharp spikes pierced Asmodeus' arms and legs as another voice rang out. No need to worry, Executor. Another spike aimed straight at Asmodeus' back, knocking him down and piercing his body. Sharp claws grabbed Asmodeus' shoulder. I was planning to abandon this place. Vanquish laughed eerily. Asmodeus glanced at him and said, relax and enjoy it. Asmodeus said, you are Chakshio. Right. Vanquish said nothing, his smile growing even more sinister. Asmodeus glanced at Vanquish. I wonder, between my original self and you, who is stronger? Vanquish gritted his teeth. I am not interested. Sorry, but I do not intend to fight you. Vanquish pointed to Subaru standing on the other side and continued. Whether your original self is here or not, that guy, Tuharu, will defeat you. Asmodeus narrowed his eyes but kept smiling, looking forward to it. Then he said, next time, I will invite everyone to my king's seat. Vanquish coldly replied, that is not part of my plan. Vanquish threw a punch, shattering Asmodeus' body into 100 pieces. The one who returned from the sea. Asmodeus' face cracked into tiny fragments, but a sly smile remained on his lips. After dealing with him, Vanquish fell silent. Subaru looked at them seriously, deep in thought. Scene change. In another dimension. At Asmodeus' king's seat, the owner of the Sagan Corporation laughed excitedly. Mazidima, puzzled, asked, after the chairman. Asmodeus replied, my substitute was just taken down. But it does not matter. Mazdema said nothing. She is the vice president of Sagan Corporation, ranked first in operator satisfaction for 5 years straight. Next to Mazdema stood Bylot, vice president of Sagan Corporation, with 925 points. Top rank Aiken. Asmodeus crossed his legs elegantly. I have discovered Chaktio's secret. Asmodeus looked up. This is the info our clients need most. My true identity is the chairman of Sagan Corporation. Asmodeus certifies this. A driver's license included. Mazdema and Bylot looked at Asmodeus confusedly. The situation might be more complicated than expected. They might have to step in. Asmodeus waved them back. I have to report this immediately. Mazdema sighed. He is always so energetic. Bylot was speechless. Scene change. Subaru remained expressionless. Vanquish said, then, I have been observing the situation from the king's seat. Vanquish looked at Subaru and continued. The mysterious executor all this time turns out to be a corporation. Subaru added, we need a plan. Right, Vanquish replied. That is before he could finish. A large shadow appeared behind him. Vorden, Safina and Ruin approached. Subaru looked surprised. The three kings. Shibble had also arrived. Subaru could not hide his shock. Shibilla too. Why are you all here? From Terra's side. People waved. We are here too. Subaru said, including Terra and the others. Safina said, we have discussed this. If such water sources appear, it affects the goal of sealing the gates. Safina's gaze was sharp and commanding. The expansion agreement is complete. Safina continued. Now we just need your opinion. Subaru paused. Repeating, Ruin interrupted from afar. Sorry, but let me speak first. Ruin raised his hand. Subaru nodded. With a wary look, she said flatly, I am not your subordinate anymore. Subaru stopped, confused, then suddenly shouted. Scene changed to the human world. Time rifts flicker as a car speeds down the road. Sounds echo from a tall building. Like this. Shikishima looked at the screen seriously and said, in the battle against the Saigon Corporation, Chateau and the gates won't be deployed. Subaru replied. That is right. Vanquish has reached the operator. Seems related to a certain key figure. Recalling that moment, Vanquish stood with arms crossed talking about the operator's eye. That guy's position is very close to another world right now. Vanquish continued. Like how planets orbit. Similarly, Subaru helplessly asked. How do you know so much about the human world? Vanquish went on. If we miss this chance, it will be years before we see him again. Vanquish pointed at Subaru and said, I'm go. Looks like I won't be back while the Sagan project is underway. You all will have to handle Sagan yourselves. Trusting Subaru. Vanquish finished speaking, and Subaru immediately stood tall. Back to the present. Sagan said. facing an enemy 10 times stronger than the underworld. It is just us. The phone screen showed a call from the King group. Shikishima said, the plan is set to start next year. Proposed for January 1st. Shikishima smiled respectfully. Sounds almost impossible. Subaru sat on the bed, thinking carefully. When Tetsu came in. Not exactly impossible. Tetsu pointed outside where time rifts flickered continuously. Let us make use of those water cracks, Shikishima said. Hyodo. What exactly do you mean? Subaru said seriously. Besides that, after Tetsu left. Subaru said. The otherworldly will lend us their power. The scene changed to Kinokawa. Eyes tired and expressionless. Slowly walking down the street. Something seemed to appear. She stopped. Eyes wide. A golden door gradually appeared. And Kinokawa froze in place. She exclaimed. Lagna. Langa's the gatekeeper of Sakura. Kinokawa worshipped Lagna. The door opened. And a voice from inside said. Pleased to meet you. My warrior's substitute. Kinokawa looked puzzled as a breeze blew her hair from inside. A girl introduced herself as she stepped out. I am Safina from the Golden Land. Kinokawa went from surprise to surprise, staring at Safina, who continued. Sakura Kinokawa. Break your contract with the knight and become my substitute. Siki was stunned by the news. He asked again. Accept Kinokawa. Safina nodded. Subaru replied. Yep. Before tonight, 3 inventors were fixing the doors. Subaru shared. Right now they are making adjustments to make it possible. Tega and the others are handling the door replacements. Watching the news on Aviv. Subaru suggested. Let us continue after negotiations. Just then, Lee, Tetsuo, and Endacher passed by Subaru's side. He said. We are heading outside. Shikishima rubbed his head, sighed, and said. I am not worried about that. But, at that moment, the TV anchor reported. Around noon yesterday, a huge time rift appeared in the sky worldwide. On Aviv were images of colorful rifts in the sky. The reporter said. The connection between the gates and the heavens remains unclear. They interviewed some civilians. She asked. How do you feel about the rifts? An elderly woman answered with visible concern. They are terrifying. I can't stop imagining monsters pouring out like the gates did, an old man said. No one knows what will happen. The heavens are unpredictable if the countdown ends. Then, seems the youth have different thoughts. A young man joked. It will probably be fine. Not my problem anyway. Another old man was terrified. This is God's punishment. The TV continued with a press conference. The American Players Union president criticized it as a result of the Japanese union's actions. The TV switched to the Japanese Union building. Also yesterday, the Japanese Union planned to announce something about the rifts, and Datcher commented. The rifts. Random in appearance and timing. In this world. One rift opening leads to others opening within a week. She worried about monsters jumping out of the rifts. Sometimes we can enter. But sometimes the rifts come from elsewhere, risking ambushes from other places. She thinks that if monsters suddenly invade this world, casualties are inevitable, but with so many cracks in the water like the news reported, and Datcher is a bit worried. However, such a large number of cracks has never happened before. Cease asks, so what is the enemy's strategy? And Datcher calmly replies. Very diverse. As I mentioned, here. And Datcher is the most knowledgeable and experienced person. Everyone listens attentively to her. As someone who has ventured through the gate, I can assure you their strategy is at least level 4. Zinga is worried. Enemies above level 4. Akira is uneasy too. They could suddenly appear in the city. And Datcher looks at Ms. Tetsu and at. If unlucky, enemies like Hyodu or worse might attack. Akira panics. The otherworldly conquerors, he ponders. Those gates once protected this world. Hearing that, Zinga frowns slightly. Annoyed. Unsure if it is because he dislikes that way of speaking, or because he is worried about the gates. Akira continues. But how do we fight back against them? Lean speaks up with a harsh but truthful opinion. I do not think we can completely stop them. There are just too many. Outside, the sky is still covered with cracks big and small. Someone says humanity needs to rethink its approach. Subaru silently watches everyone discuss. Deep in thought. These cracks have appeared instead of gates. This is much harsher than we imagined. Hearing a noise behind, Subaru glances back. Shikishima enters. Hair messy. Well, why has it come to this? He clenches his jaw and asks. Have we made a mistake? Suddenly, an employee bursts. Out of breath, Sia turns to him and asks. Is it time? The employee hurriedly announces. Head to the press room quickly. The reporters outside are making things worse. Outside, a reporter shouts. Explain yourselves. Get out here. Is not this your responsibility? More reporters join in. You are only making things worse. What will happen to the safety of the people? The barrage of criticism and pointed questions overwhelms the employee, who complains. I can't take it anymore. Akira's uneasy. But D speaks up. If the gates disappear, no one can predict what happens next, including the otherworldly beings. He analyzes. The existence of another world is new. Right. It is understandable that people from this world want to erase the gates. Karen sincerely looks at Akira and Subaru. You guys, do not worry. You have not done anything wrong. Akira looks at Karen in surprise. Jinga stays silent. Tetsu seems to disagree with Karen's words. She objects. What kind of comfort is that? She bluntly says. The truth is the actions led to this situation. Karen blocks Tetsu's words. Tetsu just nods once and stays quiet. Karen looks around and notices someone has taken action. Seeing Shikishima stand up, everyone is surprised. Tetsu comments. Looks like he is ready to accept it. Jinga calls out respectfully to Shikishima. Subaru volunteers. But Akira snaps back. You can go. You know better than anyone. Subaru. Get it? He is tense but determined. In this situation, I can handle it best because I understand them most. It will be fine. We have all seen the new future. The outcome is clear. Thinking about the group of reporters still waiting outside, Akira says. The criticism won't change. Then he forces a smile to encourage himself. But I will try to get through it. Shikishima does not share with anyone else. But he carries a psychological burden too. The others will endure it during the press conference, especially Naruse and Tokomori, who already have emotional wounds. Akira stares blankly as Shikishima steps up to face the reporters. Though worried and scared, Akira still encourages himself. This is the best way to confront the six-eyed corporation in the best condition. Subaru frowns in annoyance, thinking quietly. Then he steps behind Shiki. But even so, Shikishima irritably yells. It is, just stay here. Suddenly, a gentle voice calls out. You too. Shikishima. And both Subaru and Shikishima freeze. The person who appeared behind the door was a lady in a stunning, elegant outfit. She said, Kids, you should step aside. Then she smiled charmingly. Everyone gasped in surprise. Shikishima went from shocked to panicked. Director Higashaki. What are you doing here? Subaru was just as surprised. Everyone awkwardly waited for Director Higashaki's answer. She did not answer but asked back. Well, isn't it obvious? Director Higashaki smiled proudly. I am an adult. After all, Shikishima could not believe it. Really? The press staff urged. Hurry up. Director Higashaki turned and snapped. What are you yelling about? She pointed at Shiki's group. Listen. You guys keep figuring out how to fix the water leaks. Shikishima panicked and shouted. Wait. Are you going alone? I am here to get stronger and be relentless. Director Higashaki replied calmly. I am here because someone has to take responsibility. And that someone should be an adult. At the same time, she thought to herself. It is because my son wants it that way. Then she reminded them. Remember that. Director Higashaki turned her back and went to face the reporters, leaving everyone in the room with one last line. You still have adults by your side. They will take responsibility. Jiga felt grateful, quietly calling out. Director Higashaki. Shikishima was not good at managing emotions. He was annoyed by the sudden appearance and bragging. Then, looking down at his sweaty, trembling hands, he could not help but feel thankful. Honestly, you just saved me. Higashaki. The watch on his wrist suddenly lit up. Someone thought. It seems the prediction is being interrupted. In the past, Kamina tried to predict the future and was confused. Well, why can't the power be reached? Instead of solving the situation, it is like it is being cut off. Shubu once explained this. The one who receives the power in the way most beneficial for the future is when the prediction is destroyed. At that time, what Kamina saw was the apocalypse, and he broke down. Well, why can't I see victory in the future? Shibu saw something in the future. She muttered, useless, and stepped out of Subaru's future. Looking at the watch, Subaru was shocked. There was conflict and interference. He thought to himself, is there anyone besides me who can see the future? At the same time, on the live broadcast screen outside the big building, Director Higashaki appeared. She was not afraid of the camera and fluently answered the reporters' questions. Watching the woman on the screen, Julie exclaimed. After the press conference, Director Higashaki bowed to everyone. Silver-ranked player Higashaki, Julie Ida, stood outside watching the news on the public screen, muttering to himself, like I said yesterday. Did mom make it? The person with Julie was someone who used to bully Subaru. Bronze-ranked Itoshima, Izuki, was stunned, mouth agape. Director Higashaki is Julie Ida's mom. Julie watched the news but did not pay attention to the content. His mind was filled with wandering thoughts. So the kid with glasses was saved. Risking everything, leaving scars on the soul. There is nothing to do with those who left those scars. Itoshima noticed Julie was not focused and asked, are you listening? That is your mom. Julie sighed and replied rudely. If you are not listening, do not talk to me. Shut up. Ugly. Shikishima was embarrassed. Still the same. You are really rude. Julie looked away and fell silent. The real issue was, he stared at the water stains in the sky, wondering when and what would appear when the water rift opened. At that moment, a little girl quietly approached Julie. The girl spoke up. Maybe I understand. Suddenly hearing someone say something nonsensical beside him, Julie was very annoyed and looked over. The girl explained. Energy flaring around her, she said with an innocent face. Maybe I know when the water rift will open. Glowing lines appeared beneath her feet. That must be how she activated her skill. The ultimate scripture. Julie did not seem to like predictions about the future. He raised an eyebrow and asked. Another prediction. Kana. The girl making the prediction was Kana Sato, Kengo Sato's younger sister. At the hospital, a worried voice called out. Hey. Ida frantically chased after a little girl with a bun like Natchez. Where are you going? Ida was not at ease about her patient. The wound still had not fully healed. The girl stopped and replied. That is right. But it will probably be fine. Miss Ida kept trying to reassure her. Wait. The girl hesitated. Madam, the girl running out of this hospital is Himeno Mario, the younger sister of Himeno Zumino. The girl held a small globe and said things Ida did not understand. From now on, my power will be needed. The girl muttered. Maybe so. On the globe she held, the location of Area Subaru was displayed. Scene changes to the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. In the reception room, Julie pointed at Kana, who was sitting silently next to her, and said, This girl can determine the order in which the cracks open. We should make use of her. Shikishima and Subaru stared in confusion. Akana raised innocent eyes looking at Shikishima and Subaru. Shikishima slammed the table and stood up straight. Wait, what did you say? Hijaki. Then Shikishima immediately became serious, eyes judging Julie. First of all, how did you know? Julie squinted but did not answer. Images of Kana's older brother and Kana talking together when Subaru saved them, and when Kana was alone holding her brother's photo. That moment, Akana poked her eyes and said, Kana. Subaru said to the blue-haired guy sitting next to Kana. And Itoshima. Itoshima happily waved. Glad you still remember. Kana folded her hands on her lap. It has been a while, has not it? Ariak. Julie put her arm around Kana. Julie gritted her teeth and said, I will overlook the bloody details for now. Kana has a sixth sense skill, able to determine the order in which dungeons open. Julie continued. If we know which dungeon opens first, we can prepare countermeasures. Julie joked. I really do not care. Seriously. It is such a hassle. Julie scratched her head and went on. But Kana definitely does not want the city to be destroyed. Kana sat there with a very serious expression. Subaru said. A sixth sense, remembering the previous battle. Subaru thought. Yesterday's fight was because of Kana's skill and wondered if it was related to him. Kana bowed her head, recalling the image of a fierce monster rushing at her. About 3 weeks ago, during a disaster, the house where my brother and I lived was destroyed. Kana fell to the ground. Itoshima stood in front of her as a shield. A green leaf appeared right above the monster. The leaf attacked the monster successfully and destroyed it. Itoshima stepped back in fear. Kana looked up at the sky. At that moment, Julie appeared before them like a goddess. Kana said, It was Professor Julieta who saved me. Kana stared blankly at Julie's sudden appearance. From Kana's point of view, Julie suddenly disappeared in a strange way. She continued, Right now I am with Itoshima. Subaru freaked out. Really? Professor. Then she told about the gate. At the inn I rented. A blue gate suddenly appeared. Kana sat up straight looking at the door. Subaru said. Blue. Image of Kamina appeared. The name of the sheep is. Kana said. Kamina, the true king. Subaru and Shikishima were shocked by a fan. Its name. Kana continued standing in front of Kana. Kamina said. My language may not see as far as the Northern Light King, but it is perfect for participating in details about the near future. Kana went on, saying it is perfect for determining the order in which dungeons open. Subaru was surprised and speechless. Subaru turned to Shikishima. Shikishima. If that is the case. Shikishima immediately rejected. Shikishima leaned on his cane thinking. It is a good idea, but to completely avoid damage. Julie angrily asked. Exactly what is the problem? Shikishima continued. There are 10,000 dungeons, not just in Tokyo but worldwide. It is very hard to completely stop them. Before Shikishima finished, Kana interrupted. It will be fine. Subaru and Shikishima looked at each other in confusion. Kana pulled up her phone screen and continued. I got a message that she will be here soon. Just as the words were spoken, someone really came through the door. Mario said. Excuse me. Subaru and Shikishima looked at Mary nervously. Mario sighed and said. Hello. Kana saw Mario and immediately brightened up. Who's it? Rino. Sit down. Mario happily said. Kana. There you are. Itoshima obediently gave up his seat. Rino Shino. I will stand. Sit down. Kana and Mario immediately happily held hands. Next to them Julie looked helpless. Mario looked at Shikishima and Subaru and said, Nice to meet you. I am Reno. I just became a player 3 weeks ago. Subaru went from one surprise to another. Ah. You too. Mario said the main master is Cam Vong. Right. My skill lets me observe soul movements in that world. Basically watching souls. From Mario's hand, a globe of stories appeared and spun, showing the marks of time. Looking at a specific point, Mario said, This is a label attached to a large and dangerous dungeon. Mario kept observing. The dungeon is also soul energy. So I can predict which one is about to activate. Shikishima and Subaru were shocked. Shikishima said, Really? Kana continued explaining. Kamina and Ryudo seem pretty close in the spirit world. Shikishima agreed. They are comrades after all. Mario happily held up 2 fingers and said, So we connected our avatars, and then identified each other's links. Shikishima gritted his teeth. Those two are really talented. Mario went on. I will tag the dungeons that seem about to activate. Kana added. I will determine the order they open in. When they touched hands, the globe linked up too. Mario said. Combined, we can continuously monitor all the dungeons worldwide. Subaru was stunned beyond belief. Shikishima clasped his hands and gritted his teeth. Approved. Definitely approved. Subaru was dumbfounded. At that moment, Mario said. In return, I have a request. Shikishima shifted to a curious look at Mary. Mario's face was partly hidden by Kana and Reno. She had a scar caused by a skill. Kana continued. And she wants to heal it. Instantly, Shikishima activated his ability. Maria. Shikishima pressed his lips. Aza. Mario and Kana stopped and widened their eyes. Shikishima concluded. Fire magic. So hot. Energy burst from one side of Mario's face. Mario lost control, jumped up wildly, removing her head bandage. No way. No way. Kana shouted. Reno. Kana was shocked, her eyes wide, letting out a sharp ah. One side of Mario's face was healed with no scar left. Julie stood nearby. Expressionless. Mario held a mirror to check her face. Amazing. Really? Fully restored. Kana happily teared up. Reno. That is great. You can be a model again. Mario was moved to tears. Thank you. Kana. Kana stopped crying. 2 tears still lingering at her eyes' corners. She held back emotions and said. Remembering back then when Mario was attacked by Himeno's inner politics, leaving a big wound on her face. I finally, in the present, Mario bowed, covering her face. I will save her. Mario gritted her teeth, tears streaming from her fingers. She could not stop crying. Kana witnessed this scene. Kana also had tears streaming down her face. Non-stop. Besides Subaru, Shikishima had transformed into a different version. In front of them, Kana and Mario held each other tightly, crying non-stop. Julie and Idashima also could not hold back their tears. All these events happened at the temporary headquarters of the Player Alliance. Scene change. 3 days later. December 12th. Minato Ward. Roppongi, Tokyo. Shikishima looked up. This is a large time mark opening like a towering building. The dungeon those two opened, Akira exclaimed. Huge. Shikishima replied. According to info, it is the type that will invade from our side. Is it close to the gate? Shikishima turned and called out to Mems. Tetsu. Hido. About using the dungeon to confront the enforcers. Tetsu clasped her hands. Shikishima continued. I will let you prove it, Tetsu said seriously. Everything starts once we step in. If you dare act recklessly, do not regret losing your life there. Shikishima gritted his teeth. Is not that the last words of Secretary Endoso? Subaru replied. Just as expected, Jikinokawa and Mei were already there. They are the avatars of the 3 kings. Subaru continued. At the Black-Face Stone Sea. I have a meeting with the 3 kings. Subaru explained. Sayaka and Harasaka will keep training. Karen and Kazama will each go to the spirit world to gain power. Shikishima let out a sound. The 4 of them, Subaru, Akira, Shikishima, and Mise. Tetsu were all ready. Shikishima said. Alright. This time we go with this team. This is the first battle. The deadline until the Blue Eye Corporation's invasion is just 31 days. Tetsu led the way into the purple zone. He said. The first mission is to secure the water source. Tetsu, aching legs crossing the barrier. He did not forget to remind. I still have not heard what everyone said. Report back when you have enough info. Just about to step out of the purple zone. Tetsu said faintly. This is just the beginning. His cold gaze was unreadable. Lost in thought. Suddenly, Shikishima panicked. Clenching his teeth, Akira was surprised too, and Subaru sensed something strange. And as if to confirm, Tetsu hovered midair, hands in her coat pockets. Speaking softly, no ground beneath her. Just as he finished speaking, the desperate screams of Shiki, Akira, and Subaru rang out. They were in free fall. Only Muse. Tetsu remained calm, as if she had seen it all before. As she felt, she assessed the situation. This time the air conditions seemed similar again. Akira timidly asked, Can we choose a different one? Shikishima shouted back. What is different about it? Tetsu calmly explained. Try thinking about invading another planet. Usually the air there is not suitable for us. Akira looked confused. Still processing. While Shikishima quickly responded. Looks like we need to control the air. Tetsu shouted in satisfaction at that answer. Saying, right. To put it in manga terms. This is why I have to value my life while on missions. I have to develop my skills. Also I can overcome these obstacles on the way, he declared coldly. Even gods will die. Subaru, who had been silent until now, finally spoke up. Haido, you are standing on the edge. In front of you is a vast deep blue ocean. Something seems to be moving beneath the surface, stirring the water and creating waves. The group hovered in the air, all staring at the ocean. Someone gasped in shock. Monsters were crowding, pushing their way out of the water, all kinds of shapes, heading straight for Subaru's group. Amid the monsters' growls, someone screamed in terror. Monsters. A purple monster opened its mouth wide, showing sharp, ugly teeth, ready to swallow everyone whole. Right then, Subaru raised his hand, his eyes shifting to their signature rainbow color, activating his power. Controlling, Tetsua's face darkened. Spinning relics appeared behind her. The ancient temple of the gods. Shikishima stretched out his hand, firing forward. Skill number 5. Akira simultaneously summoned golden arms. Skill number 5. Distortion. The monsters were beaten badly, unable to react. Subaru, Shikishima, and Akira were still hovering in the air. A voice rang out, catching their attention. Move aside. Subaru looked toward the source of the golden light. Understanding clearly. Above, around Mies, Tetsu, a giant flame was fiercely burning. Lewis appeared, surrounded by illusions around Kana, sword cutting through space. She immediately drew her sword from its sheath. She slashed, turning the tear into a ranged attack. Like a distant shot, the monster gritted its teeth, cursing. Damn it. It was cut to pieces by Lewis, its body no longer intact anywhere. In the moment its life was cut short, only one thought remained in its mind. I can win. After the battle, Subaru's group decided to ride the whales back to shore. Everyone relaxed more. Shikishima sat cross-legged near the whale's tail. Akira stood in the middle. Subaru sat down, dipping his feet in the seawater. Tetsu stood at the whale's head, casually saying, as expected, but we are attacking another world. Based on the admin's words, there are worlds that can support life and others with populations over 10 billion. But there are also different worlds. Tetsu guessed. This time it seems like a primitive world. But she was not sure. Akira wondered. In that case, if there are no humans or players, would not conquering be easier? Tetsu immediately replied, maybe. Then looked up at the sky and said, the world is vast. It does not have to have humans. But Subaru and Akira followed his gaze upward. A giant dragon appeared out of nowhere. Mies, Tetsu slowly said. The monsters here are unusually high level. He was looking at the dragon while explaining to everyone that they can keep fighting, even when badly injured. The dragon suddenly widened its eyes. Shikishima looked at it warily and said, this thing. Tetsu's gaze sharpened, but he still hesitated to speak. The dragon's full body was now visible, deep purple all over, with striking golden patterns running from its chest to its tail. Tetsu declared, this is a chum, the boss Thunder Dragon Uranus. And to prove her point, the dragon opened its mouth wide, gathering sharp teeth and a ball of energy. Thunder Dragon Uranus. Level 239. When it felt the energy was enough, it blasted it towards Subaru's group. This powerful dragon's attack was the same purple as its body. Everything exploded in an instant. Water splashing everywhere, smoke filling the air. Shikishima was hit. He covered his bleeding mouth wound with his hand. Subaru had to brace himself against the strong blast. Frowning in shock, Subaru looked at the giant dragon standing firmly on the water and muttered, so strong. Even Tetsu, who lost an arm from its attack, had to admit it. Not bad. But Akira was a bit out of control. Having lost an arm and a leg, he angrily cursed. What the hell is this? Red flames appeared on his hair tips. Akira shouted in surprise. Lambda. Wait, Shikishima immediately said. Maria, switch places with me. Lenda laughed with delight, saying, the master's words are always right. Lenda merged into Akira's body, laughing loudly with excitement. There is a strong enemy here. This is awesome. Suddenly, he paused. Tetsu, who had been observing quietly, said, nothing. He signaled with his eyes. Look, even if I say it, is that info necessary? Maria, still confused, just appeared. Subaru silently listened as Tetsu continued, explaining the difference between cracked trays and other trays. Everyone got it. The biggest difference is that other trays guarantee you will get an item after conquering them. Subaru voiced his guess. Hyodu has cornered Voden in another world. Tetsu immediately confirmed. That is right. He explained that items vary in rarity. The rarer they are, The stronger their effects, usually. The harder the challenge. The rarer the item. If we wait, there might be a chance to defeat it. Subaru was amazed when he heard the conclusion. So everyone could get a special item, unlike her indifferent expression earlier. Tetsu hesitated and scratched her head. But even so, this chance is still impossible. Subaru interrupted her. Yiz. Tetsu glanced over at him. Everyone was standing on the water. Subaru calmly said, "We will do everything we can." He looked up at the giant dragon towering before them and shouted, "Let us get started." The thunder dragon might not understand Subaru's words, but it opened its mouth to attack. It spread its wings wide and lowered its body slightly, using its signature stance to blast out a massive energy beam. Lenda risked rushing toward the dragon's mouth like an arrow from a bow, charging forward with a wild, excited look. Lenda struck, and the scene lit up as if set on fire. Blindingly bright, the thunder dragon was hit. Its body was burning. At that moment, Maria stepped forward, holding a burning smoke bomb that released a strange smoke. The thunder dragon was surrounded by smoke. It spread its wings wide and growled. Too thick. Its fierce face was now covered in thick smoke. Maria said, "It is just an illusion." The thunder dragon opened its mouth wide like it wanted to swallow her whole, but Maria just smirked. Too predictable. Subaru quickly drew his sword and said, "Finish it." Then he swung at the thunder dragon, making it scream in pain. The dragon's eyes dimmed. It saw the sword cutting across its mouth. The purple dragon's neck stretched out. It had turned black and looked miserable. But Tetsu did not go easy on it. He grabbed his sickle and rushed in. He thought to himself, "The cut is still fresh. Its skin's thicker than I thought. This might be troublesome." Subaru leans back slightly, his face not clearly visible, but it seems something just exploded, blood splattering from Subaru's face. Lenda's eyes widen in shock. Maria panics and calls out, "Ariak." A giant thunder sphere appears in midair, its thunder dragon eyes flashing dangerously. As expected, this energy source is trying to ambush Subaru. The moment the thunder sphere approaches, its light reveals Subaru's face. Clearly one of his eyes is bleeding profusely. The foot that just swept by belongs to Tetsu. He rushes forward and kicks Subaru hard, leaving him stunned. But Tetsu does not have time to explain his action. The thunder sphere is closing in on him. Tetsu turns his back, half of his body facing the path of the sphere. Subaru's face is smeared with fresh blood, his eyes wide with horror and disbelief. Tetsu hovers midair, half his body emitting black smoke. Maria flies over, scolding, "Damn it. That is why I said." She seems furious, gritting her teeth. "I hate fighting in places like this." The victim, half burned, Tetsu calmly replies, "So that is how it is." He thinks back, recalling a similar conversation with the administrator. In this world, there is no reason to fight. The decision's already been made. Tetsu says thoughtfully. He has lost an arm and a leg but remains calm as if it is nothing unusual. Tetsu sheaths his sword and pulls out something else. It is a glass vial containing a striking green liquid and Elysia, a grade B item. Watching the dragon approach, Tetsu clicks his tongue. "This is something even I do not have." The thunder dragon's eyes widen in shock. The effect of Elysia. Tetsu's face stays indifferent. 3 seconds after using it, he spreads his hand, boosting his skill power by 60 times. The thunder god's shrine crumbles. The thunder god appears and unleashes a powerful strike at the dragon, the impact shaking the entire area. The dragon is burned to ashes, leaving only a glowing skeleton. The scene unfolds so fast that Subaru, Maria, and Lambda are left stunned. As the dust settles, Tetsu appears, half his upper body still smoking, one hand extended crackling with electricity. "That is what I believe. Recreating a world where items exist is incredibly difficult to achieve." Tetsu thinks silently. "For my purpose, that is fine. But there is still something I do not understand." Subaru can finally open his eyes wide, one injured eye still bleeding. But strangely, his skin color has changed. Tetsu spreads his hand and looks at it, speaking as if questioning himself. Is this a battle, or just a game? Tuma, Ariak, and their team have conquered the first water rift, the boss defeated. Everyone watches the glowing skeleton of the thunder dragon. Suddenly, Subaru feels light as if something is lifting him. Shikishima is also amazed. Right, Shikishima? Level 92. 97. Can't he help but exclaim. So the level system is shared between the gate and the water rift too. Akira, equally surprised, asks, "It has been a while since we leveled up, has not it?" Watching the light continuously radiate, Shikishima comments, "This is a huge step forward." The dragon was insanely strong. Tetsu and Tio remain extremely calm. He crosses his arms and stands straight, waiting for the system notification. Tetsu's level is 172. 173 just as expected. Shikishima hears this and is utterly shocked, almost shouting, 173. Akira is no better. Stunned to the point of speechlessness. "You are that strong." Subaru, the good kid, slowly raises his hand to speak. "Hyodo is almost on par with me in dragon demon form." Shikishima Kentei accepted and yells, 5 times stronger than us." At that moment, the system sound effect chimes. Item received. 2 round objects intertwined appear from the light. Everyone gathers to observe. Akira looks up and says, "So it really guarantees dropping this item." Unlike Akira's wide-eyed stare, Tetsu just glances over and says, "Grade B is normal even at high levels. Grade or higher items do not always appear." eTunes. Subaru. Shikishima. And Akira move closer. Shikishima exclaims in surprise, "This is grade A." Akira asks, "Does it depend on luck or attributes?" Hearing this, Subaru turns to Tetsu and asks, "What is it?" Haidu. Tetsu looks at them speechless and does not answer. The Emperor's artifact has the effect of a thrown weapon that can bend causality to bypass defense. Akira read through the info and repeated skeptically, "Bending causality to bypass defense." Shikishima also speculated, "Meaning it always guarantees a hit." Akira marveled. "Sounds pretty strong." Miss Tetsu, who had been silent until now, suddenly spoke up. "Guaranteed hits. But not necessarily strong," Akira quickly added. With this, Shikishima also offered his theory. "I guess it does not work on enemies with physical forms." Akira responded weakly when he heard that. "Makes sense. With this, I do not feel it is enough to take down Lambda," Miss Tetsu said slowly. "However, if you see it as a tool to break defenses, it is not bad." Subaru was surprised and seemed to have a realization. Shikishima blankly asked again, "So its usefulness depends on creativity?" Miss Tetsu looked at him and explained, "Using the item to level up quickly is how we take advantage of the water source." Miss Tetsu still looked indifferent. He said, "1 month before the blue eye lands, we will level up and gather items. That is my plan." Shikishima replied, "No objections." Akira looked at him and added, "Share this info with others too." Subaru nodded in agreement. "Okay." He thought, health is a concern. But even Maria-san could not find a solution. Maria's summoned spirit appeared and said, "I give." The path forward unfolded before him. Subaru's face full of passion. He said, "Let us do it." Except for Miss Tetsu, who remained silent. Both Shikishima and Akira were very excited. Subaru quietly watched Sasam and wondered if everyone was doing well with their plan. At the same time, the Soul-S position at the sea-singing rock was where the flickering light, rainbow, and white touched. Because Vanquist had abandoned the blood pact, Asmodeus discovered it after moving to the new throne and headed to the administrator's location. Someone suddenly spoke up, saying in other words, "Currently there is no way to contact the ancestors." Denta scratched his head and agreed with that until they returned to the administration base. Lewis gritted her teeth and cursed. And she looked toward the energy source emitting from the central node. Lewis said, "Right now, Sayaka and Harasaka are facing off directly." Lewis clenched her teeth and sighed. "Can T say if this change is good or bad?" She observed quietly, thinking to herself, 4 times. About 5 times. Sayaka charged forward, closing the distance with Harasaka. Their power growth extremely abnormal. The moment Sayaka's and Harasaka's energy touched, everything seemed to explode with shock. Killam and Denta remained unharmed. Lewis raised her hand cautiously and shouted. She thought anxiously, "Can he believe they are still human? This is the result of being in soul form too long. At this rate, their humanity could completely collapse." Lewis immediately turned when someone called her Blondie. It was Killam, who asked Lewis, "Do not you find it strange?" She looked confused and asked, "What do you mean?" Killam hesitated and shared his theory. Their transformations are very similar to Subaru Ariak after turning into a dragon demon. Instantly, images of Subaru flashed in Lewis' mind, and this discovery shocked her. Killam crossed his arms and looked up, thinking maybe Sugar really intends to surpass the limit. Up above, Sika was surrounded by rainbow light. Sika's eyes shone brightly, but her face looked dazed. She remained silent. Sika glanced and thought, "Hirasaka-san is still stable." Hirasaka stood firm before her, gripping his sword tightly. Indeed, their soul power was on a completely different level. Hirasaka's expression was cold, and he did not speak. 2 people with colors exactly like Sika's. She suddenly raised a hand and stared at it. Herself, the sound of shattering was heard. Her palm was sweating heavily. Sika inhaled and thought, "Not much time left, but as long as the soul holds up until the battle with the Blue Eye Company, that is enough." Denta suddenly broke the silence, saying, "I mean, we can just ask them directly what is going on," and he succeeded in making Lewis and Killam stare wide-eyed, startled. Meanwhile, in the other world, the territory of the Green Grass Kingdom, once the Lysithem Kingdom, the tomb of the man-eating demon king, Karen and Sika were walking when they heard someone call out, "Uncle." "This way," Uncle Karin said irritably. "Thanks for leading the way for me. Let us." The person who called Karen stood casually over there. He smirked lightly, joking both seriously and playfully. Leading the way, the Joker walked ahead while Karen and Sika followed step by step. He said, "Uncle, I was really surprised. I did not expect Subaru Ariak's vassal to be related to you." Karen replied with a hint of defeat. "I'm surprised too. Didn't he think my nephew would be resurrected here?" The Joker glanced back at him and said, It has been a tough journey. Like beating the executor and finally the overseer. He recalled being led by his father's hand as a child. They stood on a high hill in the desert. Vast and endless. It is your and your father's effort, the boy joked, looking at his dad. His father's eyes were fixed on the desert. It won't be wasted. But Uncle Karen laughed after hearing that, his face very serious. He said to the Joker, "You are almost there." As they walked, the Joker suddenly stopped. "We are here." In front of them was a large cave. Its entrance dark because no light reached inside. The Joker introduced, "This leads to the restricted area." Karen observed the cave and said, "Look, I remember now." He affectionately ruffled the Joker's hair. "Thanks. Good. I will give you some pocket money another day." The Joker blushed and tousled his hair. "You better. It has got to be a lot." The silent Sika suddenly called out, "Karen-sama." She looked at him and asked, "Are you sure about this?" Karen immediately replied, "I will return to my original body. I once used my original power in the other world." He put his hands in his pockets casually. But it was too much for Harasaka's body to handle. Sika pondered as he continued, "If I want to face the executor, I need to bring back my original power." Karen looked back at her and smiled. "Anyway, today I have to say goodbye to Harasaka's body." He squinted his eyes. "I liked it a lot too." Saying that, he stepped into the cave. Without looking back, he waved and said, "Sorry, but I will leave this body for you to take care of after I am done." Sika stayed still, holding the cat tightly to her chest. She lowered her head, heavy with emotion, and slowly replied, "Got it. Good luck." Deep inside the dark cave, stones connected to form strange shapes. Karin's body was wrapped in blue flames. When the distance seemed right, he said, "All right," squinting dangerously. He had not done this in a long time. Looking at the dazzling figure before him, he shouted coldly, "I am here to reclaim my body." The Demon King's sorcerer had his eyes covered with bandages. It was unclear if he could see. Hearing Karin, he slowly spoke. His scarred face and patched blue tongue were terrifying. "We knew you would come, man-eating Demon King." Karen leapt off the ground. The Demon King's sorcerer's challenging voice rang out as he swung his arm, shattering rocks everywhere. "According to the contract, show us if you are worthy." Karen smiled even more defiantly and stepped closer. Karen's face transformed, looking terrifying with a mouth stretched wide to his ears. A pleasure. 1,000 years ago, in another world, at the royal palace of the Hefilesi kingdom, an adult stood on the lawn watching a child train. Suddenly, from afar, a blindfolded young man ran over excitedly, shouting, "This family has synchronized, everyone's missing an eye." The man and boy training both turned to look at the voice.
It was Kurt.
"Did you bring someone back?" The person silently followed Karin. From his tattered clothes, it was clear he was poor and had very low status among those in the palace. Sure enough, Karen introduced, "I picked him up on the road. He has nowhere else to go." The young man had a delicate face and green eyes like Karen's. Karen put his hand on the other's shoulder and asked his father, "Can I raise him in the palace?" His father was shocked and stammered.
Well,
But he suddenly stiffened for about 2 seconds when he caught a glimpse of that face. Then waved his hand to call the ragged young man over. "The boy. Come here." The father bowed his head to examine. Same height. Flawless features. He looked at the young man and asked, "What is your name?" The young man was not afraid. His clear eyes answered, "Campanella." The stern man folded his arms and made a decision. "All right, Campanella. From now on you can live in the palace." Surprised by his father's strange decision, and blurted out, "Dad." That man raised his hand speechless. He is no gentleman, and he explained the reason he allowed Campanella to stay in the palace. Starting today, he pointed to Karen standing with his hands in his back pockets. The prince said, "You are his substitute." This time, it was Karen's turn to be surprised. "Wait, Dad." But Campanella obediently replied, "Understood, sir." Bowing respectfully and swearing to sacrifice for Lord Karen. Karen's emotions were all over the place: sadness, affection, and a bit of worry for the friend he brought home, but he said nothing, lost in memories as if that was enough. Back to the current battle. A powerful green fist punched forward. Death Fist. A shockwave generating technique originating from Karen. When punching a target, the shockwave hits inside it and destroys it from within. That is how a man who had been split in 7 by the south was defeated by one punch from Campanella. Demon Emperor Karen used a similar move, throwing a punch. It is an extremely practical technique that deals damage regardless of hardness. On this side, Campanella also threw an identical punch. So when they punched each other, Karen took a hit and staggered back a bit. Campanella did the same. Took a punch and stepped back slightly. In the fight between two masters, specifically Karen smiling excitedly, and Campanella with a blank face, the shockwaves cancelled each other out, turning their strikes into pure punches, and they charged back into martial exchange. Karen grinned widely. Tongue out. Thrilled. Awesome. even after sleeping for thousands of years. You are still sharp. Campanella. On the other side, Campanella got ready for the next round of martial exchange. Still expressionless, he spoke coldly, looking at Corinne. Campanella. So that is my name. Corinne's eyes widened in surprise. He smiled gently. Seems like he forgot. Karen looked at Campanella, guarding his room across the way. Campanella, recalling the beautiful past. He himself cut and styled Campanella's hair. Telling a bit of their history, he was once part of the Black Six Kings. After designing Campanella's hairstyle identical to his own, Karen was pleased to see a face that looked 80–90% like him. His follower. He even dressed him like himself and proudly said, "You are my substitute." Then cheerfully, "So we are friends." Campanella said nothing after hearing that. It seemed his memory had not fully returned. Such beautiful memories. But suddenly Corinne's tone changed toward Campanella. The overwhelming energy rising from Karen startled Campanella. The green energy flared up like a burning hatred consuming their memories. Corinne said, "I am furious. I want to forgive you. I will never forgive you. You are the one who pushed me into the abyss of despair." Memories from 1,000 years ago in the palace came back as if they happened yesterday. Campanella learned to perfectly imitate Karen to become a worthy substitute. At that moment, he was practicing the silly tongue-out laugh of Karen. The intermittent laughter echoed through the forest. Karen watched coldly and evaluated. While Dong sat behind watching, the Campanella turned and asked, "How's this?" Corinne, unhappy, replied, "Too embarrassing." Then demonstrated, sticking his tongue out another 3 centimeters. Campanella copied but got scolded. Not enough. And Dong could not help but laugh. Don't be reckless. Karen was dissatisfied. But he had to be a perfect substitute. Suddenly, he saw something. Above them, a monster made of many anguished faces flew by. Karen was curious. What is that? On a high mountain peak, a mysterious blue-haired person was controlling that monster. That person muttered, "Skill. Divine rod in the middle." The monster's body swells then immediately melts. Its body melted in midair like candle wax and began falling to the ground. But then the fairy immediately moved faster, his whole body turning red as he collapsed like a great flood. A flash flood rushing down from the mountain. This is the Earth Mother Nethys' move. Just one strike from an unknown monster. It wiped out an entire country. After it passed, the 6 kingdoms were left in ruins. The land barren like a desert. At that time, Carian, Campanella, and Verger were all on the mountain. They escaped death by a hair. Later, the 3 of them were taken in by Vanquist. At first, Vanquist found Campanella. He reached out and called the ugly kid over. Then he found Carian and Verger. After that, we became members of the Rainbow Kingdom. After living in the Rainbow Kingdom for a while, Campanella cut his hair and looked way more handsome. One day, Carian came to talk to Campanella. "Hey, Campanella, you know, the 6 kingdoms are gone now, which means you are free." Campanella sighed. "What are you talking about?" Campanella reaffirmed his loyalty despite Carian's unnamed worry. "I have devoted my whole life to serving you. In an emergency, I will be your substitute." He started training mode and said, "Now, teach me how to fight my mortal enemy." Nearby, Vanquist and Verger happily watched, curious about how Carian would react, and Carian agreed. All right then, those were great days. Happy times with everyone in the Rainbow Kingdom, as Carian cheerfully taught Campanella to be his substitute. But as we rose to the top, the administrators noticed us, and the result was we were all wiped out. We resisted, but the immortals were too strong. Carian was injured, leaning against a wall to rest. When Campanella approached, by then, Carian's body was heavily corroded, looking like a zombie, both eyes wounded. Feeling someone approach, he spoke. "Campanella, you." Campanella stopped in front of Carian and softly called out, "Lord Carian." Carian forced a careless smile. "Sorry you have to see me like this," he explained. Tran Thuit. Vanquist escaped to the throne and gave new orders to Campanella. "From now on, you will be his right hand instead of me." Hearing this, Campanella was silent, then made up his mind. "Sorry, but I can do that." Surprised by Campanella's refusal, Carian blinked. Campanella whispered, "I mixed something from the Golden Kingdom's treasury." Campanella pulled out a glass orb and declared, "Now I will seal you." Carian got angry. "Yen Jiang, what are you doing?" Campanella calmly explained his action. "If we stop all activity, we can fool the administrators." He smiled. "Take time to recover. Your body is your soul, so you can return to Chakchu." Carian held him for a moment, then burst out laughing like he would heard the joke of the century. Laughing so hard he spat out green blood. Carian praised Campanella's boldness. "So to extend my last breath, you broke into the treasury. That is reckless. To get this glass orb, Campanella had to fight Lewis, the treasury's guard." He recounted. That terrifying little knight was the guard. The opponent was strong, Even Campanella had to be cautious, he said. I almost died back then. Lewis was terrifying. His eyes sharp like he wanted to kill the intruder, feeling his body weaken. Carrion muttered. Ceiling. Ah, doesn't he sound bad? His voice grew weaker, as if his life was nearing its end. Carrion promised. One day, we will fight side by side. Campanella. I will be with you, feeling Carrion's soul slowly leaving his body. Campanella replied. That would be amazing. Lord Carrion, holding the glass orb. Campanella muttered to himself. If you knew the truth about this jewel, I am not sure you would forgive me. Carrion bowed his head, his soul gradually leaving his body. Campanella was saddened. Even so, you took in a kid like me. I am grateful you treated me like family and a friend. Right after, Campanella sat down and used the glass orb. From now on, Sang's blue light radiated from the orb, engulfing both of them. Back in reality, anger barely restrained. He realized the item's effect was not complete until it fully absorbed his body. The ritual to maintain the effect on a dead target meant the healed soul would replace the user's body. The user's soul would reside in the target's body, protecting it until the owner returned. Carrion roared in fury. The one who lost his memories and personality and protected my body, I won't forgive you. Campanella. Campanella looked confused hearing Carrion shout never, then flinched slightly because he was caught off guard. Carrion struck first. By the time Campanella realized, it was too late. Campanella took a punch that spun him around like a top. The blow twisted Campanella's face, making him spit out a mouthful of blood. He kept thinking but still did not understand. That story just now was a beautiful one between him and his subordinate. I'm exhausted, so the new day feels unsatisfying. Carrion charged again, shouting, Campanella. As Campanella struggled to defend, surprisingly, before attacking, Carrion threw out a critical question. Eyes misty. Why did you have to risk your life for me? The question left Campanella stunned and speechless. Carrion twisted his body, channeling force into the next strike. Why can't we live together? Campanella muttered. Carrion. Just as Carrion's right fist swung right in front of him, the death punch, Campanella's body flew backward without resistance. Carrion followed through with momentum, then unleashed another move, Heavenly Burial. When his momentum ended, Carrion stopped, watching Campanella's body fly away. Then tears fell from his eyes. But whether the game was over or not, no one knew. Memories flooded back. Once, Carrion lay on a conference table, murmuring, I have remembered Campanella. While Vanquist sat reading, Carrion rambled on, saying maybe Subaru's soul was gradually stabilizing and maturing. He wondered aloud. I often recall those days. Like what he liked or what he thought. After a long pause, Carrion asked the question that had troubled him for so long. Why did Campanella sacrifice himself for me? Just as Carrion pondered life, Sayaka was struck by a lightning bolt from nowhere. She quickly dodged it. Then she fell face first into the sand. They were in a white desert, with the conference table and chairs set right on the sand. It seemed Sayaka was sparring with someone. The lightning attack was the opponent's move, and she complained about her rival to Carrion. Wait, Carrion. That guy does not hold back at all. But Carrion did not care. He sat up and turned to look at Vanquist. Vanquist spoke thoughtfully. Everyone only truly values themselves from the moment they are born. Carrion shifted from lying on the table to sitting, listening intently to Vanquist. In this world, people value themselves above all else. Even Sayaka, though unsure why Vanquist said that, remained silent and listened. He told the two of them, if you are lucky, one day you might find something more important than yourself. Vanquist had put away his cane and was counting on his fingers. At that point, sacrificing yourself is not really a loss. In Vanquist's palm lay a green bead. He clenched his fist as if holding on to something precious in life and concluded, that is what living truly means. Amid the vast white desert, Vanquist's voice echoed. The journey to find something more important than yourself, that is true happiness. He shared his thoughts seriously, understanding Vanquist's words. Carrion smiled. Vanquist, like a teacher quizzing a student, asked, that Campanella guy, why do you think he left? Carrion hesitated. Well, he rested his hands on the table, looking up at the sky. We were together. He recalled times before they teased each other. Carrion smiled contentedly. My feelings. He closed his eyes, satisfied with the answer he would found. Campanella. To me, the memories were so beautiful, but back in reality. Carrion punched Campanella mercilessly with the death punch. The blow was so strong Campanella flew like a severed axe head. That was also the effect of the next move. Heavenly Burial. You can tell how furious Carrion is just by the energy radiating from him. And then he fiercely watches Campanella get punched away. However, the Demon Emperor shed tears, his emotions in turmoil. Campanella. I do not even know how to thank you. Right after, the Demon Emperor perked up when he heard Campanella's familiar call. Lord Carrion. When his memories were unlocked, Stardust shone from Campanella's body. I remember now, he confessed. I stayed here for thousands of years to protect your body. Campanella did not feel guilty. On the contrary, he shared that, and I felt proud. Carrion was surprised to hear that. The Stardust left Campanella's body quickly. It seemed Carrion's time was running out. He smiled. I took on this mission, and I do not regret it at all. Carrion choked up, calling out to his old friend. Campanella. Contrary to Carrion's sorrow, Campanella was cheerful. Even excited. It is not. So the new day has come to free me. Carrion closed his eyes, trying to steady his emotions. He answered. Yeah. I have been wandering as a soul for a long time. Subaru appeared in Carrion's life and gave him new hope. He openly shared this with Campanella. I found my hope. His gaze sharpened. From now on, we will face the administrator. Hearing this, Campanella was momentarily stunned, knowing how powerful that being was. Then, tears of happiness streamed down Campanella's face. He would been waiting to hear those words for so long. Carrion stepped forward and patted Campanella's shoulder with promise. We will win. He comforted him. So get some rest. Carrion smiled, his eyes sparkling with happiness. You stayed loyal till the end. I am truly grateful for our friendship. Campanella never thought he would hear such heartfelt words from Carrion. He was momentarily stunned. Then he smiled, feeling at peace. And then, Campanella's soul left his body. I will wait for your good news in the endless chaotic sea. His soul faded away with the stardust shining from his body, leaving only one last word. My one and only master. As the soul disappeared, the stardust gradually dimmed and vanished. Campanella's body collapsed forward. Carrion, standing right in front, reached out to catch him so Campanella could lean on his shoulder. He whispered, follow me closely. Immediately, a blue light glowed and enveloped both their bodies. Demon Emperor Carrion had returned to his body. In another world, on the throne of the crane-faced sea, Sayaka drifted on the water. She sensed and announced, Kurosaka's gone. Then she looked down at the newly appeared figure below. Lewis looked up and said, like Tega and Ariak said, once the Demon Emperor crosses over, he probably returned to his body. He guessed. Renji lost his contract with the other side. He is back in his body. Sayaka calmly concluded. Looks like everything's going according to plan. Behind her, Killam approached, thunder booming loudly. Sayaka did not have to worry about lacking training partners. The thunder startled her. She turned to face this walking thunderstorm. Han said, until the battle with the administrator breaks out, and seemed excited to spar with Sayaka. Confidently promising, I will train with you until then. She remained silent, her face showing a hint of sadness. Sayaka thought of Carrion. We will go there together. That is what I believe. A light flashed in her hand. Then she clenched her fist, showing determination. Then Sayaka clasped her hands, saluting with fighting spirit. Yep. Thanks to you, Master. Back to Carrion. He and Hirasaka stepped out of the cave where two people waited for them. Sayaka and Vardua were there. She called out, Lord Carrion. She was a bit puzzled. Why is it like this during the day? Carrion now had long hair and a face resembling Hirasaka. He smiled and explained. Looks like I have been in Hirasaka's body too long. He held up a lock of hair to show everyone how long and smooth his hair had become. Carrion marveled. Longer than I thought. Maybe it shares traits with Hirasaka's soul. Carrion raised his hand, palm open, releasing blue energy. Suddenly, the energy flared up, startling and worrying Vardua. A massive pillar of energy shot into the sky. The power was truly overwhelming. Sayaka and Suzy calmly faced this terrifying energy, while Vardua anxiously worries about his brother. Releasing a bit of energy, Carrion clenches his fists and immediately announces to them that the ancient words have returned. Hirasaka is stunned upon hearing this news. Carrion smirks and asks, what do you think? Hirasaka. Scared now. Hirasaka's eyes widen, and after a long pause, he replies, amazing, but it does not seem like he is praising Carrion's recent power. He is shocked to learn he has arrived in another world. This is another world. Carrion pauses for about 2 seconds. Clearly this is his first time here. At that moment, steps forward a few steps. She looks at Carrion, then directly at him, and then at Hirasaka. Then she lifts her coat, revealing small test tubes inside, and suggests, you two, please participate in my specimen collection. The positive sample. Her eyes flash with determination. Before the big battle, I want to collect as many samples as possible. Both happily respond. Sure. Carrion scratches his head thoughtfully, smiling wryly. Vanquist did a great job. In another space, flanked by towering bookshelves, Vanquist walks down a corridor of time between these shelves. We might meet the administrator soon. As he walks, Vanquist sighs. Never thought I would come back here someday. His steps are firm as he thinks deeply. Like this, it should work. Vanquist walks forward emotionlessly, holding on to hope that his meaningless life might finally have purpose. He is not alone here. Someone's voice echoes down the corridor of time. What does life mean to someone? Something like that. Vanquished is a bit surprised by the question. His expression shifts slightly. The voice continues. Call it a monster. Vanquished keeps walking forward. The voice does not seem to be talking to him but rather reading something. Waiting for something that will never return. Loving something more important than oneself. The other person chuckles softly. But after all, whatever the beloved thing is. Hearing this, Vanquished begins to suspect. The voice continues. The one who does not want to harm them for personal will, and the one who will destroy them like an angry beast. Vanquished furrows his brow, eyes sharp and fierce. But immediately after, he bites his tongue and looks up at the other person. In the middle of the corridor of time, many giant wall clocks are stacked on top of each other. The other person sits atop this clock tower. Vanquished says a book title. The Sound of Thunder. Bradbury Swire. The other person smiles approvingly. Right. It seems you have studied human books, as I said. He holds up a book and comments. Novels are the crystallization of imagination on paper. And this masterpiece is very interesting. Looking at Vanquished, he adds. For example, this story. It is like it is about a person. Right. My whole field. This is a young guy with small round glasses perfect for reading. A typical book lover's type. Greeting. Long time no see. Vanquished. Vanquished is furious. His black hair has turned white. His eyes blood red. Filled with a murderous glare. I am not here for chit-chat. I do not remember becoming your man. I know why you called me here. Vanquishd's gaze sharpens. His words no longer pleading but commanding. Lend me your power. Administrator Elpis. The administrator agrees. Flashing a fierce smile like a madman's. All right, I accept the deal. In a space resembling a mystical quartz sword, Vanquished and Elpis begin their agreement. To be precise, the administrator is a collection of souls. Like humans made up of cells, the administrator is a composite of 10 trillion souls, forming a single entity due to interactions among souls. Order, chaos, attraction, repulsion, mystery, and individuality. Souls can gather or separate depending on their moods. The administrator Elpis' interest is curiosity. Elpis tilts his head and asks, what did you use for the last deal? Tension rises between the two. Vanquished does not answer but grits his teeth, thinking to himself. Right. He laughs maniacally. I took the deaths of Esther, Tobit, Banabob, Maria, Kareen, and Vanquished, but not realizing Vanquishd's increasingly intense murderous intent. Admin Elpis still laughed out loud. Though honestly, I am really bored. I originally wanted to make you all taste endless pain. But you and your friends keep trying to fight the admin quite entertaining, even after being punished. He still laughed it off. But I was disciplined and put under lockdown. Surprisingly, Vanquished, though a pest, still has not made a move on him. He hissed through clenched teeth, got laughed at, and Elpis chuckled loudly to stop laughing. He had to cross his arms behind his back and control his emotions. Then Elpis put his index finger to his lips. Thinking it over, you always make me happy. He closed his eyes and made a decision. This is interesting, so I will cooperate until I get bored. Then I will kill you all if your eyes could kill an admin. Then Vanquishd's murderous gaze would have sent Elpis to the afterlife at least 80 times by now. December 24th. Sunday. Mortal Realm on December 24th. Sunday. At the house of Tsunemori Floros and Croquet, they led Violet dressed as Miss Claus carrying a bag over to Jean's house to celebrate Christmas. Zynga opened the door and looked at the group. Admin. Floros blinked her eyes. The throne of Tsunemori. She made a very normal suggestion, but given their opposing statuses, it was a bit shocking. Let us organize a Christmas party. Zynga, already a zealot, got extremely annoyed and asked, you guys are enemies. What are you doing here? Without waiting for Zynga's approval, the three slipped past him and ran inside. Apologizing, Zynga reacted slowly and shouted, Dante, come in. But it was too late. The invaders were inside. Floros acted as if it was her own home, turning back to explain as she walked in. This is work. To report the level of escape from supervision. She arrogantly and confidently declared this was only natural, leading to the Christmas celebration. Zynga was speechless. Cut the nonsense. He scratched his head helplessly, cursed under his breath, and tried to switch to Soul Link communication with Subaru. Ariak. But a voice rang out. It won't work. And Zynga was startled and alert. With us here. You can use Soul Link like last time. Behind her, Violet and Croquet had already started decorating the house. Zynga's face darkened, and he yelled furiously. Hey, whose house do you think this is? Throwing a party like this? Violet grabbed the kettle and politely asked, can I use the kettle? Zynga annoyedly rushed over to grab it back. Don't he just take it? But by the time he got close, the water was already boiling obviously. Violet was just being polite. They decorated the living room simply with a peaceful Christmas banner and a cake set on the table. Violet carried the kettle into the room. Now, Floros was satisfied. So warm. Violet flipped the guest host roles, inviting everyone to sit down before speaking. Everyone cut the cake. One slice. Floros started asking, It has been 2 weeks since then. Have you gotten stronger? Zinga was speechless at such a blatant question. Of course. He did not want to answer. I am not crazy to reveal info to the enemy. Violet suddenly laughed out loud at that answer. Zinga was a bit confused. He did not know what he said that tickled her funny bone. Violet was a cheerful person. From the moment they arrived until now, she had not once frowned. This was turning out to be a very interesting trip, the girl said. Just like Flaw said, you are a good kid. Or maybe I am just being cautious. Zinga was a bit wary of that comment and frowned. Questioning. Why did not you choose Ariak or other close allies, and instead focus on the 3 of us here? Violet focused on eating cake, while Floros and Crockett looked at Zinga like he was an idiot. Floros sneered. Because you are the most honest one. I think it is easier to gather and analyze info that way. Not sure if that was a compliment or an insult. Zinga's eyebrows furrowed deeper. Floros took a bite of cake and said bluntly. According to our plan, you will have to kill and torment your close allies. Then she recalled those who had already been sacrificed. You do not have anyone left to kill. Bringing a red strawberry close to her mouth, Floros calmly said, so there is nothing more to discuss. Stirred by unpleasant memories, Zinga's face darkened. Get it? He gave them an answer while eating the strawberry. Floros had not fully processed it yet and asked, wow, the energy radiating from the Zin, he said grimly. My friends, I won't let them go through what I did. Angered, Zinga seemed like a different person as he threatened. If I have to, I can defeat you right here. Admin. Floros looked at Zin indifferently. Croquet silently observed. And at that moment, Floros leaned on the table. Violet and Croquet caught on immediately. They quickly cleared the table so Floros could climb up and crawl in front of Zin, who then sized him up. Floros pressed his face close to Zinus and concluded, I see. Looks like you have been hiding a pretty strong ace up your sleeve, which is why you stayed so calm these past 2 weeks. Well done. Floros caught the worried expression in Zinga's eyes and commented. Looks like everyone's making progress. Floros' indifference and confidence as the strong one reflected in Zin's eyes. Her voice echoed. The admins take great pleasure in killing people. She reached out and lifted Zinga up, saying, such a cute person. Everything's written all over your face. Right after, Floros turned and asked. Gathering intel from a target is a skill too. Croquet obediently replied. I still have a lot to learn from you, Senior. Realizing he was the gunny pig for the opponent's training, Zinga was extremely annoyed and angrily gritted his teeth. What is wrong with these people? Floros returned to his seat and explained. Admins are a business organization. Since we are a company, we have to visit targets when necessary and also train newcomers. Croquet attentively took notes in a small notebook. Showing the self-discipline of a keen learner, Zinga had become numb to everything happening in front of him. Floros did not mind being the one to talk a lot. Since it is a corporation, there are factions inside. You know, Floros leaned in and shared. The 3 of us support the chairman, so we follow the 1-month ceasefire rule. But the vice chairman is still pushing hard. At that moment, on the pedestrian walkway, a man in a suit was enjoying music through his headphones, hands in his pockets. Walking forward, this guy was in good spirits, even bobbing his head to the beat. Meanwhile, at the Hirosaka house, Subaru set off fireworks and smiled brightly, wishing everyone a Merry Christmas. Over here, the Christmas atmosphere was much warmer. Everyone sat at the table happily enjoying a feast, maybe because she prepared the food, and Dacher was not very excited about the party. While Tetsu happily gnawed on a chicken drumstick, Loon wore reindeer antler hairpins, smiling and remarking, It has been a while since we had a Christmas party, for some reason, and Dacher seemed unhappy, a bit disappointed. But now was not the time. Lean understood her worry and reassured. Don't worry. We cooked a lot, and we have been breaking the ice these past few nights. So tonight will be fine. Subaru smiled shyly and scratched his face. Saying nothing, Tetsu was more straightforward, chewing on her drumstick as she said, I am planning to rest a bit. Leon smiled again. But we have not even toasted yet. Have we? Suddenly remembering something, Subaru slapped the table, stood up, and shouted, We need a cake. Tetsu agreed. Right. While Dacher brought out some bottles of wine, her face still not cheerful, commenting that Ariak seemed very excited. Lion did not look at her and focused on eating. Subaru was the same, probably his first time. That is just how he is. And Dacher seemed doubtful. Is that? While they were talking, there was a sound at the door outside. Subaru thought it was the cake delivery. Happily running to the door. Coming right now. Just as Subaru was about to open the door, he sensed something was off and paused for about 2 seconds. He furrowed his brow as if he would noticed something. Then he immediately stepped back, away from the door, as expected. The door flashed with rainbow-colored sparks, as if someone had sliced it with light magic. That was the water gap hand skill. Right after, the door was cut to pieces, shards flying into the house. Subaru had already retreated to a safer spot. Standing at the door was the man in the suit from the street earlier. Subaru clenched his teeth and frowned when he saw the man breaking into Hira's house. The man smiled calmly, standing on a piece of the cut board. His aura kept expanding, even affecting the inside of the house. Leon was startled seeing the glowing cuts in the void. Tetsu frowned, closing one eye and dodging the shattered space dimension, which was dazzling but highly damaging. A muffled explosion sounded. Hirasaka's apartment was basically lost. Inside, everything was slashed. The shattered space cuts were uniform, but luckily no casualties. The man stepped forward. He stepped on the plank and looked out the window, noticing 4 people had escaped to the garden. Who is paying? Looks like everyone's still alive. He smirked, sizing them up. Even though there had never been a broken space before, he took off his glasses. This guy is an administrator, an employee soon to be under the vice president's faction. Outside in the garden, a group of 4 Subaru members were fired up. Tetsu assessed. Wearing blue, Subaru concluded he was an administrator. Subaru was not happy about the administrator's earlier betrayal. They said they would attack after 2 weeks. Sapnak laughed, jumping down from above into the shadows, saying the president was too weak to deal with. But as he jumped down, a giant hand glowing red energy and a sharp stone radiating blue energy attacked from above and below, trying to trap him to death. The hand and stone collided with a thunderous explosion that was Tetsu's hand and Indachira's stone. Tetsu silently waited for the outcome, while Indacher casually wondered if their attack had hurt the opponent. When the dust cleared, Sapnak still looked perfectly fine. He praised, "You guys got stronger. But I am the administrator. Normal attacks do not work on me." Just as he finished speaking and had not fully landed, a light brighter than the truth itself flashed, and a heavy strike hit beside his head. After attacking, Lewin immediately stepped back, leaving a trail of black smoke near Sapnak's eyes. But he was unharmed. The black smoke drifted away, and he stood firmly on the ground, annoyed, shouting, "Hey, listen up. I told you already. Do I need to repeat myself?" Lewin ignored him and instead was deep in thought, analyzing whether his attack had been neutralized. Landing on the ground, Lewin quietly assessed, "This is definitely an administrator." Tetsu stepped closer to her teammates and warned everyone. "Be careful," Yemtuk advised. "We can defend against the space-breaking attack." And Dacher understood. "Got it." Tetsu stepped forward and called out, "Ariak." Tetsu and Indacher stepped up to block Subaru. Tetsu shared their plan. "We will take turns supporting. Use your original words to kill him." So Subaru closed his eyes, and like a transforming superhero, when he opened them, his hair had turned white and his eyes glowed blood red. Subaru was blazing with fighting spirit, rainbow energy swirling around him. "All right, let us crush him." Sapnak seemed uninterested in the 4 of them. He arrogantly covered his mouth and clicked his tongue, putting on his glasses to look. "The gap in strength between us is real." A flashback to a bit earlier. In another world, this room was a large bathhouse with many girls serving Sapnak. He was holding 2 fresh beauties underwater. Seeing someone arrive, he smiled and asked, "Jagan-chan, what is?" The person in the bath was the head of Division 3 of the 6i Corporation's assassination department, named Sap. Surrounded by girls doting on him, he casually asked Jagan if she wanted to bathe together. Knowing his scheming nature, Jagan sized him up and gently said, "Meet me at the tower." Hearing that, Sapnak immediately froze, then apologized profusely. Please forgive me." Jagan showed little emotion, calmly delivering the message. "Vice President Billet wants to see you." Sapnak pondered. Since it was rare for the vice president to call him, thinking it might be important, Sapnak stood up immediately. The girls, happily enjoying themselves, all shouted as he rose. Water dripped down his muscular body. One girl asked, "Sir Sap, where are you going?" Another shouted, "Don't go?" Another coquettishly asked, "When will you come back?" Sapnak looked at the girls and John and, "Just some errands. I will be back soon. Behave and wait here." The girls obediently answered in unison. "Yep, sir." Sapnak dressed and left. Employees of the Blue Eye Corporation all had their own worlds. In Sapnak's world, he had a vast palace and girls who worshipped him. Now he was leaving the palace, flanked by rows of people respectfully seeing him off. Someone carefully tied Sapnak's hair, making a beautiful bow right there. They were gods, and Sapnak had absolute authority. A space gate opened. Sapnav. "All right." Before he left, the girls smiled and waved goodbye. But once the gate closed and the god of this world was gone, the girls immediately became emotionless, like robots programmed only to respond to Sapnak. At that moment, Jigen stepped out, looking at the emotionless girls lining the path, thinking, a world full of girls worshipping him. Miss Nianjang sneered harshly. Disgusted, stepped through the space door, and headed straight into the vice president's office. He greeted, "Hello, did you call for me, vice president?" "No beating around the bush. I have a job for you." The vice president handed over Subaru's file and said, "We have to act before the chairman. Kill Ariak Subaru. If we kill the leader, the entire close-knit group will lose their will." The vice president of the Billet 6 Eyes Corporation gave specific orders. "When you get there, kill the 3 people living with Ariak. Neutralize the enemies as quickly as possible." Sapnak smiled slyly. "That is the spirit." Very legitimate. Billet sighed. All actions will be legitimate if I become the chairman of the corporation, and that is why Sapnak ambushed the Subaru group back in the present. Harasaka's apartment was destroyed by Sapnak's shattered space strike. At this moment, he laughed loudly. Sapnak kept attacking Miss Tetsu and was pleased. You guys are something. Miss Tetsu remained silent. Focused. Defending and retreating, Sapnak threw a punch. Miss Tetsu blocked it. The fight heated up. Sapnak raised his leg and kicked hard. Good. Very good. Miss Tetsu defended strongly but was pushed back by the kick. While defending, Miss Tetsu assessed their combat strength. Their close combat skills were equal, but she was gradually being overwhelmed physically. Just as Sapnak was about to attack again, he suddenly noticed something, and Dacher jumped into the air and cast a spell. Miss Tetsu's arm was bleeding, so he stepped back to gather strength, and Dacher casually intervened. The Lord of the Chaotic Realm. Immediately after, a shadow appeared, pulling Sapnak into midair. It was the Night Goddess's technique. Around Sapnak was nothing but water. He seemed submerged in a vast jar. Yet, he remained calm, even had enough energy to comment. Trying to suffocate me. And Dacher landed lightly, breathing calmly as she looked at her opponent. Refusing to comment, Sapnak smiled contemptuously. Not effective enough yet. Then reached out his hand. Strong blue energy flared all over in blue flames. The Night Goddess's shadow and the seawater inside evaporated under the blue fire. And Dacher, true to her silent beauty, just glanced over without saying a word because she was already preparing her next move. I will take this back. Nine-headed immortal snake. Sapnak looked up and groaned. Using poison. Standing in the grass. Taking in the snake as poison. He bluntly commented. You clearly do not understand the executor at all. Then he spread his hand. The space water glowed. He kindly explained. Not every curse or annihilation works the same. Only the strongest annihilations are effective. Immediately, he used shattered space on the nine-headed snakes. Shattered space swirled around him. Sapnak smiled. Goodbye. On Dacher's side, shattered space water spots appeared. Sapnak smugly thought he had won and said goodbye to her. Dacher, however, his smile faded quickly when he noticed someone approaching from behind. It was Miss Tetsu moving at lightning speed. Tetsu's sudden punch from behind interrupted Sapnak's move. It was so fast he could not block it. Still, he was not injured and eagerly charged to trade blows with Tetsu. But before he could punch, Tetsu's foot was already on his shoulder. Even he was a bit surprised. Next, a punch like a thunderbolt smashed straight into Sapnak's face. Tetsu attacked relentlessly with a rapid flurry of punches, giving her opponent no time to react. Sapnak silently noted. Faster now. Though hit, he still smiled because he had discovered Tetsu's skill. This was the absolute evolution of Haidu Tetsu, a skill that perfectly adapts to every attack after just one hit. Hearing this, Tetsu was not too surprised. He thought to himself. Sure enough, my skills have been exposed. Outwardly, he remained calm, replying, even if I can't defeat you, I can still hold my ground. And that is enough. At that moment, Subaru rushed in from behind, releasing a mist of blood. Blood curse? Done. Sapnak's eyes showed no surprise, because immediately, the cuts of shattered space appeared right next to Subaru. Near Tetsu too. Both were surprised and quickly dodged the space cuts. Amazed at Sapnak's lightning-fast reaction, he simply raised his hand and criticized. Slow. Way too slow. Your plan is really simple. Just focus on Tetsu. So the main plan for the three of you, Hyodu and the absolute development, will be the first line of defense. Then look over at Dacher. She has plenty of deadly moves protecting her back. He watches from behind while the two of you hold me back. Subaru is behind me. His arm is injured and blood is flowing everywhere. You are saying Ariak will finish me off with either the original power or total annihilation. Right. Then he looks at Lion and mocks him. The only useless one here is Lion. Lion barely joined the fight. Only threw one strike at the start. The rest of the time he just stood aside watching. Now being called out like that, he is a little bit offended. The other side. You provoke. Come on. Let us. His energy flares up fiercely. The shattered space flickers around him. He confidently challenges. Let us see if you have that ability. Compared to him, you do not release energy like Lion, who looks just like a normal person. Lion grits his teeth worriedly and curses. Damn it. You think to yourself. Still mocking. What do you mean damn it? Is not that right? He calmly sizes up Lion and judges that panic is just an act. Right. On the other side, despite being mocked, Lion still stands still, a bit scared, seemingly with no intention to fight. You recall Lion's expression in the previous battle. You watched the fight in Siberia. You saw his special awareness. You know Lion absorbed Ariak Subaru's original power. You analyze that Hyodu's words were just lies to mislead, making you focus on Ariak. You logically conclude while looking at the angry Lion on the other side. The real threat is not Ariak but Lion's annihilation. You even consider the possibility that he absorbed the shattered space. But that skill has too wide a range to use where civilians are present. At this moment, Tetsu attacks again. You dodge the spatial cuts and counterattack. You calmly dodge, already planning a new strategy in your head. In other words, you just need to. Meanwhile, Daitra is enduring a massive Suku-wide attack. But she also has to watch out for the shattered space cuts. You look at Subaru, who is bleeding heavily, apparently injured by the shattered space cuts. And you conclude to kill Ariek Subaru, thinking about what the vice president said. You lament. You were right. Vice President, you unleash blue flames to push back Tetsu and burn Indachira's Suku. Thinking this is a reasonable move, you do not forget the pleasure and indulgence of your life in your world. Your mind drifting and satisfying unreasonable desires. Suddenly, you feel motivated, no longer wanting to play around. You start to get serious. After the flames, you suddenly appear in front of Kote. Suddenly appearing in front of Tetsu, you think, this is my style. Then raise your hand and throw a punch at Tetsu. Easy. This time, Tetsu can block it. After a powerful punch, he is knocked flying, more seriously injured than before. Tetsu bleeds. You do not stop. Thinking to fake a weakness to lure the enemy, Lion anxiously watches the battle in his eye. Now is the perfect time to strike, because you have shown a weakness. However, what Lion does not know is that you did it on purpose. You are a bit impatient, still holding back. This is the weakness here. Finally, Lion makes a move, feeling an urge inside. Come on, Lion. This is the right moment to strike. Because you are not paying attention behind you. You do not even bother to turn around to defend your back. And Lion's target is your head. He raises the staff in his hand. Lion casts a blood curse at your head. But the power gap lets you easily dodge. You even sneer mockingly. Only then does Lion realize his attack missed. He anxiously glances behind. You tilt your head and sneer with contempt. You think, and even more so, feeling strong. You fully sense Subaru rushing in. You secretly underestimate. I can feel the person approaching from behind. It is air. You focus energy into your hand and plan. I will slash Lion before he arrives. I want to use shattered space. It could be absorbed. Act on impulse. Sapnak did not give Lian a chance to escape. He charged fiercely, closing in on Lian. The first guy fell checkmate. Feeling the sharp energy behind him, Lion finally unleashed a deadly strike. The red crystal on his staff glowed, and colorful spatial watermarks appeared. As Sapnak approached Lian, his entire body was sliced by the shattered space. Especially the arm that tried to strike Lian, it was severed. At this moment, Lian was calmer than ever, his eyes shining brightly. No trace of the earlier panic. Sapnak fell in shock. Unable to understand what just happened, Lian turned his back without looking at Sapnak lying behind him and said coldly, "Your research is not enough. You are the one being punished." He sized up the loser, kindly explaining, "My infinite Lord of Heaven and Earth can absorb other skills." Struggling on the grass, he was very curious when he had absorbed his own shattered space. The red gem on Lian's staff glowed as he continued, as if reading Sephine's thoughts. Lian helped answer questions. Absorption happens on contact, even if the opponent does not use a skill. Hearing this, Seppi Nunch realized he lost due to ignorance. Lian said he had not attacked much in the past. Obviously. You do not know because I only directly touched and absorbed once in my life. Lian recalled that time calmly. That was the previous king, gritting his teeth and sweating. Sapnak did not know if it was from pain or worry, just by touching. He remembered Lian only hit him once and immediately backed off. From then on, he had. Accepting fate was not Sapnak's style. He wanted one last desperate move. Spatial watermarks appeared around him. But that was his move space. Before he could strike, blood splattered all over his face, leaving him stunned. His shattered space attack was stopped. Lian's eyes lit up as he told Sapnak a harsh truth. The blood curse he released earlier still lingered in the air. He turned around and finished with, "Some things you can only learn with your life." The blood curse stuck to Sapnak, making him vulnerable and desperate. The curse as blood gradually covered his face, and Sapnak's eyes showed only despair. To be sure, Lian cast the blood curse on him one more time, then walked away casually. In the spacious garden of the apartment complex, Sapnak rolled over, lying on his back on the grass, surrounded by the blood curse, blue blood flowing. 4 members of the Subaru group watched for a moment. She stepped closer, looking at Sapnak fading and losing consciousness, and asked, "Is he done for?" Lian replied, "Yeah." Then he looked at Tetsu with concern. "Hyodu, are you okay?" Tetsu answered, "No problem." He placed his hand on his chest, reassuring Lian and healing himself. "I have learned the enemy's absolute self-developed martial art, the Asclepius healing technique." Tetsu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. "I planned to expose a weakness to give Lian an opening, but it ended sooner than expected." Subaru sounded a bit down. "This time I was just the bait and did not do much." Lian comforted him. "That is part of the strategy too." Tetsu assessed. "Strategically, we are completely outmatched." That statement left Subaru a bit stunned. Tetsu stepped beside Lian and continued about the fight. Taking on 4 against 1, and still having to struggle like that is ridiculous. Then he suggested, we need to quickly conquer the water channels. Leon stayed silent, not revealing what he was thinking. Subaru agreed. Right. While the three were discussing, Endacher suddenly spoke up with shocking news. He is still alive. Sapnak had not gone to the underworld yet. He was still struggling between life and death, opening one eye and coughing. His expression could not accept the fact that someone like him, an executor, was defeated by a rival. Lean showed little emotion and clarified. He is about to die. The blood curse pierced his heart, and Endacher felt relieved. That is good to know. Knowing he might die is good news. Sapnak took few hits but exhaled heavily, still trying to catch his breath and prolong his last moments, to be sure. Endacher planned to watch him seriously until his final breath. In his last moments, Sapnak silently lamented the reward from the vice president. He recalled the conversation with Vice President Billet. Sapnak, have you heard about the big issue yet? At that time, Sapnak confidently replied. Yep. Ariak and his family I have to torture and kill them all. Right. Strange request, but the reward is ridiculously high. Billet responded. That is right. The vice president of the Lucknon Corporation also mentioned that the chairman seems likely to retire quietly after this. Sapnak remembered being quite shocked and asked. Really? Thinking of Chairman Deuce's annoying face, the vice president exposed his plan. He intends to sacrifice all the enforcers the company has to add his own soul into the operator. Billet clasped his hands. Very judgmental. That is the biggest betrayal to the employees who have dedicated thousands of years to the company. Even Sapnak was surprised and stunned by this news. Billet's eyes shone with determination. We have to stop him at all costs. Sapnak. Then he ordered. Before the chairman acts, bring me Ariak Subaru's head. Sapnak smiled and replied. Understood. Then held up 3 fingers and said. Regarding the upper part, I want to request 300 beauties. Billet pondered for a moment. You still do not have enough beauties. Sapnak's eyes gleamed with malice. The bounty is something you will never have enough of. Ending the flashback about the upper part, Sapnak seemed to have found his voice. He said with difficulty. People, do not underestimate me. Endacher silently stared at him. The light faded from Sapnak's eyes, and he coughed a few times. In the past, Sapnak was a short, chubby uncle with an unattractive face, so he was often looked down on. He once gritted his teeth and muttered, try messing with me. No girls paid any attention to Sapnak, and he hated them, calling them counting bitches. Because he lacked attention and love from women, he was jealous. They do not even glance at me. They only revolve around those guys. Back then, he was so angry he cursed. They all deserve to die. Now, as life was slipping away, Sapnak muttered, I have become an enforcer. Wow. His body slowly turned to dust and vanished, leaving only his last words. Why does no one love me? Endacher stood nearby, hearing the pitiful denial of a blameworthy man, but she showed no strong reaction. Sapnak's body turned to dust and blew away. The 4 Subaru group members all watched this process. Finally, Subaru confirmed that the death of an enforcer is just returning to the sea. Lin was curious. What denial did he have before he died? Tetsu did not care much. Why bother with someone who is dead? The issue is, you are worried about something more urgent. Where do we go from here? Remembering Hira's abandoned house, Subaru shouted. And Hirasaka's house, Endacher added. And the rest of Kuripa too. At Vice President Billet's office, Secretary Jagan reported. Minister Sapnak sacrificed himself on the mission. When reporting this, she looked very emotionless, neither happy nor sad. Billet put down the pen in his hand. What a pity. He clasped his hands and considered. We have to think about his successor. Jagan politely asked. Should we send the next enforcer? Billet stroked his chin thoughtfully. Yeah. The doors opened. Masterma cheerfully entered with weapons. Apologizing, Jagan was startled. Vice President Masterma, she politely advised. Please learn to knock. Masterma stepped in a good mood. Admitting. My bad. She sent a fierce look. I interrupted your conspiracy just now. Billet said nothing but looked at her. Masterma put the sickle down and said. But it is not that important. She boldly sat on one side, put a foot on Billet's desk, and said. But openly blocking the chairman like that is not very smart. She threatened. If there is an order, Dictatio Y will clean him up. You know. Jagan blushed and looked a bit worried. Billet calmly replied. I will be careful. By the way. Masterma listened closely to what he wanted to say. Billet wanted to find out who the operator was among the administrators. He asked. About the big issue. Do you know who the client or operator is? Masterma rubbed her chin thoughtfully for a moment, then answered. I do not know who it is, but the chairman has met them. Do you have any clues? Billet thought for a moment and said. Not even the vice president knows who is running this. Back at Jean's place, Floros threw a big party, eating, drinking, and celebrating together. After the meal, she led Violet and Crockett away, and we confirmed your current status. That is it for today. See you next time. Jin snapped irritably. No need to come back. Floro stood at the door laughing loudly. That is not happening. Then she squinted. Next time we meet, only one of us will be alive. Jean's eyes widened in shock at her words. She also reminded him. They are mortal enemies. And he casually replied. Yeah, that is right. The space gate slowly opened. Floros laughed cheerfully. Having a great time today. Before entering, all three said goodbye to Jean. Floros smiled. Then Violet waved. See you later. Croquet bowed. Thanks for having me. Then they stepped through the space gate. And as it closed, Floros still turned back to look at Jean. After they all left and the gate shut completely, Jin sighed and walked back inside, looking at the pile of dishes left on the table. Jean sighed. Do I have to clean all this up? Next. Jin reached into his pocket and pulled out a special key. At least the key has not been exposed yet, using the key to open the black gate to the other side. Jean apologized. I am here now, on this side. Everyone was training together. Seeing Jean arrive, Kinokawa greeted him happily. Soon Mori May frowned and asked. You are 2 hours late. Where have you been? Jin looked embarrassed. Sorry. I will explain later. Then Jean's hand shifted. I need to. Determination flashed in his eyes as he raised his enhanced hand and said, Gotta adapt to the new skill as soon as possible. At the Karok bar, while Dacher and May sang, Lion shared ideas about conquering the water domain. In the small entertainment room, Tesu kept gnawing on a chicken leg, and Dacher focused on singing, and only Lion talked with Subaru. I think it is time to use non-combat items. We should get used to using them. And Dacher sang passionately, just like a stage performer. Meanwhile, though not singing, Subaru smartly swung a pendulum in his hand to Dacher's rhythm, serving his friends while replying to Lion. Got it. He reviewed the items in the inventory. We have a huge amount. From now on, the main strategy will include using items. The inventory and basic skills of the water domain conquerors allow storing all items obtained during conquest, with no limit. They have 19 days left before the Six-Eyed Corporation lands. On the screen appeared info about today's opponent. Moon Guardian boss. Level 184. On the level chart, Subaru was far behind. Subaru Ariak level 133. Someone from afar was also watching the battle. This fight was no longer just on Earth, but had moved to the moon on December 20th, 2023. Water domain. Shikishima asked, Are you sure Subaru should fight alone this round? Tesu replied, It is necessary for testing. He looked at the moon boss whose lower half was a fish carrying a dingba tree. The whole body surrounded by electricity. If he can handle an opponent of this level, we might as well dig a grave now. The dingba tree aimed straight at Subaru, who was ready to fight. Suddenly, somehow the dingba tree slashed across Subaru's neck, causing blood to seep out. Then it quickly brushed away, leaving a deep cut on his neck. Shikishima watched in stunned confusion, seeing his teammate collapse, clutching his neck with blood gushing like a fountain. Is not this super dangerous? Both Shikishima and Tesu focused and spoke at once. No blood loss means Subaru can be killed. The opponent, feeling confident, turned and left, leaving Subaru lying in a pool of blood. But he was just playing dead. Subaru was in a daze, his eyes fixed on the Moon Guardian, not necessarily stopping the bleeding. His gaze gradually brightened as he regained consciousness. Subaru can generate blood and sustain life while compensating for strategic gaps. At least 5 times over. The guy sensed something and suddenly froze. Then when he turned around, he saw Subaru slowly getting up and starting to speak. The items taken out gradually restored Subaru's strength, and his wounds disappeared. A necklace. A fee-rank item from the Western Wind Tiers. Added 30% speed for 10 seconds. A strange mask. A C-rank physical item. Added 30 stamina for 5 seconds. And finally, a D-rank cheering bear item. Added 50% focus for 10 seconds. His 2 teammates kept watching as all the wounds on Subaru's body were healing. The scars were healing. And after a moment, it was as if they had never been there. Tesu was surprised by this too. Subaru's steps were enhanced. Moving faster, he grabbed his sword and charged quickly, closing in on the boss. Their 2 swords clashing wildly. Subaru used Chabra power and slammed hard into his opponent. His eyes focused, not distracted by even a broken wing halfway through. The moon guard was left behind, trying to defend but not forgetting to counterattack. People outside noticed and exclaimed in shock. That sword technique is mine. By learning others' powers, Subaru gradually became stronger. He braced himself and struck back. Then he appeared from below with a fierce glare, affected by the previous hits and touches. The opponent closed his eyes, unable to bear it, and just like that, he was stabbed with a fatal blow right in the chest. Blood spraying everywhere. Subaru prepared to end the fight and said his final words. Thank you. The moon guard's eyes lost consciousness. You are really strong. Just seconds later, he was finished off by a flash of light covering half his body. He bent over in pain, screaming. Akira outside was sweating heavily. We did it, Tesu reminded him. In the past few days, we have been using him as a practice target for items somehow. For me, I have fought him at least 100 times. A loud shout called out, looking toward Tesu who was watching. Dude, Subaru excitedly boasted about his achievement. I won without using blood magic or cutting techniques. And the two chatted enthusiastically, not counting the items. His swordsmanship still has a lot to improve. After we get back, make sure to practice more. This time, I am sure you will make it. You can slack off on absolute development. As everyone was about to leave, Shikishima spoke up. Wait a moment. Everyone. They all turned back and listened carefully. The whole family gathered. Shikishima spoke seriously. There is something I need to discuss with everyone. Akira immediately realized. He just reminded me both Harasaka and Amamiya are here. An announcement. The alliance has reached a conclusion about those with families. Shikishima looked at each member and explained. Today, you are allowed to inform them that everyone is being targeted by the enforcers. Scene quickly shifts to Shikishima's father happily calling out loudly. Welcome home. Right. Shikishima immediately went to greet him. Glad you are back, Dad. Let me carry your bag. Seeing his son so capable, he looked at him with admiring eyes. Shikishima replied, I am doing great. I am the Divine Lord now. How about Mom and the others? They continued chatting. Haven't you checked your email? They are still touring Europe. They said they will celebrate from afar this year. How about you, Dad? Are you taking it easy this year? He gently replied. I heard you have something to say. We will talk over dinner. Shikishima bowed his head in agreement. All right, these two still got along like before. How about we go to the Tubiki bar? I know you will say that. I already booked a spot there. Sounds good. Right. Meanwhile, Mizuho was eating when she saw someone return. Welcome back. Sayaka, she happily replied and asked. You are back? Where's Hazuki? She is handling a crack. She will be back soon. Sayaka looked confused and pointed to her head. Isn't Hazuki no longer the Divine Lord since she lost her master? Mizuho casually said. She has been like that for about a week. A week already. Another greeting sounded. She is back. Sayaka. Sayaka panicked and stammered. You are no longer Hukalonga's substitute. Hazuki appeared with a completely different look. And a man stood behind her. Now. I am the Amami Hazuki. The Scarlet Divine Lord. Still trying to process. Sayaka asked again. Meanwhile, Akira spoke up with a tired, comforting tone. I am immediately. A loud echo startled him. Wait. What is going on? His mother angrily interrogated him. Then she slammed her hand on the fully packed storage box and lost her temper. I told you. If you are going to keep Harazaka's stuff in the warehouse, you have to clean it regularly. Akira sluggishly replied. I have something else to talk about today, but she ignored that and leaned in. Ordering. Clean it up first. Sorry. I will do it right away. Setting the chicken aside, his mother asked him. How's Harazaka? He thanked me for the summer gift. In another family, the parents were smiling happily. Welcoming. Renji. You are home. He responded with a warm smile mixed with joy. Welcome home. They gathered around, teasing him with jealousy. You are looking even more handsome. Do you practice regularly? I hope so. The whole family chatted happily. We have not seen you in Japan lately. Did your client have to go abroad too? He said. Basically. Yep. Abroad. His mother smiled affectionately. You just got back to Japan. Right. Let us review the press conference together. The father saw his wife leaving and stopped her. Wait a minute. Hold on. Then he looked at his son. Renji. You mentioned something on the phone. Right. Let us hear it first. Both listened attentively. Go ahead. It seemed like a touching reunion. Renji felt happiness inside. Yep. A while later, Shikishima left the house and waited for someone. From afar, Subaru approached. It seemed like it had been a while since they last met. Shikishima greeted. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Hope this year will be great too. Time passed. It was already January 1st, 2024, New Year's Day. The two strolled through the streets chatting. How was everyone's New Year? We ate soba together at the hotel. Jinga came when invited. Subaru curiously turned to Shikishima. What about you? Did you tell your family? I told the truth. I also asked my siblings and mom to come back home. They are artists. Right. My dad is a conductor. My mom plays piano. And my two sisters play violin. Shikishima continued. But Subaru's face showed clear displeasure. I do not want them to interrupt their work. But better that than risking their lives. Shikishima confided. I told my dad, recalling when they met again and ate at a familiar restaurant. All right, as Rio suggested. We will cancel the performance and go home. He looked worriedly at his father and said, But his father understood and said, Don't apologize. As a loving father, though he knew, he could not deny Shiki's contribution. Without the spell, there'd be no music to perform in this world. He did not blame him. Instead, he felt guilty. We feel bad putting all the burden on you kids. Really sorry. They looked at each other with forgiving eyes. This is nothing. Dad's always grateful to you. At this point, Shikishima could not hold back tears. Thank you, Dad. Back to reality. Shikishima expressed his feelings. I wanted to say I would protect everyone, but I am the one who got encouraged. It seemed the same with Naruse and Harasaka. Sihaka said something similar. Like him, Subaru also wanted to do good. He raised his hand and honestly said, "We will do everything to protect our family." The two shared the same resolve. Shikishima happily looked forward. Yeah, counting on you, big bro. Looking ahead, all members were present. All right. Looks like everyone's here. The three of them stepped closer to reunite. Yeah. Jinga and Akira are also here. Subaru spoke up. First, the seventh catastrophe. The one that will destroy everyone's spirit except the wolf, single realm god. We have to eliminate it. Time until the Blue Eye Company attacks. 10 days. Northwest Fukuoka and Saga Prefecture. Gansi. Scene shifts elsewhere to a woman's face. Expressionless. Eyes wide open. The seventh catastrophe. The skill of the single realm wolf holder. Kohaku Hirakata. Unexpectedly, she was defeated by P.Led. Blood still flowed from her body, which was cut in half. He calmly said to himself, "Sorry for getting involved." Hirakata. P.Led coldly declared, "From now on, I will handle everything related to Ariak Subaru, Vice President of Blue Eye Corporation." Then he casually dropped Kohaku's body. It is decided. A future image appears. A memory from the future. The result of the seventh great disaster reflecting isolated fragments. The event of mass mind destruction of humanity except for the client is the consequence of Kohaku Hirakata, isolated fragment reflection through its rank item. A fierce battle unfolds. But in the world of King Aurora, Subaru Ariak mistakes it for another otherworldly skill. Though he manages to destroy it successfully, Kohaku stands amid a massive water stain in the sky. Casting a spell, she looks very pleased with herself. Kohaku Hirakata, the Conqueror, has successfully dug the main tunnel. Then, Endacher easily revealed this to Subaru because Endacher had previously encountered Hirakata. In the narration, Mario Wakana's image appears observing the map. From Endacher's info and the skills of the duo Marino Himeno and Canicello, Hirakata's location is pinpointed to the Genkai Sea, and they move to intercept her ability activation. Shikishima, confused, leads everyone in questioning. So this is the place. Right. Subaru looks around, not very sure, and replies, "Yeah, the Nokita Sea. Atoshima Peninsula. Fukuoka Prefecture." Then he notices something and says, "There is no one here. But there is something blue over there, trying to find a breakthrough." Endacher speaks up, "At least that is not Haku's skill. You do not understand a thing." He replies, "What the hell?" At that moment, Jinga recognizes it as the Six Eyes. His answer makes Akira turn back. Curious. He anxiously recounts, "I saw it once during a birth ritual. It seems this thing." Daddy recalls a tall building, and Jinga adds, "That is where they live." Ahead of them, the Six Eyes continue spinning relentlessly. Suddenly, inside the circle, a starry night sky appears. Sparkling. On the other side of the Six Eyes, two people are intently observing it. It turns out to be Byleth and Secretary Jagan. Meditating as if preparing, he gloomily looks toward the circle, seemingly calculating something. Back on the other side of the Six Eyes, Shikishima doubt. Really? Just after speaking, he closes his eyes as if pondering. Then Shikishima decisively makes a call that cheers everyone up. "Let us head back." Byleth, upon hearing this, widens his eyes in alarm. Akira, expressionless, says, "There is no schedule today." Subaru quickly adds, "What is there to do in Fukuoka?" Without hesitation, Seiza Endacher also casually offers an opinion. Mentaiko. Tetsu does not want to be outdone and says, "It is winter, so you can tea Miss Matsune." Everyone eagerly agrees. "Sounds good to me." But Byleth can stand it anymore and rushes through the Six Eyes circle to stop them. This is not good. Everyone looks confused and asks, "Who's this?" He gruffly introduces himself. "I am Byleth, Vice President of the Six Eyes. You must be Subaru Ariak and your team." Byleth half threatens, half questions. "I want to let you leave. You might not understand the seriousness." But Subaru remains carefree. "I want to eat Matsune." Subaru says. Byleth grits his teeth, having no choice. "I will arrange to move us to the dining table." "My seat." The Vice President's office. He speaks seriously as the pot boils furiously. "You know the power of this seat, right? What is exchanged here?" Byleth stands opposite the food and continues explaining. "Want to be monitored by the operators." It seems his words do not get through to them, making Byleth angry and tense. While Shikishima looks puzzled. "Why stand like that? Matsune has to come with Kodasu." Byleth shouts at them. "My place can do that." Gia sighs deep. "So tiring." Byleth's assistant rushes around preparing Matsune. While Endacher chews food and discusses the seventh great disaster, Byleth urgently announces, "I have dealt with it. This is the only way we have a chance to communicate." His words grab everyone's attention and get to the point. As if making up for earlier, Byleth praises the food. "So good." Shikishima cuts in. Get to the point. Please. Then Byleth puts down his chopsticks and sums up. Byleth drops a bombshell calmly. I am going to betray the chairman. Help me take him down. Everyone is shocked. Mouths agape and stunned. What? Shikishima voices what they are all thinking. Wow. And spoke gently. Simply put, the chairman wants to sell us out to the overseer. And he is even trying to monopolize the benefits. But Byleth could not stand it. His face darkened with rage. Unforgiving betrayal will be met with betrayal. Hans' attitude made Subaru ponder deeply. But he stayed silent. Observing, Tetsu immediately realized something. So that is it, remembering Sakinak. He was puzzled, so the assassin from before was sent by him. Byleth admitted without hesitation. That is right. I planned to deal with Subaru before the chairman acted, and handed him over to the overseer. Floro's voice suddenly popped into Din's head. Seems like the chairman is preparing to act decisively. And now he realizes it all makes sense. Then Shikishima spoke up. What benefit do we get from cooperating with you? Is my withdrawal even necessary? Immediately, Byleth unleashed overwhelming power. Do you really think you can beat us? Shikishima was furious but powerless. Suppressed. Maybe you are misunderstanding, let me be clear. This is not a negotiation. Even Jinga was shocked by this terrifying power. Though suppressed, Akira still calmly glanced over in his threat, and Dacher just looked over calmly. Asking only, will you follow me or not? His intimidation did not cause the slightest hesitation. Byleth kept casting spells confidently. That is all there is, yet me's. Tetsu continued eating happily. This guy's on a whole different level. The enforcer defeated before can T compare. Even if we all team up now, we still can T win. Suddenly, he paused mid-bite. Worried. Thinking, what if Asmodeus is stronger than this guy? Ignoring their thoughts. Byleth continued, that is why I have prepared a reward if you cooperate and defeat Asmodeus. The Six-Eyed will withdraw and stop pursuing Subaru Ariak. I also guarantee not to accept any requests against you. Zinga lost his temper. Annoyed. How can we trust just words? He said firmly. I never make empty promises. I have prepared a contract. Shikishima did not expect the contract to be repeated. While Byleth was explaining, Jagan had already restored his magic. My overseer has the skill. The agreement. To create contracts. He continued. With this skill, the enforcer will be punished if the contract is broken. Shikishima was amazed at the scene. This skill can restrict the enforcer. Byleth answered seriously. Exactly. I put my life on the line for this. His recklessness horrified Zinga. Eyes wide open. Even Shikishima could not believe it. If he breaks the contract, he dies. That is how far it goes. Byleth firmly confirmed again. I just want to prove I am different from the chairman, as if trying to convince him. He poured the wine down. These terms are already very generous. Join me. Subaru Ariak, like hitting a nerve. Zinga shouted loudly. Ariak. Shikishima was not far behind. Yelling too. Subaru. Do you really understand the situation? Subaru smiled gently. I understand clearly if it ends well. Byleth, his close ally, will be on our side. Right. Though unsure what he was thinking, it was at least somewhat correct. Their hesitation annoyed Byleth. Isn't he my life guarantee enough? At the same time, Subaru calmly looked straight at him. He cheerfully called out. Zinga. Remember what I said about being manipulated in the ruins. Though tense, Zinga did not forget. When we get back, let us form a team. Right. Subaru immediately confirmed. Right. Shikishima was surprised and exclaimed. Subaru. You mean? Before he could finish, Subaru explained. That group is called the Scarlet Nation. I have Vanquished's permission. The motto is no betrayal, no abandoning teammates. As Subaru finished, Shikishima was stunned, and Dacher and Leon were also surprised by his certainty. Only Akira found it funny and chuckled. Trying to lighten the mood, Tetsu's expression did not change, but she stared intently at him. Zinga was so moved he was speechless. Right after that, he regained trust and smiled softly. Replying. Yep. After Zinga's affirmation, Subaru solemnly announced. Billet. They Hunqua. Do not agree to any act of betrayal at any cost. Your honest words left Billet speechless. Even if we were the ones being slaughtered, we still could not join you. Subaru politely thanked him, still grateful for his offer, but apologized. His loyalty and everyone's left that guy at a loss for words. Everyone had stopped eating at some point, united in staring at Billet right before his eyes. They moved away from that spot. Jagan, standing behind, wondered. Vice President. Is it really okay to let them go? She hesitated, speaking what she would long wondered. You could deal with them immediately. After being refused, Billet looked dejected but knew full well that if he did, Asmodeus and Mastema would come after him right away. The moment Subaru Ariak rejected my offer, the plan collapsed. The goal to overthrow Asmodeus remains. We will support Subaru Ariak. Jagan unemotionally accepted the order. Understood. I will follow through to the end. He seemed lost in thought, murmuring. No betrayal. No abandoning teammates. If only Asmodeus were the same. A dossier dated January 1st, 2024. detailing the six-eyed corporation's landing as planned, was handed to Subaru by the Lord. The corporation's loyalty, sent to Okuru area, a desperate proposal for Akiharu area, a plan for widespread annihilation support. At the same time, Subaru stood on the rooftop, tasked with slaughtering the Lord's family, allies, and friends. The large house appeared in his eyes. Each lord, it seemed Subaru was waiting for something, ready to wait and protect their families. An ordinary house stood quietly before something big happened. It looked like there was something inside the nearby houses. It turned out they had split up to observe the situation from those houses, while the others scattered nearby, preparing to face the enforcers. The whole city was immersed in peace and silence. But then the six-eyed circle appeared again, broken by, to everyone's shock, Jagan was so badly injured she was falling from within the circle. He was surprised to see that right before his eyes. But she could not hold on any longer and collapsed from inside the circle. Subaru worriedly shouted, fearing he might be mistaken. Billy's secretary, after Jagan hit the ground, he immediately rushed over, shouting, "Are you okay?" What happened? Still with some strength, called Subaru Ariak's name. Jagan struggled to speak. We were ambushed. In Subaru's confusion, she tried her best. The chairman's faction 1T come to the human world. Jagan's words surprised him. His eyes wide in disbelief. Cut to the outer world. The Golden Kingdom. Deep within the palace. The ruins of the Infinite Tower. Asmodeus' calculating voice echoed. Billet, you are too honest and enthusiastic. There is no way I would share the real plan with a traitor, he excitedly announced to his staff. Gentlemen, as planned, begin the landing in the outer world. Targeting Japan, December 11th, 2024, Tenna. Six-eyed. The landing in the outer world proceeded as originally planned. Jagan lay on the rooftop in pain, trying to relay a message to Subaru. Chairman Asmodeus' plan is fake. He wants to destroy the outer world before invading the human world. She was agitated. To disable all the gods. There is a covenant with the gates. According to Jagan, gates gradually opened in the sky. Unlike her panic, he calmly responded, I see. Switching to the outer world. The Golden Kingdom. Floros is flying over the central hill. Curious what is the chairman's policy behind this killing spree. Contrary to his brutal plan, Asmodeus smiled gently. Praising. That is a good question. Floros. The client's request is simple, they only want one thing. Listening intently, his bloodthirsty staff heard him say softly. Destruction. That is it, she pondered. Repeating. Destruction. Watching golden-armored warriors from afar, Floros spoke up. Got it. Let us get started. She activated her skill. The Divine Severance skill. Artistus S Divine Stomp. At the same time, the mages rushed in quickly. The god of wealth Artistus, revived, immediately flew to attack them. His giant hand grabs the tiny warriors. Just as expected, the god instantly crushes the nearby golden knights. The soldiers are terrified by what is happening before their eyes. The entire front line is wiped out in one blow. What is this? A monster. Before they can recover, a large fireball attacks them. Violet is flying wildly, throwing flames everywhere. The fire blazing brightly. The golden-armored warriors suspiciously realize they are the 7 knights of the palace. The army keeps coming relentlessly. Croquet is also involved in the battle. Sukuzira. Let us explode. Her technique immediately blows up the knights who are fiercely fighting. Meanwhile, Croquet stands in the middle of the explosion, seemingly enjoying the victory, while Violet Raven flies around. Mastema praises. Excellent. Maybe it is time for me to start acting. She excitedly turns her head and calls out loudly. Commander. In an instant, Mastema's disappointment widens. Has he left already? One of Asmodeus' feet has stepped through the teleportation circle while she hesitates. Maybe, just as Mastema predicted. He is already at the Blood Copper King's place above. He is in the Copper Country, the Garden of Wishes. Voden is confused by the sudden appearance of a blue-clad figure. Who is this person? Before he can finish wondering, the attacker launches an assault. The terrifying power and unreal speed shock Voden. Before he can prepare, Asmodeus' attack easily shatters him into pieces. Yet he politely asks, Isn't he the one who just attacked you? Me. Nice to meet you. I am CEO of the 16 clan. Right after introducing himself, Asmodeus smugly prepares to deliver the finishing blow and say goodbye. The Blood Copper King widens his eyes in surprise. This person is an elite among the enforcers. A powerful enemy indeed. Before he can finish his sentence, the strike rushes in. Even one of the 3 Russian kings can withstand a single hit. Back in the Golden Country inside the palace, Isis kneels in apology. From the western sky comes a strong response from countless souls, a group of blue-clad enemies. She sadly reports that many knights have been killed or wounded in the counterattack. Isis spreads her arms wide. Golden Kingdom General Ixes. Queen Safina calmly asks again. The 16 clan. Scene shifts again to the Silver Country. The King's chamber. Ruin is blocking the door. Now we are no longer vassals. We can't keep using old words. He sits between the eyes of the green dragon. Curious as Mastema appears from the 16 clan's teleportation circle. She shows no respect and asks, Who is the Silver King? Mastema lifts her weapon, focusing her power. He looks a lot like the Fairy King, maybe a descendant. She suddenly lets out a laugh. Right. I should introduce myself first. The image of the Fairy King appears as Mastema says. You can recognize the Fairy King because I already killed her. Her calm indifference leaves Ruin stunned, without hesitation. Mastema lunges, grabbing his shirt and raising her weapon. I do not use old words. She seriously prepares to strike. Little Fox, the control and sudden attack make Ruin stare at the crescent blade about to pierce him. Suddenly, just as Mastema swings her weapon down, a foot blocks it in time. She did not expect that and turns, grinding her teeth. On the battlefield in the Golden Country, Floros notices something and looks up at the sky. Clouds. Oh no. At the Bloodcopper King's side, Asmodeus politely extends his hand, but suddenly his hand freezes solid. Then he swiftly glides forward, as if searching for the one who just attacked. In the city, Subaru is communicating. Shikishima. Shikishima, and immediately gets a response. Listening. They will destroy the outer world before entering the human realm, while Akira and Jinga are serious. He replies. Just as we predicted. Both Hirasaka and Sayaka exclaim in surprise. Really? Hearing this, Shikishima helplessly explains. You guys just want to listen to the strategy. No enemy would honestly spill their entire plan to us. They agree. It sounds reasonable. He had a face full of stitches but kept talking. Of course. We should treat those as lies to mislead. Subaru, how's the outer world holding up? Calmly. You replied. Yeah. While Subaru was explaining the situation, Denta, Killam, and Lewis had already arrived in the Golden Country, where the enemy had invaded the outer world and was currently being crushed by the Scarlet Empire. Amid Killam's bloody rage, you continued recounting that in the Golden Country, Killam, Denta, and Lewis were holding the line. Denta was no different, clearly excited about the upcoming fight. Only Lewis stayed serious, focusing all his strength, ready to fight. Both Violet and Crockett looked up simultaneously, staring at them, while Floros asked cautiously, Who are you guys? Subaru's voice continued. The guardians of the Silver Country are Carrion and Seiha. Turned out that the one stopping Mastema from getting angry was Carrion. Then he smiled provocatively, as if daring to fight right away. At the same time, Seiha remained calm, barely acknowledging Mastema. Right after, you slowly said. And the Bronze Country, Subaru quickly reported. My pawn. It must have arrived there. Just as you predicted. Diamond had arrived just in time. Deuce quietly observed his sister despite his hand being frozen, unable to stay calm. Vorden shouted. And Diamond did not hold back, mocking the increasingly weak man. Dad, you can't even handle a few blows. So what are we supposed to do? Hearing that, Vorden spun around in frustration, clearly showing his displeasure. He could not hold back his anger and snapped. Shut up, you ungrateful kids. Suddenly, he broke through his outer shell, trying to explain. I am doing what I can. You know. His sister spoke up sarcastically. Oh really? Deuce ignored their conversation, shattered the ice on his hand, and launched an attack with raw power fast enough to block his own move. It was a 10-star type. Then he chuckled suspiciously. Not in the operator's info. Who is this lady? Ignoring Vorden's rant, Diamond replied. No one special. Just a spirit. But if I had to say, then she unleashed a terrifying power. As if showing off. I am Subaru Ariak's pawn. The strongest spirit in history. The Diamond spirit. Back to the previous class. After receiving news about the Six-Eyed Company's landing, while Subaru and his team were preparing to challenge the First Water Gap, a meeting was held at the Great Sea to discuss the situation. After a lively discussion, everyone concluded that the Six-Eyed Company would split to attack both the human and other worlds, with the first target decided right before the landing Subaru's family and pawns, meaning there was still a way to protect the human world. They would prioritize attacking the other world. If no better option existed, they might attack the human world. Vanquish tilted his head and clicked his tongue. That makes sense. Safina smiled softly, and Ruin laughed. It is just a tactic to hit the weakest spot. Shikishima stroked his chin thoughtfully. By that logic, the problem lies in the other world. Akira was confused, not understanding why Shikishima said that. Shikishima did not explain much, his brows furrowed with worry. There is even a small chance they will target our family, because they can leave the human world. Safina gently analyzed. The Six Kings can use raw power. Vanquish. The ancestor will operate this place for us. In other words, very few in the other world can use raw power and cuts. Ruin listened silently, thinking it made sense to some extent. So they can fight the enforcers. Voden pondered, waiting for everyone's decision. Dena crossed his legs and suggested, kill him, Kimpika, and I will defend the other world. But honestly, I want a few more people. Killam was confident, but Han flat out refused. One-on-one is no good. Denta was tired of arguing with Han and gently advised, we really need more people. At that moment, Madi Karen raised her hand. And I want to confront the operator. Subaru was puzzled. But I thought you said you could use raw power. Karen remembered her body and loyal friend from long ago. I will take back my body. She was surprised. And Susie, in her arm, was also shocked. Lord Karen. About that, Vanquist explained. It is the spirit of Campanella. Karen scratched her head, deciding to face the truth. This is something that was bound to happen someday. Meanwhile, in the human world. Sunday, December 24th, at a cozy house. Night fell, and 3 people from the Six-Eyed Company came to wish a Merry Christmas. Jin came out of the house to open the door, looking confused. That woman, the Six-Eyed one. Floro smiled. The sales director was drifting back to the meeting at Daehai. Vanquist and Karen both smiled. Just let it be. Then Vanquist looked up at Lewis and the people beside her. Just, you guys, over there. Lewis sat with Sayaka tiredly draped over his lap, Lemda hugging Lewis's legs. And Harasaka watched them and suggested, can I try joining the conversation? Sayaka did not have the energy to speak up. Sorry, but I have been a bit tired lately. Lewis angrily snapped. Idiot. We are in a serious meeting. Who stands up? What good does that do? Vanquist laughed and scolded. You really are dumb. Safina smiled politely but her words were harsh. I will deal with you later. Shikishima cut in. Let them print it. There is another issue. Looking at Ruin, Shikishima asked, how do we fix the whole ruin left in Subaru's house? He added, it is not urgent. But if possible, Subaru's energy is too scattered. Mentioned. Subaru stayed silent. Not protesting but his worried expression showed Shikishima's words were true. Jin chimed in. Yeah. The one who made that hole is the 3 kings. Awkward situation. Safina also threw in a confusing comment. The concubine and the Bronze King are doomed too. Voden stayed silent. Vanquist crossed his arms and nodded quickly. I get your point. This time. Subaru's the one wondering. Vanquist scratched his head and shared some news. I do not want to play this card. But I have an old friend. Stronger than the 3 kings. For sure, Akira and Shikishima all looked surprised, speaking in unison. Really? Denta was shocked too. Your old friend is stronger than the 3 kings. Killam flinched. Thinking of someone? Han asked. Could it be? Vanquist did not keep them waiting. He said straight. It is impossible. I will use freeze, turning me into Subaru's disciple. Killam, Denta, and Lemda all shouted. Ah, Subaru was curious too. Freeze. Jin recalled memories of her. I have met her before. She is from another world. Hearing that nickname, Denta sighed in frustration. Killam rubbed his etching head. Jin's words echoed. She is the master of Killam. Denta. Lemda. Master of the 3 disciples. Lemda, though hugging Lewis's legs, was trembling violently. Fear radiating from his body, mentioning the one nickname Freeze. Even Jin felt a mix of confidence and inferiority. Also called the strongest spirit in history. I believe it. Subaru did not expect her to be so highly regarded. He nervously repeated. The strongest in history. That person was none other than Diamant, always wearing a confident smile, shining with a bright future, as if nothing could challenge her. Currently, in the Bronze Kingdom of the Upper Garden, Diamant stood with her hands clasped behind her back, exuding confidence. Floating beside her was Charming. Vorden, after being defeated, he could only maintain a tiny spirit form like this. Looking at the self-proclaimed spirit before him, Du opened his info panel, silently calculating, confirming the info. Spirit. Seeing the info he just found about this girl, he was amazed. Spirit. Du's face lit up with interest. He wondered. The strongest, even the strongest among spirits. History records that in 10 billion years of the administrator's reign, it is rare for a spirit to earn the title of strongest. Spirits generally have the ability to manipulate natural phenomena, so they can only develop in environments full of natural phenomena. For example, the Western Spirit Stone can only manifest absolute 0, but it is still a rather weak spirit. Diamond clenched her fist into her other palm, excitedly said, I have always been waiting for this chance. She was extremely thrilled, eagerly anticipating this battle. Smiling, she said, I have lived a long time, but this is the first time I am fighting to the death with an old executor. Du tilted his head and smiled, thinking to himself, she is way too confident, and said politely, take it easy on me. Right after, Diamant's punch landed hard on one side of his cheek. The punch really left a mark as she struck. She said, but hurry up. The crunching sound was the glasses breaking. Not sure if any bones broke. Du did not dodge in time, but managed to brace himself on his legs to stay standing. Yet the spirit's strength cracked the ground beneath him. Diamond looked down on his sloppy way of speaking, holding back in the fight to avoid hurting the woman. Even though she had stepped back, the muffled explosions still echoed, and the ground beneath the water showed signs of collapsing. Right after, rocks and dirt rustled and flew up. The spot where Du stood had become a pretty deep hole. As tall as he was, and quite wide too, to avoid being crushed by the debris. He used his power to sweep the rocks out of the hole, while clutching his neck with one hand. Then, Du held his head, raised one hand, and sang flickered on his fingers. He smiled slightly and said, "Sorry, that was a bit rude." Wudun was startled, recalling when he had taken a hit like that. He panicked and shouted, "Dodge. Diamant. You do not understand my meaning, because you do not feel the danger." So Diamond took one of Du's moves. That blue sang shot like a compressed bullet straight at her face. Du was pleased with his move, still smiling. But then he noticed something. Du's last move seemed to have no effect on Diamant. It did not even leave a big wound on her face. Just a little bleeding. Diamant touched her face and remarked, "Still itchy." Her reaction stunned Wudun, who stared in disbelief, unable to believe his eyes. On the other hand, he calmly said, "No way. Just that move once wiped out my entire defense." Diamond calmly assessed. It is just how they were delivered. At that moment, Du also looked surprised. Were they really as strong as rumored? Now he decided to fight seriously. The ultimate power and energy flared up, blue flames blazing around Du. The flames roared fiercely, rising high enough to almost engulf Diamond. Facing these blue flames, Diamond did not panic. The energy and dazzling light emitted from Du's blue fire illuminated the sky, like a giant burning tree trying to swallow everything. A booming sound filled the sky as another blue light clashed with the first, like cold tears on a hot, stuffy day. Still, the water power was not quite enough to counter Du's destructive blue fire. The flames below now erupted like molten lava. Water columns poured from above, and steam rose thickly. Wudun struggled to resist the sound of the battle and shouted in horror, "The garden! What the hell is happening?" Watching Du confidently stand on the scorched, glowing red ground, he noted that Du was not just burning the earth, but instantly turning it into a boiling lava sea. This was an unparalleled power. Diamond looked down from above at the lava sea below, unsure if she was affected. Fire and lava that hot would be strange if they did not burn. Diamond fanned herself to cool down. Some lava even stuck to her. Diamond complained, "Damn. It is." Du saw she was unharmed and sighed. "Honestly, it makes me feel insecure. That was my strongest move." Diamond landed and stood on the lava. Since her true form was an ice spirit, when she touched the lava beneath her feet, sizzling sounds rang out. Steam billowed, and she casually said, "Yeah, no wonder it is so hot." Du laughed. "Aren't you going to dodge?" Diamanda stayed calm. "No thanks. Using a feint when the enemy does not move." "You move." Du shifted to enemy does not dodge. "I dodge." Smiling softly, "Then I will dodge." Finding this opponent interesting, Diamanda's fighting spirit flared, and she smiled. "Bring it on." Without hesitation, she kicked straight into Du's chest with a move called White Swallow Extreme Cold. Taking a kick right to the chest, cold energy burst out, and ice wings spread behind Du like beautiful angelic wings. Feeling the bone-chilling cold, he was stunned. Not only the air around him but Du's body itself began to freeze. Her last move bypassed his defense. While Du was still dazed, he took a punch straight to the face. Diamanta laughed. Not even a word. "What is wrong?" She threw another punch and taunted, "Try dodging." "Fighter." She told him to dodge but kept throwing punches. Purifying Fist. True to its name, the Purifying Fist unleashed enough power to cleanse anything. Even Du's body, empowered with unmatched strength, was knocked back, shattering into pieces. "I can't accept losing so quickly." Feeling my body already torn apart, I screamed silently. No way. No way such a powerful spirit could exist. So that is how it is. I had to resist. He used another move, blessing the practitioner, boosting stats. But before my body could recover, Diamant appeared in front of me, looking down on my actions, saying she did not even want that blessing. I was stunned, really confused why she was so strong without needing a blessing. Diamant recalled the deal she made with Subaru back then. She said, "Hey kid." And Subaru obediently replied, "Yep." In front of Vanquish and his 3 subordinates, she clearly declared, "I will become your practitioner, but on one condition. I do not need a stat blessing." This request shocked Subaru deeply.
Wow.
She explained matter-of-factly, "Fighting is something you have to do with your own strength." Killam and Lindo immediately agreed in unison. "Exactly." While Delta helplessly chimed in, "That is true." Subaru had no choice but to accept. By now, he understood her personality a bit. "So this is the master of Killam and the others?" He replied. "Got it." Back to the present. Before me was Duck's confused face. The battle was soul against soul. Diamant smiled like a victor. "That is right. Full armor." She threw the final punch, literally smashing Dux's face. The white light faded. Dux's body shattered. His last thought was just 2 words. "Too strong." After defeating him, Diamond was shocked. "What is this? Looks like the practitioners got beaten up by the original curse too. Compared to the Ancestor Shadow, they are just street rats." A massive quake hit Mount Telshi when the Ancestor sent an invitation to the Frost Spirit, A loud shout rang out. Don't mess with me. Vanquish gritted his teeth, cracking his knuckles. Ancestor. You bastard. You mean I have to become the practitioner for a substitute? Diamond and Vanquish faced off in the icy forest. I thought I was just visiting an old friend. But as soon as I opened my mouth, I got such a ridiculous demand. Diamond got into fighting stance and shouted, "Bring it on. Every time we meet. You make me want to punch you." Vanquish got angry. "Stop messing around. Diamond. I can beat you now." Diamond challenged. "Then heal up fast. Recover. And come fight me." "Bring it," Vanquish yelled in frustration. "Fine. I'm coming. If you follow my request, I will do as you say." Diamond was delighted. "Great. You promised. If you break that promise, you better be ready to lose your head." Diamond warmed up, ready for the final battle. Then took me to his throne. "It has been a while since I saw my disciples." Diamond smirked mischievously, tearing apart the enforcers. Killam and Dena gritted their teeth. Master-disciple relationships are always interesting. Scene change. Present day. Golden Nation region. Infinite Tower ruins. Killam and Denta stood silently watching. Denta said, "Master is already in battle. Maybe they are fighting the enemy leader. I wonder what they will say." Killam was determined. "We can't waste any more time." Dena clasped his hands and swore. "Those lackeys. I will slaughter them all." Killam and Denta, in full form. The scene shifts to a massive tornado appearing. Everyone caught off guard got sucked in. Killam and Denta stood amid the chaos, bracing themselves. Swords ready. Croquet was stunned by the scene, thinking, "What is this? These moves belong to the spirits. The six-eyed company agents are falling one by one." Croquet thought. "The curse is the spirit's fatal weakness. I have to stop them." Fallen star. Suddenly, Croquet's body was sliced by a sharp cut. Croquet's pupils shrank. She was caught off guard and could not react. Renji observed and thought, "She can beat someone with sudden death skills." Next is, suddenly, a giant hand appeared behind Renji. She sensed something wrong and quickly turned to look. A terrifying giant earth spirit appeared, attacking Renji. Croquet was shocked. "Come on." Earth spirit. Renji was attacked and immediately used her shield to block. Her skill was high-level control. Not bad at all. Kyulim stood aside watching Renji and the earth spirit, silently impressed. "Looks like there is a pretty decent one here," Denta said. "Kylim, I will help that girl in the golden armor. She can't hold them off alone." Kylim replied. "All right, what about you? What are you going to do?" Denta looked up and pointed at another guy charging in. "I will take care of this one." Violet tilted her head back and laughed defiantly. "Oh man, I am already assigned. Feeling pretty lucky." Violet rushed toward Denta. "Show me some love." Violet and Denta faced off as a huge explosion erupted when their powers clashed. B-Front covered his helmet. Everyone's going all out. B-Front held his helmet tightly. Surprised such strong fighters showed up. "Boss, why did not you tell me? Are the others okay?" Scene shifts to another place where Maid and Mastema are in another battle. Maid swung his scissors. Mastema would not back down, cutting back fiercely. In the air, Maid and Mastema fought fiercely. Rai warned, "Wait. Do not wreck people's houses. You are going too far." At this moment, the fight paused briefly. Mastema laughed loudly, saying, "You are not bad." "Who are you anyway?" Maid licked his lips. "One of the original clan's warriors. The Demon King Carrion." Mastema was shocked. Mouth agape. "You are Carrion. You do not look like the description at all." Then Mastema immediately focused his power into his weapon. "Well, strength is what matters. I do not care." Sword strikes flew in all directions continuously. Both sides kept fighting. Mastema said, "As long as it feels good. That is all I care about." Mastema challenged. "Let me show you who destroyed your hometown." Maid furrowed his brow slightly. "I do not care." Remembering that old face, Maid said, "I have left the past behind." Maid suddenly unleashed his artifact. "Now I am only focused on the future." The artifact charged forward. It was a rare specimen. Mastema was caught off guard, unable to react in time. Maid observed the artifact and immediately lunged at her. Maid exclaimed, "As expected, CS specimen is truly reliable." Right. Since he could not use the original relic, Sia lent the specimen to Carrion. Carrion would activate skills, MEP supplied by the Sea of Hacked Diam Stone. Maid stepped forward. "The specimens will block your path, and my fists will finish you off." Mastema spread his arms and stood amid the rubble. "You are relying on someone else's relic," Mastema challenged. "That is gonna hurt." She smiled eagerly. "Bring it on." The scene shifts to the human world. Japan. Tokyo. Objane. Fire burn. Subaru and Maria stand before Jagan, who lies on the ground while Maria casts a spell. Subaru turned his head. "Thanks, Maria." Maria gritted her teeth. "Am I convenient to use?" Shikishima replied. "Do not mention it, Maria." "Come back." Jagan. Lying on the ground after treatment. slowly sat up and looked toward Shikishima and Subaru. Then Jagan hurriedly tried to stand, saying, I can't stay here any longer. I have to save the vice president. Shikishima wondered. Save? Subaru vaguely realized. Pyrito's been captured. Jagan sadly replied.
Yep.
Jagan recalled the sinister faces of Asmodeus and Mastema, and how Pilot was brutally tortured when their rescue plan was discovered. Enduring Asmodeus and Mastema's torment at the moment before the door, Pilot entrusted Jagan, saying he was the vice president and came to warn them. Subaru hesitated. Pilot then called out to Jagan, who was about to leave. Subaru firmly said, I am joining the rescue. Take me to Pilot. Jagan frowned. Wondering why, Subaru answered. Pilot was captured because he wanted to warn us. Right. I will save him. Jagan looked at the two and said, I appreciate your kindness. But no. Pilot is imprisoned in Mastema's company dungeon. Shikishima clenched his teeth, immediately sensing something was wrong. The enemy's stronghold, the cloud prison. Subaru said, Shikishima, I am not backing down. I will rescue him alone. Shikishima, just in case, prepare and protect your family. Shikishima urgently shouted. No way I will let you be reckless like that. At least take someone with you. Before Shikishima could finish, Jin came running from afar. Jin's face showed no emotion. Shiki and Subaru turned in surprise. Jin's going, Jin said matter-of-factly. I do not have a family. I am the best suited among all of you. Subaru hesitated a bit, but Jin immediately cut him off. There is no time to waste. Jin confidently stepped forward. Do not say a word. Just take me with you. Subaru did not hesitate anymore. Okay. Jagan, open the gate. I will handle it. As the gate slowly opened, Jagan could not hold back tears. Thank you all. Please rescue him. Subaru carried a strong determination. Jin nodded firmly. Leave it to me. At the tower floating on a rock, Billet was hanging by his wrists, injured and suspended. He slowly opened his eyes and whispered a name. Jagan. Finally, Subaru's group reached this tall tower. Turns out this is the headquarters of the Blue Eye Corporation. Everyone quickly broke into the building. Subaru sighed a little. Inside, it was no different from a regular office building. Jagan led the way and ran ahead. This is Chairman Asmodeus' style. I do not know why, but his taste is pretty strange. He likes human architectural styles, Subaru quietly said. Employees of the corporation. The group quickly descended the floors. Jagan reminded them. Most of the guards are attacking other worlds. I do not think anyone's watching here. But do not let your guard down, Subaru curiously asked. Jagan, how long have you known Billet? She quietly replied. For hundreds of years, Jagan recounted. When my world was destroyed, the vice chairman came and took me away. She spoke with deep respect for Billet. I thought I would starve to death, but he gave me food, clothes, and shelter. He reached out and saved Jagan's life and gave her a new chance at living. Subaru smiled and said, just like Vanquish and Carrion, he must be really important to her. She replied with determination. That is right. I can't let him die. Next, the group slowly descended to the 7th floor dungeon. The detention area, Zinger at the back asked. Is not this place supposed to be guarded? Jagan replied calmly. I do not know. Maybe they have all been sent on missions. She turned a corner and looked around. Suddenly Jagan noticed something very surprising, unexpectedly. Billet was hanging here. Right in front of her. The vice chairman. Billet weakly called her. Jagan. He asked with all his strength. Are you okay? Thank God. Jagan bit her lip to hold back tears. Then quickly pulled the lever. I will save you right now. The chains holding him up were removed. Billet fell to the ground but was caught by Jagan. She worriedly looked at him. Why are you so badly hurt? So many wounds. At this moment, she quietly shed tears of emotion. But he is alive. Thank goodness. Billet looked back at her with a very gentle gaze. Then he looked at the other two and asked, by the way, Subaru Ariak, why are you here? Subaru calmly replied. Ask Jagan. She was called by name and suddenly blushed shyly. Subaru held out a sunflower and said, I am just tagging along. Nothing more. Then he activated the flower's power. A healing sunflower. A low-grade item that can heal wounds and gradually restore AP. Thanks to this item, Billet's body was steadily recovering. Then he smiled and said, Still. Thank you. Billet spoke earnestly. Thank you, Ariak. But the real problem is what is coming next. Subaru smiled back at him. And on the side, Jin smiled quietly with satisfaction, and Jagan smiled with pure happiness. Then she nodded and sighed in relief. Subaru suggested, we can hide you at our place. Billet nodded and replied, okay. Thank you. Suddenly he lost control and blurted out a few threats. But before that, the best way was to kill the three of you and join the oath. Subaru was stunned. Not understanding what was happening, Billet was equally shocked at what he had just said. Zingat asked loudly, kill. Jagan worriedly asked Billet. Vice Chairman. He covered his mouth trying to speak again. I do not know either. Zinga quickly interrupted. Just now he said. Then Billet's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, the country's capital, The king's envoy, puzzled, asked, "What is Diamante doing?" She was searching around and then shouted in frustration, "Looking for their bodies." "Right." Diamante sighed. "Damn it. Have we already ground ourselves into dust?" Suddenly, a shard of mirror appeared behind her. "Sorry about that." Diamante turned and asked, "You are still alive? Wait. Are you a shard of intuition or something like that? While your real body is somewhere else?" The shard replied, "You could say that, or maybe not." Her words left her completely confused. At headquarters, Billet touched the floor and said, "When I first met the administrator," he said, "my first thought was, finally." Billet said, "What do I have to do to become like this?" "That is all." He stood up and unleashed his power. Zinga and Subaru instinctively jumped back. Subaru thought to himself. The atmosphere suddenly changed. And then he helplessly blurted out, "Man, that is not Billet." He stood there and replied to Subaru, "You are not wrong. But you are not right either." Then he explained, "The administrator is a collective of entities from 10 billion souls. One entity is one person. One person is one entity." Billet stared intently at Subaru. A complete entity. On another front, Croquet, covered in watermarks, suddenly spoke like a robot. "I want to get closer to the administrator." Luwick held a baton and slowly approached him. "What exactly are you?" Floros was also controlled and started babbling. "To achieve that, what do I need to do?" Then she spoke like a madwoman. "Yep. I will split my soul," Floros said faintly, giving each soul fragment a unique personality. She said this in front of Delta and created an organization from them. Elsewhere, Mastema held a scythe in one hand, spread both arms, and said, "This way, I can manifest the administrator. What I need to do next is to increase the complexity of organizational activities." Her eyes lit up brightly. "If I can reach such a level of complexity and sophistication." Karen looked at Mastema, babbling nonstop. "Then we become one entity. One person." Then B.Let spoke up. "That is what I think too. Based on this hypothesis, I split my soul into 5 parts." Subaru was furious. "The first one had a mole under his eye," B.Let said. "Asmodeus, the coordinator." Next was B.Let, the administrative manager. Then Mastema, introduced as the strongest strategist. After that, Floros, the rebel, and finally Croquet, the rookie. Diamante crossed his arms, confused, and asked, "This is bad. I have no idea what the hell he is barking about." Votan flew beside him and explained. In other words, the Blue Eye Corporation was created with the purpose of getting closer to the administrator. The shard replied faintly, "Probably right." The shard said again, "But the Eternal Frost is too strong. At this rate, we won't be able to complete the administrator's commission." B.Let ordered. "The reward for the commission is to become part of the administrator." Croquet added, "I want that reward." Floros ordered. Mastema's eyes glowed. "For the first time in thousands of years, I will become one entity again." B.Let suddenly changed his behavior, then began explaining, confusing the trio, resulting in beams of light shining through Han's body. Subaru and Zinga stood frozen. They had been criticized for their slow reaction to B.Let's attack. A sudden weaving sound caught Subaru's attention. In the Silver Kingdom's royal chamber, Rune sat on a cushion, puzzled. "What is going on?" Mastema spread her arms wide, showing off her power. As the executor's nature had changed, she coldly told Carrion, "Now we will become one entity again. I do not have to fight you." Mastema left with a line. "Well done. Strong one," Carrion thought. Hanes running. Then he quickly followed and stopped, but Mastema had already sped away. Carrion angrily watched her leave. "Damn it. What is wrong with that one?" Rune ran off to find Carrion. Carrion turned back and asked, "Fuck. What is going on?" He quickly replied, "There is intelligence." Rune said, "Ariak. To Harry. And Zingar. Tsunemori are dead." This news shocked Carrion deeply. On Lewis' front, Croquet received orders and sped off. Meanwhile, Floros also sprinted away. In the Copper Kingdom's upper garden, Diamante coldly questioned the shard of mirror. Beams of light gradually gathered in the sky. The shard flew like a shooting star streaking upward. He finally merged into the dazzling light in the sky and disappeared. That beam of light converged into a single point, like a second sun. Safina had to feel worried when that power came from the Kingdom of Copper. Isis also sensed an extremely terrible omen. And even Lewis was terrified. Carrion gritted his teeth fiercely. So much so that even the strongest beings from the underworld were scared stiff. Rune could not help but show an angry expression. Even the Sixth King could only stand there watching, unable to do anything else. Denta stood looking at his teammates. Killam ground his teeth angrily. "Unforgiving, we still have not reached the highest level. It is humiliating." Back to Diamond's side. A figure gradually appeared in the bright sky above. Diamond stood with her hands clasped behind her back, calm and steady. She was now feeling extremely excited. "This is getting interesting." "Who is that?" The figure from above suddenly spoke coldly. "Woodfire. Eka." Voden cried out fearfully. "It is cold and terrifying like this." He was sweating nervously. Thinking this could be compared to Vanquist and Diamant, she released her hands to unleash her power. So it is Goicha. I will remember your name, Diamanta said, rising up, but before her fierce attack, Goicha coldly replied, I refuse. I have no obligation to you. Those words stunned Diamant. She also said, the plan to destroy the gate's master and bring despair to the human world has failed. Fighting you is meaningless. I have no reason to keep attacking the other world. Then she opened a teleportation gate behind her. I will advance to the human world, she said. According to the plan, I will destroy Ariak Tahara and the Han family. Diamanta quickly jumped up to stand alongside Goisha. Furious and messy, she was burning with determination. Swinging her fist. If you want to fight, then fight. Goisha coldly chanted a spell. Goddess of Decay. Then she summoned a beast that charged into the ranks of 100 Herodia's knights. The beast power knocked Diamanta back. Then she asked, why are you so eager to fight? Goisha sneered. You warriors have never thought about the meaning of life after this. Diamant, provoked, shouted back. Look at what you said to the people who attacked your home, she said. This is the strongest god I have, and angrily shouted. Are you listening to me? Goisha clasped her hands and chanted, as you wish, fight to eternity. The beast went wild, roaring to attack. Then dozens of smaller beasts emerged from the big one. V-Hun shouted in panic. What the hell is that? Taking advantage of the chaos, Goisha stepped into the teleportation gate. Diamanta threw an icy punch at the enemy rushing down, but she was one step too slow. The enemy escaped successfully. Diamanta yelled. Damn it. Stop. You idiot. She was so angry she gritted her teeth. Stop with your useless talk, acting like you are so great. I have to kill him. What do I have to do to get to the human world? And Dan answered her. That is impossible. Diamante shouted. What? You are kidding me. And Dan tried to explain. Honestly, we do not know anything either. It is the mechanism of the heavens creatures from the underworld. Can T enter the human world? She asked worriedly. But if that is true, why do they keep wiping out the human world? Dan replied irritably. Exactly, Diamanta tried to say. Don't T tell me, but he had to answer. Because we can T intervene in the human world anymore. In the human world, Tokyo. Shikishima stood waiting for someone to return. He worriedly wondered if Toharu could come back safely. Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared next to Shikishima. He was overjoyed. Toharu. But the one who came out was Goisha. This made Shikishima extremely confused as she stepped forward. Then Goisha glanced at him. A small flame flared up on Shikishima's shoulder. His eyes opened wide. Then Shikishima collapsed. It was Goisha who burned him with fire. She whispered. Jade flame. The fire quickly spread on the rooftop, then exploded into a huge blast. In the end, Shikishima died in an accident, and Goisha coldly said. One down. Images of Ron, Sayaka, and Akira Subaru's close ones flashed through her mind. How many family members does Subaru have left now? Not long before, at the Blue Eye Corporation's main office. In the 7th floor prison, Subaru was slashed and badly wounded. Jenga suffered the same fate as him. Even Jagan was cut, and Subaru's whole group was wiped out. Billet stood there watching them. Subaru and Jenga lay sprawled in a pool of blood. Vice President Billet glanced at Blue Eye. Her body was torn into pieces. Billet. And Jagan tried to say something, but Billet was gone. That guy. Billet said the existence of Billet was just a fabricated personality. His memories were the same, just one-time experimental data. Nothing more. Billet's past memories were erased. And now, they have been discarded because I no longer need them. Jagan stared blankly at him. Billet's eyes lit up. I am not Billet. I am? She suddenly burst into tears. And then Jagan was slowly consumed by his flames. Sorry. Billet. He looked at her and said. Don't cry. You are such a pain. Finally, Jagan's body vanished from this world. Billet moved towards Subaru. Now, he passed by the bodies of Subaru and Zinga. I have to merge with Goisha's original form. Billet's feet were soaked in their blood. As he walked, something held him back, and a strange light appeared around Billet. Surprised, he looked behind him. A hand was gripping his leg tightly. Skillful. He stared back. A creative spirit. A hand was holding his leg with all its strength. In the human world, Goisha had just dealt with one of Subaru's close brothers. She wondered how many family members he still had left, then stepped forward. Suddenly, Tetsu appeared right behind her and spoke. Shikishima Ryo died faster than I thought. Goisha stopped and looked back. He calmly said, with this power gap, it was inevitable. She flicked her fingers and launched an attack at Tetsu. One more. He knew Goisha's total power and raised his hand to block. She pointed and shouted. Blue flame. Pure fire. But Goisha's flames were deflected by him. Surprised, she watched as Tetsu slowly opened one eye to assess the situation. The flames hit a scarecrow, which cried out in pain. Help! The doll exploded midair. Grade item. Awashiro Kusu. A pitiful doll. Before dying, it tried to cry out one last time. Help! Goisha thoughtfully looked at Tetsu. Realizing the item redirected the attack, Tetsu recalled the dolls flying around her and said, "My main job is to stall. I do not intend to fight you now." He turned to Shikishima's burned form and said, "All right, Churi. Revive." The golden eye glowed, surrounding the ashes. Greatest eye. Phoenix eye. Shikishima gradually rose from death. His body slowly restored, effectively resurrecting its owner from death. Gosha was amazed. Resurrection. Tetsu glanced and said, "Ariak. Each family member has one. I gave each one a doll," she thought silently. "This guy." As Shikishima opened his eyes wide, then he bowed his head and wiped his face. Shikishima joked, "So this is what dying feels like." Tetsu warned, "Be careful. Next time, you really will die." Goetia suddenly spoke. "One item redirects attacks. Another resurrects. To me, they just buy you some time." Then she raised her hand. "What are you planning to do next?" Goetia looked at the two of them with a cold expression. Tetsu said quietly, "Funny. You are acting calm. But I know deep down you realize we are prepared." She suddenly hesitated for a moment. Goetia is accessing all the information in front of him. Through Hito's memories. Through Miss Tetsu. Through the memories of the fragments. Hito, Goetia thought to himself. An elite from the 16 billionth world. He must be someone who understands how to use items. Miss Tetsu pointed her finger at her. "With one thing certain, a question for that person," he asked. "Are you sure you want to focus on me?" Suddenly, a teleportation gate appeared right behind her. Goetia quickly turned around to look. The person who appeared was Subaru. He was still safe and sound, holding a sword, staring at her. This made Goetia frown. Ariak Subaru. He swung his sword across her body, slicing through the void. Slicing through. Slash or no slash. Goetia took a hit from the slash. She was not convinced and wondered. Well, why do they still have the will to survive? Goetia shouted. "What happened to Billet?" At the gate, Zinga and Jagan were already waiting there. Subaru firmly said. "He lost." Going back a bit to the past. To the dungeon of the owner. Someone had already grabbed Billet's leg tightly. The skill. The energy flow made him unable to move. A creative star. Billet's leg was gradually freezing. He frowned. What kind of skill is this? Subaru quickly used a resurrection item. Luckily, the sun did not shine here. Then a punch straight to Billet's face. He lunged forward, throwing a series of punches at him. Blood control technique. Billet was punched so many times he was confused and wondered. Did it activate automatically? They have more than 2 resurrection items. What exactly have they done? Where have they been on this earth? Ice spread all over his body. Even his soul was freezing. Zinga was also resurrected, holding a golden apple used to control Billet, and a rank item. The apple of stupidity. The apple glowed in Zinga's hand. Effective. Immediately restoring all of Beast's blur. Josie Zinga's weakness is the energy usage efficiency of the silver level creative star. Which is silver level. He depends on items to compensate. Low efficiency limits a strategy, which can be improved through a stronger contract with the owner's power. Gate switching. Zinga bore the gate shaped like a fox tail behind him. Silver King. A month ago? At the black-faced stone sea, Zinga suspiciously asked the person opposite. Gate switching. Axel replied. Yep. You will switch from a mass-produced model to a gate created specifically for you. He asked again. Mass-produced. Then Axel asked him. Zinga, is your academic performance good? Zinga replied. So. The master said. Very good, Axel told him. Let us start the lesson, the master said. The stats of the gods depend on the quality of their souls. The owners. And the effectiveness of the gate itself. All multiplied together. Zinga quietly said. I see. So this is how it works. A loud Chinese voice came from beside. Subaru nervously said. I do not know anything about that. Miss Tetsu crossed her arms and said lightly. Now I understand. Zinga turned and asked curiously. Why are you guys here? Subaru innocently replied. It looks interesting. Zinga clicked his tongue. Showing dissatisfaction, Zinga asked. Why are gates divided into different levels? Axel replied. Good question. It is based on the strategy of the gold, silver, and bronze kingdoms. He continued. Gold handles a small number of high-quality products. Bronze distributes a huge quantity of low-grade products. Silver chooses the middle ground. Then Axel took the chance to tease. It really is King of Kings. A decision that could not be safer. Ruin was there too and immediately jumped in, straight up insulting someone's face. Subaru raised his hand to speak. What about rainbows? Axel replied. 100 points. This answer shocked Subaru to the extreme, the master explained. The specially designed model with better performance than gold is a fusion of Rokudama, S4, and the pinnacle of perfection. Damn it. I can recreate them. At least not yet. Subaru thought silently. Sounds like a hoot. Miss Tetsu suddenly spoke. Got it. Among those 3 factors, the only adjustable one is the gate's effectiveness. Jinga said. So you want to switch to a new gate? Axel explained. There are 2 adjustments for Jinga's new gate. First, the head skin will be enhanced, equal to gold level. Even more, the next words from that day left everyone speechless. The number of masters it could handle increased by 1. Subaru had to ask again. 2 masters. Who is the other one? Wait, do not tell me it is. He looked at the person in front of him and exclaimed, Ruin, is that you? Ruin smiled and replied, Hello. It is the humble king here. Well, after all, we are connected in some way. Besides, for a unified team, supporting Jinga is the most effective choice. Jinga glanced over and said, So that is why you gave up the family role. Ruin quietly said, The Silver King card, he said casually. Use it. Ending the flashback. Back to the confrontation with Billet. Jinga flew up to the mid-stage and was using a counterattack spell. Billet was furious. Because that skill freezes the soul. I can T-dodge the attack. The skill. Jinga spread his arms wide and shouted, Ancient Fire Spirit. A massive power slammed down on Billet's body. No way. Losing 1/5 of his body here. Finally, his body shattered into 1,000 pieces. No way. Billet let out a final scream before disappearing, the 5th soul fragment of Goesha. Billet was destroyed. Jinga looked at his power and thought, Alright. The ancient spirit state and real-time counterattack ability are working fine. Then he looked down and called out, Ariak. Jinga asked, This is the last eye. Right. Are you sure you want to use it here? Subaru replied. Yeah. To escape this trap, he crushed the resurrection eye. We need Jigen's power. The eye's power was unleashed. And Jigen gradually revived. She turned and called out to him. Ariak. Ours. Jinga looked surprised. Subaru quietly said, The original self killed Billet's heart, betraying the person Billet cherished most. Jinga was extremely shocked at this point. He thought, I have seen Ariak angry before. But this is the first time it is not just a moment of rage. This fury comes from deep within his soul, like molten lava. He demands, Take me back. Get me closer. She looked at him for a moment. Then Subaru made up his mind. I will defeat Goeisha's original self back in the human world battle. Subaru swung his sword straight at Goeisha. She gasped in horror. No way. Goeisha thought. Billet was betrayed. What kind of power did they use? Subaru said coldly. Get ready. Goeisha. I'm coming. Right after, Renji and Sayaka appeared simultaneously. The trio prepared to fight Goeisha. He firmly shouted, We want to forgive you. Renji glared at her with hatred, while Sayaka stared intently at Goeisha. As the trio's aura soared into the sky, she angrily gritted her teeth. Trash. Just a nuisance to me. Goeisha. Reinforcements appeared. More and more divine lords were coming. More people advancing. She sensed something, the faint presence of Billet. A message from the administrator to choose the most destructive and fastest method. The trio and both Tetsu and Shikishima watched her closely. Jiga and Jagen did the same. That is, the synchronized awakening turned the Bronze Kingdom into a sea of fire in an instant. The figure of Mastema holding a scythe appeared. The supreme royal authority had supported him back when he was just an ordinary staff member. The source of Goska's power now covered a vast area. A 5 kilometers radius with nowhere to hide. Subaru immersed himself in that immense power. Then Goska unleashed a massive explosion, creating a blazing firestorm. The attack passed, leaving spatial scars all over the mid-stage. She looked up in shock. Goska wondered. Disappeared already. A rainbow appeared in the sky. An orange staff appeared, which confused her. What is going on? Leon jumped down holding the staff. The eternal lord of heaven and earth. Subaru looked up in surprise. Tetsu calmly put his hands in his pockets and looked up. The royal reincarnation. The one who can absorb and manipulate all skills. The otherworldly king. Leon. Goska's also Leon. As long as he is here. She changed her mind, realizing wide-scale destruction is not feasible. So first, she will kill him. Goska's body stiffened. The seal moved sluggishly. A large man appeared. But this was just the beginning. Issei hoisted his hammer onto his shoulder, radiating deadly intent. A lone spell refusing to accept the apocalypse. Targeting Goska, he fixed his gaze on her. Karyu Issei's slow seal was in effect, freezing any target it touched completely for exactly 1 second. No exceptions. Goska was for a high-level spell. 1 second is an eternity, Subaru shouted. He started to unleash power, his hair turning white, eyes glowing red. The solar practitioner, Sayaka, joined in, unleashing her power. And Renji transformed as well, causing Goska to glare fiercely at them. Those who became Makadong's familiars grew closer to their master the longer they stayed. The earliest familiars, Sayaka Ami and Renji Harasaka, had reached the second stage of Makadong transformation, along with their greatly enhanced souls. The sun became their weakness. To counter this, a skill that blocks sunlight but weakens power was granted to those who walk under the sun, reducing their strength by about 90%. In other words, the solar practitioner's unleashed state boosts power to 10 times normal. Slowed down, Goska could only watch the trio of Subaru, Shikishima, Subaru, and Renji attack Goska together. Hundreds of strikes landed every second. Overwhelmingly powerful. But unfortunately, she glared at them still far superior in that scene. Renji and Sayaka prepared their next moves, both throwing full-force punches, using finishing blows to stop the flow. 1 second of absolute dominance. And in that moment, Jinga slowly approached. For example, in Jinga Tsunemori's eyes. This is what happened. Sayaka stood behind casting spells, while Renji and Subaru charged forward to attack Gosuke's front. A massive explosion erupted. The trio was burning their energy to deal maximum damage. Sayaka clenched her fists, breaking through defenses, pulling the enemy in, while Renji and Subaru charged together. Gosuke stood firm like a mountain. The trio unleashed their strongest attacks, and she shattered them. The rooftop exploded violently. On another building's rooftop, Tetsuo called out to Shikishima. He adjusted his pursuit glasses and replied, "We are chasing the enemy. We have to make the most of their first moves at all costs." The surveillance machines were working at full capacity. Zinga shouted loudly, "Ariak." He clenched his fists, thinking if he had been stronger back then, he could have defeated Gosuke with a single move. Zinga Tsunemori's extreme feelings were understandable. But that was not right. If he failed against Byleft and let Gosuke fully resurrect, everyone here would be destroyed before they even realized it. Tetsuo calmly thought, "Things are stable over there. Killing 1/5 of the soul." The battlefield space heavily depended on Lion, always aiming for the optimal moment to use the time seal. Shikishima's scope. Hito provided support items for a team above rank A. This coordination was perfect. Renji was young, but even so, the situation was still pretty bad. Everyone knew that once Gosuke adapted to this, it would be over. Thus, the key was to quickly take down the familiar Sayaka Amamiya, whose skill was to absorb and endure lightning. Her arm armor was gradually cracking, but the soul container would soon exceed its limit and shatter. Kilimini looked at Sayaka with some worry. Her gaze was firmer than ever, driven by her feelings for her teammates. Kilimini smiled reassuringly, then kissed her forehead as if to give her more strength. Gosuke looked at Sayaka in surprise. This was Amamiya's ultimate state. She gave it her all and threw her ultimate punch at Gosuke. A streak of light cut across the sky, scattering rocks and dirt. Sayaka pushed Gosuke to the ground with all her might. Mode. Lightning absorption. Gosuke saw her determined eyes and thought, "This girl." She looked astonished, but only temporarily. Sayaka had already surpassed Diamond in speed. Sayaka lunged to attack Gosuke. I do not underestimate Subaru Ariak's familiars, but Amamiya Sayaka's power broke through Gosuke's defense in an instant, and she immediately countered with blue flames. The opponent's fiery attack quickly put Sayaka in trouble. Gosuke thought to himself, right now, he is facing a major threat. She raised her fist. Without hesitation, Sayaka charged straight in. In the end, she landed a hit on Gosuke. Amamiya Sayaka was now in a semi-conscious state. A thunderous explosion erupted. Gosuke gritted his teeth and transformed his body into pure thunder. Sayaka's body started to shimmer, moving faster than sound. Every time she moved, it created sonic booms. Was she even human? The 8-colored Thunder God is a skill that continuously drains EP to boost speed. Supporting Amamiya were the Primal Core and Water Marks, two of her strongest powers always ready. The Savior's Ariak Subaru and the strongest, Hirasaka. Sayaka's body showed water marks. Her eyes were filled with determination to defeat the enemy and land a decisive blow on Gosuke. The watermark slowly spread to her eyes. The price for this power was her body breaking down like shattered glass. From within Amamiya's soul and body, a final light shone. She closed her eyes peacefully. Sayaka thought, "Sorry, Master. I could not live up to your expectations." Switching to the other world, the Golden Nation. Killam stared at the monster. "Qianqi," he said. "That was thrilling. I do not know who you are, but you must be a fallen god." Killam launched the finishing blow. On the edge of consciousness. "See you again." A massive energy burst from him, incinerated the monster. The monster gradually vanished. Killam glanced down at Lewis, who stood frozen. He asked, "Hey, what are you spacing out about?" She quietly asked back, "Well, what should I do now?" Killam flew down. Looking puzzled, Lewis glanced at the screen and said, "Get ready." "Thunder God," she nervously said. "Because of both me and you," Lewis said. "A fragment of his soul is coming." In the human world, Goeshi's flames burned down an entire building and spread around. Sayaka's body slowly faded. Amami's soul shattered. Death was inevitable. She looked down at her teammates. Ariak Tuharu. Subaru could not hold back his emotions. Sayaka had hidden her condition, and she never expected this to happen. Part of her head slipped past two friends and fell to the ground. Subaru glared at Goeshi with hatred. His heart urged him to turn and run toward her, but Goeshi adapted to the situation very quickly. There was not a scratch on her. She felt like a rain veil. Sayaka saw the hesitation and struggle inside Tuharu. That steady shoulder seemed ready to turn back any time. Suddenly Sayaka shouted, "Ariak Tuharu." He bowed his head slightly. Then Subaru and Renji charged at the enemy with their swords. The two of them struck Goeshi together. but she blocked their attacks with her hands. She looked at them with eyes sharp as razors. Subaru widened his eyes, staring at her. Then he cast a slash into the air, cutting through nothingness. Goetia was separated from Subaru and Renji. They quickly closed in on her again. Goetia used fire on her own hands and feet. Subaru rushed forward. Maybe now there was still an item that could save Sayaka. His eyes blurred into a rainbow. I have to hurry. I have to kill him. She was a bit surprised by Subaru's attack. Goetia thought. Afterimage. Instinct tells me. She started to panic. Letting that afterimage spread would be extremely dangerous. Rocks and dirt fell, hovering over Sayaka's head. Now, with the last bit of consciousness left, she thought, if only I could live a little longer. Sayaka's eyes slowly closed. Just a few more minutes. She wanted to live. Goetia swung her scythe across Subaru. Renji called out his name. Tuharu-kun. Subaru quickly cast a blood-stopping spell. Blood control. Goetia frowned, thinking, the afterimage is cutting into me. But she pointed a finger wrapped in flames forward. Goetia wondered, is it really impossible to cut it? She unleashed a blast that pierced through him. A blue light. Subaru stared wide-eyed at her. Goetia coldly glanced at him. Renji swung his sword at her, but Goetia blocked it with her sickle. Since learning about Kenazi's existence, I have spent more time gazing at the sky. Even though I was sent to a strange world, no one here is calling for help. She blocked the strike with her sickle, and that person will also leave Tuharu. Goetia noticed something off. It was strange. This guy's sword is getting heavier with every strike. Renji kept swinging his sword at her. A true master in battle, resonating his soul with his owner. Tuharu. Harasaka's spirit form was gradually transforming. From a warrior preparing for a brilliant evolution, the yellow power spread throughout his body, and Goetia looked a bit surprised. That yellow light grew fiercer, becoming the one who listens to prayers. Renji's eyes turned yellow, a rare seed. A hero. He stopped, holding his sword, radiating an overwhelming aura that was Hirasaka Renji. He stared intently at the enemy. At the family restaurant, Renji asked if the gates disappeared. Kinokawa replied, "Yep." Just like Shikishima said, she said excitedly. If one day the gates vanish from the world, I want us to have happy and peaceful days again. Shikishima gruffly said. What kind of nonsense is that? Kinokawa laughed. Why not? I even want to throw a celebration. She clasped her hands and asked, when the world is peaceful, what do you guys want to do? For me, I will inherit my father's hotel. Hearing that, the other three fell into thought. Shikishima spoke up. Let us sleep. At least for a year. Kinokawa laughed and replied. Boring. What about you? He looked thoughtful and said, maybe I will go study. Become a chef or something. Kinokawa happily said. That is great. You are good at cooking anyway. She turned to ask Renji. What about Hirasaka? He hesitated briefly, and Shikishima and Yuta watched him closely. Renji gently replied. I want to use my power to keep helping as many people as possible. Kinokawa was surprised. Really planning to be a lifelong hero? Shikishima said. A volunteer hero, that sounds awesome. He clapped his hands and said, if that is true, I will be your sponsor. Yuta added, if you need it, I will provide the food. Kinokawa slyly said. No need to worry about housing. Renji said in amazement. You guys spoke emotionally. You want to take care of me for the rest of my life. The three immediately looked away and said, well, not exactly. Suddenly, Shikishima stood up and said, all right, it is time to go. Behind him, Kinokawa, Renji, and Uda were all ready to fight. Shikishima said plainly, today, we will take care of 5 2-star gates. He looked at each member and said, everyone, do your best. An autumn 8 years ago. Present time. Executor Goetia versus Hero Renji Hirasaka. Renji was facing off against Goetia. She thought to herself, who is this guy? His soul suddenly transformed. Suddenly, Goetia's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, her body was cut in half midair. Goetia looked at Renji and assessed. Just one sword / rare. Typical of a hero, she had to keep blocking Renji's light attacks with her weapon, facing a world-class dangerous enemy. In other words, when the Solar Executor is unleashed, Hero Renji Hirasaka can fight Goetia with 100 times the power. Shikishima watched anxiously from afar. Akira landed from above and called out, Shikishima-san. And he replied, Nerus. Shikishima turned to look and said, everyone. Akira looked at Renji and whispered, that is Hirasaka-san. He hesitated and asked, what is going on? Akira opened his eyes wide. System display. Skill. Eagle eye. Zoom vision 100 times. Basic skill of the Golden Knights. On the other side, Renji seemed oblivious to everything around him, focusing solely on the battle. Shikishima spoke up. Apparently, meanwhile, Goetia's remaining health was 21%, 18%, 17%, 14%, 11%, 9%. She squinted and thought to herself, I never expected this possibility, that someone could truly overpower me with strength. Goetia had 2 choices. One was to run. Like in the fight with Diamant. Using the teleportation gate. If I just run off somewhere else. It is like nothing ever happened. Given the situation. That is the best option. Her eyes showed heaviness as she thought. But Renji Arasaka is Tuhara Arias' family. He is the operator's target. If I run away now, it will leave a bad impression with the operator. The second choice, in inhuman terms, was self-destruction. A chain of unexpected events had pushed Goetia into a situation with no other options. They strike. Recover. Strike again. Recover again. Repeating. Getting closer and closer to his limit. Goetia gritted her teeth and questioned herself. Damn it. Damn it. But she thought, I have no other choice. Then she declared to the operator. Renji looked at her in surprise as Goetia said, This is executor number 206,438. Goichia. To complete the commission, she said with frustration, I resign as executor. Renji was shocked and wondered. Resign. A system voice responded. Valid number. Hello. This is the operation. Executor Goetia's registration. Idaho number 206,438. Has been approved by the operator. From now on, all executor privileges will be revoked. You will revert to writer status. Do you accept? Goetia immediately replied. Yep. She said sadly. That is my wish. Suddenly, a golden light enveloped everything. Renji handled the spell in mana. Wondering what that light was. On the rooftop, Shikishima said, That is the inventory. Tetsu responded. Definitely. He resigned as executor. Shikishima asked again. What happened when he resigned? He explained. The operator arranges the final bosses. The minimum requirement is to be an executor, who have many privileges. They can be attacked by ordinary gods. But as final bosses, they have restrictions. Like not using the inventory. He said regretfully to Shikishima's calmness. That restriction no longer applies now. Shikishima looked toward Renji as a blue light appeared before him. Renji was engulfed in blue flames when a loud call woke him. Harasaka. He snapped awake and thought. Gris. Terrible. Suddenly, a hand rested on Renji's shoulder. He wondered what was happening. That hand belonged to Goetia. She deliberately touched Renji's shoulder, freed from executor restrictions. Goetia could now freely use a wide range of items. Flipping the power balance between them, Goetia traded executor privileges for inventory access. With superior enhancement and healing items, she had overwhelmed hero Renji Harasaka intellectually. Moreover, Goetia judged that he was too slow. The storm cloud over Sekai Amamiya was dissipating. Hirasaka's strength was gradually returning to the initial 1 out of 10 level. Suddenly, Goetia grabbed Renji's jacket hard. When she pulled him sharply, his eye injury became even more visible. Goetia threw Renji onto the ground, then charged forward to stomp hard on him. Renji opened his eyes wide in helplessness, followed by a series of rapid punches from Goetia. He was so badly injured that he was bleeding heavily. Goetia grabbed Renji's hair, lifting him up, then asked, Ah. Finally awake. Ah. He coughed weakly a few times. She said coldly, What a pity. Goetia said, You and Sekai Amamiya are nothing to those with pure strength. She continued, That small executor title means nothing to me. I will become part of the operator. But the contract, the original turtle, the cracked shell, all the things I have accumulated over thousands of years have vanished. Suddenly, Renji's eye twisted wildly. He froze. Goetia grinned savagely. Unforgiving, Renji's whole body was twisted. She said, According to Haidu, you are carrying a resurrection item. Right. Goetia threw Renji onto the street and bluntly said, Then go die and come back here. She snarled again. This time, I am going to torture you nice and slow. Renji's body hit the stone pavement. Blood stopped flowing, and thick black smoke rose up. From afar, a young boy's voice called out. The boy smiled brightly at him, and Renji squinted. Looking toward the boy asked, Do you still want to keep fighting? Up above, Shikishima is. Tetsu's condition was extremely bad. Shikishima muttered. Harasaka. Meanwhile, Tetsu thought silently. Commander. Everyone here has already used every possible power-up item to fight. He thought further. If the enemy has the same advantage, we do not stand a chance. While Renji Harasaka buys time, we should retreat. Shikishima fell into deep thought, then called out. Kinokawa. Nerus. Fujigami. Come with me. Of course. Ryo Shikishima did not stand a chance either. Even so, Shikishima declared firmly. I will save Harasaka. In another scene, in a mysterious space, Renji asked weakly. This is... The boy he saw earlier stood before him and answered. The boundary between life and death. Your body is waiting for the resurrection item to respond. The boy asked him. I just want to ask. While you still have the chance, why do you keep fighting? Renji stayed silent. The boy spoke again. Punching. Slashing. Biting. Tearing. Burning. Bullets flying all just to die like this. The boy continued. Because I have no talent except fighting. Renji replied. That is not true. The boy questioned. For money, fame, status. He immediately answered. The boy hesitated a bit, then said, then, for your friends. That is your ideal, Renji gently replied. Probably. I think so. The boy reached out and asked. Then why did you abandon your friend? Really? To save another world. Renji remained silent. The boy challenged him. You want to live in another world after this battle? Right, the boy asked. If you fight for family and friends. Get it? But why save this world? Save people who have nothing to do with you. The boy's eyes welled up as if about to cry. I do not understand. Renji lowered his head again, finally. He spoke. 8 years. I have fought for 8 years. Saved countless people. But failed just as many. Too many to count. He recalled waking up in bed and said, I stopped counting those nights when I cursed my own helplessness. Images from the hospital flashed back. He recounted. That is when I asked him, why do we fight? Does what we do really matter? He asked with frustration. What is the meaning of these actions? Renji continued. And the boy answered. He recalled Shikishima saying, you can erase the world's pain. But even so, if we can lessen it, even just a little, he added, if we trade their blood for it, so no one has to cry. Every tear of sorrow turns into a tear of happiness. Renji remembered the touching moment with heartfelt words and the phrase, you lived well. Shikishima smiled and said, maybe that is all the meaning there is. Beside him, Kinokawa and Yuta were smiling brightly. Renji's eyes lit up as he looked at them, back in the mystical space. He said, at that time, I thought it was noble. And I made up my mind. He continued, even if all the work in the world disappears, I will fight by any means so no one has to cry. Renji said, like you said, I have, he went on. True friends. People you truly cherish. Renji spoke with determination. That is why I can leave this world to them. No matter how far apart we are, our hearts will always be connected. The boy replied. Right. He smiled and said, I am glad for you. Renji responded weakly. Yeah. Me too. The boy asked Renji. Do you want to go? Renji answered. Yeah. Definitely. He briefly shifted back into fighting form. Closed his eyes for a moment. Then opened them with resolve. In front of Renji were his 5 friends. He said. They are coming to save me. Everyone called his name anxiously. Hirasaka. 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 He looked at them and smiled happily in that mysterious space. The boy was actually a young Renji. The boy spoke up. That was way too rushed. After confronting himself, the heroic trait, Renji Hirasaka awakened a second trait. The boy smiled, then created circles of light and said, you forgot this, the unique skill. Teammate travel. Welcome to Amicus. Even with Hirasaka. Renji revived. And the golden subordinates gathered together. In Goatius' eyes now. They were all just grass. Then Renji noticed everyone's eyes meeting. They had all gone through the trouble to find him. At this moment, Renji's inner fire burned even stronger. Everyone risked their lives to save him. And Renji would never let any of them die. Even if it meant sacrificing this friendship. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Renji. Did you forget? Surprised. He quickly glanced back. His soul had now become a hero. On a hero's journey. There are always trustworthy teammates by your side in desperate situations. A rare class like hero activates a second innate skill, a natural ability called Amigas. It means friends recognized by the hero with all their heart. They gain the same innate ability as the hero, with all stats multiplied by 10. But only when facing world-level dangerous enemies, seeing everyone's power increase. Goskai still calmly watched them without any expression. Switching gates. Golden Queen Safina. Skill number 4. Former Golden Titan. Kinokawa family title. Hirasaka. He understood and attacked. Alright. Skill number 4. Titan Smash. A massive power like a giant tree trunk slammed toward Goskai. The weapon struck, causing a huge explosion. Renji advanced. Okay. Now's the time to keep attacking to pressure her. But as Renji prepared to rush forward, Udu pulled him back. Slow down. Wait a moment, Renji exclaimed in surprise. Everyone. Wow. Shikishima said. Hey. You are going all out but still getting beaten up. Even if you keep fighting, you won't win. Then Udu added. Shikishima. We are heading out first. Golden Amor. Mise chimed in. I am going to. Shikishima said. Sorry. We will have to count on you, Renji said in shock. Shikishima. Then he proposed. Hirasaka. I have a plan. Want to join? Seeing that look, Renji could not hide his surprise. Shikishima was the planner. And the rest would fight. It felt like Renji was back in the old days. Thinking that, he smiled happily and said, Go ahead. After the discussion, Renji resumed attacking Ekia with his giant. No matter how many people had power equal to Hirasaka, they still could not finish her off. They surely knew this well. But then a small figure appeared. It was Fujigami Mise, also switching gates. But she did not choose the Red Copper King. Mise activated her move. Switching gates. The reason was, instead of everyone boosting strength stats, Mise thought at least one person focusing on agility would be better. Then a star-like light flew over. Main skill. Instant teleport for allies. Swift warhorse slipknot. Mise flew up and shouted happily. Thank goodness. I found area. Mise quickly jumped down to where Subaru was lying unconscious. More than half of his heart was destroyed. Surviving was truly a miracle. If we use an item, maybe he can recover. Then she started healing. Almost collapsing, Mise worriedly tried to save him. I am counting on you. Please wake up, she shouted as she healed Subaru, hoping he would wake up soon. Area scene change. On this side, Renji was controlling his giant to attack Goetia. Meanwhile, Tetsu was watching the battle from above. Although their side seemed to have gained some extra power, as long as the enemy could endlessly heal with items, victory was impossible. The one who could decide this battle was ultimately Ariake Subaru. Tetsu's gaze softened a bit as she continued thinking. Or maybe Amami Asika, but right now, she was just as battered as Subaru. Maybe even worse. Then Ms. Tetsu kept watching calmly and said, What are you all going to do now? Leon found it hard to answer this question. He just hesitated. I will stay and deal with the enemy's attack. And Ekel agreed with Lion. I am not leaving either. I have made a vow with the ancestor spirit. What about you? Tetsu turned away and said, Let us retreat. I do not think we can win if we face them head-on. Hearing that, Anda Ekel supported him. You are the only one who can say it straight like that. Just do whatever you want. Seeing M's Tetsu turn away so bluntly and helplessly, Lean felt some sympathy. Heldo. Just then, Tetsu reminded Lean, This battle will be over in a few minutes, he warned. So get ready and hold your ground if you really want to witness a new world opening up. Then he left, leaving behind Anda Ekel's cold gaze watching Ms. Tetsu. At that moment, an explosion went off right behind Anda Echel. The giant Renji created was half destroyed. And Kinokawa was not spared either. Blood pouring from Kinokawa's head made her extremely tense. Renji shouted worriedly. Kinokawa. She signaled him to be quiet. It is just a sensory link wound. You focus on the fight. Then Kinokawa refocused on the battle. This is supposed to be a water gap. The gate's already gone. So why is not it working? Then she looked toward Gosuke. Her eyes filled with determination. I absolutely want to let her get away. They gathered meep to regenerate the former god's body. Then controlled it to charge straight at Gosuke and knock her away. Seeing that, she complained in annoyance. How does she keep living so long? Seeing it worked, Kinokawa quickly encouraged Renji. Got it. Hirasaka. Among us. You are the strongest now, she said. Finish this quickly. Meanwhile, Shikishima chanted. One strike. All kill. Remembering back, Shikishima's plan was for Renji to attack her with his strongest move when he gave the signal. Renji hesitated. Is this plan really going to work? Shikishima reassured him. Do not worry, because you really like Subaru too. Right? Renji asked confusedly. He replied sarcastically. Yeah. Of course. Blocking Gosuke until the end. Ariake Subaru, standing between life and death, recalled his past full of grudges. At that moment, Subaru was determined not to forgive Gosuke. Then he remembered his father and shouted, Dad, how could you? Then he recalled fleeting moments of illness and his parents, when they were healthy and happy together. Even until death, he still trusted him blindly. Traitor. 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 Filled with hatred, a voice suddenly called out, startling him awake. Ariake Subaru quickly sat up at Meize's voice. Seeing him wake up, Meize was overjoyed and shouted. Thank goodness. We saved you just in time. Subaru stopped and said, Fujigami. Before surprise could settle, Subaru quickly grew serious, sensing something was wrong. Subaru turned to look at Renji's former god far away. Looking closely, Subaru shouted with resentment. Gosuke. Seeing Subaru get fired up, Meize panicked. At that moment, a circle of light appeared. It granted power to Subaru, and he felt his body instantly filled with vitality. This power is, that is right, skill will amicus, which lets those who receive it understand its effect immediately. Glass, a rare hero, grants teammates the same passive ability as himself. Subaru quickly realized and shouted. Teammates. Back when Shikishima discussed his plan with Renji, he asked. Hirasaka. You really like Subaru too? Right. And at that moment, Subaru smiled. Subaru put his hand on his forehead and said, As expected, Hirasaka's amazing. That person has always been someone I truly admire. Then Mi spoke briefly about the situation. Heroes on Amamiya's side already include Haji and Leon. Hearing that, Subaru silently thanked. Thanks. Hirasaka. Everyone. Now Subaru can still keep fighting. He used the Blood Moon skill. Quickly, those streams of blood flew toward Goetia. 1 minute left until the battle ends. The thick blood mist from the blood moon has engulfed the entire battlefield. Goetia realizes, this is blood. Subaru's teammates, having prolonged the fight, are all covered in bloodlust. But in the end, they achieve their goal. Goetia angrily shouts, Ariak Subaru. As the sun set, the auras of Ariak Subaru and Harasaka Renji intensify, reactivating the Sunwalker. Combined with Armika's buff, Subaru and Harasaka's strategy is now 100 times stronger than before. Only then does Goetia realize this was why they wanted to stall for time. Shikishima appears above Goetia. Azo Watsup. It is too late to realize now. He uses a move aimed at Goetia. The 7 seals. Next comes Imperial Control. Goetia, furious, warns, you are seriously underestimating me. Than dim, Shikishima exclaims. Oh man. My attacks do not seem to hurt at all, but that is fine. Just then, Shikishima distracts Goei so Subaru can move into attack. She can only mutter, too fast. Shikishima Ryo's strike was just a distraction for Goetia. Looking closer, she notices blood droplets burning on Subaru's hands. A stream of red blood surrounds her, but Goetia manages to block it in time. A vortex appears. Goetia wonders. Blood. At this point, she is caught in the vortex. Goetia struggles to dodge and escape this fierce whirlwind. Ariak Subaru has used 540 tons of blood energy, fully locked to restrict all of Goetia's movements. Just as she tries to focus all her power on Chiru Than dim to break free, Hirasaka Renji's aura reaches its ultimate level. She has to dodge his aura-infused strike. Goetia quickly shouts, nice. At that moment, Goetia breaks free from Subaru's blood energy, Chelu, a spell that stops anything it touches for 1 second. This ability is not suited for a chaotic, intense battle. However, thanks to the blood vortex and the concentrated blood, the spell clears debris. Goetia is forced to act again for the 2nd time today. Izize seizes the moment and shouts, Tsunemori. Hearing this, Jenga quickly flies in to attack Goetia. He appears right behind her. Jenga the Ice Knight. Goetia's gaze still is not on Jenga, who wields this rank treasure. The Nini Lun Shield. The Inky Lun Shield activates a one-time absolute defense if its user takes damage that would reduce their PET to 0. But it seems to mean nothing to Goetia. Jenga's eyes quickly fill with worry. Goetia says, that last strike was strong enough to trigger the Nini Lun Shield. He is the one who defeated Bia. Jenga failed to hit Goetia and was overwhelmed by her power. An explosion occurs near Jenga. Subaru watches anxiously. Goetia says, I did not expect Hirasaka's move to be a trap, but this is the real finishing move. I have planned every step. It is useless? You won't be able to do anything to me. Shikishima calmly says, I know you are still hiding your last defense card. My goal is to neutralize it. Goetia looks surprised hearing Shikishima. He shouts, Subaru. Next, Tsunemori and Shikishima signal. Quickly, Mise and Renji appear behind Goetia. The 9 swift horses Slapnir skill by Fuchigami Mise can instantly teleport allies by touching them, and can teleport together with them. Shikishima Rila's strategy leaves Goetia unable to defend or dodge, while Hirasaka Renji prepares his strongest move. That move is the ultimate technique he and Lewis created, the improved final skill, Beast Slayer. Dragon-slaying sword. The first scene is set kilometers away from the current battlefield. Lion is standing in front of a huge bright screen in the storage room, trying to find an item that could save Amamiya right now. But what he got was a mechanical voice saying that Amamiya Sahaka's soul has been permanently destroyed. There is no way to restore it to its original state. So Lion angrily slams his hand on the screen and swears, damn it. Meanwhile, Sahaka is lying there with eyes closed and mouth slightly dry, mumbling something. Anda Ecker holds her tightly, gritting his teeth in thought. He means her soul is dead. So how are we supposed to face this now? Just then, Sahaka weakly tries to speak. Take me with you. Hearing that, Anda Ecker quickly shouts, Amamiya Sahaka. She hesitates but continues. To the battlefield. Back to everyone. Back to Subaru. I want to be close to them. Even just a little. Anda Ecker is confused after hearing this. But she stops when she sees Sahaka open her eyes and look at her, saying, please. On the other side, Lean also falls silent, no longer angry like before. After a while, Anda Ecker agrees to Sahaka's request. Alright then. Amamiya, we will set off after this afternoon's release, she says, hugging Sayako and standing up. A beam of light shoots up into the sky right behind Ems. Tetsu. Later, he looks up at the light and mutters, it won't be long now. Everything's about to be settled. The scene shifts to another place with an intense beam of light, near which a girl is floating. Hirasaka Renji can now control up to 5 terajoules of energy. This amount is estimated to be equivalent to the total energy the Niagara can produce in 1 second. Its destructive power rivals a tactical nuclear warhead with a blast equivalent to 1,000 tons of tent. In other words, Hirasaka Renji's ultimate move is a unique, unparalleled sword strike in history, as if it contains the entire the Niagara's force crashing down. Dao Chiyu. Footwork. Dragon Slayer Sword, Van Diem. The Ghost skill allows her to consume up to turn her body into living flames, and also transform the flames into her own flesh. So as long as she has M, she can continuously regenerate. However, Goskai is falling freely when suddenly she jerks awake and looks ahead. Her mepi used to regenerate her body is completely drained in an instant. She clenches her teeth thinking, this is bad, bad, bad. With just this flesh and blood body, there is no way to withstand that attack. A powerful attack drained all of Goskai's mepi in a moment. Even Mei standing there is affected. Not only that, but others also feel the terrifying pressure of this strike. Even Subaru's blood barrier protecting the team is broken, putting immense pressure on everyone present. Shikishima quickly looks beside him and loudly asks, are you okay? Subaru is breathing heavily, gritting his teeth to hold on. Thinking, the aftershock alone is this intense. I have to use all of Mei's mop just to maintain the barrier. This is Hirasaka's full power attack, but how much longer can this last? Every time I use a recovery item, I get hit again. My life ends here. Once the recovery items run out, it is death's call. Sang choice light spreads across the sky, illuminating the entire city. Lad Renji holds his sword hovering in the smoky haze. He gasps and stammers. Goichiya. How? Renji wonders if he has defeated Goetia yet. Hovering in the air, he mutters, this destructive power is beyond my imagination. Luckily, I ordered evacuation of all 23 districts in time. Shikishima frowns, thinking, I am pretty sure I defeated Goetia, but where is she? Then he activates Heavenly Eye, Shikishima Ryo's sub-skill that lets him sense enemies within a 1-kilometer radius. Mies also stands stunned, looking ahead. Did we really take her down? But right then, a familiar voice sounds. Goetia now only has her head burning. She says disappointingly. Mies immediately grits his teeth in shock and turns around. Goetia is almost fully regenerated. Approaches, and slowly says, that was dangerous just now. Not only did you use up all my recovery items, even a healing overtime item like the sunflower video had to be used. I have to say, I have been completely outplayed by you guys. But anyway. Now everyone gritted their teeth in anger and charged at Goetia all at once. She glared back at them, muttering that the outcome was already decided. Tetsu, standing below, took a quiet step forward, thinking she never expected to witness such an interesting scene. Hirasaka Renji is living proof of a SOS evolution and the awakening of unlimited potential power through the bonds between teammates. Meanwhile, in the air, a monster's head was just sliced off. At the same time, Kinokawa was slashed across the neck, blood spurting from her mouth. Tetsu thought to herself, but after all the power they have is just game strength created by the admins. Even if the rules can be rewritten by the one who controls them all, what I expect from you is not that kind of power. Ariak Subaru right now. Everyone is fighting Goetia with all they have got. Subaru charged down screaming, Goichiya. She looked up and turned to face him. At that moment, Goetia had just punched straight into Shikishima's chest. She said, Ariak Subaru. Immediately, Goetia swung her arm again and said, you have reached your limit, have not you? Her swing created slashing claw marks on Subaru's body, slowing him down. The force of the blow made Subaru grit his teeth, blood spilling from his mouth. But he did not stop. He kept charging at Goetia. He used a breaking attack to strike. But as he lunged forward, Goetia's hand was already on his neck. Her voice rang out full of contempt. You guys really tried. You made me give up my position as an enforcer. You pushed me to the edge, forcing me to use every item I had. I have to honestly admire that. Now you can take this honor with you to the grave. Subaru was lifted high by Goetia's chokehold, but he gritted his teeth, glaring at her and said, Goichiya, I want to forgive you. But Goetia did not really care. She said coldly, you pests. Then Goetia's blue flame spread, engulfing Subaru, and his limbs were severed and torn off. Shikishima, standing on another cliff, shouted, Subaru. The blue flames faded, revealing Goetia hovering, holding Subaru's severed head. Shikishima's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered, no way. He can't be revived anymore. Then someone ran up behind him calling, Shikishima. He turned and replied, Sunio Mori. Where is Subaru's eyes? After a moment's hesitation, he answered, the resurrection item was already used during the battle with Violet. And even after that, Shikishima froze, stunned. What? Elsewhere? And Darekal held Sayaka in his arms, looking up at the sky, muttering, how did it come to this? Could Ariak really die? Suddenly, he heard a voice say, Andar Echel. Stop here. Thank you. I am sorry for hitting you before. Live well, Sayaka said with a smile as she looked at Andar Echel. Then Sayaka dissolved into smoke drifting in all directions. Andar Echel just stood frozen, watching helplessly. She quietly reached out, clenched her fist, choking up, Amimiya, back with Goetia. She looked down at Subaru's head and slowly said, "Well, this battle ends here. You can finally rest." The scene shifted to another place where Subaru lay with his eyes closed, his body completely uninjured. After a moment, Subaru slowly opened his eyes and softly said, "Ah, this is..." He saw a figure in front of him calling his name. It was Sayaka. She sat down beside him, smiling, and said, "I came to save you." A somber atmosphere filled the sky as Goichi slowly looked at Subaru's severed head in her hand. The scene shifted to where Subaru and Sayaka lay together. She cheerfully said to him, "I wish the sky here would always stay this clear." The two of them lay on their backs, staring up at the clear blue sky with not a single cloud in sight. Sayaka then closed her eyes and exclaimed, "I still like the brightest days." Subaru. Now both of them were sitting in a cafe. Sayaka continued, "Honestly, I feel lighter because of it." Subaru quietly recalled the past as Sayaka happily praised, "That is such a great name. It really suits you." Subaru smiled and said, "Thanks." Then Sayaka sat up and softly asked him, "Wait, is the reason you hate Goichi so much because she reminds you of your dad?" Hearing that, Subaru honestly shared, "My dad used to beat my mom and me all the time. The times without him around were the most peaceful. But whenever he came back home, he would go crazy and lose control. Yet my mom never left him, always standing by his side to support him. When mom was seriously ill and close to death, he coldly turned his back on her. And after that, he did not care about us at all. Maybe unconsciously, I saw the Goetia clairvoyance. Like the shadow of the treacherous father who shattered my peaceful home, I let personal feelings cloud my judgment." At that moment, Subaru sat up, furrowed his brow, and used his hand to support his chain. Sayaka on the other side set a glass of water on the table and replied, That is what makes you human. Looks like you two moved to another space." Now they were sitting in a cafe. Sayaka went on, "I actually feel more relieved." Later, Subaru quietly asked her something. "Am I not usually like a human?" Hearing this, Sayaka honestly answered, You are kind of weird." Subaru was shocked and asked, "Weird how?" Now Sayaka explained, "Because there is no one like you. You are always trying your best for everyone. Only you." Subaru. "Do that." She smiled brightly as she said this. But Subaru did not smile. He looked very surprised hearing Sayaka say everyone. He suddenly remembered something, stood up, looked around, and said to her, "Right. Let me take you back to the others." Just as he finished speaking, Sayaka, sitting behind, spoke up, stopping him cold. "Sorry, Subaru. I can go with you. You probably already figured it out. I am dead. I used my shattered soul, just waiting for my death to bring you back to life. Luckily, I managed to save you in time. A subordinate's soul can be exchanged for the resurrection of their master." After she said that, Subaru's voice choked up. He turned back with teary eyes, gritting his teeth as he asked Sayaka, "Well, didn't I forbid you from doing this to a subordinate? The master's orders are absolute." Subaru had commanded his subordinates that if Subaru died, no one was allowed to sacrifice themselves to bring him back. Remembering this, Sayaka still smiled nostalgically and said, "When Subaru gave that order, Shikishima and Sunio Mori were really mad." She recalled their earlier conversation. Jiga once scolded him, saying, "Damn it, Subaru, retract that order already." But Subaru stubbornly refused to change it. Hearing this, Subaru shouted at Sayaka, "Exactly. My order was absolute." She closed her eyes with a sigh and explained, "It is probably because the Paravara skill you used on me was not fully complete." At that moment, they shifted to another space where Sayaka was lying on a bed. Just as she said this, Subaru's face went blank, mouth agape. Sayaka continued, "When I merged into you, how should I put it? It was like I was about to die." Hearing that, Subaru opened his mouth in shock and suddenly remembered. He thought to himself, "So that is it. That must have been the moment I thought I had failed and could not save her anymore." Sayaka added, "That is probably why I did not have Judith's memories at first. In short, your order does not apply to me." Subaru was stunned, unable to believe it. "So you could actually bend the rules like that?" Then he lowered his head, hesitating as he asked, "When did you decide to sacrifice yourself for me?" Sayaka smiled and replied, "Probably when my body started acting strange. That is when I truly decided I wanted to do this. After fighting Yurak, I slowly realized I really do have a weak soul." But no matter how she explained, Subaru still did not understand. He asked her again, "Then why did you keep fighting, knowing you would end up like this?" Unexpectedly, Sayaka laughed cheerfully and said, "Even so, I still want to become stronger. I hope to stay close to Subaru, growing stronger together without end. I want us to always be friends until this soul fades away." The more Sayaka spoke, the more pain Subaru's eyes showed as he looked at her, standing beside her own sick forest. She reached out and said, "Thank you for giving me a chance to live again. It is time for me to go now. I have no regrets left. Now I return this life to you. and the two of them returned to the original space. Subaru still wanted to stop Sokka. Do not. Then he suddenly looked at her and shouted, "Please do not do this. Everything is still unfinished. You promised we would go to the end together. Please stay with me. See Haka." When he said this, Subaru collapsed into the water. Choked up, he gritted his teeth. Tears streaming. Begging Sahaka, "Stay with me," her pleading voice whispered in his ear, saying that life is a journey searching for things more important than oneself. And those who find that are the happy ones. So I am really happy. Subaru, Sahaka said while looking straight into his eyes. But the more she spoke, the more tears poured down his face. Subaru stammered. "Look," Sahaka cut him off, then slowly said to Subaru, "Master Karen, when thinking of lost friends, does not just see that they are gone, but remembers that they once walked together. From now on, you should think of us that way too. Since the day we met, every moment was a struggle, but we stood side by side." Saying this, Sahaka could not hold back her tears anymore. She kept talking, recalling that it was the happiest time. "Remember me like that, even though I can only go this far with you. See you again someday." Subaru's tears kept falling, but his hair turned white. Then they both stood up, surrounded by a fierce blue flame. At that moment, Sahaka spoke to Subaru. "Can you deliver a message for me?" He naturally did not refuse and replied, "Sure." Sahaka began listing. "First, to my family. I wrote a letter on the table. Please have them read it. Second, Master Karam. He probably won't read the letter, but I am waiting for the secret message. Third is Siaka." When she said Sahaka's name, she suddenly paused, then softly called out, "Sihaka." Then Siaka smiled and reminded him to take good care of my body. Immediately after, a bright golden light shone, revealing a pair of eyes with red pupils in the center. On this side, Lien and Ekel were startled and froze when they saw those eyes. And Ekel stared at it for a moment, then stammered, "What is this? Has the resurrection item activated automatically? Could it be Amamiya Sahaka?" She seemed to realize something. On the other side, Lien stood with mouth agape, speechless. Then, from within the golden light, Sahaka appeared, floating in the air. As soon as she opened her eyes, tears immediately fell. Sihaka mumbled, "Sihaka," over by Sayaka. She still spoke innocently as usual. "Just take it as it comes for now. Come on. Subaru, how long are you going to keep crying?" Sahaka looked at Subaru awkwardly and asked. He just stammered in reply, "Because of you. Sorry. But I just can't stop crying." Seeing that, she just propped her hands up and laughed helplessly. A moment later, Sahaka spoke again, calling his name. "Subaru, I really love sunny days after all. Now I do not have to see cracks or gloomy rainy days anymore. Just look at that clear sky. It is just like the day you gave me life." Sihaka's words ended as the scene shifted to Goskai's front. Suddenly, a dazzling multicolored light burst out in front of her. Immediately after, Goskai's two arms partially disappeared as if something made them vanish. Standing before her now was Subaru. Resurrected. Gosuke stared at him, thinking, he resurrected himself, not using an item. What the? Just then Subaru suddenly spoke. "Get it? Sihaka." He opened his eyes, staring blankly ahead, saying just one word, "Boss." Gosuke across from him was startled and looked at him warily. Just then, her inventory suddenly appeared. But the moment Gosuke's inventory appeared, it shattered into pieces. Seeing that, she panicked and immediately turned around. Watching the pieces of her inventory break apart, Gosuke was stunned, wondering why her inventory was being destroyed. Not only that, but those below like Jinga and Shikishima were equally shocked. Even Renji could not believe what he was seeing. Subaru spoke up again. "You want to get another chance to come back to life, and you definitely can't escape." Saying that, Gosuke finally turned to look at him. What met her eyes was Subaru's face full of hatred. He said, "Disappear, vanish, and fade away." Gosuke, seeing the fragments of her inventory shatter like that, Gosuke was stunned and thought, "Inventory is not my skill. It is more like a stats board, a system designed directly by the operator, beyond human understanding, a domain of the gods." Yet, it was being destroyed. She still could not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, Subaru, expressionless, raised his hand to control something, thinking silently. Inventory. At that moment, behind Shuga and Shikishima, their inventories also appeared. Not only that, but behind Renji, his inventory appeared as well, and it did not stop there. Ice's inventory appeared behind him too. Lien and Unda Ejisa groups were the same as the others. Everyone present had their inventories appear behind them, even someone standing outside like Eves. Tetsu was not spared. Before everyone could recover from their shock, Subaru's voice rang out again. "How pathetic." Then suddenly, he swung his hand sharply to the side, and everything around became chaotic. Immediately after, everyone was startled as their inventories behind them shattered all at once. Tetsu, seeing her inventory destroyed too, muttered in despair, "Oh my. The items I have worked hard to collect over 8 years are all gone, violating the laws of the world's operation. This is the true power of the next generation." Subaru looked up toward the boy above. Gasuke hovered in the air, staring intently at Subaru, thinking, "This guy, whatever the hell he is, no matter how I think about it." Suddenly she realized something. The absolute system was being directly interfered with. Chaos. Gasuke herself could feel it. Subaru took a step forward, and she did not miss a single movement as he disrupted the order of 10 billion worlds. Now Subaru's foot touched down. He was still in the air but able to touch some surface. Stepped forward slowly. The upper half of Subaru's face was already distorted. Chaotic. Gasuke quickly stretched her hand forward, creating a blue fireball. A radiant, majestic crown. She thought to herself, even if I have to use all my power, I will burn everything to ashes. 1T leave a single piece. Compression. Dostala. Everyone present was affected by this attack. Gasuke aimed straight for Gehenna's Inferno. Pushing herself to the limit, the superheated flame reached surface temperatures of 150,000 degrees. At this distance, even I can avoid injury. But if I turn into fire for just 1 second, I can endure it. Burn to ash. Subaru. She extended her hand toward the fireball aimed at Subaru, but he calmly raised his hand and said 2 words. Eliminate it. Instantly, the fireball she prepared began to dissolve. Moments later, it completely vanished right before everyone's eyes. Gasuke could not believe it and just stood there with her mouth agape. Whirlwinds, like some kind of vacuum, headed straight toward the two in the air. Jenga, clutching his neck in shock, said, "He's alive." But Shikishima stood frozen and asked Jenga, "Tsunemori, did you see that? It looks like her skill just died on the spot. What kind of demonic power is this?" At that moment, the fireball Gasuke had just aimed was completely destroyed. Subaru's voice came from the other side. "Stop dying, Gasuke." "It is." His face was still distorted by chaos. Gasuke did not hesitate at all and chose to run away. Watching the direction she ran, Subaru just said a few words, disabling her. Immediately, the surroundings around Mastem became heavily distorted. While she was still turning her head to look around, Subaru had already appeared right behind her. Gasuke was startled and turned around loudly. She tried to resist, pushing her hands out to create an escape route. Then suddenly, Gasuke screamed and fell straight into that gate. She flew to the other side, where a skyscraper stood. On this side, Subaru still stood in place, staring intently at the direction Gasuke had just run off. Shikishima down below saw this and gasped, thinking, she escaped. Then he called out loudly, "Subaru, upstairs." You just opened one eye and looked ahead without responding. Gasuke on the other side seemed to have entered another dimension, breathing heavily with difficulty. Then suddenly, Gasuke laughed loudly. "Did it? I escaped." Subaru. "I have to analyze your power." At that moment, Subaru's voice appeared right behind her again. Disabled. As he spoke, Gasuke's dimension shattered into pieces. She froze in shock and turned to look behind her. Subaru's voice slowly echoed in Gasuke's ear again. "Billet said those who want to become administrators, craving divine power, can do it. Gasuke, you will die here. Now. You are just a corrupted mess." Gasuke raised her hand and saw it had already been corrupted. She gasped for breath. Then her whole body started to corrupt, with many parts of her body disappearing. Gasuke thought to herself, is this the end? For thousands of years, I have devoted myself to the administrators. Subaru had no doubt now. He had reached the power threshold of an administrator. After everything, is he the chosen one? Or maybe, he was from the start. Impossible. Even when only a small part of Gasuke's body remained, she was still lost in thought. She tried to gasp out her last words. This is so unfair. Subaru on the opposite side silently watched from beginning to end. Shima, and Jinga down below saw Gasuke vanish and wondered, did we really defeat her? Subaru remained silent, his face sinking into corruption as he recalled Sayaka's words. Subaru, I really love sunny days. Yeah. Get it? Sayaka. Subaru muttered, raising his hand toward the sky, and everything immediately became corrupted. That day, the whole world was swallowed by corruption. Everything was covered in corruption, making it impossible to see clearly. Gradually, a sphere of corruption began to form inside a room. Kana looked at the sphere in shock and said, Mario, this is unbelievable. The water sources worldwide have disappeared. Indeed, at that moment, there were no more water sources on the sphere. Meanwhile, among 10 billion worlds, Administrator Elpis was in a room with another person. One standing, one sitting, Elpis quietly said to the other. Subaru. He spoke each word slowly and disconnectedly. What about him? The other asked. An absolute being, created by us administrators. Elpis replied. The other interrupted. Did he destroy it? Vanquish sat quietly, calling softly. Subaru. He clenched his hands together, thinking about the unexpected power. Then he muttered a few words. Sawa. At that moment, Elpis shouted angrily. Vanquish. Do you understand the gravity of what you have done? What he destroyed was the treasure of billions of worlds. Since I became an administrator, no one like him has ever existed. What is he? Elpis said in astonishment, unexpectedly. The next moment, he broke into a wide grin. Amazing. Vanquish heard this but remained silent. Scene shifts elsewhere. Subaru floated in the air, looking up at the clear blue sky. Muttering, Seika. It is a beautiful day. Then he suddenly looked down. Below was a huge pit where some of his teammates were standing. After a while, Subaru flew down and softly called out, Seika, Seika. She looked at Subaru and said in a choked voice, Lord Subaru, what should I do? Just saying that, her eyes were already filled with tears. Seika. Seika's tears could not be held back anymore and started to fall. Seika was gone. She cried out in deep pain. Seeing that, Subaru hesitated for a moment. Then said, Yeah, Seika, please wait for this body. You could not hold back your tears either as they started to flow. Then both of them opened their mouths and cried like two children. Leonin and Darej, standing nearby, just lowered their heads, feeling heartbroken. On the other side, Seika softly called out to Ariak. Then he turned and called back to Seika, but right now he was biting his lip, staring off to one side. Muttering, I need. Seika's brows furrowed tightly. He hesitated as if something was stuck in his throat, but then Seika called out again, and he brushed it off, saying, It is nothing. Just gathering with the others. The scene shifted to another place. Seemingly inside the city, on the street, a skinny figure was taking slow, painful steps, breathing heavily with each breath. It was Godia. But now she looked extremely old and wrinkled. Goisha silently recalled how, before escaping the chair, she had split her soul to guard herself and suppressed her power to level 1. And yet she was not detected. Damn it. What kind of power is that Ariak Subaru using right now? I need to find a way to heal. As she walked, Goisha suddenly stopped and looked ahead. In front of her was Tetsu sitting on a rock, and when she saw him, Goisha was so shocked she could not speak. Tetsu turned his head toward her and called out, Wait, holding a golden dagger in his hand. Seeing that, Goisha was terrified. Her pupils shrank, and she stammered, Haiso. Tetsu. Tetsu juggled the dagger in his hand, looked at Goisha, and said, You are the type to split your soul at the slightest provocation. So I guess you will do the same when cornered. At that moment, Goisha noticed what he was holding. Startled, she stepped back and stammered, It is the sword. The inventory is an item with unlimited capacity given to administrators. Although it was destroyed and many treasures were lost, the items taken out before still exist. Tetsu slowly said each word. The Golden Lord who was killed before has also been reborn through the Phoenix. We saved all those things for you, Tetsu said, then jumped down and chased after Goichi. She was panicked and terrified, only able to run forward blindly. The legendary SSS-Rank item returned to the Nija Sea. By now, Tetsu caught up to her and coldly plunged the dagger straight into her head. Then Tetsu slowly added, You only get this far. Go back to the collective consciousness. And with that, all of Goisha's body parts fell apart and were sucked into another dimension. The scene shifted to a place that looked like the lower realm. Sayaka was happily walking step by step on the hill. Suddenly she stopped when she saw someone with long flowing hair in the distance. They stood not too far apart. The long-haired person was Subaru from the future. Silently pondering, it seemed Ariak Subaru had defeated all the disasters. Thank you, the future Subaru muttered. Like this. While speaking, Subaru suddenly stopped, eyes wide with shock as he looked ahead. Subaru immediately turned to look at Sayaka behind him. How? Why are you here? Sayaka. Subaru looked at her, both surprised and moved. Sayaka smiled brightly and happily walked up to greet him. Then she spread her arms wide and asked with a smile, You are another Subaru. Right. I wanted to meet you. You chose to be here alone and followed us. Thank you. You really are amazing. Subaru's eyes welled up with tears. We won. Just like you said. Sayaka's eyes sparkled brightly. I won't let you be lonely anymore. Subaru's tears streamed down his face. Then Sayaka ran over and hugged him, praising, Subaru, you did great. The two held hands tightly, full of unity and warmth. At that moment, Subaru softly said with a hint of emotion, Well done. Sayaka was also moved, her eyes welling up with tears. The two stood in a vast space like a galaxy, tightly holding each other's hands as the scene shifted to Subaru's land. Just then, the bracelet on his wrist suddenly emitted a dazzling light. A mechanical voice rang out. You have received the privilege since your family has departed. The remnants of the dark sun transformed into a bright golden light in the night sky, inheriting the skills and traits possessed by Sayaka Mamiya. He glanced at his hand and muttered, Sayaka. Seeing that, Sayaka silently stared at Subaru. Suddenly, Sayaka seemed to sense something and froze. Then both Leon and Andor Ecker sensed something and turned around to look. Sayaka anxiously plopped down, observing everything around her. Suddenly, Many eyes appeared in the clear sky. Wide open and staring, Sayaka gritted her teeth and said, "Administrator. Lord Subaru." Then she glanced behind her. Subaru had somehow disappeared without a trace. Sayaka shouted anxiously, "Lord Subaru." Shikishima and Jinga ran over and asked her, "Sayaka, why are you in the human world?" Sayaka immediately shouted, "Shikishima, Lord Subaru has disappeared. Seems like he is cornered." She was extremely worried. Hearing this, Administrator Jinga and Shikishima were stunned into silence. Meanwhile, the eyes in the sky were still half open, watching the city below, but just moments later, the clear sky returned, revealing that the eyes were just an illusion. The scene shifted to Vanquish Place. He looked at control panel and said, "Nguyen Jiang. Subaru." Then Vanquish immediately turned his head and called out, "Wait, Elpis." Before he could say more, he heard a voice. "Captain Dragon, no more delays?" Elpis said eagerly, already ready and fired up to set off. He said cheerfully, "We are heading to the World Administrator Ariek Subaru's place. Or else he will be killed." "Who is that?" "Tough." Vanquish hesitated a moment then asked, "What about our cooperation?" Elpis laughed confidently and replied, "I accept your offer. We will rescue Ariek Subaru," he said with a smirk. Vanquish silently watched from across, saying nothing. Right after Goat Sky's death, she died under Tetsusa's sword. In another world, the Golden Nation was currently engaged in some battle. Delta laughed while looking down. Violet grinned and said, "Good. It is not over yet. Anyone who plays with me only stops when they are dead." Then she fell down. But suddenly Violet was startled by something. Seeing that, Delta asked, "What is wrong?" She spoke in a deep, astonished voice. "The flame given to me back then has gone out. Could it be?" At that moment, another voice echoed, "You see it too? Your reason." Hearing this, she looked over and asked, He replied, "The teleport gate has not connected to the coordinates all this time. Could it be that they really died back then?" B-Front wondered aloud. Hearing this, Delta thought bitterly. Those Ariek people succeeded. With their current strength. No way. Anyway, I do not know what he is thinking, asking if we should keep fighting. Violet laughed after a moment and said, "Let us I am bored now. This company's weird. But at least it is a good way to kill time." Then B-Front raised his hand and said, "I surrender. Oh man, I am unemployed now. What do I do from here?" He sounded bored and down. Suddenly, B-Front shouted in surprise as a beam of light shot into him from behind out of nowhere. Seeing this, both Violet and Delta gasped in shock. Despite the surprise attack, B-Front still smiled and tried to say before his body vanished, "You are kidding me." Right. Watching him disappear, Violet smiled and waved. "Bye-bye. B-Front." Only Delta curiously asked, "You surrendered. So why did you finish it off? Are you taking out your anger on the wrong target? That is not like you at all." Below, a man stood with his hand stretched back. Apparently the one who struck B-Front earlier. Delta saw Killam's face full of anger and said Killam was about to strike. Then Killam furrowed his brows and muttered, "In this world, the weak are doomed to perish. It is that simple." Then he quickly turned and left. Seeing that, Violet clutched her stomach and burst out laughing, scared, while Delta was still confused, asking, "Killam?" At that moment, he stepped through a gate leading somewhere else. Then Delta looked down at Lewis and asked, "Hey, flashy guy, what happened?" She did not answer him and stayed silent. The scene shifted to where Killam had just passed through the gate. He walked while recalling a saying. "Killam's master. I have grasped another of my master's teachings. The one who said that was Sika." Killam looked into the space where she once stood and spoke to him. He furrowed his brows and muttered, calling Sika's name. Just then, someone sitting at a nearby table called out to Killam, "Lukuithen, Demon King Enforcer. I have seen what happened to Sika through the window. Drink up. Consider it a farewell to the girl," said Ma. Hearing this, Killam clenched his teeth and turned to look at him. At that moment, Diamond also stepped through the gate, looking annoyed, saying, "Pour me a glass." Killam hesitated and asked, "Who is the master?" After picking up the glass, she angrily complained, "I really should not have pulled that Vanquish guy out. Stopping this damn battle. I just can't stand any of it." Killam held a glass of wine silently, listening to Diamond. But she seemed to get angrier the more she spoke. "That bastard. I will punch him to death when he shows his face again." The person Diamond mentioned was Vanquist, who was somewhere else at that moment. The scene shifted to the Elpis administrator's seat. Vanquist, walking behind Elpis, asked, "Elpis, that guy who took Subaru away, what kind of person is he?" After thinking for a moment, he answered, "That guy. He is both spoiled and stubborn. Probably not a good match for anyone." Vanquist did not understand and asked, "What do you mean?" Suddenly, Elpis pointed happily to a door ahead and shouted. Found it. He looked very excited to head out and find Subaru at that place. Seeing that, Vanquist clenched his teeth and thought, Subaru, can't he die yet? The scene shifted to another place. Subaru standing in a very strange land. The administrator. The seat of the order. He looked around. Stammering. Where is this place? Then he quietly thought back. I was clearly fighting Goetia just now. Then I defeated her. Subaru recalled the moment Goetia vanished, meeting Sika. He and she cried loudly over Sika's situation. Then, could it be? Subaru remembered the giant eyes appearing over the city sky. Am I dead? He thought excitedly about this possibility. Just then, a voice shouted. Startling Subaru. Where is this? I do not get any of this, said Lexi. She seemed very angry. I was just fighting an invader. Or maybe I stepped on a teleport trap. Then Lexi stepped closer to Subaru and asked bluntly, Who are you? Subaru honestly answered, I am Eric Subaru. She snapped. I mean, why you? Where are my teammates? At that moment, another voice sounded behind them. Who knows? You are too loud. Causing chaos. Who are you? Said the demon bitch Trongun. He looked very angry, glancing around and cursing. Damn it. What is this place? If I am not mistaken, I was soloing to take over Abyss. Then another person approached, dragging out his words. Where's my treasure? This was the demon god Saiger Edelgard. Lexi and Jongun saw this and said in unison. Another one. Subaru quietly thought. Everyone here must be top players. Then stammered. Wait. Did you guys also get brought here suddenly? Hearing this, Lexi replied. That is why I was wondering who you are. Jongun also asked. So you got caught up in this too? Saiger added. Where exactly is this place? Just then, a person dressed in ceremonial clothes stepped forward. He walked slowly toward them and said, Everyone's here now. Welcome to my seat. This person here is the administrator. Seeing that, Lexi immediately asked, So who is it this time? At that moment, he suddenly realized something. Dante recognized me in this form, the administrator said, raising his hand to create a crack. Then he expanded that crack into a giant eye and said, Administrator, I call this chaos. Subaru was startled and clenched his teeth, unable to believe the change. Lexi was also shocked to see the eye appear in the crack. Gio-kun stared intently at him and muttered, Could it be? Only Saigo looked curious but had not thought much about it yet. Subaru opened his eyes wide and tried to say, He is, but chaos cut them off before he could finish. The reason I invited you here will be explained later. First, let me conclude. From now on, you must make your choice. Either become my subordinate executor, or your world will disappear forever. Choose one or the other. Everyone in Subaru's group simultaneously landed on the ground in front of Deep Eye. Lexi glanced at the person next to her and saw Subaru step forward, shouting, That bastard is the manager. Sweat was pouring down his face now. He clenched his teeth, silently realizing that by using the celestial clock, he had turned his world into a wreck. Subaru looked at the person before him and firmly confirmed in his mind that this guy was the root of all evil. He led the charge, with the others rushing toward Deep Eye at the same time to attack. Subaru's sword flashed as he swung it high, then slowly brought it down aimed right at him. Deep Eye stood still with his hands clasped behind his back, his face calm, and shouted, Stop. Everyone in Subaru's group became blurry after his shout. Deep Eye praised them. As expected, the strongest from various worlds. Not a single wasted move. He clapped his hands together, then signaled. All right. Immediately, the 4 people standing before Deep Eye were teleported to 4 different spots around him. Subaru frowned tightly and whispered, I am being forcibly teleported through space. Deep Eye stood in the center and spoke. Everyone here may already know, but I will remind you. He began explaining that administrators like him had set up celestial clocks in 10 billion different worlds, appointing you all as participants in the game, managing and operating the system. With 9 people in total. Deep Eye glanced sideways and introduced himself. I am Deep, responsible for about 1.6 billion worlds, including yours. Subaru turned his head and repeated his words. The one who rules 10 billion worlds. Rongkwon clenched his teeth hard. I have always wanted to meet you. I have a mountain of questions for you. His face full of excitement, he asked, Why did you force us to join the game? What is the purpose? The glasses on Deep Eye's face reflected the light, making them shine brightly. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, The purpose, he answered frankly. Simply put, it is to warm up our universe. Lexi got angry hearing that and shouted, Ah. Deep Eye asked them back, Do you know about the concept of the universe as heat death? Lexi replied. And wrong, like her, said simply. Deep Eye suddenly raised his hand. Of course, even if not exactly, I will explain simply. He snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the scene around them completely changed. With a huge ceiling above and a magnificent crystal chandelier, the 4 members of Subaru's group were neatly seated on both sides of the long table in front of Deep Eye. Subaru glanced around the scene, thinking silently. Another teleport. Ronkwon teased. You can do everything. Deep Eye's voice echoed in the space. Imagine the entire universe is the inside of the porcelain cup in my hand. Saigo closed his eyes and pressed his hand against the porcelain cup, exclaiming, so warm. Subaru did not follow suit. He just silently stared at him. Deep Eye lowered his head and glanced down at the cup in his hand. Inside, it was still warm. His eyes widened as if pondering something deeply. However, Deep Eye let go, causing the ceramic cup to fall. And as time passed, the heat in the cup gradually faded. The cup spun a few times in the air before rolling on the ground, eventually becoming ice cold. Lexi sat at the table across from them, resting her chin on her hand. It was only natural. Deep Eye's next words made her hand holding the cup freeze. What if the same thing happened to the universe? Lexi's face stiffened. The water in the cup rippled, and his voice reached her side. If left unchecked, the stars will slowly die out, and the universe will lose its heat, ending in total stillness due to absolute zero. Deep Eye stood straight and declared that, of course, this was a far-off future, but we are eternal beings. Jongwon and Seagull just sat silently listening to him. Deep Eye's voice also reached Subaru and Lexi sitting opposite him. We established this system to prevent what will inevitably happen someday. The system steals soul energy from your universe to restore the heat of ours. That is the nature of the game. Lexi glared, her face showing a calm but incredulous expression. She jumped up from her seat. Wait. Hold on. That explanation just now. Lexi directly pointed out the hidden meaning in his words. Did I just hear that we are supposed to live comfortably, while you force us to slaughter each other? Deep Eye did not even try to hide it and bluntly admitted, yep. I think you understood correctly. After hearing the truth, Lexi said nothing and stood there stunned for a moment. After who knows how long, she shouted with all her might. In the end, you guys, where do you get the right to do this? Deep Eye recounted. Me. An executor named Goetia, incredibly powerful under my command, is no longer around. Subaru stopped, confused about why he was bringing this up. Deep Eye gestured to state his purpose. I need a replacement. But not just anyone. So I invited you all. He analyzed. Everyone here shares one thing in common. All of you are powerful participants from your own worlds. First, Hero Lexi Valiant, the strongest in world number 317,890,2234. Or at least with experience defeating executors. Second, Man Bichtrongen, the strongest in world number 1,270,015,015. All undeniable talents, like the third, Mathan Sigoyoga, the strongest in world number 893,701,049. Deep Eye announced. I will take at least one of you as an executor under my command, and the last candidate is Ariak Subaru, the strongest in world number 1,188,943,663. Lexi radiated an overwhelming oppressive power. Thinking. You really think we will obediently listen after that explanation? Deep Eye Ply remained calm. I do not care about your wishes. It is unfortunate you do not understand. But this is our decision. Lexi narrowed her eyes. Her body stiffened, frozen in place. She gritted her teeth and spat out each word. No way. Lexi exploded with frustration, loudly cursing their selfishness. Many from my world, my teammates, have sacrificed their lives, even my family. Deep Eye Ply's expression was indifferent as he coldly replied. I do not know about that. Lexi raised her sword and lunged right at him, shouting. The three Saiger, Jongwon, and Subaru had not reacted yet, and just stood by the table watching them. Jongwon shouted worriedly. Step back. Did you forget what he just said? Your world will be wiped out. When Lexi's hand was just inches from Deep Eye Ply, he smacked it with a stop. She cried out in pain, her image gradually becoming blurry and unclear. Deep Eye Ply ordered again. Calm down. And at that moment, Lexi's body started to vanish bit by bit. Subaru gasped, mouth agape, thinking. That is. Saiger squinted, his mind drifting in confusion over what was happening. Jongwon thought to himself, this goes beyond any concept of power. Cursing. Damn it. Subaru looked helplessly at Lexi fading away across the room, wondering, what else can we do? Your eyes shot a beam of power toward those two, then suddenly shouted, stop right now. Subaru's power pierced through the erasure process Deep Eye Ply was using on Lacey. An explosion erupted in midair, the immense force pushing Lacey's body backward. At this moment, her whole body returned to normal, completely unharmed. Jongwon's eyes widened in shock at the scene. Deep Eye Ply thought silently. Ariak Subaru, you really can interfere with the system. Seagull's face was filled with confusion behind Deep Eye Ply's glasses. His eyes narrowed dangerously. Thinking. I will. Subaru's eyes blurred under the influence of his power. He shouted. But when he looked down, He saw his body was still intact and thought, was it only replaced for a moment? But then Subaru noticed his arm was half gone. Still dissolving, Deep Eye Ply stood in front of him, calling out, Ariak Subaru. He pointed forward and said, end your life carefully. Subaru gritted his teeth, powerless, glaring as his body dissolved. Suddenly, a foot appeared from nowhere, blocking Deep Eye Ply's power. Vanquish and Elpis stepped out from the space-time rift, smiling at him. Hello. Long time no see. Deep Eye Ply froze for a moment. Strangers. Elpis smiled confidently. I came to crash the party. When Deep Eye Ply saw his face clearly, his lips twitched as he called out, Elpis. Vanquish and Elpis stepped out from the space-time rift, standing right in front of Deep Eye Ply. Subaru, seeing them from this side, gasped and called out. Vanquish, hearing the call. Vanquish tilted his head, noticing Subaru's missing arm, and guessed, hanging by a thread. Jong-won nearby looked at those standing there and muttered. Fake. He frowned, catching Lacey's body while thinking, who the hell are these guys? Jong-won recalled everything that happened. My name is Baek Jong-won, and right now, I am really confused. My name is Baek Jong-won. To repeat, I am a private detective living in the Pico Federation, under the protection of Hong Kim Long, and the strongest player I know, investigating a manager on behalf of an organization. I have clashed with enforcers and defeated them in fierce battles. Following clues deeper, I infiltrated a maze called Abyss, fighting monsters inside. Then suddenly, in the blink of an eye, I was thrown here, and the people I met here were the 3 strongest players from different universes. I definitely sensed power equal to mine from those 3. The one who appeared next was the manager Didapline, whose power surpassed all norms. Even if the 4 strongest joined forces, they could not do a thing against him. What is this about fixing their universe's heat and the weak getting robbed? Just hearing it is infuriating. But there is no way to beat the multiverse ruler. Jong-won looked at the people before him, thinking, who the hell are these guys? He turned his gaze to Subaru. First, there is him, the manager's counterforce. Jong-won caught Lacey's body with both hands, stopping her erasure. He shifted his eyes to Vanquish and Elpis, the manager's space-time rift, and slipped inside. Jong-won squinted and cursed. Damn it. Just meeting the manager here, and everything's already a mess. He looked at Subaru and the others radiating immense power, muttering, the situation's changing way too fast. Meanwhile, Didapline clenched his teeth and asked, Elpis, what exactly do you want? Elpis smiled amused and replied, I told you I came to cause trouble. Just wait a bit. As he spoke, he quickly turned and called beside him, Ariak Subaru. Do you know who I am? Subaru is still a bit dazed. He recalls a scene from earlier when Vanquish said he was going to meet a friend who is a manager. So this guy must be him, Subaru says uncertainly. A manager who could become an ally. Elpis admits with interest. Exactly. I heard you are not very smart, but you seem sharp despite lacking knowledge. Subaru looks at Vanquish and repeats Elpis' words. I heard you are not smart. Vanquish shakes his head repeatedly, waving his hand to deny it. Subaru says, you misunderstood. I meant it kindly. Really kindly. Subaru does not believe him at all. Not smart and still kind. Elpis smiles and says, I have seen you destroy the universe's inventory and defeat Goska. Fascinating. Alright, he rubs his fingers together, one eye becoming hazy. What should we do about this situation? Vanquish startles and asks him, are not you here to save Subaru? Elpis's eyes turn terrifying as he shouts, shut up, you dragon demon. A massive power radiates from his body, filling the entire room. Sigo is stunned by the force, frozen in place. The troops are also affected, thinking, what kind of crazy pressure is this? If I do not calm down, I might forget everything. Elpis steps up face to face with Subaru. Now. Subaru-kun. What do you want? Vanquish angrily curses. You bastard. Suddenly, a calming voice says, don't he worry. Vanquish. Hearing this, Vanquish calms down. Subaru parts his lips. I can answer for myself. He looks at the person in front of him seriously. Right now, the only thing I can do is ask for your help. The troops holding Lacey and Sigo nearby hear Subaru's request. Please save me. Elpis. Vanquish and Didapline are stunned hearing him say that. Only Elpis grins widely, excited and curious. Specifically, how? Subaru adds, help me get out of here. I still can't beat the manager. Can't he beat Didapline? Elpis' eyes narrow at the words still can't. Subaru steps closer and whispers, this time, I will run. His face presses close, crazed and determined. One day. Definitely. Didapline stands nearby, a few dots appearing above his head, showing he does not know how to react. The troops are speechless too. Siger comments, this guy's really something. Dumb as hell. Vanquish chuckles softly, while Elpis bows his head to hide his laughter. Damn, Subaru looks confused, unable to keep up with everyone's reactions. Suddenly, someone calls out loudly. D-Apply. Elpis raises his hand and makes a request. Ariak Subaru. Allow me to adopt him. D-Apply gasps. Mouth open. Are you crazy? Who gave you the right to just decide that? Elpis spreads his hands, trying to negotiate. Come on, let us talk. Though I said adopt, what I really mean is... The next words are inaudible to everyone in the room. D-Apply catches his meaning and replies in the same inaudible way. When Elpis answers back, no one else can hear it either. Subaru watches them and asks Vanquish. What are those two saying? Is that even a conversation? Vanquish explains. They are compressing their words and speaking at super high speed. Way too fast for us to catch. After some time, D-Apply speaks again at normal speed. Get it? He orders the person in front of him, but says the others must be explained too. Elpis agrees casually. Of course. I hope the others do not hold grudges like you do. D-Apply asserts. I do not hold grudges either. Elpis' face lights up as he points this way. Okay, that is settled. For now, I will keep Subaru under my wing. Subaru, expressionless, hugs one arm and replies. Thank you. D-Apply asks again. Wait, you are also a candidate to replace the Ghost Scale leader. What is your plan on that? When Elpis heard that guy mention that issue, he immediately took note. Right. He glanced around like he had just discovered something. Elpis pointed at Ska sitting in the chair. Hey. You there? Wanna be the new executor? When she was called, she pointed at herself to confirm. D-Apply looked at Ska. That girl. Elpis commented. Yeah, from what I see, she is someone who is really into exploring. So she is a perfect fit. Ska closed her eyes, leaned back in the chair, and agreed with them. Okay, I will do it. Honestly, I do not really care much about what happens to the world anyway, Donggun asked her. Seriously? That works. Ska looked at him and replied. Why not? Elpis smiled. Satisfied. Congrats on becoming the new executor. D-Apply squinted, having no objections. Yeah. That works. Before following Elpis and Vanquish into the space rift to fall through, Subaru turned around and pointed at Donggun and Lacey behind him. Elpis. I want to help those two too. Elpis agreed with his wish and called out. Whatever works. D-Apply. Just let them go with me. Okay. He closed his eyes and replied. Do whatever you want. Subaru leaned over so Donggun could carry Lacey on his back and stepped into the space rift first. As he walked, he silently told himself, I am saved. Someone's calling your name. Ariak Subaru. Subaru looked toward the sound. He and D-Apply faced each other. And D-Apply said a final farewell. See you again. Subaru simply replied with one word. Yeah. He stepped inside the space rift, which slowly closed and eventually disappeared without a trace. A group of people walked down a long corridor, the floor beneath them covered with countless clocks. Subaru looked around curiously. Is this Elpis' seat? He sincerely looked at the person walking ahead. Thank you, Elpis. Thanks to you. I was saying. Elpis replied cryptically. I have not helped yet. Subaru stopped walking. His face lifted for a moment. Elpis turned his head, smiling as he touched the hat on his head. The real challenge to help you is just starting now. Meanwhile, over here. D-Apply clasped his hands behind his back and led Seagull to a place. That name Elpis? Things are starting to get complicated again. He stopped in front of a person dressed in white, wearing a mask with a strange eye, and shouted. Ready. D-Apply gave the order. Start preparing for the challenge. All managers must endure. He stared ahead and declared. We need Ariak Subaru to conquer the Sky Clock. The war section stands to save the world. Introducing the ultimate power of the Sky Clock. Meanwhile in Japan, at the new Player Federation building, inside a large conference room, Shikishima spoke up. We still do not know Subaru's whereabouts. Even though we have asked for help from another world, it seems even Cebu, despite the connection, can't see him. Cebu bowed his head sadly and said, Sorry I could not help. If Subaru can't be seen by me, then the theory that he is cornered by the manager makes sense. Hearing this, Shikishima and Sika fell silent over the news. Then Cebu continued with what he knew. If my father fails to convince the manager he knows, then maybe neither he nor Subaru will return. That would be the worst-case scenario. Hearing this, Loon could not help but worry. Worst-case scenario. Tetsu coldly threatened him. You are dead. Surprised, Leon exclaimed. Haidu. She clearly spoke in metaphor. Tetsu replied calmly. Long-winded talk is pointless. But then Sika said something even harsher. There is no way he is dead. He touched the upside-down cage full of hope. Because the connection between Ariak and us is not broken yet. Shikishima guessed. The distance is probably too far. But that does not apply to the soul. Right, then Ms. Tetsu analyzed. Meaning Ariak is still alive. But right now all we can do is wait. Staying here is just wasting time. Suddenly Subaru appeared and responded. Don't be so cold. Haidu. Tetsu glanced over without any emotion. Shikishima was so shocked he almost lost his breath. Mouth wide open. Django and Seiya broke into a sweat, not understanding what was going on. Then Renji spoke up. That is right. Haidu-kun. And Editor added. I know what you are thinking. Haidu. Tetsu's face was heating up as she said. You are really bad. Haidu. Akira also said. What do you think you are? Haidu. But Shikishima suddenly shouted. Look. Look carefully. Subaru. He stood silently, pointing at himself. Subaru laughed, scratching his head. Scene change. The workers are leaving the dumping site, and everyone is starting to repair it. Right, yeah. Thanks to your power. Both Goetia and the water stains have disappeared, and the gates worldwide have decreased to a countable number. Shikishima continued. What remains is the celestial clock. It shows the time as 3:41. 22. Subaru stared anxiously for a moment, then said, Yep. Right now. At the Elpis manager's seat. Subaru panicked, asking if he should accept the challenge. Elpis replied, Yep. A challenge. Or rather, a conquest trial. He continued, all new rare species must go through this. Subaru asked. Rare species. Elpis began to explain. Among the players, special souls that rarely appear are called rare species. Their common trait is the ability to bypass some game rules. Heroes, 10 times stronger than humanity's enemies. Companions, ex machina agent. Demon gods, 10 times stronger than heroes, with the power to affect space-time. Demon kings, who are unaware of their nature. Prophets, who see the future and attract fate conflicts. Demon gods, granting kinship and sharing skills 10 times stronger than normal species. The manager called this a breakthrough. Subaru's eyes widened in amazement, exclaiming, Breakthrough. Lacey still did not quite get it and asked, You mean a breakthrough? Elpis answered, The power of rare species is definitely strong, so we turn those who can use it into enforcers, and those who can we kill. We incorporate rare species into the system and control them. Hearing this, Lacey asked again, So you guys know how to turn them into features? You are game developers. But I do not get any of this. Elpis explained. Almost all rare species have now been analyzed and countermeasures planned. So whether they become heroes or demons, you guys won't be killed without a chance to protest. However, new species are a different story. Ariak Subaru. You are a new rare species called the Savior. Your power likely comes from destroying the inventory of all 10 billion universes and wiping out the water stains. So I think it is an override of the system. Then Elpis opened the system panel, showing the word error. Unable to use the inventory. The demon soldier spoke up. The inventory really is not showing up. Leshy cried out loudly. Joking. All the rare items I collected. Subaru shouted. Sorry. Really sorry. Then Leshy blamed him. Hey man. You can do anything right. Elpis just replied. I give up. Then he continued. What he destroyed was the core of the inventory. If the core dies, the whole thing dies too. No matter what you do, it can be recovered. Leshy collapsed, shouting. Hearing that, the demon soldier analyzed. Still, that savior species, compared to other rare species, its power is a bit unconventional, is not? Elpis replied. Yeah, that is right. That is also why Didapplied is so impatient. Once the other teammates realize it, they will immediately want to pull Subaru-kun back to their side. Subaru was confused. So he is freaking out like that? Elpis replied. Exactly. But as the manager, you have to handle everything properly. If you think about it normally, Subaru-kun and their universe should be erased for safety's sake. Leshy judged. You guys really are extremists. Elpis continued. Thanks to that panic, it created a loophole for us not erasing new species without everyone's consent is better. Right, now to the main issue. We need you to conquer the celestial clock, which has been turned into a maze. Subaru-kun, the demon soldier, was puzzled. Conquer the celestial clock. Leshy was even more confused. What the heck is that? Elpis explained. It is not just about clearing it. All managers will observe your conquest process. From what they see, whether Subaru-kun's world continues to exist will be decided by vote. The demon soldier realized. That is why it is named that way, Elpis said. If successful, Subaru-kun's existence will be protected, and above all, that world will be freed from the game. That is not a bad thing. Right. The demon soldier had a bad feeling. Just the conditions sound bad already. Leshy turned to ask. There is probably no way out. Right. But the demon soldier noticed something. Subaru was grinding his teeth. looking uncomfortable. Seeing that, Elpas asked, "You do not seem convinced. Are you really going to let all your efforts to convince us at Vanquish go to waste? Actually, you can refuse the challenge if you want. However, you will die right here," Elpas said. Then gradually disappeared as the surrounding space changed. Elpas said, "That is a tough choice. What are you upset about?" The troops squinted, trying to observe, but their spirits had already faded. "Just seeing the form is already like this. How can we possibly fight someone like this?" "What is your Deku trying to say?" Subaru spoke out angrily. "Only talking about things convenient for the manager. If we pass the challenge, we will be spared. So why does the manager have the right to decide the fate of another world? Why should we be grateful for what you say and obey it? How our world ends is not something you get to decide." That cycle just kept spinning without any response. At that moment, Vanquish laughed strangely. Hey, then he burst out laughing. "Haha, this is definitely interesting," Subaru called out confused. "Vanquish," he continued, "no matter how strong the opponent is, if you are not interested, you do not have to obey. Just do what you want. Subaru, if you want to run, I will run with you. If you want to fight, I will die with you." Then Rangun spoke up. "And thinking about it, that actually makes sense." Leslie added, "I am on this side too." Ranguns, "I will show you." Leslie shouted, "I will cover for you." Ariak, seeing everyone as support, Subaru was very surprised. Then he nervously looked at them. The two of them. Elpas was standing right next to Subaru now. Those stubborn kids. That startled him. Elpas continued, "Just relax and listen. That is all you have to do. Well, even if you are a bit inexperienced, you are still right. It is better than those fools who just follow orders blindly. Since there is no other way, I will give in. Just consider that your participation in the conquest trial is my demand. If you win, you will get a reward. That is fair, right?" Vanquish sighed and asked, "Why did not you just give in from the start?" Elpas replied, "Is there a nose here or what? That is weird." Then he said, "All right, about the reward." Hearing this, Shikishima was shocked and exclaimed. Subaru explained, "The conquest trial has 4 matches, and you can bring up to 4 teammates. If you lose one match, you lose everything." Shikishima panicked. "Wait, the rules are important. But did not you just accidentally say something terrible?" Subaru answered, "The reward. Seems like you can ask for anything. Promised in the name of the manager Elpas. As long as it is possible, he will make it happen."